The bride price must be at least 688,000. The house has to be registered under my name. And you have to buy my younger brother a car as well. He's about to start dating, and he can't do that without a car. A stabbing pain pierced Lin Yi's mind as a familiar voice echoed by his ear. Where's this? His vision gradually cleared, and a strand of romantic music drifted into his ears. This was the Black Forest Western restaurant. How had he ended up here? Wait, what about the apocalypse? He stared out the window in utter disbelief. The streets outside teemed with pedestrians. Could it be that he had been reborn? He hurriedly pulled out his phone. On the screen, the date read October 27th, 2050. 1 month before the end of the world. He stared stunned at the woman speaking across from him, a trace of killing intent flickering in his eyes. It really was Lu Rumeng. Now he was certain he had returned to the day of their blind date 1 month before the apocalypse. In his previous life, on November 27th, the temperature had plummeted and snow had suddenly begun to fall from the sky. The snowfall had been immense, continuing relentlessly for an entire month. Everything below the 5th floor had been buried beneath the snow. And with that snow, disaster descended. The entire city ground to a standstill. People starved and froze day after day. A month later, when food supplies ran out, humanity turned upon itself in brutal slaughter. The victors took the corpses of the fallen, feasting on them to survive for a while longer. It was during that period that Lin Yi was killed by Lu Rumeng and her family. He had died a miserable death at Lu Rumeng's hands, her axe descending again and again to hack his body apart. Then before his very eyes, the members of Lu Rumeng's family had eaten his dismembered flesh bite by bite. He loathed the woman before him to the very core. Now that he had been given a second life, he would never allow the tragedy of his previous existence to repeat itself. Did you hear me? Lu Rumeng grew impatient when Lin Yi remained silent. Lin Yi withdrew the killing intent from his gaze. There was still a month before the apocalypse. Killing her now would hardly be a wise move. And simply killing her would be far too merciful. He wanted the entire Lu Rumeng family to live a life worse than death. With a mere thought, a ripple of spatial distortion appeared before him. The corner of his mouth curled into a wicked smile. His spatial ability had actually come back with him. In his past life, about a month after the apocalypse erupted, some of the human survivors had awakened supernatural powers. He had been one of the fortunate ones. His ability could store anything that did not possess life within that space. Within that space, time stood still. Food never spoiled. No matter how long it remained inside, it came out exactly as it had gone in, its temperature unchanged. It was a perfect tool for storage. Now that he had been reborn with this ability, the calamity of his previous life was destined not to occur again. Another benefit of being an ability user was that his physical body was now twice as strong as before. In this life, he would make full use of everything he had and trample underfoot every person who had ever harmed him. When Lin Yi was very young, his parents had died in an accident, and he had been adopted by distant relatives, his so-called uncle and aunt. Along with him, they had inherited a villa worth 50 million and 100 million in cash. These were the only things his parents had left him. His uncle and aunt had adopted him solely to seize that inheritance for themselves. Fortunately, the property certificate bore Lin Yi's name, and they could not alter it. The 100 million was also held by a trust company, which only released 100,000 in cash to them each month. In order to obtain his assets, they had exhausted every possible scheme. Lu Rumeng, seated before him now, was the blind date they had arranged for him. Lu Rumeng was his aunt's biological niece. The reason she had chosen Lu Rumeng was precisely to get her hands on his 50 million villa, using marriage as the excuse to transfer the ownership into Lu Rumeng's name. After living together for a while, they would then find some pretext to divorce, turning the property into a premarital gift. His money in the trust would also be entirely withdrawn by his uncle and aunt's family. According to his parents, as long as his uncle and aunt cared for him until he reached adulthood and married, they would be entitled to half of the assets. His parents had planned everything for him, but they had not foreseen the boundlessness of human greed. In this life, he would exact vengeance on every last one of them. Nor would he spare any of the others who had harmed him. For now, however, he had not yet obtained the property certificate and could not openly fall out with Lu Rumeng. With that thought, Lin Yi asked evenly, "Do you have any other conditions?" "Of course," Lu Rumeng replied. "My parents want me to get married as soon as possible, preferably in 2 days. And before the wedding, you have to transfer the property into my name." Hearing Lu Rumeng repeat the exact same lines as in his previous life, Lin Yi sneered inwardly. Of course she was in a hurry. She was already 2 months pregnant with some bastard whose identity she herself did not know. She truly thought he was a perfect gullible fool. In his previous life, he had caved under his aunt's pressure and, ignorant of Lu Ruming's vicious true nature, agreed to marry her. Lin Yi's thoughts raced, and he quickly devised a method for revenge. Fine, I agree, he said. Since he had not yet obtained the property certificate, he had to keep Lu Ruming placated for now and could only accept on the surface. Hearing this, Lu Ruming's smile grew noticeably brighter. She rose and moved to sit beside him, wrapping her arms around his and cooing, Lin Yi, I knew you treated me the best. Don't worry, once we're married, I'll take care of you every single day. Looking at her sultry expression, Lin Yi felt nothing but disgust. Who knew how many men she had tried to charm with this same act? Yet he did not shake her off, allowing her voluptuous figure to rub against him. Her heart was black, but her figure and face were undeniably attractive. He would give her 85 points. Forcing such thoughts aside, Lin Yi began pondering his next move. His aunt had hidden the property certificate away. In his previous life, she had only taken it out after he agreed to marry. Fortunately, he had seen with his own eyes where she retrieved it from and now knew its hiding place. With that, things became much easier. All he needed to do now was quietly return home, obtain the property certificate, and convert the property into cash as soon as possible. Although he was reluctant to part with the house his parents had left him after the apocalypse, the villa would be buried under snow anyway. Turning it into money would be far more practical. He also had to withdraw the funds from the trust company and use them to purchase vast quantities of supplies needed for the end times. But since his aunt was currently at home, he had to find a way to lure her out before he could act. With this in mind, Lin Yi said to Lu Ruming, since you're in such a hurry, why don't you come home with me and have my aunt accompany you to buy some jewelry and such? Lu Ruming's eyes lit up immediately. Sure, she replied, joyfully pressing herself even closer. The two of them rose, paid the bill, and left the restaurant together. They hailed a cab and headed toward the residential complex. The entire way, Lu Ruming clung to Lin Yi like a piece of stubborn plaster glued tightly to his side. Had they not been in a taxi, her behavior would likely have been even more brazen. Lin Yi knew this was one of her tactics. In his previous life, she had used this very act to toy him around her little finger. Of course, he would not refuse to take advantage of such free benefits. Soon they arrived at Jinxiu Tingyuan and drove straight into the villa district. After getting out, the two of them entered the villa. His aunt was in the living room watching a brainless drama. Seeing the two return so intimately close, she immediately grew excited. How did the two of you get along? Lin Yi deliberately took Lu Ruming's hand and showed it off to his aunt. Auntie, we've decided to get married. That's wonderful, his aunt exclaimed. His aunt's eyes lit up and a grin spread across her face until she could hardly close her mouth. Watching her expression, Lin Yi sneered inwardly. By the way, Auntie, we're planning to get married the day after tomorrow. Could you accompany her to buy some jewelry? Oh, of course, of course. As long as the two of you get married, I'll do anything, his aunt replied. With that, she walked over, took Lu Ruming by the hand, and the two women left together, chatting and laughing. Seeing his plan succeed, excitement surged through Lin Yi, and he hurried toward his aunt's bedroom. Just then, his cousin stepped out of his own room. This was Wang Liye, his aunt's son. Lin Yi had not expected him to be home at this hour. Wang Liye was usually arrogant and overbearing in front of him. It was as if this were his home and Lin Yi was the one living under someone else's roof. In his past life, he had bullied Lin Yi countless times. Over the past decade, most of the money his aunt drew from the trust had been spent on this son. He wore designer brands from head to toe, while Lin Yi was dressed in bargain bin clothes. If he dared to cause trouble today, Lin Yi would not show the slightest mercy. Ignoring him, Lin Yi headed upstairs. As he passed Wang Liye, however, he was stopped. Stop right there. Lin Yi halted, his voice icy. What is it? Wang Liye gave a smug, wicked smile. Nothing much. It's my birthday today. My mom gave me an Audi. He dangled the car key in front of Lin Yi's face, his ostentatious expression utterly loathsome. Lin Yi's face instantly darkened. Every cent they spent had belonged to him, yet he dared flaunt it right before his eyes. But finding the property certificate was more important right now. Forcing down his rage, he ignored Wang Liye and continued on. Having achieved his goal, Wang Liye hummed a little tune and went downstairs. Before long, Lin Yi entered his aunt's bedroom. After rummaging around for a while, he finally found the property certificate. Joy surged in his chest as he prepared to tuck it into his clothes. Well, stealing my mom's stuff, are you? At that moment, Wang Liye appeared at the door. He lunged forward, trying to snatch the property certificate from Lin Yi's hand. Lin Yi's fury ignited. He lashed out with a kick that landed squarely on Wang Liye's chest, sending him crashing to the floor. Writhing on the ground, Wang Liye howled in pain. Striding over, Lin Yi bellowed, "Every single thing in this house is mine. Where do you get the damned face to call it your mother's?" Wang Liye's body shuddered. Meeting Lin Yi's gaze, he trembled uncontrollably. He had never seen Lin Yi so terrifying. Those eyes were as sharp as blades. I'm going to tell my mom, he stammered. Lin Yi let out a cold laugh. For years, whenever something displeased him, Wang Liye would immediately call for his mother, and every time, she would beat Lin Yi. But now that trick no longer worked on him. Do as you please, Lin Yi said, lightly stepping over Wang Liye's body and walking away. Wang Liye was dumbfounded. Lin Yi today seemed like a completely different person. He slumped to the ground, stunned for a few seconds, then burst into tears with a loud sob. He quickly took out his phone, preparing to call his mother. Lin Yi's aunt was named Lu Xiaowei. Nearly 50 years old, she had been using Lin Yi's living expenses to buy high-end skincare products for herself for years. With daily indulgence in good food and drink, her skin appeared remarkably smooth with no visible wrinkles. Coupled with her always wearing elegant high-class clothes, her entire demeanor was enhanced, making her look no more than 30-something. Lu Xiaowei took Lu Ruming's hand and hailed a taxi. The two soon arrived at the largest jewelry mall in the city. Oh my good niece. I didn't expect you to have won over that brat Lin Yi so quickly. Auntie didn't spoil you for nothing. Lu Xiaowei held Lu Ruming's hand, all the way visibly excited. He looks like a poor loser. With just a little trick, I've got him completely infatuated with me. Lu Ruming put on a disdainful attitude. She glanced at Lu Xiaowei and continued. Auntie, does that guy Lin Yi really have 100 million? Really, his mother said so before she died, and I receive 100,000 from the trust every month. How could it be false? You just marry him quickly. Once you trick him into giving you the villa, kick him out. Lu Xiaowei lowered her voice. Auntie, he's already promised to transfer the house to my name tomorrow. Lu Ruming's face lit up with excitement. Really? That's wonderful. Truly, my niece. Lu Xiaowei became excited too. Auntie, we should hurry up and hold the wedding. To avoid unforeseen delays, Lin Yi has agreed. Well, marry the day after tomorrow. I know it's short notice, but please do your best. Don't worry. It's just a wedding. Besides, he doesn't have many relatives. We don't need to invite them. He'll arrange a simple ceremony for you. Then the house and money will be ours. Auntie, you have the deed hidden well, right? He must never find it. Until it's transferred, I won't feel at ease. Don't worry. He won't find it. Lu Xiaowei said confidently. I want money, money, money from all directions. Just then, Lu Xiaowei's phone suddenly rang. She glanced at the phone and saw it was her son. She answered, What's up, son? Mom, Lin Yi hit me. Whoa. Lu Xiaowei frowned. She knew her son well enough, but usually she wouldn't interfere. Now it was different. She barked angrily. I'm telling you, behave yourself these days. Lin Yi is about to get married. Don't cause me trouble. Mom. Lin Yi took the deed. What? Lu Xiaowei cried out. Eyes from all around instantly focused on her. Lu Xiaowei's heart tightened. She hastily hung up and dialed Lin Yi frantically, but the phone rang a few times and was rejected. Panicking, she called several more times, all rejected. That brat. How could he have found the deed? Beside her, Lu Ruming showed a stunned expression. She had just mentioned the deed, and it actually happened. Auntie, calm down. Could it be that he took the deed to transfer it to me? Lu Ruming, though also flustered, knew she had to stay calm. Right. You call him. Lu Ruming quickly took out her phone and dialed Lin Yi. Lin Yi, who had just stepped out, heard his phone ring again. He thought it was his aunt calling and was about to hang up, but saw it was Lu Ruming. A faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Of course, he knew his aunt was with Lu Ruming. This call was surely to confront him. Now was the beginning of Lin Yi's revenge. His plan was simple. Since Lu Ruming and his aunt conspired to cheat him out of his property, he would turn them against each other. He would use a counterploy, make the aunt and niece become enemies. With this thought, Lin Yi answered the phone. Hello, Lin Yi. Where are you now? Lu Ruming's anxious voice came through the phone. Lin Yi lowered his voice. So I know you're with my aunt. I also know she wants you to trick me out of the property. Lu Ruming's pupils contracted sharply. She listened incredulously. After a moment of silence, she whispered in panic, What do you want? I truly like you. I'm willing to give you the property, but I don't want you to be used. Think about it. If we're together, then my 100 million. You'll have 50 million and the house will be yours. Lu Ruming's pupils contracted again. That was 50 million. Adding the property, it would be 100 million. Her aunt had only offered her 10 million. That was 10 times less. Under this huge psychological gap, Lu Ruming's mind quickly changed. Right, if she married Lin Yi, everything of his would be hers. What did Lu Xiaowei have to do with it? Good for you, Lu Xiaowei. I call you aunt, but you're not tricking Lin Yi. You're tricking your own niece. From now on, all that money would be hers. The more she thought, the angrier she became. She stepped away and said, Auntie isn't with me right now. Do you have something in mind? Hearing this, Lin Yi's lips curled slightly. The fish had taken the bait. It's simple. Lu Xiaowei wants to cheat us both out of money, right? Then we'll play along. Tell her that after it's done you don't want her money, just 5 million in cash, and you need it today. They'll send you an account number. Once you get it, transfer the money to me. Lin Yi knew that his aunt's family had at most 5 million now, most of which was his living expenses plus what they had saved. He would make them spit out every cent they had spent of his. How can I trust you? What if you go back on your word? Lin Yi frowned slightly. This Lu Ruming seemed to have some brains and scam awareness. He continued, you're with my aunt, so you should know I stole the deed for you. If she's watching, how can we carry out this plan? Lu Ruming was startled. Her heart suddenly felt warm. So he stole the deed for her sake. What more was there to doubt? All right, I agree. Wait for my good news. After saying that, Lu Ruming hung up. Hearing this, Lin Yi's heart leaped with joy. Having experienced the treachery of his previous life, he could easily manipulate Lu Ruming. Now he just waited for her good news. After hanging up the phone, Lu Ruming returned to Lu Xiaoyi's side. Lu Xiaoyi, who had been waiting impatiently, eagerly asked, how did it go? Lu Ruming's gaze flickered slightly, and she evasively replied, everything went smoothly. He took the property certificate to transfer the house into my name, and he didn't tell you because he was afraid you would object. Upon hearing this, a heavy stone in Lu Xiaoyi's heart finally fell. That's great. It seems he really has his eye on you to the point of not even telling me. Lu Xiaoyi's tone was filled with reproach towards Lu Ruming. A fleeting sharpness flashed in Lu Ruming's eyes. Hatred rose in her heart. Humph. If it weren't for Lin Yi reminding me, even I would have fallen into your trap. Truly a heart of malice. Since you were so unkind, don't blame me for being unjust as a niece. Lu Ruming immediately concealed her hatred and put on a smiling face, saying, Aunt, don't be angry. Fortunately, the situation is still under our control. That is true, but I must remind you that you are not really a married couple. Once the deal is done, you must transfer the house into my son's name, and I will also transfer the promised 10 million to you. Don't worry, Aunt, we're family. I would never betray my own family. Lu Xiaoyi grasped Lu Ruming's hand, smiling, as she said, that's right. If you weren't my niece, I wouldn't even consider you for such a great opportunity. Lu Ruming smiled coldly at Lu Xiaoyi, her hatred deepening. How can you even say you wouldn't betray your family? A villa worth 50 million, and you only give me 10 million. I will have to become a divorced woman. How am I supposed to marry again in the future? Thinking this, Lu Ruming's sense of guilt vanished completely. She casually withdrew her hand and said, Aunt, how about this? I won't need that 10 million, just transfer 5 million to me right now. What? You want it now? Yes, I can't feel at ease until the money is in my hands. Besides, once the deal is done, my reputation will be tarnished. It will be nearly impossible for me to find a good family in the future. I just want that 5 million to feel a bit more secure. Upon hearing Lu Ruming's words, Lu Xiaoyi quickly began to think. After all, she was just a poor girl from the countryside. She couldn't handle this situation and was even afraid that Lu Xiaoyi wouldn't give her the money. She was someone who had never seen much money. 5 million was nothing. Once I get the money from the trust company, even if you come begging me, I won't bother with you. But should I really give her the 5 million now? After all these years, I only have 5 million saved up. If it weren't for Lin Yi's mother insisting that money from the trust company could only be withdrawn in increments of 100,000 a month, would I have to go through so much trouble? Lu Ruming is a timid child. She wouldn't dare to play tricks on herself. I can't let her mess this up because of this matter. Otherwise, there will be no place for me to cry. I should just give it to her. Once they are married, the trust company will allow me to withdraw all the money. Lu Xiaoyi smiled and looked at Lu Ruming, saying, all right, since you are in such a hurry, I will give you the money first. But you said it yourself, only 5 million. Hearing this, Lu Ruming was overjoyed and quickly replied, Aunt, don't worry. I only want this 5 million. Then Lu Xiaoyi transferred 5 million to Lu Ruming's name through the bank. Lu Ruming then quickly transferred the 5 million to Lin Yi. After the transfer, she even sent Lin Yi a cute smiley face emoji. As Lin Yi's phone notification rang, he saw the 5 million had arrived, and a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The real show was about to begin. He directly blocked Lu Ruming's WeChat and phone number. After doing all this, he headed straight to the real estate agency. This villa must be sold, and quickly. It was better to liquidate it than to let it be buried under ice and snow after the apocalypse. Lin Yi soon arrived at the largest real estate agency in the city. As soon as he entered, a female receptionist hurried over. Sir, may I ask if you are buying or selling a house? Lin Yi glanced at the name tag on the receptionist's chest, which read Li Fangfang. I want to sell a house, a standalone villa in Jinxiu Garden. As he spoke, Lin Yi handed the property certificate to Li Fangfang. Li Fangfang initially thought Lin Yi was just a poor guy based on his cheap clothing. But she didn't expect that he would come in wanting to sell a villa in Jinxiu Garden. This left her stunned. Her tone became more respectful, and she secretly rejoiced that she hadn't been disrespectful in her previous words and actions. "All right, sir, please follow me to the VIP area to wait." Lin Yi followed Li Fangfang to a private room. She quickly brought a fruit platter and placed it on the table. "Sir, please wait here for a moment. I will call our top salesperson to assist you." Lin Yi didn't have time to waste here. These salespeople were very cunning. They would only inflate the price of the villa to seek profit. But if that were the case, who knows how long it would take to sell? What he needed now was speed. So he said to Li Fangfang, "No need. You can sell it yourself. I have encountered some business issues lately and need to sell this villa quickly. This villa is worth 50 million. You can sell it for 45 million, but I only accept clients who can pay the full amount within a day." Li Fangfang's pupils shrank slightly. He actually came to her to sell, but she was just a receptionist. Moreover, others usually wanted to sell for a higher price, but this boss wanted to sell for a lower price. She heard that some bosses had unique preferences, specifically seeking beautiful girls for parties. They would use strange conditions to entice them. Could it be that this boss has taken a liking to her? Li Fangfang suddenly felt a bit pleased. If she could catch this boss, she wouldn't have to work anymore. Thinking this, Li Fangfang became even more attentive. "All right, boss, I can sell it." Lin Yi, of course, was unaware of her inner thoughts. What he was thinking about was how to sell the house quickly. After a moment, he said, "Once this villa is sold, I will give you 100,000. If you can sell it within 3 days, I will give you 200,000. Hearing this, Li Fangfang was stunned. Was happiness coming so suddenly? This villa, when listed for 45 million, would surely attract a frenzy. No, could it be that this was his way of offering to keep her? Thinking this, Li Fangfang couldn't stop smiling. She slowly walked up to Lin Yi and sat down beside him. Crossing her legs gently, the black stockings accentuated her beautiful legs. She spoke sweetly, "Don't worry, boss. I will definitely help you sell it quickly." Lin Yi was taken aback, feeling a shiver run through him at her tone. Did she misunderstand something? He looked at her appearance, her figure, and looks were far inferior to Lu Roming. Instantly losing interest, he provided her with his contact information and prepared to leave. Li Fangfang noted down the contact details and hurriedly ran out. As she reached the door, she didn't forget to turn back and say, "Don't worry, boss. Within 3 days, no, within 1 day, I will definitely sell this house." After saying this, she blew Lin Yi a kiss. He shivered all over and hurriedly stood up to leave. Just as Lin Yi walked out of the agency, he happened to see Wang Lia arriving in his new Audi at the agency entrance. Lin Yi was puzzled about what he was doing here. He hid to the side and observed slowly. Soon he saw Li Fangfang, who was helping him sell the house, actually getting into Wang Li's car. He was momentarily stunned, and then a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. After they left, Lin Yi came out. He had heard that Wang Lia had found a girlfriend, and she should be this Li Fangfang. Recalling how Li Fangfang had just flirted with him, he could guess that she thought he wanted to keep her. It seemed like there was going to be more entertainment to watch. Next, he needed to gather more money. Throughout the afternoon, Lin Yi ran around to all the banks, accumulating a total of 35 million in loans. He also borrowed nearly 5 million in illegal online loans. Now he had 45 million in hand. Once he sold the house and added the money from the trust company, he would have at least 170 million. Looking at the late hour, he definitely couldn't go back to the villa. He had to rent a place. Now there was only a month left until the apocalypse. Buying a house was unnecessary. He could simply spend 20,000 to rent a place. Save wherever possible. He already had a location in mind for the rental. In his previous life, he was killed in Lu Ruming's house. In this life, he planned to rent a place in Lu Ruming's neighborhood, so he could take revenge on everyone who had harmed him. Thinking this, Lin Yi headed towards Sunshine Garden Community. Meanwhile, Lu Roming and Lu Xiaohui had spent the entire afternoon shopping. After buying quite a few pieces of jewelry, they each returned home. Lu Ruming, back at home, couldn't stop thinking about Lin Yi, so she eagerly opened WeChat and clicked on Lin Yi's profile. In the chat box, she wrote, "Hubby, I really miss you. Come over and keep me company." After clicking send, she was completely stunned when a red exclamation mark appeared on her phone screen. Lu Roming skeptically tried again and again, yet it remained unresponsive. Now she was completely panicked. She instinctively prepared to call her aunt. But just the thought of telling her aunt that she had been swindled after receiving 5 million from her was unbearable. She could not tell her aunt. At least not now. But what should she do? Call the police. Lu Roming had just dialed the emergency number when she suddenly thought better of it and quickly hung up. Know that 5 million was money she had deceitfully obtained from her aunt. If she reported it, she wouldn't be able to explain herself. Lu Roming anxiously paced back and forth in her room. After a while, she did call her aunt. The urgent matter now was to find Lin Yi, and she had to ask him clearly. The call quickly connected. "Hello? What is it, niece?" Lu Roming composed herself before speaking. "And I want to ask if Lin Yi has returned home." Who knows where he ran off to? Why don't you just call him yourself? If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up now. Lu Xiaoyi's impatient voice came from the other end, and she hung up the phone. He's not home. Where could he possibly be? Lu Ruming's mind was in chaos. She recalled what Lin Yi had said to her before, that he wanted to marry her and would give her half of his assets. He can't just go back on his word. No, I must find him and clarify things face to face. With that, Lu Ruming hurriedly rushed out. At that moment, Lin Yi was in his newly rented apartment. A spacious unit with 4 rooms, a living room, a kitchen, and 2 bathrooms. Although it couldn't compare to his villa, it was smaller, which meant less energy consumption after the apocalypse. This apartment was directly behind Lu Ruming's house, a 10-story building allowing him to clearly observe every move of the Lu family. At this moment, Lin Yi was watching Lu Ruming anxiously pacing back and forth in her room. He knew that Lu Ruming had already realized he had blocked her. At this moment, she must be feeling extremely flustered. However, he was not in a hurry to take revenge, for Lu Ruming had caused him the deepest harm. He certainly wanted to keep her for last to torment her. Before that, he wanted her to experience the feeling of loss. The greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. What it meant to have a grand dream end in vain. After a while, seeing Lu Ruming turn off the lights and go downstairs, he stepped away from the window. He returned to his bed to rest. Tomorrow he had many things to do, and he could not waste time. A night without conversation. Lin Yi was awakened early by the ringing of his phone. It was Li Fangfang from the agency calling. He quickly answered the phone. On the other end, Li Fangfang's excited voice came through. Boss Lin, everything is settled. Your villa has been sold, and the transfer can be done today. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi immediately perked up. Great, I will be right there. After hanging up, Lin Yi quickly washed up and headed downstairs. However, as he reached the ground floor, he unexpectedly ran into Lu Ruming, who was returning from outside. At this moment, Lu Ruming had big dark circles under her eyes, and her hair looked quite greasy. It seemed she had been looking for him all night. Unsurprisingly, Lu Ruming also spotted Lin Yi. She rushed over excitedly. Lin Yi, why did you block me? Are you abandoning me? Her voice was loud, drawing the attention of many around them, who cast hostile glances. They must have already decided that Lin Yi was a scumbag. Lin Yi did not want to respond. Moreover, he still had the property transfer to attend to, so he tried to walk away. But Lu Ruming unexpectedly threw herself at Lin Yi's feet, hugging his legs and crying loudly, Lin Yi, did I not do enough? Just tell me, I will definitely change. As long as you don't leave me, I will do anything. Her crying was pitiful, evoking sympathy from onlookers. The surrounding spectators instantly became furious, surrounding her to stand up for Lu Ruming. Hey, how can you treat her like this? This young girl is humbly begging you. What more do you want? Exactly, I've seen plenty of scumbags like you. You've deceived her feelings and now want to call it quits. This girl's youth is priceless. Don't be afraid, young lady, we'll support you. Listening to the voices around him, Lin Yi frowned. After thinking for a moment, he gave a charming smile and gently held Lu Ruming's hand, saying, Silly girl, how could I ever abandon you? It's just that your demands are too demanding for me. Asking for a bride price of 688,000 is fine, and I can agree to put your name on the house, since we'll be a family after marriage. But why also do you want me to buy a car for your brother? Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, the expressions of the onlookers changed. What absurd demands these were. Their gazes towards Lu Ruming were filled with disdain. Lu Ruming's face also turned pale. So he blocked her because of this. She quickly replied, I don't want any of that. I just want to be with you. Seeing her so readily give up those conditions, the spectators' expressions softened. At least she was a good girl who knew when she was wrong. Thus, each of them, with the intention of doing a good deed, began to play matchmaker. Young man, I think this girl is quite good. They say it's better to tear down a temple than to break up a marriage. Why don't you two talk it over? Yes, young man, look how sincere she is. If you don't agree now, it will be your fault, and I must say something to you. Young man, you can take your time to talk. Don't act on impulse. Listening to the chatter around him, Lin Yi scoffed. What a bunch of nosy people. Of course I can accept her as long as she agrees to undergo a premarital checkup. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruming's face changed dramatically. How could she undergo a premarital checkup when she was already 2 months pregnant? Moreover, she had already had 2 miscarriages before. If it weren't for the fact that having another miscarriage could lead to infertility, she wouldn't be so eager to find a father for her child. The onlookers immediately turned to look at Lu Ruming. This made her momentarily panic, her mind going blank. No, I absolutely will not undergo a premarital checkup. The scene fell silent instantly. Everyone stared in shock at Lu Ruming. Those who had intended to speak up were silenced. Lu Ruming hurriedly clamped her mouth shut, but the words had already escaped. She felt ashamed and didn't know what to do. Looking at the questioning gazes around her, she fled back home. At this moment, everyone was taken aback. They never expected this farce to end up like this. Even those who weren't very smart realized what had happened. This girl must be living an improper life, otherwise why would she be afraid of a premarital checkup? With that, the crowd began to disperse, pretending as if nothing had happened. Lin Yi sneered and walked out. After hailing a cab, they quickly arrived at the real estate agency. Li Fangfang was anxiously waiting at the entrance. As soon as she spotted Lin Yi approaching, she hurriedly walked over with small quick steps. "Boss Lin, you finally made it. The client is waiting for you in the VIP room." Upon hearing that the house was only selling for 45 million, the boss showed great interest and even mentioned wanting to view the property and sign the contract today. As they spoke, the two walked toward the VIP room. According to Li Fangfang's description, this boss was quite powerful, dressed in fur, carrying a bag, and accompanied by bodyguards, showing no signs of hesitation at the mention of tens of millions. However, to Lin Yi, this person seemed like a nouveau riche. Such individuals are often troublesome, and he suspected that today's dealings would not go smoothly. Upon entering, Lin Yi saw a woman in revealing clothing, heavily made up, snuggled up to a burly man. The woman traced her fingers along the man's cheek, displaying a flirtatious and seductive expression. However, in Lin Yi's eyes, this woman, regardless of her figure or looks, paled in comparison to Lu Ruming, only scoring a 70 out of 100. Noticing someone had entered, the woman quickly straightened her posture. She glanced nervously at the entrance and brightened up upon seeing Lin Yi. She then unexpectedly threw a flirtatious glance at Lin Yi. Lin Yi was taken aback. Although he was quite handsome, not everyone could receive such attention. His gaze lingered on the woman for just a moment before shifting to the man beside her. In line with Lin Yi's thoughts, the man wore a fur coat that completely clashed with his demeanor, adorned with a gold chain around his neck and a Rolex on his wrist, flashing a golden tooth when he smiled. This image was the very definition of a nouveau riche gold tycoon. If Wang Liye acquired his house and assets, he would undoubtedly wear the same smug expression. The man raised his hand and ostentatiously checked the Rolex on his wrist, saying, "Brother, you're right on time, not a minute late." "Sorry, I encountered some traffic," Lin Yi replied with a smile as he stepped forward. "It's no problem, my time is limited, so let's get straight to the point. I really like this house, but can we negotiate the price a bit?" The nouveau riche lounged on the sofa, crossing his legs with an air of arrogance. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi furrowed his brow. He had indeed guessed right, encountering a troublesome buyer. This house is valued at 50 million, and he was offering it for 45 million, yet he still wanted to haggle. Since that's the case, Lin Yi felt no need to entertain this request. The price was already attractive enough. "Since your time is precious, I won't take up any more of it," Lin Yi said as he turned to leave. The woman beside the nouveau riche frowned hastily, pushing him, her expression one of annoyance. The nouveau riche looked astonished as well. Isn't haggling part of the business process? Why was the conversation ending? "Wait, little brother." The nouveau riche hurriedly called out to stop him. Lin Yi paused and asked, "Is there anything else?" "Little brother, I came all this way just to buy your house. You can't just say you're not selling. This house is worth 50 million, selling it for 45 million is already quite cheap. I see you're not genuinely interested in buying, so let's not waste each other's time." Then Lin Yi turned to Li Fangfang and said, "Change the price back to 50 million. I won't sell for a penny less." Lin Yi was just saying this out of anger. He simply didn't want to sell to such a troublesome person. Li Fangfang wore a troubled expression. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, the nouveau riche's woman immediately became anxious, tugging at him. "I don't care if you don't buy it today. You can forget about being with me in the future." The nouveau riche's expression turned ugly at her words. He scratched his bald head, which was devoid of hair, and quickly said, "Little brother, wait. I'll buy it at the previous price. I won't negotiate." Seeing how easily the woman had taken control of the nouveau riche, Lin Yi suddenly had an idea. "Since you don't appreciate the discount, you can buy it at the original price." Thinking this, Lin Yi said, "Sorry, I won't sell at the previous price anymore. It seems I was overly optimistic, thinking that selling at a discount would earn me sincerity in return, only to find it met with even greater arrogance." The nouveau riche's anger flared at Lin Yi's words. "Baby, how about we look at other villas in different locations?" He glanced awkwardly at the woman beside him. The woman pouted, clearly unhappy, and complained while shaking the nouveau riche's arm. "It's all your fault. If you hadn't been so indecisive, they wouldn't be unwilling to sell. I don't care if I want this one. This villa is the closest to Central Park, and my mom has to go there every day to dance. Are you going to make my mom travel so far?" As she spoke, she began to throw a tantrum. The nouveau riche was scratching his head in frustration, his features scrunching together. He quickly said, all right, I'll buy it no matter the cost." I can't let my mom squeeze onto the bus with all those old folks to dance, he added. Mph. Now we're talking. The woman finally stopped her tantrum. Watching this scene, Lin Yi nearly burst out laughing. This nouveau riche looked old enough to be the woman's father, yet he referred to her as my mom, giving him goosebumps all over. The nouveau riche then turned to Lin Yi, his face slightly grim, and said, 50 million it is, but I need to see the house first. All right, let's go now. With that, Lin Yi and Li Fangfang led the nouveau riche and his companions to the property. Inside the villa, Lu Xiaowei was reclining on the sofa, watching a mindless drama. At that moment, Wang Liye came downstairs. Mom, when is Lin Yi getting married? Hurry and transfer the house to me. I'm waiting to marry Li Fangfang. What's the rush? You should go out and buy some things now, so when Lin Yi gets married you can prepare the house properly. A performance should be complete. I'm not going. He hit me yesterday. Let him decorate it himself. Wang Liye sulked as he sat on the sofa. Lu Xiaowei didn't bother to say more. After all, she was too lazy to decorate. She glanced at her son and curiously asked, how's it going with your girlfriend? Oh, it's going well. She works at the biggest real estate agency in our city and heard she just secured a big client yesterday. If she sells the house, she'll earn 2,000. 2,000. Lu Xiaowei instantly sat up, her voice rising several decibels. Wow, my future daughter-in-law is so capable of making money. Although our family is not short on money, there will always be a day when we can't live off our savings. Mom supports you. Once the house is transferred to your name, I'll immediately arrange a grand wedding for you too. Really? That's great. Wang Liye was overjoyed. Just then the gate of the yard was opened. Wang Liye hurriedly looked outside and saw that his girlfriend seemed to be followed by a man and a woman. He exclaimed excitedly, Mom, my girlfriend is here. Lu Xiaowei quickly turned to look outside, and upon seeing the people outside, she couldn't help but feel puzzled about what they were here for. Soon a group entered. When Li Fangfang spotted Wang Liye inside, her body involuntarily trembled. Why was Wang Liye here? Isn't this Lin Yi's home? Xiaofang, who are these people? Wang Liye asked anxiously. Li Fangfang was still in a daze, her mind blank. Could it be that the villa Wang Liye mentioned belongs to Boss Lin? What is their relationship? With that thought, Li Fangfang questioned, why are you here? This is my home, of course I'm here. Upon hearing this, Li Fangfang's heart sank. She had already seen the property deed for this house, and it was under Lin Yi's name. This meant Wang Liye had been deceiving her all along. Her expression instantly turned cold. Just then Lin Yi walked in from outside. Seeing Lin Yi, Wang Liye immediately shouted angrily, Lin Yi, do you even know to come back? Where did you go last night? Do you know you're supposed to get married? Lu Xiaowei also scolded loudly. At this point, Lin Yi could no longer care about maintaining their facade and retorted, what does it matter where I go or what I do? You. How dare you speak to me like that? Lu Xiaowei didn't expect Lin Yi, who used to come and go at her beck and call, to suddenly talk back, and her blood pressure surged in anger. Feeling dizzy, Lu Xiaowei collapsed onto the sofa. Lin Yi, you little bastard, how dare you speak to my mom like that? Wang Liye charged at Lin Yi. Lin Yi's face darkened. How dare he call himself a little bastard? It seemed that the kick from yesterday was a bit too soft. He wasted no time and kicked out again. With this kick, Lin Yi exerted all his strength. Having been reborn with supernatural abilities, his power was already twice that of his previous self. The force of this kick could rival that of a world-class boxer. Wang Li's face instantly turned hideous as he flew backward 5 or 6 meters. Everyone present gasped at this scene, especially the nouveau riche, who looked at Lin Yi with fear in his eyes. He quickly moved closer to his 2 bodyguards, feeling a bit safer. The woman beside him seemed to radiate excitement, her expression unusually animated, as if she had spotted something delectable. Li Fangfang looked at Lin Yi in surprise. She hadn't expected Lin Yi to be not only wealthy, but also so skilled. He was 100 times better than Wang Liye. Rich and handsome, capable of fighting. If he could be her boyfriend, her sense of security would be through the roof. Son. Lu Xiaowei, lying on the sofa, became agitated when she saw her son being kicked away. She tried to get up, but her head seemed to spin even more, and after 2 attempts she couldn't rise. Wang Liye, lying on the ground, clutched his stomach and rolled around. Tears and snot streamed down his face. Lin Yi couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him, mainly because he didn't want to cause serious trouble. After all, the apocalypse had not yet come, he just needed to teach him a lesson. He looked at the nouveau riche and smiled. Now we can view the house. I've already seen the house. I think there's no problem. We can proceed with the transfer now. The nouveau riche wore a forced smile, no longer exhibiting his earlier arrogance. Transfer. Just as they were about to head to the property registration center for the transfer, Lu Xiaowei, lying on the sofa, suddenly jolted awake and sprang up. She quickly ran to the door and blocked everyone's way with her body in its pose. Wait, what transfer? Lu Xiaowei looked at Lin Yi and shouted, Lin Yi, didn't you say you were going to transfer the house to Lu Ruming? Seeing her accusatory tone, Lin Yi's anger surged again. For all these years their family had been like vampires, constantly draining his blood. Not only had he spent the 100,000 yuan he earned each month on them, but now they also wanted to take over his house. Truly shameless to the extreme. Lin Yi didn't want to give her a shred of kindness. What I do with the transfer is none of your business. The house is mine and I can give it to whoever I want. How dare you? Lu Xiaowei's eyes widened in disbelief at what she heard. Was this really what Lin Yi said? She immediately sat on the ground, slapping the floor randomly with her hands and feet. Lu Xiaowei began to wail loudly, Oh, I raised you with such difficulty, and you treat me this way. What a wolf cub I've raised. You ungrateful child, why is my life so hard? If your mother in the underworld knew you treated me this way, she would never rest in peace. Listening to her words only fueled Lin Yi's rage. Enough, Lin Yi shouted loudly. Lu Xiaowei was startled into silence by the sudden outburst. How dare you mention my mother? My mother entrusted me to you before she died. How have you treated me? You receive 100,000 yuan every month from the trust company. How much of that have you spent on me? If even half of that money was spent on me, I would be grateful for your kindness. But what have you done? You, on the other hand, spend my money daily on luxury skincare products, expensive clothes, bags, and jewelry. My money has all been spent on your family. And you still have the face to say that. Lu Xiaowei sat on the ground, rendered speechless by his retort, unable to utter a word for a long time. The others looked at Lu Xiaowei with contempt after hearing Lin Yi's words. This family was indeed the trash of the trash. They actually wanted to seize someone else's property as their own. Now they even wanted to usurp the house. How detestable. After Lin Yi finished speaking, he called a few people to head to the property registration center for the transfer. Once they exited, Lu Xiaowei hurriedly scrambled up from the ground. She rushed to her son's side to check on him. Son, are you okay? Mom, I'm fine, just a bit sore. After seeing he was all right, Lu Xiaowei finally breathed a sigh of relief. Son, quickly block the door. This is our house. We absolutely cannot let anyone else have it. With that, she hurriedly locked the front door. Wang Lia also reacted, and together with Lu Xiaowei, they moved a sofa to firmly block the door. The two sat on the sofa as if bandits were about to come at any moment. Soon the house was transferred, and 50 million yuan landed squarely in his account. Naturally, this house was no longer his concern, and Lin Yi left. As for how to evict Lu Xiaowei's family from the villa, that was the nouveau riche's own business. Soon as the intermediary Li Fangfang returned to the villa with the nouveau riche, she had the responsibility to remove the uninvited guests from the house. However, when she prepared to open the door, she found it seemed to be blocked from the inside. Li Fangfang awkwardly said to the nouveau riche, it seems like they've blocked the door from inside with something. The nouveau riche immediately became furious and shouted at his two bodyguards, damn it, break down the door. The two bodyguards acted without hesitation, grabbing two axes from the car and began chopping at the front door. Lu Xiaowei and Wang Lia, hiding inside the house, were terrified and ran back to their room. Before long, the door was smashed to pieces. Two bodyguards moved aside the sofa blocking the entrance. The nouveau riche and his entourage finally stepped inside. They noticed that Lu Xiaowei and Wang Lia were not in the living room. The nouveau riche then ordered the two bodyguards to find them. Soon they were discovered in separate bedrooms. However, both clung desperately to the beds, refusing to be dragged out. Forced to report back, the bodyguards informed the nouveau riche. Enraged by the news, he and his men charged upstairs. Upon reaching the second-floor bedroom, they saw Lu Xiaowei clutching the bed tightly. Damn it, you wretch. Get the hell out of here now. I'm not leaving. This is my house, no one can kick me out. Lu Xiaowei shrieked in a piercing voice. The nouveau riche suddenly twisted his face into a sinister grin. This house is mine now. Your presence here is trespassing. Even if I have my men break your limbs, the police won't care. I'll give you 10 seconds to think it over. If you're not out by then, don't blame me. Lu Xiaowei's body trembled violently. Seeing the axes in the bodyguard's hands, she froze in terror. As the nouveau riche slowly counted down, Lu Xiaowei finally broke. She scrambled to her feet and fled. Snorting at her cowardice, he sneered, Humph, trying to fight me. I've got plenty of ways to deal with your kind. Next they found Wang Lia. He had locked himself in his room and refused to come out. The nouveau riche wasn't about to indulge him. He had the door hacked open. After all the doors would need replacing anyway. What are you doing? Wang Lia cried out in alarm. Haha, what am I doing? Giving you a little tune-up. The old woman was a flimits, but a young punk like him was fair game for a beating. Immediately, the two bodyguards dragged Wang Lia outside. These bodyguards were seasoned professionals. They never struck vital spots, targeting only areas that caused excruciating pain without leaving visible marks. After a flurry of punches and kicks, Lin Yi howled in agony. Stop! Stop! Well, leave. At that moment, Lu Xiaohui, who had been hiding nearby, rushed out to shield her son. She grabbed the bodyguard's arms. Only then did they cease their assault. The nouveau riche sneered at the mother and son. Get lost. People like you don't deserve to live in a mansion like this. Huh. With that, he wrapped his arm around his mistress and strode back inside. Li Fangfang had completed her task and was ready to leave. As she passed by Wang Liye, he grabbed her arm. Fangfang, don't go. Why are you doing this to me? This was supposed to be our wedding home. Li Fangfang kicked him away, her face twisted with disgust. Who would marry you? You're nothing but a liar. If I'm going to marry anyone, it'll be someone rich like Lin Yi. Wang Li's expression darkened. Lin Yi was the person he despised most in the world. Why was Lin Yi born with so much money? Why did he get a grand villa while Wang Liye grew up in a rundown shack? He couldn't accept it. Nothing infuriated him more than being compared to Lin Yi. It felt like a blow to his very pride. That was why he constantly tried to belittle Lin Yi, desperate to prove his own superiority. But now his girlfriend had uttered those very words, igniting a fury within him. He scrambled to his feet and slapped Li Fangfang across the face. You bitch. Say that again. Li Fangfang clutched her cheeks, staring at him with a mix of disbelief and rage. How dare you hit me? Even my parents never laid a hand on me. After the slap, Wang Liye calmed down, realizing his mistake. He grabbed her hand, pleading, Fangfang, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Don't leave me. Let's get the villa back together, okay? Let go of me. Let go. Li Fangfang struggled fiercely but couldn't break free. She shoved him hard. Wang Liye stumbled backward, flailing his arms. In the chaos, he accidentally tore her pencil skirt. Her underwear was exposed for all to see. Li Fangfang screamed, grabbing the skirt to cover herself. Tears streamed down her face. By now a crowd had gathered. Her cheeks burned with shame. Coupled with the slap, a wave of grievance washed over her. Without hesitation, she pulled out her phone and called the police. Panic-stricken Wang Liye rushed over and begged for mercy. Fangfang, I was wrong. I shouldn't have hit you. Please don't call the police. Fine, I won't call them. If you pay me 50,000. What? Wang Liye exclaimed. 50,000 for one slap. That's extortion. Lu Xiaohui jumped in. Li Fangfang had finally seen this family for what they were. She sneered. You kept quiet when your son hit me, but now you speak up. Take it or leave it. The police will be here soon. As they hesitated, sirens wailed in the distance. The officers got out of their car and headed straight for them. Who called the police? Officer, it was me. Li Fangfang waved, still clutching her torn skirt. She then recounted the incident. After hearing the details, the officer addressed them. We've got the picture. Do you want to settle this privately or through the law? Privately. Privately. Lu Xiaohui stammered, intimidated by the police. Turning to Li Fangfang, she pleaded, Fangfang, my son didn't mean it. Can we pay less? No way. Not a single cent less. Li Fangfang fumed. Left with no choice, Lu Xiaohui called Lu Ruming. After all, she had given her 5 million. The call connected quickly. Ruming, transfer 50,000 to your auntie right away. I need it urgently. Lu Ruming's panicked voice came through. I don't have any money. No money. Didn't I just give you 5 million? How can you be broke? On the other end, Lu Ruming realized she couldn't hide it anymore. She confessed everything about how Lin Yi had tricked her. When Lu Xiaohui learned that the 5 million had ended up in Lin Yi's pockets, her mind went blank. All she could hear was a ringing in her ears. Only one thought consumed her: the money she had scrimped and saved for years was gone. I want to call the police, she screamed instinctively, her mind suddenly clearing. What are you reporting? Are you going to call the police for your son hitting someone? Li Fangfang sneered from the side. As Lu Xiaohui was about to continue speaking, she immediately stopped. No one could know that she had given money to Lu Ruming. After all, she had colluded with Lu Ruming to cheat Lin Yi out of money. If this matter got out and the police learned of it, it would involve attempted fraud. Although she hadn't managed to con any money, serving time in prison was inevitable. She absolutely could not let anyone know about this. Thinking of this, Lu Xiaohui felt her heart bleed. 500,000 was gone, and she could only swallow this bitter loss. I was just talking nonsense, Lu Xiaohui said, feeling guilty. So are you going to get the money or not? Li Fangfang displayed a disdainful expression. Lu Xiaohui knew that today, no matter what, she could not let the police take her son away, so she forced a smile and said, Fangfang, can you give me a few more days? They'll get the money and pay you immediately. Don't try to sweet-talk me. If you don't give me that 50,000 today, your son will be going to jail. Mom, save me. Wang Lai panicked when he heard the word jail. Lu Xiaoyi's heart also raced. Her son was only 18 at such a wonderful age. How could he go to jail? Suddenly, she spotted the Audi she had just bought for her son. She quickly said, I bought this car for 500,000, give me 450,000 and you can take the car. Li Fangfang laughed in anger upon hearing this. She sneered, you old woman really know how to do business. That car is worth at most 400,000. Don't you know cars are depreciating assets? It has already lost value the moment it left the dealership. Besides, what do I need your junk car for? Without cash, just wait for your son to go to jail. Lu Xiaoyi felt a heavy weight in her heart as she suddenly saw a few familiar neighbors, all of whom had plenty of money living in such a place. Thus, she set her sights on these people. But when she asked to borrow money, not one of them was willing to lend her any. They all avoided her as if she were a plague. Yet she could not bear to watch her son be taken away by the police, so she shouted to these people, I just bought a car yesterday, or I need money urgently. It's for sale at 450,000. Anyone interested? With that car of yours, don't even think about 450,000. Even 40,000 might not find a buyer. Have you even checked the used car market? 450,000. You're just throwing out a number. Haha, if you sell it for 300,000, I might consider buying it. Listening to these derisive comments, Lu Xiaoyi felt her lungs nearly explode with anger. But with her son on one side and a car on the other, even she knew which to choose. So she sold the car to the person who offered 300,000. That person happily paid and drove off to transfer ownership. Lu Xiaoyi took the money and gave Li Fangfang 50,000. Hey, raise the money. You can drop the charges now, right? Lu Xiaoyi said coldly. Li Fangfang received the money in high spirits. With this amount, she had earned a total of 250,000 today, enough for 3 years of her income. Thus, she left in a good mood. Since the charges were dropped, the police only had both parties sign a document before leaving, and they did not take Wang Lai away. Both of them finally breathed a sigh of relief. Mom, what should we do next? Son, don't panic. Now we need to find Lin Yi. As long as we find him and make him marry, we can access over 40 million in assets. Mom, won't Lin Yi withdraw that money? No, the trust company explicitly told me that to withdraw all the money, the only condition is that Lin Yi must marry and present the marriage certificate to withdraw it all at once. Suddenly feeling a sense of urgency, Lu Xiaoyi continued, let's go to the trust company and withdraw this month's money. After Lin Yi left, he headed straight for the trust company. He wanted to withdraw all the money. Before she died, Lin Yi's mother had placed all her savings in the trust company to prevent Lu Xiaoyi's family from ignoring Lin Yi after getting the money. To withdraw all the money at once, Lin Yi had to wait until he was of age and married. Otherwise, Lu Xiaoyi would never be able to access all the money. What Lu Xiaoyi did not know was that Lin Yi's mother had told him before she died that if their family treated him poorly, he could go to the trust company and withdraw all the money. This restriction only applied to Lu Xiaoyi and did not restrict Lin Yi. However, Lu Xiaoyi was unaware of this, otherwise she would not have dared to treat Lin Yi that way over the years. It was also because of this that Lin Yi saw through the true colors of this family. Soon he arrived at the trust company. After submitting his information, a dedicated staff member came out to assist. The staff member took out a stack of documents which included the original contract and all the withdrawal procedures for each month thereafter. Lin Yi glanced at them, his expression turning cold. Over the years, Lu Xiaoyi had withdrawn a total of 15 million from this fund. The remaining amount was only 85 million. And out of that 15 million, no more than 100,000 had been spent on him. Most of the remaining money had been spent on her family. Of course, Lin Yi later recovered 5 million. Over the years, they had spent nearly 10 million. This money could not be reclaimed as they had no money left now. Just as Lin Yi was about to sign the documents, after confirming everything, Lu Xiaoyi burst in with Wang Lai. Lin Yi, you little brat, how dare you be here? You can't take that money. Your mother said before she died that this money must be in my hands. After saying that, she quickly looked at the staff member and questioned, Manager, by how are you handling this? Didn't we agree that only I can withdraw the 100,000 each month? The staff member referred to as Manager by found her attitude unpleasant, but due to professional standards, he said nothing. However, to Lu Xiaoyi, this scene felt like outright disdain and disrespect. What kind of attitude is that? I want to see your general manager. At this point, Manager Bai could no longer tolerate it. Lin Yi was now withdrawing the entire amount, indicating that Lu Xiaoyi was no longer his client. Moreover, judging by her demeanor, it was clear she had a conflict with Mr. Lin, and she was unlikely to receive this money. In that case, he had no obligation to serve this woman. Ms. Lu, according to our contract, Mr. Lin is the legal heir of this property, and our company has no right to refuse Mr. Lin's withdrawal of this money. Furthermore, Mr. Lin is allowed to withdraw all the money as per the contract. You are merely his guardian, not the heir of this property, and have no right to interfere with the client's choice. What? How can he withdraw all the money? Isn't it only possible to take it all out once he gets married? And half of this money belongs to me. How can he take it all out by himself? Upon hearing Manager Bei's words, Lu Xiaowei instantly became agitated. Manager Bei smiled and said, under normal circumstances you would indeed receive half of this money. However, now that we have received Mr. Lin's request to withdraw the funds early, it will not be distributed according to the contract provisions since it has been withdrawn in advance. Withdraw early. The contract clearly states that Lin Yi can only withdraw all the money after marriage, and I am entitled to half of it. On what grounds can you withdraw it early and take away my share? Lu Xiaowei shouted loudly. At this moment, people had already gathered around to see what was happening. Lu Xiaowei's purpose was to draw attention. As more and more people gathered, she sat down on the ground and began to cry loudly, everyone come and see. These people are unreasonable. This is half of my money, and now they want to take it all away. However, those who came here were all business partners of the trust company, and few had simple backgrounds. After a moment of thought, they understood that this matter was not so simple. The trust company placed great importance on its reputation. If what this lady claimed was true, the company would be in serious trouble. They were all elite members of society and understood that what they saw might not necessarily be the truth. Just then, two people suddenly emerged from the crowd. They raised a camera and started filming Lu Xiaowei on the ground. Ma'am, I am a reporter from a gossip website. Is there anything you need help with? Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaowei felt as if she had grasped a lifeline. She grabbed the reporter's hand, tears in her eyes, and said pitifully, Reporter, you must help me. All right, ma'am, please share your grievances. I will do my best to help you. The reporter was indifferent to this. Some of them would go to any lengths for traffic, even turning black into white. Manager Bei witnessing this frowned. He never expected there would be reporters present today. If this situation was not handled properly, he might even lose his job. I am his aunt. This child has been orphaned since childhood. I raised him with great difficulty. Now what was promised to me is being taken by him. And this Manager Bei, how can my life be this tragic? I gave my heart and received such a result. Lu Xiaowei spoke tearfully, and many people on the scene began to sympathize with her, criticizing Lin Yi. Indeed, I've raised a white-eyed wolf. I really wonder if his parents in heaven would feel ashamed. The kindness of raising him outweighs the kindness of birth. Although she is your aunt, she has taken care of you for so many years. How can you not be filial to your elders? Such a person is a disgrace even in society. The voices condemning Lin Yi grew louder. He truly admired Lu Xiaowei's ability to stir up trouble. He had only glanced at the contract for a moment, and she had made such a scene. Originally, he did not care how the media reported on him. After all, the apocalypse was coming in less than 20 days. However, he could not stand Lu Xiaowei's face, and since she wanted fame, he did not mind adding fuel to the fire. At this moment, Manager Bei awkwardly approached Lin Yi and whispered, Mr. Lin, how do you want to handle this? Although we are following the contract, we cannot withstand the malicious spread by the media. Lin Yi knew that Manager Bei was afraid this matter would implicate him, so he replied, Don't worry. This matter will not involve you. As he spoke, Lin Yi picked up a contract and walked over to the reporter. The reporter quickly aimed the camera at Lin Yi and asked, Sir, do you have anything to say about this? Did you do these unscrupulous things as this lady claimed? Lin Yi let out a cold laugh and replied, Indeed, I intend to withdraw all this money. Upon hearing this, the crowd was immediately in an uproar. Those who had been skeptical started to join others in condemning Lin Yi. Good. You beast. How could you do such a thing? You are truly a disgrace. People like you should not exist in this world. Cyberbully him. Hound him. Lu Xiaowei and Wang Liya looked at Lin Yi with delight. The reporter also looked at him with anger and restrained her impulse to ask again, Sir, do you not feel the slightest bit guilty for what you have done? Why should I feel guilty? As he spoke, he took off his jacket. Just as people were about to launch a new round of curses, everyone froze, not understanding Lin Yi's actions. Lin Yi took off his clothes and turned around to show his back to the crowd. This is what she calls meticulous care. I have worn this outfit for 5 years, and it already has several large holes. All my clothes have been worn for at least 3 years while they are all wearing brand names. Any piece they casually take out could be exchanged for dozens or even hundreds of my outfits. The crowd was in an uproar again. God, this outfit looks like it has become frayed. It really takes 5 or 6 years to achieve this effect. Look at the clothes worn by that mother and son. Which one isn't the latest designer brand? Each piece they were must be worth 5 or 6,000. Indeed, it seems that this aunt is being overly critical of her nephew. Hearing the discussions, Lu Xiaowei immediately panicked. You are talking nonsense. I never criticized him. He only said that because he knew I would come today. I said it on purpose. Lin Yi scoffed and said, Today manager Bai is here, you take 10,000 a month from here. Why don't you tell us where that 10,000 has gone? With so many trivial matters, how could I remember? Lin Yi, what do you mean? I am your aunt, not your maid. Lu Xiaowei said in a panic. Lin Yi continued, Of course you can't say where it went because you never used this money for me. There are so many contracts here, if anyone doesn't believe it they can come and take a look. Over the years she has taken 1,500,000 and all this money was left to me by my mother. Moreover, this contract is a mother-child contract. If my aunt's family treats me poorly, I can withdraw all the money without leaving her a cent. God, all that money was actually used for herself. This aunt is truly malicious. I almost wronged a good person, truly the villain first complains. Such a villain should be exposed. Expose her online. As he spoke, someone took out their phone to take pictures. He's lying. Don't listen to him. Lu Xiaowei immediately panicked, shouting hysterically, but no one listened to her defense. At this moment, the reporter had already looked at the contracts on the table and was shocked by the pile of evidence. Each one had Lu Xiaowei's name on it, and the money was indeed taken by her. Furthermore, she confirmed that Lin Yi was telling the truth. This contract was indeed a mother-child contract, and Lin Yi had the right to withdraw all the money. Rest assured, I will post everything that happened today online so that everyone knows the ugly faces of this mother and son. The reporter said solemnly to Lin Yi. Lu Xiaowei and her son hurriedly fled amidst the shouts of criticism. Lin Yi also successfully withdrew 85 million, paying a 1 million custody fee before leaving the trust company. Soon an article titled Shock. The vampire reemerges, aunt occupies nephew's billion-dollar fortune, nephew lives like a beggar, surged to the top of the trending searches. In no time, photos of Lu Xiaowei and Wang Liye spread across various groups. Some people even managed to expose their family's situation in detail. Even their old home and living conditions over the years were uncovered. From a life of poverty in the countryside to living in a luxurious villa, their extravagant spending was laid bare. This further solidified the fact that their family were vampires. The names of Lu Xiaowei and her family of 3 instantly became targets of online outrage. There was even a saying warning to beware of people with Lu Xiaowei's features, advising to stay away from anyone resembling her. Lu Xiaowei and Wang Liye fled to Sunshine Community, resembling street rats, as they stealthily approached Lu Ruming's home. After confirming no one was around, she knocked on the door. Lu Ruming opened it and recognized Lu Xiaowei. She had already seen the trending topic online and was aware that her aunt had become a target of online attacks. She asked in surprise, Aunt, what brings you here? Hurry and let us in to hide. It may not be convenient for me here. Quit the nonsense. If you don't want people to know you're involved, let us in. Lu Ruming initially wanted to send them away, but upon hearing this, she had no choice but to let them in. Once inside, Lu Xiaowei said, Rent me an apartment in this building. Ooh, we can't show our faces right now. Hearing this, Lu Ruming sighed in relief. As long as they didn't stay in her house, she was fine with it. Don't worry, I'll go rent an apartment for you right away. Saying this, Lu Ruming began searching for rental information in her group. In no time, she found a suitable place, and it was in their building. After a quick look at the apartment, she rented it. Then Lu Xiaowei and her son scurried into the apartment like street rats. Only when the door closed behind them did they finally breathe a sigh of relief. Damn it. If it weren't for Lin Yi, how would our family have fallen to this state? Lu Xiaowei blamed everything on Lin Yi. Mom, what are we going to do from now on? Boo-hoo. Crying again. All you do is cry. Lu Xiaowei scolded her in frustration. Lin Yi's uncle Wang Jiaqing worked at a newspaper. At this moment, he was busy with work. Suddenly, the boss secretary approached him and said, Wang Jiaqing, the boss is looking for you. Wang Jiaqing was puzzled. The boss had never called for him before. Why today? Could it be that he wanted to promote him for his hard work? Thinking this, Wang Jiaqing felt a surge of excitement. Okay, you'll go right away. The secretary hurried away, her expression oddly peculiar. Wang Jiaqing noticed that his colleagues were looking at him strangely today. Shaking his head, he set aside his work and stood up to find the boss. Soon he arrived at the boss office. Boss, did you call for me? Take a look for yourself. As soon as he walked in, the boss angrily slammed a phone on the table. Wang Jiaqing, confused, picked up the phone to check. When he saw the headline, his expression changed, and then he saw photos of his wife and son along with the online insults. After reading the entire article, he nearly fainted. Boss, there must be some misunderstanding. Wang Jiaqing hurried to explain. You don't need to explain. We do not welcome morally corrupt people like you here. You are fired. With that, the boss instructed the secretary to settle his wages. At that moment, Wang Jiaqing finally understood why his colleagues had been looking at him strangely today, and he didn't have the face to stay any longer. After leaving the office, he immediately took out his phone and called his wife. As soon as the call connected, Wang Jiaqing exploded. Lu, shall we look at the mess you've caused? I've lost my job. As he yelled, more and more people gathered around, pointing and gossiping. He quickly fled the scene, scurrying away like a street rat. Soon he stealthily made his way to Sunshine Community, following the address Lu Xiaowei had given. After Lin Yi left, he found a storage warehouse for rent. The warehouse was 500 square meters, perfect for storing a large amount of supplies in a short time. After some negotiations, he spent 10,000 to rent it for a month. The warehouse was for storing supplies, as he couldn't let others know about his spatial abilities. The warehouse effectively concealed this. After renting the warehouse, Lin Yi contacted several suppliers. They provided all sorts of goods. Of course, he mainly focused on survival supplies. He ordered 10,000 tons of essential items like flour, wuchang rice, and Waha bottled water. These were enormous orders, and Lin Yi wouldn't pay the full balance at once. He would only give them a partial deposit. As for the balance, he planned to pay it a month later, but by then, with the apocalypse upon them, no one would come looking for that money. In any case, funds were limited. Adding up various black market loans and money from selling his house, he currently had only 180 million. He needed to make this money work as if it were 10 billion. Naturally, this also involved the zero-cost purchases on the day of the apocalypse. After making the calls, Lin Yi contacted a dozen restaurants to order banquet meals. His space could keep things fresh, and he needed to take advantage of that. Depending on the size of each restaurant, he ordered different quantities, averaging 300 banquet meals delivered each day. This amount would translate to 9,000 banquet meals when the apocalypse arrived, enough for him to eat for decades with an estimated cost of 20 million. Then Lin Yi activated his spatial ability, and the massive supplies in the warehouse instantly vanished, arriving in his space. After completing this, what Lin Yi urgently needed was to create a safe house. It was essential to have a sturdy and warm safe house. Coincidentally, he had a classmate working at a security company which was reputed to be the most famous security firm in the country. Soon Lin Yi arrived at a security company called Attendant. Two towering men, each standing at 6 feet tall and dressed in camouflage uniforms, stood rigidly at the entrance. All the staff here are retired soldiers, each exuding a remarkable aura. One of his classmates, who had just retired from the military, managed to get in directly to Attendant through some connections. Once inside, a beautiful receptionist quickly greeted him. "Sir, may I ask what service you would like to request? Do you have an appointment?" "I'm looking for Wang Kai." Lin Yi mentioned his classmate's name. They had a good relationship back in school, which is why Lin Yi thought to seek his help for these matters. First, having a familiar face makes things easier. Second, he didn't have many friends and wanted to give Wang Kai a heads up so he could prepare in advance. Of course, he was merely offering a reminder as a friend and would not provide any other assistance. After all, he had learned the ugliness of human nature in his previous life, and he wouldn't risk his life to help others again. Before long, the female receptionist dialed Wang Kai's number. Upon hearing that Lin Yi had arrived, Wang Kai appeared very excited. Soon he took the elevator down to the first floor. As the elevator doors opened, he saw Lin Yi and waved, saying, "Lin Yi, I'm over here." Lin Yi stood up and walked towards Wang Kai. "Old classmate, it's been a while. What brings you here?" Wang Kai seemed very excited. "I heard you just got back from the army and joined this security company, and I happen to need some services, so I came to find you." "Are you looking for a job?" "However, the requirements for hiring here are quite stringent, and since you haven't served in the military, it's tough to get in." Wang Kai wore a worried expression. Seeing this, Lin Yi smiled and said, "I'm not looking for a job. I heard that you can build a safe house here, and I want your company to help me create one." Wang Kai's expression changed as he looked at Lin Yi in disbelief. After a moment, he managed to smile and said, "I remember life was quite tough for you during school. How did you become so prosperous in just 2 years?" It's a long story that I will tell you later." Lin Yi deflected casually, feeling no need to reveal his circumstances. "All right then, I see I was worrying for nothing. What scale of safe house are you looking for?" Wang Kai handed over a brochure and continued, "This contains detailed descriptions and pricing. Take a look." Lin Yi took the brochure and opened it. The first page showcased the most basic option with renovation costs around 200,000, suitable only for fending off petty thieves and equipped with emergency devices. However, this scale did not meet his needs. Thus, Lin Yi flipped to the last page. Upon seeing the words custom order, his eyes brightened. This was exactly what he required. "He'll take this one." Wang Kai looked at Lin Yi's choice with a stunned expression. Lin Yi, this custom order starts at 10 million, and we can't just spend money recklessly. Wang Kai whispered in his ear. Seeing this, Lin Yi felt a warmth in his heart. It's fine, I want this one. Then all right. Follow me. Seeing Lin Yi's insistence, Wang Kai didn't say anything further. Soon the two arrived at the top floor of the executive office area, where such large custom deals require the president's personal attention. This floor was lavishly decorated, and only a few people were present. After introducing Lin Yi to the president, Wang Kai left. Mr. Lin, please specify your custom requirements so I can provide a price based on your situation. Lin Yi handed over the architectural structure of the property, saying, My requirements are quite strict. This is a 10-story commercial building, and I need you to complete the renovation within 25 days. Money is not an issue. Then Lin Yi proceeded to outline his demands. All right, Mr. Lin, these requirements are all feasible. However, since your property is relatively small, we will need to use topophthalene precision equipment to ensure that your living space is not compromised, which may raise the costs. Just quote me a price. Lin Yi replied casually. 20 million. No problem. Seeing Lin Yi agree so readily, the other party was slightly surprised. However, having seen big deals before, he assumed Lin Yi was just a bored rich kid. After all, for wealthy individuals, 20 million was hardly a significant amount. After Lin Yi paid the deposit and handed over the room key, he headed downstairs. Wang Kai, waiting below, was so excited he was about to burst. As the introducer, he earned a one commission which amounted to 200,000. Thus, he was already aware that Lin Yi had spent 20 million to build a safe house. Wow, brother, you really struck it rich. You just made me 200,000. Don't worry, when the money comes through, I will return you 100,000. Wang Kai said excitedly, hugging Lin Yi's shoulder. Lin Yi smiled and replied, You can keep that money. Tisk. Once you have money, you speak differently. Since you've said that, I won't be polite anymore. Wang Kai said with delight. The two chatted for a while below. Wang Kai did not ask Lin Yi how he suddenly became rich, he was just happy for him. This also made Lin Yi decide to remind him to stockpile some food with that money. Lin Yi thought for a moment and said, I have some insider information. I heard that a virus is spreading abroad and is rumored to have reached the country. The outbreak period will be in a month. You should stock up on food and drinks just in case. You aren't building the safe house because of that, are you? Wang Kai seemed to think of something and quickly said, By the way, they contacted me yesterday and said there's a class reunion tonight. Let's go together after I finish work. Lin Yi shook his head, saying they didn't invite me and I can't be bothered to get involved with them. What? This is too excessive. We are all classmates. How can they do this? Wang Kai slammed the table, clearly irritated. Just then Wang Kai's phone rang. He quickly answered, and after a short while he hung up. With a helpless expression, he said, Sai, I have a meeting to attend today. You go ahead, I'll catch up later. With that, Wang Kai hurried upstairs. Lin Yi was also preparing to leave. He had no desire to attend the class reunion. Just as he was about to exit, a person walked in at the entrance. His expression turned slightly cold. Oh, who is this? Isn't this the infamous Rags King Lin Yi from our class? Ha ha. The newcomer laughed loudly. Lin Yi earned the nickname Rags King because he always wore tattered clothes during school. The newcomer, named Sun Chong, often troubled Lin Yi during their school days, and he was the one who started calling him that. Lin Yi couldn't be bothered with him and prepared to leave. At that moment, Sun Chong showed a disdainful expression and continued, Don't be in such a hurry to leave. Today you're lucky, we're having a class reunion, and you can join us for a meal without paying. This remark was extremely insulting, implying that he was pitying Lin Yi and offering him a meal as charity. A cold glint flashed in Lin Yi's eyes as he sneered at Sun Chong, saying, If the food is so good, you should eat more lest you find it hard to get it later. Sun Chong naturally couldn't grasp the meaning behind Lin Yi's words, but he knew they weren't pleasant. His expression stiffened and his face grew cold. It's clear that 2 years have changed you. Come ride in my car. I just bought a Mercedes yesterday. Aren't you envious? Unlike some poor losers who will probably never afford one. Saying this, Sun Chong waved the keys in front of Lin Yi. Lin Yi was somewhat speechless. People these days flaunt their possessions too easily. It seemed that this reunion was initiated by Sun Chong to show off his superiority in front of their classmates. Lin Yi sneered. There was no need to get angry at someone like him. His time was far too precious now. Moreover, how long could he remain so arrogant? He could always deal with him when the apocalypse arrived, assuming he lived to see that day. Lin Yi disregarded him and walked straight out the door. Seeing him leave, Sun Chong couldn't help but sneer in contempt. He thought Lin Yi was leaving out of embarrassment. He mocked Lin Yi's back, saying, It seems some people are self-aware enough to realize their status isn't suitable for attending this reunion. Lin Yi paused his steps and coldly glanced at Sun Chong, the killing intent in his eyes unmasked. Watch your filthy mouth, or I will make you regret it. Sun Chong's heart skipped a beat. For some reason his heart raced, and he felt a chill in his body. He didn't even dare to meet Lin Yi's gaze, as those eyes seemed to carry the weight of death. Lin Yi's words felt like a knife thrust into him, leaving him frozen in place. After a moment, he slowly calmed down, only to be overwhelmed by a strong sense of shame. He found it hard to accept that he had been frightened by Lin Yi. This filled him with immense frustration. What was Lin Yi? He was nothing compared to his pinky finger. Sun Chong's face turned menacing. He could no longer maintain his facade of politeness and shouted angrily, Lin Yi, what do you think you are? How dare you threaten me? By the way, weren't you secretly in love with Lu Shijia? Let me tell you the truth, you will never have her in this lifetime. And she's coming to this reunion too. She will become mine, Sun Chong. Hearing Sun Chong's words, Lin Yi's steps slowly halted. A familiar name echoed in his ears. Lu Shijia was the class beauty admired by many, including Lin Yi himself. It was after Sun Chong learned of Lin Yi's feelings for Lu Shijia that he began targeting him. However, at that time Lu Shijia was solely focused on her studies and had not accepted anyone's pursuit. It was surprising that Sun Chong was still thinking about her now. Lin Yi's pause was not because he still had feelings for her. It was because after the apocalypse broke out in his past life, Lu Shijia had helped him, and as a result, she lost her life. For that, Lin Yi had felt guilty for a long time. Lu Shijia was a child from a single-parent family relying solely on her mother, and their living conditions were not good. 10 days before the apocalypse in his past life, Lu Shijia's mother suddenly fell seriously ill and, unable to afford treatment, married Sun Chong. Afterward, Lu Shijia took 10,000 yuan as a betrothal gift to treat her mother. On the day the apocalypse broke out, Lu Shijia and Sun Chong held their wedding. But just halfway through the wedding, Lu Shijia's mother passed away. Consequently, the wedding had to be halted. Sun Chong's parents considered this event inauspicious and kicked Lu Shijia out. They forbade her from continuing to associate with Sun Chong. After the apocalypse broke out, Lu Shijia had been hiding at home. Until a month later, when Lin Yi's family ran out of food, he went out seeking help and happened to run into Lu Shijia. But just as she handed him a bag of instant noodles, countless eyes turned toward them. After Lin Yi hadn't walked far, these people surged out like madmen. They forcibly kicked open Lu Shijia's door. Not only did they rob all the food inside, but they also didn't spare Lu Shijia. She was torn to pieces right before his eyes. He often thought that if he hadn't asked her for food, she wouldn't have died such a tragic death. Even if she rejected him, he wouldn't feel so guilty. Yet she had unhesitatingly given him the food at that time, which made it impossible for him to move on. Fortunately, he was reborn. It seemed he had a chance to make amends for his guilt toward Lu Shijia. Lin Yi slowly turned back and walked up to Sun Chong again, that murderous gaze reappearing. This made Sun Chong shiver, feeling utterly uncomfortable. What do you want? He swallowed hard. Lin Yi coldly said, take me there. Originally, Sun Chong had no intention of letting Lin Yi go. He had only said that to humiliate Lin Yi. He didn't want to let Lin Yi ride in his precious new car. But faced with such an imposing Lin Yi, he didn't dare to utter a single word of refusal. After hesitating for a few seconds, he said, all right, I'll take you. Only then did Lin Yi's gaze soften. Sun Chong breathed out as if carrying a heavy load, but he realized that in just this short time, he was already drenched in cold sweat. He was actually sweating in Lin Yi's presence. His heart twisted with extreme resentment. Damn it, I will definitely kill you. Thinking of this, he spoke, wait for me to call Wang Kai, then we'll go together. He had come primarily to pick up Wang Kai, having heard he returned from military service and joined this security company. For such a promising classmate, he would definitely need to build a good relationship for future use. No need, he has a meeting today and will be a bit late. We can go ahead. Well, okay. Sun Chong could only relent and took Lin Yi to his car. You should sit in the back seat. Sun Chong didn't want Lin Yi to sit in the passenger seat. But just as he finished speaking, Lin Yi directly sat in the passenger seat, which deeply frustrated him. Helpless, he had no choice but to get in the car and start the engine, driving towards the restaurant for the reunion. Soon they arrived at the restaurant. Lin Yi followed Sun Chong into an enormous private room. Looking inside, there were more than 20 people. There were more than 30 people in their class. Clearly not everyone had been invited. In his previous life, he also did not receive any notification. Among those in the room, except for Lu Shijia, all were from well-off families or held relatively good jobs. It was evident that a screening had taken place. Those who were not doing well were not invited. As they opened the door, the two walked in. Sun Chong, as the host, you finally made it. You must drink 3 glasses as punishment. Lin Yi, you're here too. At that moment, a group of people looked at Lin Yi with a hint of surprise in their eyes. Lin Yi also noticed that Lu Shijiao was looking at him. Her gaze seemed different from that of the others. Lin Yi seemed to see a glimmer of joy in her eyes. However, the moment their gazes met, Lu Shijiao turned her head away. Lin Yi thought it was just his imagination. I ran into him on the way, so I brought him along. Sun Chong smiled, trying to cover his embarrassment. At that moment, the others exchanged glances. From their eyes, Lin Yi saw their disdain for him, as if they were looking at a clown. The class monitor was the first to speak. Since we're all here, let's sit down. It's just about adding one more chair. The others echoed him. Yes, since you're here, take a seat. We're all classmates. Why wasn't Lin Yi notified before? It's because we couldn't find his contact information. Looking at the expressions of this group, Lin Yi could only scoff coldly. This was a class reunion, but their purpose was not to reminisce. They just wanted to gather the classmates who had done well over the years to see if there were any connections they could exploit, or perhaps to show off, belittling those who were less successful, thus gaining a sense of accomplishment. Naturally, Lin Yi's presence became the target of their attacks. I remember Lin Yi used to pick up bottles from the trash can back in school. Haha, yes, I remember. He had a nickname called the King of Junk. As soon as this was said, the entire room burst into laughter. Little Lin, where are you working these days? We haven't heard from you in the last 2 years. If you need a job, let me know. Our company is hiring security guards paying $4,000 a month. We're all classmates. If you have difficulties, just speak up and we'll help you out. Looking at their haughty postures, Lin Yi felt disgusted. He naturally wouldn't give these people a good face, so he said, "You people are hypocritical and ignorant. Each one of you looks like you're doing well, but in reality, you're just a bunch of cowards who take pressure every day at work, trying to find a sense of existence through me. You've picked the wrong person." As soon as he said this, the expressions of those present turned ugly, as if they had been poked at a sore spot. Lin Yi, we just wanted to help you. How can you say that to us? Look at what you've become now, dressed in cheap clothes. How can you say such things? Exactly, we might not be doing well, but we're better than you, a bottle picker. Sun Chong secretly laughed at this scene. This is what you get for being arrogant. Now you've offended everyone. Let's see how you'll manage from now on. However, even though he wanted these classmates to humiliate Lin Yi thoroughly to vent their frustration, he couldn't let the situation turn too ugly since he organized this gathering and his beloved woman was also present. Thinking this, he quickly spoke up. Everyone, please calm down. It's rare for us to gather, so let's not stoop to his level. With Sun Chong mediating, everyone's emotions eased a bit. However, they were still full of resentment towards Lin Yi. One by one, they completely ignored him. For Lin Yi, this was actually a good thing. At this moment, Sun Chong glanced at Lin Yi with disdain and said, "Lin Yi, there are chairs over there. You can move one over yourself." "No need to, I didn't come here to eat." The crowd looked at Lin Yi again, their disdain openly visible in their eyes. "What else could a poor guy like you do if you're not here to mooch off the food? Haha, are you afraid of hurting his delicate little heart? Haha, are you here to pursue our class beauty, Lu Shijia?" As soon as this was said, everyone turned their eyes to Sun Chong, who was planning to confess to Lu Shijia in front of the whole class today. This statement made Sun Chong sensitive. He glared at Lin Yi with resentment, waiting for his next words. Lin Yi ignored these people and walked straight up to Lu Shijia. "I came here to tell you that if you encounter any difficulties in the future, you can find me. You have my contact information." Lu Shijia was slightly taken aback and then lowered her head. Sun Chong's eyes widened in shock, his face slightly trembling. His complexion instantly turned red, his fists clenched and veins bulged. "This is clearly ruining the party. Lin Yi, you better get the hell out of here," Sun Chong shouted, angrily pointing at the door. Lin Yi's purpose had been achieved. He disdainfully said to Sun Chong, "Do you think I want to come to a place filled with smoke and chaos?" With that, he slammed the door and left. Lin Yi's departure did not change the atmosphere in the room at all. They continued to talk, laugh, boast, and drink as usual. Only Lu Shijia remained distracted. Soon Wang Kai, who was late, finally arrived. A group of people urged Wang Kai to drink 3 glasses. Wang Kai joked and laughed through 3 glasses of wine, scanning the crowd and suddenly feeling puzzled. Why isn't Lin Yi here? As soon as Lin Yi was mentioned, everyone's expressions turned ugly. Don't mention that poor guy, or it'll ruin everyone's mood. Exactly, that poor loser doesn't deserve to come to a class reunion. Listening to their words, Wang Kai's expression gradually darkened. What exactly happened? He said, his voice tinged with anger. Wang Kai, there's no need to be angry with someone like Lin Yi. It's better that he left. Then everyone chimed in, and Wang Kai finally understood what had happened. He slowly set down his wine glass, looking disappointed at the classmates before him. He sneered and said, Hee, you say he's a poor loser, but today he just customized a security house worth 20 million at our company. If he's a poor loser, then everyone here is trash. As soon as this was said, the entire room fell silent. After a long time, Sun Chong said, "Did you misspeak? How could he possibly have 20 million? You forgot that when he was in school, he always wore ripped clothes. If he had money, how could he dress like that?" "Exactly. Wang Kai, don't fool us. Wang Kai, quickly tell us what happened." Seeing that the group still didn't believe him, Wang Kai felt even more disappointed. So he took out his phone, opened the trending topics, and said, "You've seen this trending topic, right? The person mentioned here is Lin Yi's aunt. It's his aunt's family that has seized over 100 million of Lin Yi's assets, and a villa worth 50 million. Everyone's minds went blank. The minds of the crowd went blank in an instant. After a while, they finally regained their senses, primarily because this bombshell was just too overwhelming, leaving them dazed and confused. Even now, they couldn't believe it was true. The wealthy person they had been trying to curry favor with turned out to be their classmate, someone they interacted with daily. But they had never regarded Lin Yi as a person. At this moment, they were filled with regret. Unfortunately, it was too late to say anything now. What should we do now? How about we invite Lin Yi back? Okay, I think that's a good idea. Soon Sun Chong found Lin Yi's contact information and dialed. Not long after, Lin Yi left, his phone rang. He saw it was Sun Chong and answered, curious about what the other party wanted. If they wanted to play hardball, he would be up for it. But as soon as he answered the call, Sun Chong's somewhat mischievous voice came through. "Lin Yi, you really left? Everyone was just joking with you. You didn't take it seriously, did you? Come back quickly. Everyone is waiting for you." Lin Yi was taken aback for a moment, but then he quickly figured out what was going on, or it must have been Wang Kai who revealed his situation. This group of sycophants had no qualms about trying to curry favor with him. Realizing this, Lin Yi hung up on Sun Chong and blocked him. However, shortly after, another call came in. Lin Yi hung up again, but the calls kept coming in relentlessly. After repeatedly hanging up several times, his phone finally fell silent. At that moment, Sun Chong and the others looked extremely grim, unable to get through to Lin Yi. At this point, Wang Kai had also seen through the true faces of these classmates and lost his appetite for the meal. He angrily left, making the situation awkward. Before long, Lu Shijia found an excuse to leave as well. This left Sun Chong feeling frustrated. He had treated his classmates to dinner today to confess to Lu Shijia. Now that the main character had left, what was the point of this gathering? The others felt equally complicated and lost all desire to stay, and soon the crowd dwindled. In the end, only Sun Chong remained in the room. After receiving the delivery call from the restaurant, Lin Yi quickly returned to the warehouse. He received 300 tables worth of food, one after another. Once everyone had left, he stored all the food into his space. After finishing, night had already fallen. Now that the house had been handed over to the security company, he couldn't sleep comfortably in the warehouse. So he decided to find a 5-star hotel. Thus, Lin Yi spent his days at the warehouse receiving supplies. He ordered a large variety of items, including all kinds of food, snacks, and candies. He had essentially placed a bulk order for everything available in the supermarket. These items were gradually shipped over from other cities. Every day, a multitude of trucks delivered goods. At night, he would return to the hotel, take a hot bath, and sleep comfortably. During this time, Li Fangfang, who was helping him sell his house, continuously called him, hinting at her intentions. However, Lin Yi had no desire for her. She simply didn't appeal to him. Meanwhile, Lu Rameng had been searching for him, seemingly aware of which hotel he was staying at. But it didn't matter. Even if she found him, what could she do? Sun Chong and the others were not ready to give up. Seeing that Lin Yi's phone was unreachable, they created a large group chat, adding all their classmates. Initially, Lin Yi would try to leave, but they kept pulling him back in. Eventually, he got lazy and simply muted the notifications, saving himself the hassle. However, while feeling bored, Lin Yi checked the chat content. Aside from the usual bragging, he discovered a piece of useful information. Sun Chong's family actually owned a large supermarket. With this in mind, he had to plan for a free shopping spree on the day of the apocalypse. So Lin Yi inquired about the supermarket's details in the group. When Sun Chong saw Lin Yi talking to him, he was incredibly pleased, answering whatever Lin Yi asked. Soon Lin Yi had a clear understanding of his family's supermarket. Now he just had to wait for the apocalypse to arrive. 20 days passed in the blink of an eye. One morning, Lin Yi's phone rang. Lin Yi picked up the phone, squinting to see who it was, instantly shaking off his drowsiness. It was Lu Shijia calling him. He pressed the answer button, and her panicked voice came through. "Lin Yi, are you still keeping your promise from last time? I need your help with something now." "What is it?" Although Lin Yi already knew, he still had to pretend he was clueless. "It's like this. My mom has been saying she feels unwell these past few days, and today, I brought her to the hospital for a checkup. The doctor said she has a malignant tumor." At this point, Lu Shijia was already in tears. "Don't panic. Where are you? They'll come find you. I'm in the inpatient department of the Central Hospital. Okay, wait for me. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yi immediately took a taxi to the hospital. In less than 10 minutes, he saw Lu Shijia with red-rimmed eyes. Upon seeing Lin Yi, Lu Shijia's eyes turned red again. Lin Yi, I really had no choice but to seek your help. Lin Yi waved his hand and said, let's not talk about that for now. What did the doctor say? The doctor said the success rate of the surgery is very low and that we can only pursue conservative treatment. Lin Yi directly transferred 100,000 yuan to Lu Shijia. Lin Yi, thank you. Lu Shijia's expression changed slightly after receiving the money. Don't mention it. First we need to get your mother treated. Lin Yi then busied himself with her, and before long half a day had passed. Lu Shijia's mother was also hospitalized, and he no longer needed to worry about the next steps. After saying his goodbyes, Lin Yi quickly returned to the warehouse where several delivery trucks were parked. After a busy half-day, Lin Yi finally moved all the supplies into the warehouse. Once everyone had left with a wave of his hand, all the supplies entered his space. After finishing these tasks, Lin Yi returned to the hotel, quickly washed up, and prepared to go to bed. Just then the doorbell rang. Lin Yi was puzzled. Who would come looking for him at this hour? Peering through the peephole, he was surprised to see Lu Shijia outside. He opened the door. She wore a winered velvet slip dress, the neckline plunging just below her collarbone, perfectly showcasing her alluring curves. The dress hugged her body, tightly accentuating her slender waist and curvaceous hips. The hem of the skirt reached mid-thigh, swaying gently with her steps, revealing her long, fair legs. On her feet, a pair of black stiletto heels adorned with sparkling rhinestones radiated an enchanting charm with every step she took. Her earlobes were adorned with a pair of ruby earrings glinting under the light and complementing her vibrant lip color, making her appear like a burning flame, irresistibly seductive. What brings you here? Lin Yi found himself becoming slightly entranced. Lu Shijia looked down, appearing somewhat nervous. She said nothing and slowly walked inside. Watching her seductive figure, Lin Yi couldn't help but swallow hard. The two stood there in a stalemate for a moment before Lu Shijia softly said, Lin Yi, why did you help me? Lin Yi momentarily didn't know how to respond. But at that moment, Lu Shijia unexpectedly opened her arms and directly leaped into his embrace. Lin threw herself directly into his embrace. Lin Yi's body stiffened and his hands instinctively wrapped around her slender waist. Breathing in the faint, delicate fragrance emanating from her, Lin Yi felt as if a bull was stampeding in his chest, his heart pounding wildly. He had not anticipated Lu Shijia being so forward. Thank you for today, she said with propriety, releasing him after a brief embrace. This left him with a sense of wistful loss. It's nothing, Lin Yi replied casually. I know all about your situation. I never imagined you went through such an ordeal. I'm glad you've finally broken free from your aunt's family, so you can live a better life from now on. Lu Shijia smiled, her grin radiant and devoid of the greed seen in Gold Digger's eyes. Lin Yi knew she was genuinely happy for him. At this thought, a flood of memories about her surged in his mind. Back then, Lu Shijia was exceptionally beautiful and consistently excelled in her studies. Every day she had suitors, yet she rejected every single one regardless of who they were. Due to his own insecurities, Lin Yi was extremely introverted at the time. He had mustered the courage to confess his feelings, but ultimately abandoned the idea for that very reason. If she rejected everyone, why would she accept him? In Lin Yi's eyes, Lu Shijia was simply too outstanding. Over time, he buried this matter deep in his heart. Meanwhile, Lu Shijia's life continued unchanged. Daily admirers, all of whom she turned away without exception. What are you thinking about? Lu Shijia asked curiously, noticing his daze. Lin Yi snapped back to reality and shook his head gently. The past was the past. Having survived the apocalypse, he had witnessed too many scenes of kin turning against each other, let alone the bonds of non-blood-related couples. He no longer trusted anyone. Nothing, just recalling some old memories. Are they about me? Lu Shijia blinked, her expression earnest. Lin Yi paused, taken aback. Today's Lu Shijia seemed markedly different from the one in his memory. But since she had asked so directly, why should he feel embarrassed? With that thought, Lin Yi nodded. Yes, I was thinking about our school days. Lu Shijia smiled sweetly, her eyes curving into crescents. Seeing her like this, Lin Yi was momentarily mesmerized. After a while, she whispered, at the last class reunion, they said you liked me. Is that true? Her voice was barely audible, yet it reached Lin Yi's ears clearly. That's all in the past, he said flatly. Hearing this, a flicker of disappointment passed through Lu Shijia's eyes. I thought you helped me because you liked me. Lu Shijia lowered her head, a trace of tears glistening in her eyes, but she concealed it well, unnoticed by Lin Yi. Having been betrayed by the woman he trusted most in his past life, Lin Yi harbored little faith in humanity. That bitter experience made it difficult for him to fall for anyone. He had to remain highly vigilant, never trusting anyone without absolute certainty. "Did you come to see me for something?" Lu Shijia composed herself and spoke. "I came to thank you. Without you, I wouldn't have known what to do. To be honest, Sun Chong approached me yesterday and said he'd only help if I married him. If it weren't for you, I might have actually agreed." Lin Yi was unsurprised. It was the same plot as in his past life, but his intervention had altered the outcome. Having repaid the debt of gratitude from his previous existence, he felt no lingering guilt. "These are trivial matters. Don't dwell on them. But I don't want to owe you a favor," Lu Shijia said, lifting her head abruptly to meet his gaze. Her eyes were rimmed with red and glistened with moisture. The next moment, as Lin Yi was momentarily stunned, her dress slipped off, revealing her perfect figure before him. "If you like me, I'm willing to be your girlfriend. If not, then I'll repay you with my most precious possession." Lu Shijia's voice trembled slightly. This was something Lin Yi had never anticipated. Gazing at her body, a growing heat stirred within him. At that moment, he almost wanted to pull her into his arms. But before he could make a move, Lu Shijia had already thrown herself into his embrace. Feeling her fiery body against his, Lin Yi could no longer restrain himself. The two quickly tumbled onto the bed. The night was dark and the commotion was loud. After an unknown span of time, they fell asleep in each other's arms. Exhausted from the night's exertions, both were utterly spent. When they opened their eyes, it was already 10 o'clock. Looking at Lu Shijia, who lay quietly like a kitten in his arms, Lin Yi felt a warmth in his heart. In his past life, he had done such things with Lu Rumeng, but the feeling was entirely different. Only now did he realize that Lu Rumeng had merely been going through the motions. This was the first time he had truly experienced such beauty. As Lin Yi stirred slightly, Lu Shijia woke up. She gently kissed his cheek before quickly getting up to dress. "I need to go to the hospital to take care of my mom." Just then a frantic knocking came from the door, accompanied by Lu Rumeng's shrewish curses. "Lin Yi, you bastard, get out here. Didn't you promise to marry me? How can you go back on your word? You hid away in a place like this to avoid me, but you didn't think I'd find you, did you? Get out here." Not wanting her to make a scene outside, Lin Yi got up and opened the door. Seeing him, Lu Rumeng grew agitated and immediately barged into the room. But as she entered, she was shocked to find Lu Shijia getting dressed inside. Lu Rumeng's mind exploded in a thunderous roar. Pointing at Lu Shijia, she demanded furiously, "Lin Yi, who is she? Why is she in your room? What have you two done? Take your dirty hand away. Who she is and what we did, none of that concerns you." Lin Yi slapped away Lu Rumeng's pointing finger. Lu Rumeng's pupils contracted sharply. She hadn't expected Lin Yi to speak to her like that. Suddenly, she realized her own loss of composure. She wasn't even his girlfriend, so what right did she have to talk to him this way? Panic seized her. She quickly said, "Lin Yi, I didn't mean it like that. I know you're angry with me and deliberately brought this woman here to spite me, right?" Lin Yi was almost amused by her anger. What was she to deliberately find someone to provoke her? Lin Yi coldly sneered and said, "If there's nothing else, hurry up and leave. Don't linger here and be a nuisance." Lu Rumeng's heart trembled as she looked at Lu Shijia, taking in her alluring figure and the pitiful expression on her face. In an instant, she understood everything. This woman must have seduced Lin Yi. With that thought, Lu Rumeng rushed towards Lu Shijia, shouting, "You shameless wretch, how dare you seduce my boyfriend? Just watch, I'll scratch your face. Have you had enough of this commotion?" Lin Yi had already been on guard for her to make a move. As soon as she moved, Lin Yi reached out and pulled her back. "Lin Yi, as long as you apologize to me, I won't hold today's incident against you. Let's start over, shall we?" Lu Rumeng looked at Lin Yi, her expression filled with grievance. Hearing those words, Lin Yi's heart turned cold. She actually thought he would treat her like before. Should I thank you for giving me this opportunity? Lin Yi, we're supposed to be husband and wife in the future. What's there to thank? Don't worry, I will take good care of you from now on." Lin Yi smiled, but suddenly his expression turned cold as he pushed Lu Rumeng away, saying, "You should take a good look at yourself in the mirror and see what you are. Get lost." "Oh." Lu Rumeng was pushed by Lin Yi and lost her balance, falling awkwardly onto the corridor. Around her, a dozen cleaning ladies pointed and gossiped about her. Ignoring her image, she angrily roared at the entrance, "Lin Yi, you will surely regret this." After saying that, she fled the scene in panic under the watchful eyes of many. Inside the room, Lu Shijia looked at Lin Yi without asking him anything. After all, she was not Lin Yi's girlfriend. The main reason she got involved with him was to avoid owing him anything. "I'm leaving. Let me see you off." It's easy to be at a disadvantage with that woman around. Upon hearing this, Lu Shijia felt warmth in her heart. He actually cared for her. Soon Lin Yi took Lu Shijia to the hospital. After having breakfast, he went to the warehouse. During this time, he had been processing the business license to start a shell company. Finally, he managed to get it done before the apocalypse, which allowed him to stockpile a large amount of coal. He contacted several coal yards and negotiated the coal price down to 500 per ton, directly ordering 100,000 tons. He only paid a deposit. This coal would be an essential resource in the apocalypse, enough for him to use for 100 years. However, the hardest part was still gasoline. This was something that couldn't just be bought with money. Thus, Lin Yi turned his attention to diesel. Under the company's name, he ordered a total of 100,000 tons of diesel from different places. After that, he purchased a batch of the best cold-resistant clothing, down jackets, sunglasses, quick-drying clothes, and so on. He ordered a large quantity of everything he could think of, regardless of model or style. After finishing all this, it was already evening. After sending off the last batch of trucks and storing everything in his space, Lin Yi returned to the hotel. However, as soon as he entered the hotel lobby, Lu Ruming's family of 4 rushed out from somewhere, surrounding Lin Yi. "You little brat, I finally caught you. Are you trying to deny that you bullied my daughter?" Lu Ruming's father, Lu Shanchuan, shouted in anger. "You're not going anywhere. You little brat, after bullying my daughter, now you want to easily shake her off. No way." Lu Ruming's mother, Wang Meiying, glared at him like a shrew. "Dare to bully my sister? I'll fight you." Lu Ruming's brother, Lu Zihang, glared at Lin Yi while holding a mop. Meanwhile, Lu Ruming stood aside, crying profusely as tears streamed down her face. Quickly, a large crowd gathered, pointing and gossiping about Lin Yi. Listening to the discussions around him, Lu Ruming's family felt even more confident. Kid, if you don't give me an explanation today, don't even think about leaving." Lu Shanchuan snorted coldly. "Yes, no explanation, don't think about leaving." Wang Meiying echoed. Lin Yi looked at this family and sneered, "What explanation do you want?" "Of course, an explanation for my daughter. She almost committed suicide because of you. You must marry my daughter. Yes, you must marry my daughter. And you need to buy my sister a car. That's what you promised her." Lu Ruming cried beside them, her sobs growing louder. They certainly wanted him to marry Lu Ruming because they were eyeing his billions in family assets. Watching the ugly faces of this family, Lin Yi felt immense disgust in his heart. Did they want to embarrass him in public? Then there was no need for him to spare them any face. They probably didn't know that Lu Ruming was already 2 months pregnant. Lin Yi smiled wickedly and continued, "Fine. Since you are so unreasonable, let's have a good discussion. You say I bullied Lu Ruming, but what evidence do you have? I only met her a month ago, and we stopped contacting each other after a week. In such a short time, how am I supposed to compensate? You still want to argue? You told my daughter you would marry her." Lu Shanchuan shouted angrily. "I did say that, but your daughter wanted a betrothal gift of 6,800 plus a 50 million villa and a car for her brother. I later thought it wasn't worth it and changed my mind. So do I have to fulfill everything I say? Isn't it true that in business you can't be held legally responsible without a signed contract?" The crowd of onlookers immediately perked up at this. No wonder the young man refused. Isn't this selling his daughter? Even selling a daughter has a price, but this is an exorbitant price. Lu Ruming's family suddenly found it hard to maintain their stance. However, since they had come today, they would do everything to prevent Lin Yi from leaving. What family doesn't ask for a betrothal gift for marriage? I just want to give my daughter some security. Exactly. I've raised my daughter for 20 years. Now she's marrying you. Shouldn't you show some sincerity? What's wrong with buying her a car? If you marry my sister, we'll be family, so isn't it right to buy a car for your brother-in-law? Lin Yi still underestimated this family's shamelessness. It seemed he had no choice but to pull out the big guns. Lin Yi sneered and continued, I've let you say both good and bad words. After paying such a high price to marry, at the very least, I should have a refined lady as my bride, not a public bus carrying another man's child." Upon hearing this, the crowd perked up as if they had caught wind of a great secret, listening intently. At that moment, Lu Ruming's face turned pale. This was something no one knew about, and she had no idea how Lin Yi found out. "You little brat. What the hell are you saying? My daughter would never do such a thing." Lu Shanchuan's anger erupted instantly. He knew what kind of person his daughter was. "Let me tell you, spreading rumors is also against the law. I'm going live right now to show the netizens your wicked face, you scumbag." Saying this, Lu Zihang pulled out his phone and opened a certain app's live streaming feature. He then spoke to the screen, "Family who understands this. The scumbag abandoned my sister and is now spreading rumors about her. Everyone recognize this person. Don't let your sisters or daughters marry him. Let him be single for life. That's right, son. This kind of person deserves to be exposed, Wang Meiying said proudly. Seeing this scene, Lin Yi could hardly contain his laughter. It was the first time he had seen himself exposed online. At this moment, Lu Rumeng realized that the situation seemed to have spiraled out of her control. She hurriedly pulled Lu Ziheng and said, "Quick, turn off the live stream, stop it. Sister, don't be afraid. We have the truth on our side, what is there to fear?" Lu Rumeng stammered, suddenly flustered and at a loss. Seeing her in such a panic, Lin Yi's lips curled slightly. "What's wrong? Go ahead and speak. Do you have a child in your belly or not?" At this moment, the onlookers seemed to sense something was off. Wait a minute. If she hasn't done such a thing, why is she acting so flustered? Oh my God, could she really be pregnant? Lu Rumeng's family saw that no one was speaking up for them and began to panic. "Family, please help us judge this situation." Lu Ziheng quickly sought help from the enthusiastic netizens. User 1258565 replied, "No need for us to judge as long as your sister speaks out, that will suffice. Independent woman, little brother, let your sister boldly speak out, we sisters will support her. Marrying me costs 38W8. Exactly, we sisters can't stand these lowly men, let your sister speak up, so we can take screenshots and expose him online." Seeing that the netizens were still supporting his family, Lu Ziheng suddenly felt invigorated. Sister, go ahead and speak. The netizens have already said it, they have taken screenshots. As soon as you say it, they will expose Lin Yi on all major platforms. Lin Yi quickly interjected, "Right. Hurry up and say it. Once you do, we'll go to the hospital for a checkup. If I wronged you, you can ask for anything, and I will agree." Upon hearing this, the other party became excited. You better keep your word. Daughter, hurry up and speak. Sister, please say it." Upon hearing that they would go to the hospital for a checkup, Lu Rumeng instantly panicked. She couldn't bear to be checked. If she just made something up, it would be fine, but if it came to an examination, everything would be exposed. At that time, not only would her parents know, but perhaps the whole internet would find out. If that were the case, how could she have the face to live on? She absolutely couldn't let anyone know about the child in her belly. Thinking of this, she gritted her teeth and ran out. Only by doing this could she escape the relentless questioning. Her parents and younger brother were stunned when they saw her suddenly run out. What does this mean? Is it really so hard to say that she doesn't have a child in her belly? No, could it be that she really is pregnant? Boom. The three of them felt as if they had been struck by lightning. The people around them suddenly understood everything. Haha, this family is truly ridiculous. They don't even know their daughter is pregnant with someone else's child. Exactly, and they had the audacity to confront others in public. The most ridiculous is that brother, isn't he broadcasting his own family's shame live? Ha, now everyone on the internet knows what kind of family they are. Hearing these comments, Lu Ziheng shivered all over. He quickly looked at the comment section of the live stream, which was now filled with insults. He no longer dared to continue the live stream and hurriedly turned it off. "Dad, what do we do now? Old man, what on earth is going on?" At this moment, Lu Shanshuan's face was ashen, looking like he was about to explode. "What else can we do? Let's hurry up and leave. Aren't we already embarrassed enough? Today my old face has been completely humiliated by her." The three quickly fled the scene in a panic. The others, seeing that the excitement was over, gradually dispersed. Lin Yi also sneered and returned to his room. Sunshine community. Snap. The sound of the belt striking against the body was particularly crisp. "Oh, Dad, stop hitting me, I was wrong." Lu Rumeng's haunting cry resonated throughout the entire building. "I taught you to be lowly. Is this how I raise you? Now tell me, who is the father of the child?" "Dad, I'm not sure either, please stop hitting me." However, when Lu Shanshuan heard this, his anger grew even stronger. Not even knowing who the child's father is. This is utterly embarrassing. "If you don't tell me today, I swear I'll beat you to death." Bang, bang, bang. Half an hour later, Lu Rumeng lay on the bed, crying like a weeping willow. "Now we have only one option left, which is to insist that the child belongs to Lin Yi," Lu Shanshuan said, smoking with a grim expression. "That's not possible. He will definitely demand a paternity test." "Then what do you suggest we do?" Lu Shanshuan glared at her angrily. Lu Rumeng trembled in fear. "Tomorrow we'll go find him, he'll get rid of the child, and he'll promise him that I will definitely live a good life with him in the future." It can only be done this way. In the middle of the night, Lin Yi ordered 20 snowmobiles online. These are essential transportation tools after the apocalypse. Without them, one cannot move an inch. Next, he needed to prepare weapons. Guns were definitely unattainable, and even if he could get them, there was no way to bring them here. The risk was too great. He looked at bows and crossbows online. These had great power and long range, making them the best choice currently available, and they could easily be purchased. He browsed online, purchasing a total of 100 bows and 1 million crossbow bolts from dozens of stores. Next came the selection of close combat weapons. The country strictly controls knives, and what can be bought online is mostly unsharpened or small fruit knives which are of little use in the apocalypse. It seemed that the matter of close combat weapons could only be addressed in reality. In a daze, Lin Yi fell asleep. A night passed in silence. Early the next morning, Lin Yi prepared to set out to see where he could buy knives. However, upon opening the door, he saw Lu Ruming, who was bundled up tightly waiting at the entrance. Seeing Lin Yi come out, Lu Ruming quickly stood up and limped over. Lin Yi, I know I was wrong. Please forgive me, okay? Not everything can be forgiven, Lin Yi replied coldly. I know, but I've come to apologize in person. How can you not forgive me for that? Lin Yi couldn't help but laugh, thinking, is this even reasonable? What? You made a mistake, and now you still think you have a reason? Lu Ruming's eyes instantly filled with tears. I just made a mistake that all women might make. I was also deceived by those men. I'm a victim too. Lin Yi, too lazy to deal with her any further, turned to leave. Lu Ruming's expression changed, and she quickly grabbed his arm, saying, Lin Yi, please don't go, okay? Accompany me to the hospital for an abortion. I promise I'll be obedient in the future, and I'll stay by your side, and then we can have a baby that belongs to both of us. After saying that, she looked at Lin Yi with hopeful eyes. Lin Yi was already disgusted to the core, not even willing to say another word. However, he finally spoke. Impossible, just give up on that thought. After saying that, he forcefully shook off Lu Ruming's hand. She watched Lin Yi's departing figure, her entire being becoming hazy. Eventually, she weakly collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down like a fountain. After leaving, Lin Yi searched for weapon craft shops on the map. Soon he found several stores selling tang knives. However, the weapons sold in these stores were all unsharpened, having only artistic value. Nevertheless, these were already the best quality weapons he could find. Once sharpened, they would become sharp blades. Of course, he wouldn't mention sharpening them, lest the shopkeeper call the police. He could only buy them and sharpen them himself slowly. Finding a reason, he said he wanted to open a craft shop as well. After purchasing over 100 weapons from more than 10 stores, Lin Yi returned to the warehouse. These weapons were already sufficient, as each one would need to be sharpened individually, and he didn't have that much time. 100 would be enough. Besides, there would be plenty of weapons during the apocalypse. After that, he gathered supplies in the warehouse, sharpened the weapons, and returned to the hotel to sleep at night. Living a life of routine. In recent days, Lu Ruming had not come again, which made things a lot quieter. After experiencing that incident with Lu Shijia, he had tasted the sweetness and often thought about it at night. Fortunately, Lu Shijia came again. After experiencing the worldly matters, she seemed to have become inseparable from Lin Yi. The two entangled passionately for an entire night. The next day, Lu Shijia's mother was discharged from the hospital, and Lin Yi helped her mother return home. Seeing her mother's condition was not good, she would likely pass away just like in the last life on the day of the apocalypse. Lin Yi, feeling reluctant to leave, hid some cold food and water in her house. These things would at least allow them to survive the early stages of the apocalypse. He also helped her replace it with a sturdier security door. After all, in the last life she was invaded because the door was not strong enough. After spending some time together, their relationship was in a peculiar state. However, in Lin Yi's heart, he still couldn't shake off his wariness towards beautiful women. He did not want to die at the hands of a woman again in this life. After having lunch together, Lin Yi went to the warehouse to continue his routine life. Aside from increasing supplies, he was receiving materials. Before long, this kind of life reached 5 days before the apocalypse. Lin Yi's money was almost spent, and the remaining funds were for the final payment of the safe house. This final payment had to be made after the house was handed over. It couldn't wait until after the apocalypse. However, it didn't matter. He wasn't short of this 10 million in supplies. In the early stages of the apocalypse, there was a chance to go out for zero-cost purchases. Time quickly passed to 5 days before the apocalypse, which was November 22nd. That morning, Lin Yi received a call from his old classmate Wang Kai. Lin Yi, we have completed your house according to your requirements. Come and take a look. Hearing this, Lin Yi felt a surge of joy. Great'll be there right away. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yi couldn't wait to arrive at Sunshine Community. Upon arriving at the community, he saw Wang Kai waiting outside. Bro, come see if you are satisfied with our masterpiece. Rest assured, I supervised the entire process. There will definitely be no issues. Haha, I trust you to get things done right. Soon the two arrived upstairs, and when Lin Yi saw the finished house, he was overwhelmed with excitement. The finished product turned out to be even better than he had anticipated. Lin Yi, let me introduce you to some features of this safe house. We have adopted the most advanced heating system in the country, ensuring that every corner of the room radiates warmth. This system is designed to offer both electric and coal heating according to your needs, so even if it's minus 100 degrees outside, you won't feel a hint of chill inside. At the same time, we have implemented insulation and air circulation systems in the room, allowing the air to remain fresh while minimizing heat loss, which significantly reduces fuel consumption. For the electric system, we utilize thermal energy conversion principles along with diesel generators, ensuring that power supply is maintained while heating, making it extremely energy efficient. Hot water is also available at any time. Besides connecting to the tap water, we have also set up an external interface. Just turn on the device, and the water will heat up quickly. The most important aspect is safety. The glass has been replaced with the hardest bulletproof glass in the world, and it is double layered. The door is made of a newly developed composite material by our company whose hardness exceeds that of any known metal. Additionally, the password lock has 3 layers of security. If any single layer fails, the door cannot be opened, ensuring complete peace of mind regarding safety. Even the walls are wrapped in this composite material. It is impossible to blast through, guaranteeing your safety, Wang Kai said confidently. Listening to his detailed explanation, Lin Yi felt a surge of excitement. Jin Dun Company truly lived up to its reputation. Are there any other features? Wang Kai continued, of course. Even if intruders come in, there's no need to be afraid. We have implemented safety measures on all doors in the room. As long as you hide in any room, you will be safe. All these doors have hidden mechanisms that you can operate and monitor via your phone. The entire room, and even the hallway outside, are equipped with high-definition pinhole cameras. Even if the internet goes down, there's nothing to worry about. This room has an independent signal receiver that can connect directly to satellites in space, ensuring absolute network security. Additionally, there are entertainment and fitness facilities. It can transform into a private cinema or a gym. Although the house is a bit small, it is exceptionally functional. After introducing for about an hour, Lin Yi managed to remember all the features of this safe house. He was extremely satisfied with it. He promptly transferred the remaining 10 million ballots. Don't forget to gather together when you have time. Thanks to you, I have exceeded my business targets this year. Wang Kai smiled broadly. No problem. By the way, you haven't forgotten what we discussed last time, right? Lin Yi reminded him again. I haven't forgotten. I've bought quite a bit of food and supplies. The weather will turn cold soon, so stock up on coal. Wang Kai suddenly looked serious at Lin Yi. After a long silence, he said, Lin Yi, you've spent so much money on this safe house, and now you're reminding me to stock up on supplies. You wouldn't know something, would you? Lin Yi was taken aback. He realized he had said too much today. Although he wanted to share this with Wang Kai, the lesson from his previous life made him extremely cautious. He would no longer trust those around him. Haha, I just think the weather is about to get cold, so it's better to be prepared in advance. Haha, understood. It's just that prices are a bit lower right now. I'll arrange it soon. I have other matters at the company, so I'll take my leave. If anything comes up, remember to contact me. After saying this, Wang Kai left. In his previous life, Lin Yi had no idea about Wang Kai's situation. He was unclear about whether he was good or bad, and there was little he could do to help. With the safe house issue resolved, he felt a lot more at ease. Next, he needed to store the remaining supplies in the space. Over the next 5 days, Lin Yi continued his routine. Finally, on the afternoon of the 27th, he put everything into the space. Everything was ready, just waiting for the apocalypse to arrive. However, after the apocalypse arrives, he still had one last thing to do: zero-cost purchasing. Instead of letting these supplies be buried under heavy snow, it was better to bring as much as possible into his space. With half a day left, he decided to scout the locations. After thinking this through, Lin Yi set off to nearby supermarkets. According to his memory from the previous life, heavy snow would begin around midnight, when most shopping malls would have closed. It was the perfect time for him to take action. Previously, he learned from a classmates group that Sun Chang's family ran a supermarket, which was a key target. Lin Yi first went to his family's supermarket. However, just as he reached the supermarket entrance, he happened to run into Lu Rumeng and Sun Chang. How could they be together? At that moment, the two noticed Lin Yi as well. Lu Rumeng was taken aback, but quickly revealed a smile, wrapping her arms around Sun Chang. Seeing this, Lin Yi understood what was happening. No wonder she hadn't come to see him recently, as she had found a new partner. Sun Chang also noticed Lin Yi. Having failed to curry favor in the past, he now harbored resentment. So he approached deliberately. Long time no see. What brings you here today? Sun Chang deliberately pulled Lu Rumeng closer to himself. Lin Yi sneered coldly. These two were quite the match. One was vain, the other was a worn-out shoe. Lin Yi scoffed. After a few days apart, you found a girlfriend. Congratulations. Sun Chang grinned proudly. Of course. It's not easy to find such a good girl nowadays. I heard that you two were once set up on a blind date. Lucky for her, she didn't choose you back then. Hearing this, Lin Yi nearly burst into laughter. Glancing at Sun Chang's hat, he stifled a chuckle. That light green hat looks nice, it suits you well. Of course, it was chosen for me by my girlfriend. He emphasized the words girlfriend with pride. He continued, I won't waste time talking to you. I'm heading to my father-in-law's place tonight. After saying this, Sun Chang looked at Lu Rumeng tenderly saying, Darling, wait for me here. I'm going to get the car now. After that, he ran out. At this moment, Lu Rumeng looked at Lin Yi and coldly said, Lin Yi, did you see that? I am quite sought after, many people like me. Of course, I still have feelings for you in my heart. If you are willing to apologize, I might still consider you. Idiot. Lin Yi couldn't be bothered to say another word to her and hurriedly left. You. Lu Rumeng stomped her feet in anger when she saw that he was ignoring her. After leaving, Lin Yi began surveying the nearby malls and supermarkets. Time flew by, and it was soon midnight. At this moment, snowflakes began to fall from the sky. Lin Yi looked up and saw more snowflakes gently descending. The apocalypse was arriving as scheduled. A gust of cold air suddenly swept over, causing Lin Yi to shiver involuntarily. He quickly took out his down jacket from his spatial storage. Walking down the street, he noticed only a few people were still rushing by. Before long, he found himself alone on the street. His plan was officially underway. He first arrived at Sun Chang's supermarket, cut off the electricity, and directly used his spatial ability to make the supermarket's entrance mysteriously vanish. This was a clever application of Lin Yi's research on his spatial powers, allowing him to effortlessly dismantle some sturdy defenses. With great boldness, he strode into the supermarket. After all the lights were still on and cameras were watching, he couldn't risk revealing his secret of possessing spatial powers. Without hesitation, he quickly gathered everything he could in the dark. In no time, the 300-square-meter supermarket was completely looted. After finishing these tasks, Lin Yi swiftly rushed to the next location, the Sunshine Garden community at Lu Rumeng's home. At this moment, Sun Chang was unaware that his supermarket had been ransacked. He sat at the dining table toasting with his father-in-law, Lu Shanchuan. Both of them were drinking heavily. In the living room, Lu Rumeng and her mother Wang Meiying sat on the sofa watching TV. It's strange, why does it feel so cold today? It's snowing outside, and this year's snow seems to have come a bit early. Just then, a news bulletin interrupted the television program. According to the latest report from the meteorological station, an extremely strong cold front is sweeping across the globe. It is predicted that this cold air will last for a week. To avoid loss of life and property, residents are advised to stay indoors and wait for this cold front to pass. At this moment, every household was watching the news. Some were joyful, while others worried. However, most people heeded the news and decided to stay home. This decision caused most people to miss the golden opportunity for rescue. Lin Yi remembered that 8 days after the apocalypse, the lowest temperature dropped to -30 degrees. But 9 days later, the temperature would suddenly plummet to -50 degrees, at which point humanity would truly find it impossible to step outside easily. Of course, there were those who worried and braved the severe cold and snow, attempting to go out to buy some survival supplies. However, there were no shops open outside, and if these people lacked the courage to resort to violence to seize supplies, all that awaited them was a fruitless return. Only those truly ruthless individuals who hoarded enough supplies in the early days of the apocalypse could live a bit more comfortably. Of course, all this would be discussed later. At this time, Lin Yi was still rapidly collecting supplies. In less than 3 hours, he had completely looted the nearby malls and supermarkets. Looking at the snow outside, which had now reached his knees, he decided to return to his safe house. By the time he got back to the community, the snow had thickened even more. Upon returning to the safe house, he changed out of his clothes and turned on the heating system in the room. Before long, the house felt as warm as spring. He took out some food from his spatial storage. The food was steaming with a delicious aroma. At that moment, he felt an immense sense of security. After finishing his meal, Lin Yi took a satisfying nap. The next morning, the community was in chaos. The first-floor hall was packed with people. They were panicking at the sight of the 1-meter-thick snow outside. Isn't the snow a bit too heavy? It fell so thick in just one night. Oh my gosh. I thought the news was exaggerating, but it turned out to be even more serious than what they reported. Should we go out to buy some things? The snow is still falling, and we don't know when it will stop. Are you stupid? How can we go out in this thick snow? Let's wait for official news. That's true. At this moment, a man hurriedly spoke up. With this heavy snow, I think we should quickly organize some people to clear the snow, at least to create a path for people to walk through. That's right. We shouldn't end up unable to even get out of the door. Since everyone agrees, he'll take on the role of the building leader. Each household should send one male down to clear the snow. Okay, I agree. Soon these individuals spontaneously formed a snow-clearing team. Now you all go door to door to call people, and at least one person should come from each household. Don't worry. We're doing a good deed, and no one will refuse to cooperate. They began to take action, knocking on doors one by one. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Yi was awakened by the sound of knocking. Annoyed, he got up and opened the door. At that moment, a small, thin man stood outside. Seeing Lin Yi open the door, the thin man smiled and said, "Hello, the snow outside is too thick now, and our building leader requires each household to send one person to clear the snow." Lin Yi was taken aback for a moment, and then replied, "I'm not going." Saying this, he closed the door. What a joke. If the snow continues for a month, he had participated in snow clearing in his previous life. But what happened? The next morning, the path they cleared would be covered again by heavy snow. Moreover, 3 days later, the entire first floor would be buried in snow. With this energy, it would be better to think about how to survive. The thin man's expression stiffened outside the door, quickly replaced by a fierce look. He quickly ran downstairs. At this moment, people were trickling down from upstairs holding shovels and brooms. Has everyone been called down? At this time, the thin man quickly said, "A household on the 10th floor refuses to come out." The building leader immediately became displeased. "Humph. How can such people exist in our building? Come with me, a few people, to see what's going on." Seeing this, the thin man followed behind with an expression of someone watching a good show. Soon this group took the elevator to the 10th floor. "Building leader, this is the one." The thin man pointed loudly at Lin Yi's door. The building leader's face turned ashen as he shouted, "Knock on the door. I want to see who is so uncooperative." The thin man received the order and began to pound on Lin Yi's door. Lin Yi had just finished washing up and was about to eat breakfast when his door was knocked on again. He impatiently opened it once more. The thin man, seeing Lin Yi open the door arrogantly, said, "Kid, hurry up and come out to clear the snow with us." "As I said, I'm not going." Just as Lin Yi was about to close the door, someone abruptly blocked it. Lin Yi looked out, and when he saw who was blocking the door, a glint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. When Lin Yi saw this person, a flash of murderous intent instantly flickered in his eyes. This person was named He Jindong, who had proclaimed himself the building leader even before the apocalypse, and in his past life, he had gathered many people to specifically rob the residents of the community. The people under him were a gang of ruthless criminals who would kill if food was not provided, and they would not spare any beautiful girls in the households. In his past life, he had lost all his food to this gang, which forced him to go out searching for supplies. Then he encountered Lu Shijia. "Kid, can't you understand human language? My brother said that every household has to send someone out to clear the snow. What's the matter?" He Jindong declared with certainty, "Don't you live here?" Lin Yi withdrew his thoughts, sneered coldly, and replied, "I already said I'm not going. Are your ears stuffed with donkey hair that you can't hear?" "What did you say?" He Jindong's face instantly darkened, and he rolled up his sleeves ready to fight. Surrounding people quickly came up to intervene. At this moment, people's sense of law had not yet disappeared. Fighting was still something to be stopped. Forget it, forget it. We have so many people, we don't need him, just ignore him. Yeah, we don't need shameless people like him. Soon He Jindong was pulled into the elevator by these people. Lin Yi sneered and then shut the door. He continued to eat breakfast. After a short while, Lu Shijia's phone call came in. "Lin Yi, why is there such heavy snow outside?" An anxious voice came from the phone. "Don't panic for now. How is your mother?" "Not too well. Now that the weather has suddenly turned cold, her condition has worsened." Gradually, a soft sobbing sound emerged from the phone. Lin Yi knew that it was his intervention that allowed Lu Shijia's mother to receive timely treatment, preventing her from dying on the day of the apocalypse, as she did in his past life. However, her mother was already critically ill, and coupled with this natural disaster, she probably wouldn't last much longer. Lin Yi could only comfort her, saying, "Go check under the bed in the guest room. There's food and coal I left for you last time I visited." "Oh, okay, I'll go check." After a moment of silence, the voice returned, "Lin Yi, I found it. Thank you. This is really timely. Listen to me, this heavy snow might not stop for a long time. You must lock the doors and windows. No matter who comes asking for food, you cannot give them anything. Do you hear?" "Okay, I remember." Immediately after, a coughing sound came from the phone. "Lin Yi, I can't talk right now. I need to take care of my mom." After saying that, the call was disconnected. After eating his fill, Lin Yi stood by the window watching the people outside busily clearing the snow. This safe house was designed to prevent extreme cold, and since the power had not yet gone out, turning on the air conditioning made the entire room feel like a steamer. Lin Yi put on his winter clothes, went out for a walk to digest his food and to experience the situation of the apocalypse. The heavy snow was vast, and the area that had been cleared was soon covered by another thin layer of snow and ice. With such a volume of snowfall, unless they could keep clearing it continuously, it would quickly accumulate thick layers of snow again within hours. But with the current temperature at least 20 degrees below zero, working continuously was impossible, especially at night when the temperature would drop to over 30 degrees below. Let alone working, even staying outside for a few minutes was unbearable. Downstairs, Heejin was slacking off while directing others to work. Seeing Lin Yi leisurely strolling around, Heejin's face turned sour. Kid, aren't you from that 10th floor unit? Look, everyone is participating in the labor. Aren't you ashamed with your hands and feet? Lin Yi's death in his past life was directly related to Heejin, and now he was pointing fingers at him, so he replied, aren't you also not working? Moreover, after tonight, all the paths would be covered again by the heavy snow. You're just making everyone work in vain. Hearing Lin Yi's words, Heejin felt a surge of anger. If you're not working, then don't talk. What we're doing now is for everyone's benefit. If everyone was like you, when would these snow issues be resolved? Heejin shouted sternly. At this time, the others working also began to express their dissatisfaction towards Lin Yi, pointing fingers at him. Kid, you have hands and feet, do something useful. If you're not going to work, then just shut up and go away. Exactly, don't stand here blocking our view. Lin Yi chose not to say more. If they wanted to work, that was their business. It would be them regretting it later, not him. It was cold here, he only wanted to go downstairs to digest and get some fresh air. He didn't want to stay here any longer, his safe house was much warmer. However, the words he had just spoken would plant a seed in their minds, and no one was foolish, and tomorrow they would all understand. When the time comes, it would not be so simple for Heejin to rally these people. With sufficient supplies, he had plenty of time to play with Heejin. He would definitely have his revenge on those who harmed him in his past life. Returning to the safe house, he took off his heavy clothes and wore only his pajamas. Taking out a bottle of red wine from his storage space, he played a piano piece, enjoying a life that was so pleasant. Meanwhile, the people outside continued to clear the snow, but due to the extreme cold, they were all freezing and looked miserable. After a while, they had to retreat indoors to warm up. Just like that, 3 days passed quickly. This group of people was both cold and hungry, and many of them had directly caught colds and fevers. After finishing dinner, Lin Yi glanced at the heavy snow outside and happened to see Lu Ruming's floor. Because of the snow, Sun Chong was also with her. Lin Yi smiled faintly. In this apocalypse, he had plenty of time to spend with Lu Ruming. After chatting with Lu Shijiao for a while, he fell asleep. On the 4th day of the apocalypse, Lin Yi woke up early and took out a breakfast from his storage to enjoy a hearty meal. After eating his fill and glancing outside, the snow-clearing team was out in force again. So he dressed properly, preparing to walk a bit to digest and watch the show. When he stepped outside, the area that had been cleared yesterday was predictably buried again. The faces of these people looked worse than if they had eaten feces, but all their hard work from yesterday had gone to waste, and many had fallen ill. At this moment, a group of people clustered around. Heejin came out. He glanced outside and immediately frowned. Continue working? Why has everyone stopped? I'm not doing it anymore. How can this be done? Exactly, if I had known, I would have listened to that brother's words. Isn't this just foolish? Whoever wants to work can work. I'm done. Soon everyone dropped their tools and refused to work. At this moment, Heejin was on the verge of exploding from anger. But he couldn't offend these people right now. After all, he still depended on them to work for him in the future. Seeing that there was no more excitement to watch, Lin Yi also prepared to go home. However, just as he was about to leave, he was stopped. Stop right there. Did I say my boss let you go? The short man from yesterday barked. Heejin approached Lin Yi, his face dark with fury. Kid, are you asking for a beating? I let you off yesterday, and you dare come back today. Get lost, Lin Yi said without any courtesy. Heejin was stunned, then laughed in disbelief. Kid, have you misread the situation? There are 5 of us and 1 of you. What makes you think you can act so tough? Lin Yi stared at Heejin, his voice icy. That's right, I'm acting tough. What are you going to do about it? Heejin's expression darkened. To be spoken to like this in front of his own men, it was a complete loss of face. With that thought, Heejin roared, boys, get him. The moment the words left his mouth before his henchman could react, Lin Yi lashed out with a kick. The thin man standing in his way was sent flying. The others were startled by the sudden turn of events. They were just ordinary people good at bluffing, but when faced with a real threat, they were more cowardly than dogs. The other 3 immediately dared not make a move, fearing they would share the thin man's fate. Heejin's face grew even uglier. If he didn't salvage his pride today, how could he ever command respect from his men again? With that thought, he swung a fist at the back of Lin Yi's head. Die! Just then Lin Yi ducked swiftly, and Heejin's punch landed squarely on one of his own men's faces. That man stumbled backwards, spitting out 2 front teeth mixed with blood. Get him! He Dong commanded the other two. The two men snapped to action and reached for weapons. But the moment they stretched out their hands, Lin Yi seized their other arms. An immense force pulled them forward. Their steps faltered, and they collided heavily in a jarring embrace. Dazed and dizzy, they finally fell to the ground together. Only then did He Dong realize Lin Yi's prowess, a flicker of panic in his eyes. Just you wait. He spat out a threat and quickly fled the scene. The men on the ground scrambled up and slunk away upstairs. Lucky you ran fast. Stretching his limbs, Lin Yi felt a surge of exhilaration. His supernaturally enhanced body was far beyond the reach of ordinary people. But as he stopped, the biting cold wind reminded him of the chill, so he hurried back to the safe house. Back in their hideout, He Dong and his crew gathered again. All of them bore varying degrees of injury. Damn it. Didn't expect to run into such a tough nut today. Boss, we can't just let this slide. Yeah, boss. We've never been humiliated like this before. Don't worry, I won't let him off easy. But for now, we're no match for him. We'll have to bide our time. Boss, the water's cut off. What do we do now? By the 5th day of the apocalypse, the pipes had all frozen due to the extreme cold since the 2nd day. With the tap water gone, official rescue efforts stalled, and the heavy snow making travel impossible. Water had become scarce. Lin Yi was sipping red wine in his safe house when his phone buzzed with a message from the owner's group. Does anyone still have water at home? No kidding, it's been off for days. We've run out of bottled water too. What are we going to do? We didn't stock up on water, and now there's none left. Simple. There's snow everywhere outside. Bring it in and melt it. Seeing this comment, Lin Yi sneered. The snow was toxic. In his past life, many had died from drinking melted snow. But he had no intention of warning them. He wouldn't make such a foolish move to expose himself. Just then, someone in the group sent him a friend request. Lin Yi recalled her name, Li Shuiyao. She was stunningly beautiful and worked as a kindergarten teacher. In his past life, Lin Yi had gone from building 8 to building 10 in search of food. Li Shuiyao had promised him food and asked him to wait. But what came instead was a group of starving, desperate people, so deranged they had resorted to cannibalism. If not for his luck, he would have become their meal. That woman had nearly caused his death in his past life. Lin Yi held no good opinion of her. He decided to accept the friend request first and see what she wanted. After accepting, Li Shuiyao immediately sent a message. Hi there, I'm your neighbor from 1002. I'm completely out of water. Could you spare some? Li Shuiyao was a migrant worker renting an apartment here. She had no boyfriend and lived alone with no one to rely on. So she turned to a neighbor for water to solve her urgent crisis. Lin Yi realized his unit number 1001 was listed in the owner's group. This woman probably didn't know who he was and had just randomly reached out for water and food. But this gave Lin Yi an opportunity, a chance for revenge against her. In his past life, she had nearly killed him. He had barely escaped, though badly injured and almost frozen to death by the extreme cold. Still, she had some charm, and Lin Yi wouldn't mind if she traded something precious for his help. Lin Yi replied directly, if you want water, you'll have to come to my place to get it. Li Shuiyao, hey, could you just leave it at my door? You're a big guy, it's only right you help me out in a situation like this. Lin Yi was speechless. This woman seemed clueless about the current reality, still trying to play games. He replied bluntly, come to my place if you need it. I'm not obligated to deliver it to you. Then he blocked her. The next moment, Li Shuiyao posted their chat history in the group. Li Shuiyao, everyone beware of the scumbag in 1001, building 10. He's a grown man, isn't it only right for him to help me? He wants me to go to his place, clearly trying to take advantage of me. The group erupted. What a scumbag, taking advantage of someone in need. Why is this trash in our group? Kick him out. Pervert. Don't let him get away with it. A swarm of fairies in the group launched into a frenzy, cursing Lin Yi and his ancestors for 18 generations. Lin Yi couldn't care less. In the apocalypse, these fairies, if they had some looks, they might survive, if not, they were doomed. Meanwhile, Lu Rumeng opened the group messages. Just as she was about to join the chorus of insults, she clicked on the image to take a closer look. Recognizing Lin Yi's profile, her expression shifted. How did he end up in her community group? Did he live here too? Lu Rumeng was overjoyed. I knew he still cared about me. He followed me all the way to my neighborhood. Though she was with Sun Chong, now how could he compare to Lin Yi? Lin Yi had over 100 million. What did Sun Chong have? A slightly larger supermarket. After being forced to stay with Sun Chong these past days, she grew even more disgusted with him. Fortunately, she had firmly refused his advances, insisting on saving her precious first time for their wedding night. Lin Yi was so much better. Lost in thought, she smiled to herself. Quickly, she used a secondary account to send Lin Yi a friend request in the group. After he accepted, Lu Rumeng eagerly sent him a message. Lin Yi, I knew you loved me. You followed me all the way to my neighborhood. I love you too. That day with Sun Chong was just to make you jealous. You didn't take it seriously, did you? Lin Yi was taken aback for a moment upon seeing the message. Realizing it was Lu Ruming, he immediately took a screenshot and forwarded it to Sun Chong. Then he opened his most expensive bottle of champagne, letting those two tear each other apart. At that moment, Sun Chong was watching short videos, chuckling foolishly. Suddenly, he received a message from Lin Yi. Annoyed, he opened it to check. But upon seeing the content of the message, he sprang up from his bed. His eyes stared incredulously at the message above. This was his girlfriend. The muscles in his face twitched slightly. In the next second, he abruptly stood up and rushed out. Soon he found himself in front of Lu Ruming. Lu Ruming, who was chatting with Lin Yi, froze momentarily and instinctively hid her phone behind her. Panicking, she exclaimed, "Husband, what's wrong? Why are you asking me what's wrong? Who were you chatting with?" "Nothing. I was just chatting with my girlfriend." "Give me your phone." Saying this, Sun Chong lunged to snatch Lu Ruming's phone. He quickly took it from her, and upon seeing the chat window with Lin Yi, his anger surged. "You filthy bitch." With that, he slapped her. "Oh, son, how dare you hit me?" The two immediately started to fight. The commotion quickly attracted others. Lu Shanchuan, Wang Meiying, and Lu Ziheng looked in shock at the two, who were in disarray, grappling with each other. "Stop! Stop it!" Lu Shanchuan shouted angrily. "Oh dear, what kind of mischief is this?" Wang Meiying clapped her thighs in distress, her face full of worry. "Don't hit my sister." Lu Ziheng rushed in, turning the unknown fight into a tunon. Soon Sun Chong was at a disadvantage, and they all moved to the living room. "You two, tell me, why are you fighting?" Lu Shanchuan sat on the sofa, his face dark as thunder. "Isn't it because she seduced Lin Yi?" Saying this, Sun Chong handed the two phones to Lu Shanchuan. Upon seeing the contents on both phones, Lu Shanchuan nearly choked with rage. "You ungrateful wretch," he said, unbuckling his belt, preparing to strike. Lu Ruming trembled in fear upon seeing this and quickly pleaded, "Dad, I promise I won't do it again. I'll teach you a lesson. I'll teach you a lesson." With a series of loud cracks, the belt struck Lu Ruming's backside. In pain, tears streamed down her face. After a few strikes, Lu Shanchuan seemed tired and returned to the sofa, replacing his previous expression with a smile as he looked at Sun Chong. The snow outside still showed no sign of stopping, and their household supplies were running low. They still needed Sun Chong, their strong laborer, to help them find food. They couldn't let him leave at this time. "Son-in-law, you see, I've taught her a lesson. Why don't we just let this matter go? I promise she won't dare to make such a mistake again." Lu Ruming nodded repeatedly. Sun Chong, with one eye bruised, hesitated for 2 seconds before saying, "All right then. I believe she didn't do it on purpose. It must have been Lin Yi who seduced her." Seeing Sun Chong relent, the family suddenly burst into laughter. "Haha, that's more like it. You two should get along well. Don't worry, son-in-law. She absolutely won't make such a mistake again." "All right then, I want her to promise me." "No problem." After speaking, Lu Shanchuan shot a glare at Lu Ruming. Lu Ruming shivered in fright, covering her backside as she said, "I almost hate Lin Yi to death now. I promise you, if I contact him again, I'll have a terrible end." With this promise, Sun Chong's anger subsided significantly. He truly loved Lu Ruming and hurriedly ran over to check on her, asking, "How's your backside? Does it still hurt? Let's go back to the room. I'll apply some medicine for you." Just as the two were about to head back, Lu Shanchuan spoke up, saying, "Son-in-law, please slow down." "What's wrong?" Lu Shanchuan wore a worried expression as he said, "You see, the weather is so cold now, and we've run out of water. Our family hardly has any water left. What should we do?" "That's easy. There's so much snow outside, we can bring some back and melt it for water." The family exchanged glances and continued, "But look, the snow outside is so dirty. If we get sick, we'll have to see a doctor. It's so dangerous to go to the hospital with this thick snow outside." "That's true." Sun Chong frowned slightly, then suddenly relaxed his brows excitedly, saying, "This is easy. Our family owns a supermarket which is only 1,000 meters away. I've observed that the snow has turned quite hard. Standing on it isn't dangerous. As long as we're careful, when we get to the supermarket, we can find whatever we need." Hearing this, everyone else was overjoyed. "Great. What are we waiting for? While the snow isn't too thick, hurry and go get some. All right, you all stay at home and wait. We'll have water to drink soon." Saying this, Sun Chong took Lu Ruming and Lu Ziheng and went out. Lin Yi at home was able to see Lu Ruming's family, and today was quite a show. He originally wanted to see Sun Chong and Lu Ruming's family fight like dogs, but in the end they seemed to have reconciled. He truly underestimated Sun Chong. He was indeed a ninja turtle. In no time, Lin Yi saw the three of them come outside, attempting to stand on the snow. The The snow beneath was already frozen hard with only the new layer of snow on top still soft. Stepping on it would leave a deep footprint. The three of them slowly walked across the snowy ground. Watching them leave, Lin Yi immediately guessed their purpose. They were definitely going to Sun Chang's supermarket to look for supplies. Unfortunately, his supermarket had long been emptied by himself. He wondered what expressions they would have when they reached the supermarket only to find it completely empty. At this moment, people in the community group were also asking for drinking water. Dear neighbors, could anyone spare me some water? I feel like I'm about to collapse. There are no official rescues at all. This heavy snow makes it impossible to move an inch. I called. The whole country is experiencing heavy snow and extreme cold. It's truly outrageous. On the 7th day of the apocalypse, due to extreme water scarcity, a group of people reached a consensus to go downstairs to collect snow. It was the same in the previous life where a large number of people perished. Lin Yi did not intervene, thinking of the ugly faces of these people in the previous life. He preferred to just watch the show. Not long after, some people came down carrying buckets or bowls. In no time, these people brought the snow back. After returning home, they hurriedly lit a fire to melt and boil the snow. When the water was at a suitable temperature, these people could not wait to drink. Li Shuiyao was also one of them, but she moved slowly. By the time she brought the snow back, others had already drunk it. While she anxiously waited, she noticed her phone kept ringing. She held the cup in one hand, warmth spreading through her palm, while the other hand opened her phone. Everyone, don't drink this water. The snow is poisonous. It's poisonous, it's poisonous. My child has already been poisoned to death. Whoa. Everyone, please don't drink it. Shortly after, many videos were shared by others. Those who drank the snow water fell to the ground, convulsing violently, and soon they stopped breathing. Seeing this scene, Li Shuiyao was so frightened that she dropped the cup in her hand. With the cup hitting the ground, a crisp sound echoed, causing Li Shuiyao to tremble with fear. Luckily, she had gone down late, so she hadn't drunk the snow water, otherwise she might have been dead too. She quickly opened her phone to check the subsequent messages. Why can't I get through to the police? I can't reach 120 either. Oh my God. What's going on? Could it be the end of the world? What should we do? Who will save us? Seeing these messages, Li Shuiyao was even more terrified, but there was not a single relative by her side. She had come to work here from another place, renting a house. She didn't even have a boyfriend, and she was all alone at home with no one to rely on. The more she thought like this, the more afraid and anxious she became. The more afraid and anxious she was, the thirstier she felt. Tears slowly streamed down her face without her noticing. Suddenly she thought of Lin Yi. He must have water. But no, he was a lowly man, and he had invited her to his home, clearly wanting something from her. This simply wouldn't do. But she was really thirsty. Moreover, she had asked all her neighbors, and no one would give her water. There was no official rescue, and the entire city's services were almost paralyzed. Covered in heavy snow, she couldn't get out at all. After struggling internally for a while, she still succumbed and decided to at least give it a try. After all, there is only one life. Oh, as long as she kept her mouth shut about her innocence, no one would know. With that in mind, she thickened her skin and added Lin Yi back on a new WeChat account. Lin Yi, seeing the flood of messages in the group, received a friend request from Li Shuiyao just then. Recognizing it was her alternate account, he couldn't help but smile slightly. Has she finally given in? He originally thought he would have to wait until the food ran out to receive her message, but he didn't expect to get it so soon. That's fine, but he wondered if she would cry to death tomorrow when someone discovered the method of burning the water pipes. However, this was exactly the kind of revenge he liked, making the other party regret it deeply. Li Shuiyao, do the words you said yesterday still count? Come to my house, and I'll give you a bottle of water. What? Only one bottle? At least 10 bottles, or it's a no deal. Seeing that she still wanted to bargain, Lin Yi laughed outright and replied, who do you think would give you water besides me? I only give you 10 minutes to think it over, and I won't wait past that. After saying this, Lin Yi tossed his phone aside. He couldn't waste time negotiating with someone like her. She must have reached a certain limit of thirst, otherwise she wouldn't have taken the initiative to seek him out. If that's the case, she must know it's either her life or her innocence. Sure enough, 5 minutes later, Li Shuiyao sent another message. Okay, I agree, but I have one condition: you can't tell anyone about today's events. Okay, come to room 1001 on the 10th floor to find me. Not long after, there was a knock at the door. Lin Yi first opened the camera to check. After all, he had almost died last time because of this woman. Oh, it was better to be cautious. However, when he saw Li Shuiyao outside the door, his eyes lit up. She wore exquisite makeup. Her features were three-dimensional, and her skin was snow white. She was tall and slender, her proportions just right, resembling a meticulously designed model. Her waist had a graceful curve, and as she moved, it swayed naturally, making her appear even more lively and agile. She wore a loose, cream-colored knitted sweater that hugged her body's curves softly, slightly revealing her delicate collarbone, adding a touch of gentleness to her presence. Most importantly, her chest was noticeably ample, at least at cup. She paired it with a light blue short skirt and thigh-high stockings, the hem swaying gently with her steps reaching just above her knees, perfectly showcasing her slender straight legs. She wore a pair of white canvas shoes adorned with simple patterns on the surface. A colorful silk scarf was tied around her neck. She looked much prettier than when he saw her in the past life. It was likely that in her past life, she had been tormented by numerous people which had turned her into that state. After confirming no one was around, Lin Yi opened the door. Li Shuiao hurriedly darted inside, bumping right into Lin Yi's embrace. "Are you that anxious?" Lin Yi teased. Li Shuiao quickly took 2 steps back, looking at Lin Yi and urgently saying, "I agreed to your condition, hurry and give me water." Lin Yi smiled slightly and handed her a bottle of water, which Li Shuiao immediately drank greedily. Seeing this, Lin Yi continued, "You come to my home, I'll give you 1 bottle of water. If you come into my bedroom with me, I'll give you another bottle. What do you think? What if you don't honor your word?" Li Shuiao hesitated, knowing that 1 bottle of water could only solve her immediate need. She needed more water. Lin Yi casually pointed, "I have plenty of water. There's no need for me to go back on my word." Li Shuiao followed Lin Yi's finger, and upon seeing dozens of packs of bottled water stacked in the corner, her expression brightened. She quickly swallowed, her expression growing more urgent. "Okay, I agree." Then Lin Yi pulled Li Shuiao into the bedroom. 2 hours later, Lin Yi walked out, grabbed a bottle of mineral water from the corner, and tossed it in front of her. "If I need more water, can I still come to find you?" Li Shuiao hurriedly replied. Lin Yi laughed. "If you want to continue getting water, come find me tomorrow." "Okay." Saying this, Li Shuiao quickly dressed and left. Time flew by, and soon it was afternoon. "Hurry, we're almost at my family's supermarket." Sun Chong pointed ahead. Lu Rumling and her brother immediately became excited. Having been out for so long, they were finally about to find water. Thus the 3 of them quickened their pace. Soon they arrived at the door. "All right, we're here. This is my family's supermarket. You can take whatever you want inside." Sun Chong was taken aback and quickly turned to look inside the supermarket. Upon seeing the scene, his face registered shock. He hurried inside only to find that even the shelves were gone. "Damn! Animals! Who did this?" Sun Chong collapsed onto the ground, tears streaming down his face. "Ah, shoot." Lin Yi, who was enjoying an afternoon tea in his safe house, suddenly sneezed. He rubbed his nose, feeling somewhat annoyed. He wasn't even catching a cold. Could it be that Sun Chong was cursing him? It must be him. He'd have to teach him a lesson later. Just then his phone rang. Pulling out his phone, he saw it was Wang Kai calling. He pressed the answer button. As soon as Lin Yi picked up, Wang Kai's anxious voice came through. "Damn. Lin Yi, you're truly my lifesaver. This snowstorm is insane. I've never seen such heavy snow. Did you know something was coming? That's amazing." Wang Kai rambled on endlessly. Seeing that he couldn't get a word in, Lin Yi simply put the call on speaker and tossed his phone onto the coffee table. 5 minutes later, Wang Kai finally finished. "Lin Yi, are you listening?" Lin Yi replied, "I can hear you." "Lin Yi, tell me, do you know something? Are you one of those reincarnators from the novels?" "I don't know anything." Lin Yi smiled bitterly. Inwardly, the kid had hit the nail on the head. He was indeed a reincarnator. "Sigh, I guess good deeds are rewarded. It seems heaven is watching over us," Wang Kai said with sudden emotion. "By the way, Lin Yi, what should we do next?" Wang Kai finally remembered the important matter. Although Lin Yi knew a lot, he couldn't reveal too much. After thinking for a moment, he said, "I don't know. It looks like this snow will last a long time. By the way, which floor is your apartment on?" "I'm on the 6th floor." "Why?" "A month into the apocalypse, everything below the 6th floor would be buried under snow, turning the 6th floor into the ground floor." Hearing this, Lin Yi breathed a sigh of relief. "Do you have enough food stored? Remember, no matter who comes asking for food, don't give them any." "Okay, I understand. And one more thing. Don't help anyone and don't let them know you have resources." After chatting a bit more, Lin Yi hung up. Soon after, Lu Shijia called him. Lin Yi sensed something bad was about to happen. Sure enough, when he answered, he heard Lu Shijia crying. Lin Yi sobbed. "My mother is gone." Lin Yi had already guessed this outcome, but there was nothing he could do now. Lin Yi said, "Don't cry. Tonight, secretly place your mother's body outside. The heavy snow will cover it." "But I can't bear to. I don't want my mother's body to be under this cold, icy snow." "You have to listen. The snow won't stop anytime soon. If you don't do this, your mother's body will rot. You wouldn't want that, would you?" All right. Lin Yi, can you come get me? I'm scared." Lin Yi paused for a moment. He still didn't fully trust Lu Shijia, so he couldn't bring her over. After thinking, he said, "Wait a while longer. They'll come get you next week. Okay, he'll wait obediently at home. By the way, do you have enough food? I have plenty here. If you need more, take mine. Lin Yi felt a warmth in his heart and said gently, don't worry. I still have some food at home, it's enough. He comforted her for a while longer before hanging up. Soon the sun slowly set and the biting wind grew even harsher. The snow seemed to fall even heavier. Before long, 3 disheveled figures staggered into the neighborhood. Seeing they had returned empty-handed, Lin Yi smirked slyly. He needed to find a way to provoke that pair of scumbags further. It's all your fault. Now we found nothing and nearly froze to death out there. Lu Ruming grew angrier and lashed out at Sun Chong with a torrent of abuse. Damn it! Who stole my supermarket? If I find out, I'll kill them. Could it be Lin Yi? We saw him heading to your supermarket that night, Lu Ruming recalled. Right, it must be him. Sun Chong suddenly thought of something and continued. He went out so late that night. He must have been up to no good. Didn't you say he lives in this neighborhood too? Find him quickly, he must have a lot of water stashed at home. Okay, I'll contact him when I get back. Soon the 3 returned home. Lu Shanchuan and Wang Ming saw them come back empty-handed and snapped, useless. Out for so long and brought back nothing. Don't even mention it. Sun Chong's supermarket was looted by Lin Yi. What? By Lin Yi? How do you know? It must be him, Dad. Do we have any water at home? I'm dying of thirst. No, Lu Shanchuan replied gruffly. Forget it, let's go downstairs and get some snow. Melt it, and we'll have water. Hearing this, Lu Shanchuan and Wang Ming were startled. They quickly stopped Lu Ruming. Don't go down. That snow is poisonous. Many people have been poisoned. What? Lu Ruming's eyes widened in shock. If you don't believe me, check the group chat. Lu Ruming quickly pulled out her phone and opened the chat. The sight was so terrifying that her phone slipped from her hand and hit the floor. Just then she saw Lin Yi had sent a message in the group. Lin Yi, beautiful ladies who want water, look here. Come to my place and I'll give you 2 bottles of mineral water. Immediately after, he posted a picture. When she saw the image, her face paled and she couldn't stop swallowing. In the picture there were at least 10 packs of bottled water. The water Lin Yi posted was indeed from Sun Chong's supermarket, meant to spite that scumbag couple. Damn, he really did steal from my supermarket. Where else would he get so much water? Sun Chong roared in anger. He cursed Lin Yi in the group chat, but his message was quickly buried under a flood of insults from countless young women. Look at yourself. Do you even deserve it? Exactly. Offering 2 bottles of water for a night. I'd like to see which slut would share your bed. While they kept hurling abuse, Lin Yi leisurely sipped red wine and ate steak, watching the drama unfold. On the 8th day of the apocalypse, early in the morning, Li Shuiyao stealthily made her way to the 10th floor, fearing she might be seen by others. She arrived at Lin Yi's door and gently knocked. Lin Yi quickly opened the door. Li Shuiyao hurriedly slipped inside, then removed her mask scarf and had her face flushed. Seeing her like this, Lin Yi smiled slightly. He walked over to the dining table and said, "Don't just stand there today. I am in a good mood. Join me for breakfast." I just ate. But when her gaze shifted to the dining table, she was instantly stunned. The table was filled with delicacies: sea cucumber abalone and stir-fried prawns. There were steaks and a fruit platter that she couldn't even dare to dream of. Such a lavish breakfast in the early morning. Although she had managed to eat something these past few days, it was nothing compared to this spread. Oh, if you don't want it, then never mind. No. I want to eat. Saying this, she plopped down on the chair and eagerly picked up her chopsticks, afraid Lin Yi would kick her off the table. Watching her eat, Lin Yi chuckled and said, "This meal isn't free. You'll have to repay me later." Li Zuyao's cheeks flushed and she shyly lowered her head. To be fair, Lin Yi was quite good-looking and he was strong in that regard. Soon the two finished their meal. This time Li Shuiyao was very proactive. Lin Yi was very satisfied with Li Shuiyao. He generously handed her a bottle of mineral water. Li Shuiyao looked at Lin Yi incredulously and happily left, hugging the water. In the afternoon, Lin Yi checked his heating equipment again, because after tonight the outside temperature would plummet to over -50 degrees. Let alone going out to search for supplies, just standing outside for a few minutes would freeze one solid. They could only move within this community. There was no chance of going outside. In 3 days the power system would also collapse. Without electricity, they would have no heating. This community was an old one and lacked an underground parking lot, making survival conditions much tougher. That would truly mark the beginning of the apocalypse. At that moment, the ugliness of human nature would be revealed. Time passed quickly to the evening. After Lin Yi had dinner, he checked all the heating equipment and comfortably lay down in his warm bed. That night the cold wind howled and a Category 7 typhoon swept across the land. The temperature suddenly dropped to -50 degrees. On the morning of the 9th day of the apocalypse. Today, to everyone's surprise, it was eerily quiet everyone was too frozen to leave their beds. Only the phones kept ringing. Lin Yi stretched and opened his phone to check. Why is it suddenly so cold today? And this snow shows no signs of stopping. Family, the first floor is about to be buried in snow. Who can help us? Woo woo woo. It seems the apocalypse is really coming, but it's like we're going back to the Ice Age. Family, quick look at the TV. Soon someone posted news from the internet in the group. According to the latest observations from the Meteorological Bureau, a stronger cold air mass has swept across the land. Today, the temperature has shattered records, reaching a staggering 57. Residents are advised to stock up on food to survive this cold winter. Finally, wishing everyone safety. Upon seeing this news, the people in the group exploded in outrage. What? Just a few days ago, they told us to avoid going out. Now they want us to stock up on food. Where are we supposed to stock up? We can't even go outside the community. Exactly, isn't this a matter of life and death? This is so irresponsible. It seems the apocalypse has truly arrived. We are all doomed. Stop saying useless things. We should focus on how to survive this crisis. At this time, He Jindong gathered a few of his little brothers. Big brother, what do you think we should do next? The small man said in a panic. What's there to panic about? Didn't they report this on TV? No one knows when this disaster will end. With so much snow outside, who knows how chaotic it has become? Those in power won't be able to care about us. In my opinion, if we want to survive, we can only rely on ourselves now. Big brother, what should we do? We'll follow your lead. Yes, we'll follow your lead. He Jindong suddenly turned cold. We need to take over this building and force them to hand over their food. Big brother, how could they just hand over their food? Fools, if they don't hand it over, then beat them up. Don't stop until they comply. The other's eyes lit up. You go gather our people, and we will go door to door. By the way, isn't that kid on the 10th floor pretty tough? Leave him for last to deal with. Hee okay, big brother. After watching the chat in the group, for a while Lin Yi turned off his phone. He began to recall his past life experiences. According to his memory, on this day in his previous life, an incident occurred in this building, a murder. The incident was triggered when He Jindong attempted to take control of the entire building, and an unexpected event occurred during someone's attempt to resist. That person was slashed across the throat and died on the spot. After that, He Jindong's name became notorious in the community. Everyone feared him, which was a key reason he thrived after the apocalypse. However, this time things might change. Just as he was thinking about this, someone in the group posted a video. Someone has been killed. He Jindong has killed someone. In the video, He Jindong arrogantly brandished a dagger at the camera, shouting, "Hand over the food now, or I swear I'll kill you." Seeing this scene, Lin Yi smiled slightly. The show was about to begin. As soon as the video was released, the group chat exploded with messages. Oh my god, someone has been murdered. There's actually a murderer in our community. Quick, call the police and have him arrested. What good is calling the police? The phone lines are completely down. This is terrifying. How could he dare to do this? At that moment, the group leader jumped in and tagged He Jindong, saying, "I am the community director. Please stop your harmful actions and wait for the police to arrive." Moments later, He Jindong replied in the group, "Get lost, old hag, or I'll take you down with me." The community director quickly retracted his last message. At this moment, the group fell silent, as everyone feared that a single word might upset He Jindong and make him hold a grudge against them. Seeing that there was nothing entertaining to watch in the group, Lin Yi also prepared to leave. After all, He Jindong was going door to door collecting supplies, and it wouldn't be long before he reached his home. Just then, Lin Yi's phone rang. He opened it to find a message from Li Shuiyao. "Lin Yi, be careful. He Jindong is coming to find you." Seeing this message, Lin Yi was slightly taken aback. Why would she warn him? Shouldn't she hate him? Could this be her scheme? After all, he had been fooled by her in his previous life. But then he thought again. No matter how he interpreted it, this was clearly a warning. Could this girl actually be charmed by him? Yet Lin Yi quickly shook his head. Perhaps Li Shuiyao knew that he had ample supplies and water now. If she came to his house, she could exchange her body for resources, so he needed to keep the food safe for both of them. With that thought, Lin Yi smiled lightly and replied, "Got it. How about you?" As soon as he sent the message, Li Shuiyao replied instantly, "They only want supplies. Once I hand over the food from my house, it will be fine." Lin Yi understood the situation. He Jindong had not yet lost his sanity. They were still uncertain whether this extreme cold would pass. If order was restored later, these people would be held accountable. However, He Jindong had already killed someone who in a few days he would completely lose control. It seemed it was time to eliminate him. There could be no hidden dangers left nearby. With that thought, Lin Yi focused his mind on a dagger in his personal space. Although his combat power was far beyond that of ordinary people, it was better to be prepared. Taking out the dagger from his space would catch them off guard. Before long, there was a knock at his front door. Hurry up and open the door. A man's voice called from outside. Lin Yi checked the surveillance and was shocked to see 6 people lying in wait at his doorstep. Each of them was holding a wooden stick. If he opened the door, he would surely be ambushed. Seeing this, he revealed a sly smile. It was just the right time to test the traps set up by the security company. Open the door. If you don't, we'll break it down. Outside, a slight man continued to shout. But Lin Yi did not open the door. Damn it, refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a punishment. The slight man turned to his accomplices and said, "Quick, go get the boss. This guy won't open the door." Soon one of them ran off, and before long 5 or 6 more people arrived. The slight man, seeing He Jindong come over, quickly nodded and said, "Boss, this guy is hiding inside and won't come out." He Jindong, having just killed someone, was filled with arrogance. Hearing this, he immediately flew into a rage. "Useless fools, if you want to open the door, can't you just break it down?" The slight man trembled in fear and hurriedly told the others, "Did you hear what the boss said? Break down the door for me." Soon several people with axes began to frantically chop at the front door. But no matter how hard they chopped, the door remained intact. After a few strikes, they noticed something was off and quickly said, "Boss, the door seems a bit strange. Why is it so sturdy?" "Useless idiots, let me show you how it's done." He Jindong didn't care about them. He snatched the axe and swung it down fiercely. Bang! The axe struck the door heavily, and the immense force caused his hands to ache, but when he looked at the door, his eyes widened in shock. Wow, it really isn't damaged. His mind raced, and a greedy look suddenly appeared in his eyes. If he could obtain this house, his safety would be assured. Thinking this, he quickly said, "Old 5, weren't you the one who could pick locks? Hurry up and open this door for me." "Got it." The person called Old 5 squeezed through the crowd and prepared to unlock the door. But just then a small hole appeared on the door. Old 5 looked at the hole in surprise, then squinted one eye to peek inside. However, the next second, a strong jet of water shot out from the small hole. "Ah!" he cried out, covering his bleeding eyes, the sound a haunting shriek that could be heard throughout the building. The sudden turn of events startled the group. "Boss, there's a trap on the door." "Shut up, I'm not blind. I can see." He Jindong's face darkened. He hadn't expected this person to be so troublesome. Lin Yi stood behind the door watching the surveillance. When he saw that person get injured, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. The laughter reached the ears of He Jindong and the others outside. "Kid, open the door now. Otherwise, he'll kill you. If you really have the ability, then come in." Lin Yi looked at the traps on his phone. There were electric shocks and a high-pressure water gun. However, the water gun feature needed to be stored in advance as it was connected to the toilet, making it easy to obtain both water and waste. With that thought, Lin Yi activated the water spraying system. Instantly, a torrent of water sprayed onto the people outside. In an instant, they panicked as it was over 50 degrees below zero. In such low temperatures, the cold water was terrifying. In no time, they were all screaming from the cold. "Boss, this guy is spraying us with water. I can't take it anymore, or we should retreat." He Jindong was also drenched and was now shivering in the cold. "All right, everyone go home and change into dry clothes, then come back. I refuse to believe it, we must kill him today." As he spoke, they all ran upstairs. Lin Yi saw them leave through the surveillance. Now they posed no threat to him. So he steeled his resolve, intending to eliminate the threat, and opened the door to follow them. He Jindong was so cold that he was moving slowly, forgetting to close his own door. Lin Yi easily followed him home. When He Jindong realized Lin Yi was trailing him, he froze for a moment, then revealed a fierce expression. "Kid, I didn't expect you to dare to come out. Just wait and see how I kill you." Lin Yi coldly laughed and said, "Don't worry, you won't have the chance." He Jindong's expression darkened further as he said, "Kid, you're asking for death." Saying this, he lunged at Lin Yi, but Lin Yi produced a dagger out of thin air, swiftly slicing it across his neck. He Jindong's pupils constricted sharply. He hurriedly covered his neck, and a spray of blood erupted instantly. He looked at Lin Yi in disbelief before collapsing into a pool of blood. At that moment, He Jindong's subordinates heard the commotion and rushed into the room. However, when they saw He Jindong lying on the ground, they were all so frightened that their souls nearly left their bodies. Lin Yi's cold gaze swept over each person. Instantly, they were terrified, trembling as they ran away. Watching them, Lin Yi let out a cold laugh. These people had been drenched by him, and most of them would likely freeze to death or suffer frostbite without him having to lift a finger. After putting away his dagger, Lin Yi returned to the safe house. Before long, news of He Jindong's murder spread through the group chat. A shocking revelation: He Jindong has been killed. Can someone tell me what happened? I know. I live in building 10. Today, He Jindong and his men went door to door robbing our food. Everyone in that building was robbed except for the resident of 1001. I even heard they just went a bang on 1001's door. He Shindong must have been killed by the resident of 1001. Oh my, it's karma. Such a person deserves to die 100 times. By the way, who is this kind-hearted person in 1001? Isn't this just ridding the world of evil? Does anyone know the details of the 1001 resident? I know. 1001 is my place. Last month I rented it to a guy named Lin Yi. So his name is Lin Yi. He is our neighborhood's great hero. Lu Rumring hid under her blankets, scrolling through short videos, watching the similar scenes of snow disasters across the country. At that moment, she suddenly saw Lin Yi's name pop up in the group chat. So she quickly opened the chat to look through the previous messages. Lin Yi is indeed here. Lu Ruming's heart leaped with joy. So you live in 1001 after all. She looked across the glass at the opposite building and spotted Lin Yi. Her expression froze, and then she became excited. Good. You've secretly rented a place behind my house, spying on me every day, yet you dare to say you don't like me. Thinking of this, Lu Ruming directly called Lin Yi on her secondary account, hoping to rekindle their past connection. To her surprise, the call was answered after just 2 rings. What's up? Lin Yi said, enjoying a sumptuous lunch. Just as Lu Ruming was about to speak, she saw the table full of delicious dishes and froze, her words caught in her throat. She kept swallowing, her eyes nearly popping out. Lin Yi, how do you have so much food? Lu Ruming forced out a sweet smile. What? Is it a crime to have food? Lin Yi chuckled coldly. Oh no, it's not that, Lin Yi. Can you possibly finish all that food by yourself? How about I come over to join you for a candlelit lunch? Hee, what? You want to eat? Lin Yi held up an Australian lobster in front of the camera. Lu Ruming's heart leapt with joy as she nodded vigorously. Seeing this, Lin Yi smirked. Hee, if you want to eat, I'll give it to you. How could you think so highly of yourself? With that, Lin Yi popped the Australian lobster into his mouth, the dipping sauce dripping down his chin, savoring each bite with delight. Watching this made Lu Ruming's stomach growl, her mouth watering uncontrollably. Compared to Lin Yi's life, what she ate every day was nothing but mere scraps. It was as if there was a world of difference. How could there be such a huge gap in this apocalyptic world? She still wouldn't give up and quickly said, Lin Yi, I know you've always liked me, otherwise you wouldn't have come to my neighborhood. I forgive you, and I'm willing to move in with you and live together. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi let out a cold laugh and calmly said, get lost. After that, he hung up the phone. Lu Ruming, who was hung up on, stomped her feet in anger, but she was even more convinced that Lin Yi liked her, otherwise why would he move here and coincidentally live right behind her? Just thinking about how much food Lin Yi had made her heart itch with impatience. If she could just move into Lin Yi's place, if she could wait safely for the official rescue. Thinking of this, her heart stirred again. The next day, she tiptoed into the living room, seeing the family all in their rooms. So she quietly opened the door and slipped out. At this point, the snow had piled up thickly and was about to seal the front door of the first floor. Cautiously, she stepped outside and immediately felt a chilling wind whip across her face as if a knife were slicing through her skin. She shivered all over and quickly jogged towards Building 10, where Lin Yi was. Soon she reached the front of Building 10 and climbed through the window into the hallway. She quickly made her way to the 10th floor, standing in front of the door to room 1001. Looking at the door, her heart raced with excitement, and she could even feel a slight warmth seeping through the cracks at her feet. Lu Ruming brushed off the snow from her clothes and knocked on Lin Yi's door. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing the noise, Lin Yi, who was lying together with Li Shuiao, patted her on the rear, signaling her to get his phone. Resources were scarce now, and Li Shuiao could no longer do without her supplies. Lin Yi opened his phone to check the surveillance. When he saw Lu Ruming outside the door, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. This woman probably really thought he still had feelings for her. Lin Yi casually threw on a bathrobe and opened the door. Lu Ruming, who was about to knock again, showed an excited expression upon seeing Lin Yi open the door. She quickly said, I knew you would open the door for me. You still love me, right? She gazed at Lin Yi, tears of excitement shimmering in her eyes. Lin Yi looked surprised and said, oh, why are you here? Lu Ruming was taken aback, a hint of embarrassment appearing on her face. Who else could it be? I know you were just angry when you told me to get lost. Now that I'm here, please don't be angry anymore, okay? Lin Yi laughed coldly. Which eye of yours saw me angry? Fortunately, I got away from you. You have no idea how carefree I am now. I know. You must think I'm with Sun Chong, right? I swear there's really nothing between us. If you don't believe me, I can break up with him right now. I'm willing to do anything as long as you forgive me. Hearing this, Lin Yi sneered. What does that have to do with me? Fine, just wait. Lu Ruming's heart steeled, and she quickly pulled out her phone. Soon Lu Ruming dialed Sun Chong's number. The voice of Sun Chong came through the phone, questioning, where have you been? I am formally notifying you that I am with Lin Yi now. Let's break up. What? You actually want to find Lin Yi again? Just wait, I will go and kill that bastard right now. After saying this, Sun Chong hung up the phone. Lu Rumeng looked at Lin Yi and forced a sweet smile. Lin Yi, did you hear that? I broke up with him. Let's get back together. Lin Yi said lightly. Which ear did you hear that I want to get back together with you? Lu Rumeng's expression stiffened and she hurriedly asked, what do you mean? Is it that I haven't done enough? Tell me what to do, I am willing to do anything. At that moment, Li Shuiyao casually put on a sexy nightgown and slowly embraced Lin Yi from behind. Dear, who is this big sister? Big sister? Lu Rumeng's face changed in shock. She didn't expect that so soon a woman much prettier than her had entered Lin Yi's room. Lin Yi, who is she? Seeing their intimate actions, Lu Rumeng instantly panicked. She is my woman. What does it have to do with you? Hearing this, Lu Rumeng was taken aback. Then she quickly said, impossible, Lin Yi, you must be deliberately lying to me, right? Li Shuiyao, aware of some of Lu Rumeng's situation, deliberately acted even more intimately, gently kissing Lin Yi on the face. Lu Rumeng's face instantly darkened. You shameless slut, how dare you kiss my boyfriend? I will fight you. Lu Rumeng raised her hand and slapped towards her. At that moment, Lin Yi suddenly raised his hand and slapped Lu Rumeng's face first. Lu Rumeng looked at Lin Yi with tear-filled eyes filled with grievance. Lin Yi, you actually hit me for that shameless slut. Slap. Lin Yi slapped her on the other side of her face. Lu Rumeng covered her face, tears streaming down uncontrollably. Dear, don't hit me anymore. There's no need to get angry over a woman like that. As she said this, Li Shuiyao held Lin Yi's hand to her chest and playfully smiled at him. Watching this scene, Lu Rumeng felt her anger boiling. She wanted so much to tear Li Zuyao's mouth apart. But with Lin Yi beside her, she could only give up. Seeing her suddenly darkened expression, Lin Yi smiled lightly. Dear, are you hungry? We worked too hard earlier, let's eat some lobsters. Sure. I want to feed brother Lin. Watching the two being so affectionate, Lu Rumeng felt extremely wronged. Clearly, she was Lin Yi's girlfriend. At this moment, Sun Chong rushed over breathlessly. Upon seeing Lin Yi, he immediately charged over. Lin Yi, you are seducing my girlfriend again. Lin Yi sneered. You must be mistaken. I have a woman. Your girlfriend came to me asking to get back together, and I did not agree. I won't interfere in your domestic affairs. Saying this, he wrapped his arm around Li Zuyao's waist and walked into the room. Outside, a fierce argument broke out. How did you guarantee that to me? Lu Rumeng looked at the man before her. How could he compare to Lin Yi? It was as if one was in the heavens and the other in the depths of the earth. The more she thought about it, the more disgusted she felt. Thinking of this, she angrily shouted, What are you yelling at me for? Don't you see what you are capable of? What can you give me? Eating at my family's place every day, using my family's things, and now you still have the face to yell at me. What did you say? You can't even give me what I want. What kind of man are you? You. Sun Chong was hit where it hurt, his face turning sinister as he raised his hand and slapped down hard. Slap. This slap landed heavily on Lu Rumeng's face, making her already swollen cheek swell even more. Lu Rumeng glared at Sun Chong with resentment. You dare to hit me? You get out. I never want to see you again. Saying this, Lu Rumeng entered the elevator and went downstairs. Sun Chong, regaining his senses, hurriedly chased after her, but there was only one elevator, so he could only run down the stairs. Lu Rumeng got home first and locked the door. Sun Chong quickly followed and knocked on the door. Baby, I know I was wrong. Can you open the door for me? Get lost. We're done. Hearing this, Sun Chong's expression tightened. He had no place to stay now. Leaving here would be like seeking death, right? Give me another chance. I know I was wrong. I won't hit you again. Son, I was with you because you had a supermarket, but now that you no longer have it, what do I need you for? Get out now. We have a child. You can't do this. The child isn't even yours. I just wanted to find a scapegoat. You can get lost now. Sun Chong was stunned. At this moment, he finally understood why Lu Rumeng was with him. He felt utterly lost. His mind was blank as he walked down the stairs step by step. Suddenly, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. Whose child is Lu Rumeng carrying? It must be Lin Yi's, otherwise why would she keep going back to him? It must be. Thinking of this, his expression grew even more sinister. Lin Yi, I will not let you off. But now he must find a place to stay. Suddenly, he remembered that Lin Yi had killed He Zhendong. If that's the case, then he could just occupy He Zhendong's home. With that thought, he quickly arrived at building No. 10. He gently knocked on He Zhendong's door. Soon the door opened. It was He Zhendong's wife who opened the door. She looked at Sun Chong in surprise and asked, Who are you? Sun Chong smiled wickedly as a gleaming knife appeared in his hand, and he abruptly stabbed it into her chest. The woman looked in horror at the knife in her chest as she wanted to cry out for help, but she couldn't muster the strength to do so. Soon she fell weakly to the ground, blood pooling around her. However, this blood quickly froze solid. Then Sun Chong dragged the woman into the room and locked the door. After that, he threw her out of the window. Now he had a place to stay, and next was to gather strength to eliminate Lin Yi. He wanted to personally kill Lin Yi in front of Lu Roming. He wanted to prove Lu Roming wrong. Only he, Sun Chong, could give her happiness. Only by doing this could he relieve his pent-up hatred. He wanted to be the second He Zhendong. However, he would not be as foolish as He Zhendong to seek out Lin Yi before he was fully prepared. On the 17th day of the apocalypse, Lin Yi woke up from a deep slumber. After awakening his abilities, he felt an overwhelming hunger. He chuckled wryly, his stomach growling with hunger. Thus, he hurriedly got up to eat, scrolling through videos in bed to gather information from the outside world. After 2 hours of scrolling, he found no useful information. Just as he was about to take a break, his fingers instinctively swiped, and the next video caught his attention. The video was filmed in Haicheng, which is only 300 kilometers away from Jinghai. At first glance, the video showed an ordinary sky, but upon closer inspection, he noticed something slowly drifting in the air. These objects were almost transparent, and if not for the faint glimmers within, they would be nearly invisible. The bright points connected like threads, as if strung together. They swayed continuously in the wind. Lin Yi recalled his previous life. In his past life, a particular news story had caused quite a stir, but he had been too busy fighting for the survival of his family to ponder such matters. Looking back now, it seemed this snow disaster might not have been unfounded and could be related to the substances floating above. However, the video said nothing, and the comments were filled with various opinions that could not be verified. Lin Yi saved the video and lay down to rest. A night passed without incident. On the 18th day of the apocalypse, there were 4 days left until the power outage. By this time, families that usually did not stock up on supplies were nearly out of food. The community group was filled with people offering high prices for food. However, these people would not be able to buy any food. At this moment, the group owner sent a message: "Everyone, residents of Yangwang Garden Community, I am Director Li of our street office. I have received instructions from above that this heavy snow may not end anytime soon. In order for everyone to get through this difficult time, we are required to store all supplies together for unified management and distribution. Please bring your contributions to Building No. 1. At this point, those who had previously shouted about buying supplies at high prices quickly chimed in below. Yes, let's listen to Director Li. Oh, we must trust the state. Everyone, let's respond positively to the call. They'll be the first to support it. Exactly, united we can get through this difficult time. What do you mean by this? Your actions are undermining our national unity. Shut up. You have no food at home, and yet you're causing a ruckus here. Exactly, do you think you can just wait to take our contributions? How shameless. If we hand over our food, how will we survive? I won't give anything, you can do whatever you want. What do you mean? Your behavior is destroying our national unity. Damn, stop putting labels on me. Who do you think you are? How can you be so selfish? How did the country raise such self-serving people? Kid, which building are you in? I'm in Building No. 6, Room 502. What are you going to do about it? The quarrel escalated, and it seemed it was about to turn into a fight. At this moment, the group owner spoke again. Everyone stop arguing. Contributing food is a national policy. If you don't want to participate, that's fine, but why come to sabotage it? What are your intentions? As soon as these words were spoken, both sides fell silent. After all, Director Li was indeed the head of the street office. They could argue with ordinary people, but they dared not argue with someone official. The only way for us to get through this difficult time is to unite. Is there anyone willing to set an example and take the lead in contributing food? But after this was said, there was silence for over 10 minutes. Director Li said again, you people really disappoint me. Just then, Lu Roming posted a video in the group. Lin Yi was momentarily stunned. Oh, wasn't this the video he had taken with Lu Roming last time? In the video, Lin Yi was in front of a large table of food. Seeing this, Lin Yi immediately understood what she was trying to do, and his expression darkened. This was saved during my video call with Lin Yi the day before yesterday. They have a large amount of supplies. Lin Yi is a hero. Shouldn't he set an example for everyone at this time? After sending this message, Lu Roming wore a mischievous smile, murmuring, Lin Yi, let's see how you handle this. If I can't have it, you shouldn't think you can either. As the people in the group watched the video, the comments erupted. That's right. Lin Yi is a hero. At this time, heroes should set an example. Exactly, if Lin Yi voluntarily contributes food, most people will follow suit. Lin Yi, come out now. Oh, it's time for you to show your stance. The ones who had previously urged others to contribute food now all turned their attacks on Lin Yi. Seeing this, Lin Yi sneered. These people were truly shameless. They contributed nothing and yet acted like the good guys in the group. They had managed to gain both face and substance. But Lin Yi would not let them succeed. Contributing food. How could that be possible? Moreover, this had happened in his previous life, but what was the outcome? Director Li had taken all the food for himself and was eventually killed in his home by starving people who broke in. Contributing food is certainly a duty, but shouldn't there be a standard? Shouldn't every household contribute the same amount to be fair? Upon hearing this, those with surplus food quickly jumped in. Exactly, since it's a contribution, we should all contribute together. Why should some be allowed to escape it? Support this idea. If we must contribute, let's all contribute together. Seeing so many people supporting Lin Yi, Lu Rumling was so angry that she stomped her feet. Soon the number of people supporting Lin Yi exceeded half. Of course, Lin Yi would not believe that these people were genuinely supporting him. They were merely driven by their own interests and would turn against him the moment their interests conflicted. At this moment, Director Li was lying in bed to keep warm, and upon seeing what the people in the group were saying, she nearly lost her breath. A bunch of nuisances, truly a headache. Lin Yi is no good either. He's a murderer, yet he really thinks of himself as some great hero. After cursing, she hurriedly edited her message in the group. This is the directive from higher authorities. You people should not cause trouble. Lin Yi, although your previous actions helped eliminate the bad elements, who can prove that your actions were in self-defense? If no one can provide evidence for you, you will still face legal troubles in the future. However, if you can take the lead in responding to the country's call and voluntarily contribute your grain, it would be viewed as a positive act, and you might be treated leniently when the police conduct their investigation. Seeing this statement, Lin Yi let out a cold laugh. Now they think they can intimidate him with this trick. Lin Yi calmly replied, I'm fine with leading the contribution, but first let me see the requisition documents issued from above. If you cannot provide them, you are just spreading false orders, which is fraudulent behavior. When Director Li saw this message, she was nearly driven to rage. But she had no official documents to present. Moreover, what Lin Yi said was indeed the truth. These were fabrications she had concocted to hoard a large amount of supplies, ensuring her own safety through the winter. But if she couldn't produce anything now, then no one else would be able to contribute either. In that case, wouldn't her plan be completely ruined? At that moment, others began to realize the situation and started voicing their thoughts in the group. Yeah, how can we know if it's true or false if you don't provide the documents? Exactly, it's such an important matter. Why isn't the country announcing it directly on TV? Right, she's just the director of the street office. It's not her place to requisition grain. Director Li gritted her teeth in anger as she looked at the screen. Lin Yi, don't stir up public opinion here. This document is classified and not something you can just look at. Lin Yi scoffed and continued sending. Since you can't produce it, why should we contribute? You might be fabricating lies to hoard these supplies for yourself. You're talking nonsense. Director Li's intentions were once again publicly exposed, and she was almost furious with Lin Yi for repeatedly undermining her. Then present the evidence. I'm doing this for everyone's good. Look at how many families in the group are without grain. This statement resonated immediately with those who lacked grain, and they began to support him in the group. Now that calamity has arrived, we must unite to overcome this crisis. Folks, we're all from the same community. Just contribute your grain. We can always buy it back later, can't we? Exactly. Director Li is doing this for our benefit. Everyone, please cooperate. Ba, what time is it? And you still want us to cooperate? You all are easy to talk when the knife isn't at your throats. There's no grain. Two factions quickly began arguing in the group again. Director Li now realized that to obtain these supplies, she had to bypass Lin Yi. So she once again spoke in the group. Everyone quiet down. The order to contribute grain comes from above, and it has nothing to do with me. I won't withhold anything from you. Whether you contribute or not is your own business. Just remember, if blame comes down from above, weigh whether you can handle it. Upon hearing this, everyone's hearts began to race. Although they claimed they wouldn't contribute, they were only saying that if it came down to it, they didn't have the guts to truly oppose Lin Yi. These people had no idea what policies the authorities had. They still relied on these individuals to inform them. They all understood that Lin Yi was just leading the charge. He wouldn't really go against the authorities. Lin Yi stopped speaking. He wanted to see if these people would repeat their previous mistakes and contribute all their grain again in this life. There was silence in the group for a long time, but occasionally Director Li would send a video. It showed people coming to contribute their grain. Over time, more and more people began to come forward to contribute. People are like that. Words never match actions. They had just been shouting that they would never contribute, yet within half a day, they scampered off to contribute. Lin Yi couldn't be bothered with them. They would soon realize how foolish they had been. Time quickly passed to 6 in the evening. At this moment, Director Li sent a list in the group. These are the households that voluntarily contributed their grain. From now on, we will distribute subsidies according to the names on this list, and when the official subsidies arrive, priority will be given to those on the list. Those who had not yet contributed were startled. The authorities would not ignore them. If the official subsidies really came, wouldn't they be left out? Thinking of this, the group quickly said, I will contribute right away. I've been sorting the grain. Me too. As ordinary citizens, we must support the government's policy. And I will contribute too. Director Li, please don't hold it against us. Seeing everyone cooperating, Director Li let out a cold laugh. No problem. I also thank everyone for understanding my work. Soon the remaining people also rushed to contribute their grain. At this time, Lu Ruming's family stared at their phones in a daze. Dad, should we also contribute some grain? Lu Shanchuan paused for a moment before saying, Of course we should contribute, but we can only give a portion. After all, they don't know how much grain we have. Time quickly passed to 8 o'clock. Director Li sent another name list. Thank you all for your support. Now the whole community has only Lin Yi's family left who hasn't contributed. Lin Yi, if you submit now, I can still overlook this, but once the official supplies arrive, even if you beg me, I won't help you. Seeing this message, Lin Yi let out a cold laugh and replied with 2 words in the group, whatever. When she saw those 2 words, Director Li's blood pressure surged. Originally, she thought everyone had contributed. Just a scare would make Lin Yi submit, but she didn't expect him to be so stubborn. All right, Lin Yi, don't regret it. After leaving this harsh remark, she excitedly dashed into her bedroom, her eyes gleaming at the sight of the food filling the room. Haha, now I don't have to worry about getting through the winter. Lin Yi scoffed and muttered to himself, I hope you don't regret it when the angry masses force you to jump off a building in 2 days. Disinterested in these people, Lin Yi lay on the bed inquiring about Lu Shijia's situation, and after confirming there were no issues, he fell asleep. A night passed without incident. The next day, today will also be the last peaceful day after the apocalypse. Tomorrow the power will be cut off and everyone's living conditions will become exceedingly difficult. Looting, smashing, and killing have become everyday occurrences. Early this morning, the group chat exploded with messages. Everyone was ing Director Li in the chat. Director Li, when will the supplies be distributed today? Director Li, we haven't eaten since yesterday afternoon. Hurry up and arrange the distribution of supplies. Director Li, why are you ignoring us? Director Li, say something. No matter how they pleaded, Director Li did not respond at all. Lin Yi knew he had already claimed all the supplies for himself, so of course he would not speak in the group. And so it continued until noon. Finally, someone could no longer hold back. Damn it, have we been tricked by this old hag? She asked us for grain and now is withholding it, clearly wanting to keep it all for herself. No way. How can that be? Just look at how long it's been, as she can't possibly have missed the messages in the group. If you ask me, she's just pretending to have authority and is deliberately deceiving us to steal our grain. How could I be so foolish? If I had known, I would have listened to Lin Yi yesterday. What do we do now? What can we do? She can't escape. Let's go to her door and demand our supplies. Right, we absolutely cannot let her trick us out of our life-saving grain. Damn it, let's go find her. A group of people quickly reached a consensus. Soon individuals from various buildings began to head towards building No. 1. They rushed to Director Li's home. They pounded and kicked at the security door. Old hag, hurry up and hand over our grain. Quickly return our stuff. If you don't open the door now, we'll break it down. The commotion at the door soon terrified Director Li inside. She trembled, hiding in the room where the supplies were stored, not daring to make a sound. Thus, these people spent the entire morning frantically banging on the door. By the afternoon, their patience finally ran out. Someone brought an axe, and they took turns hacking at the security door. Before long, a group of people burst into Director Li's home. They dragged her out from the room where she was hiding. Don't touch me, I am the director of the street office. If you dare touch me, I'll have the police arrest all of you. Old hag, then I'll deal with you first. One person stepped forward and slapped her hard across the face. Director Li felt a burning pain instantly on her cheek. The others ignored her and began to frantically gather supplies, taking as much as they could. At this moment, everyone was caught up in a frenzy of looting. No one cared about what belonged to whom. Anything in their hands was theirs. Some recorded the scene and posted videos in the group. This made even more people excitedly rush out to grab supplies. The scene turned incredibly chaotic. Director Li sat on the ground watching a crowd frantically snatch the supplies, and she suddenly burst into tears. Stop taking, this is all mine. She grabbed one person's leg, trying to stop him. Old hag, get lost. The person kicked her away, sending her sprawling far back. After kicking her, he quickly resumed taking supplies, not even glancing at her. Director Li lay on the ground, tears rolling down her face as she looked at these people with resentment. She felt no remorse at all. Simultaneously, she blamed Lin Yi for all of this, believing these people were incited by him. Furious at the sight of these people, she yelled, "I curse you all to die a miserable death." Yet no one paid her any mind, all were busy with the looting. She knew that these supplies would not be left for her today. It wouldn't be long before she would starve to death. She realized that after so long the authorities had not issued any announcements, and they would surely not come to rescue them. Rather than starve to death, it would be better to end it all at once. Thus, she slowly walked towards the windowsill. She stumbled to the window and painfully climbed up. As she opened the window, the biting cold wind blew against her, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. She glanced back. Oh, everyone was busy fighting over supplies, and not a single person was looking at her. Seeing this, her expression turned even more resentful. "You all deserve to die a miserable death." Leaving this final remark, she leaped down. But below was a soft blanket of snow. She plunged headfirst into it. However, when she tried to struggle, she found herself unable to move at all. Soon she felt the cold increasingly seep into her body. Her pupils constricted slightly, as she had intended to end it all quickly without much pain. But to her surprise, she did not die from the fall. Now she couldn't get out, and her only fate was to freeze to death. The thought of dying slowly from freezing sent a wave of endless regret through her. Watching all of this, Lin Yi couldn't help but feel emotional. After the apocalypse, finding someone worthy of trust has truly become incredibly difficult. Just as he was feeling emotional, his phone suddenly rang. It was a friend request. But when he recognized the person, his expression changed. Seeing the friend request notification, Lin Yi was momentarily stunned. A slight smile crept onto his lips. The person was named Gu Xiaomon, who had followed He Zhendong in her previous life. He Zhendong had abandoned his original partner to be with her, and she was also his strategist. This person is very intelligent and has exceptional skills. Without her assistance, that fool He Zhendong would never have thrived so well. He wondered why she added him. However, thinking about his deeds over the past few days, he had some guesses. Gu Xiaomon was perceptive and could naturally deduce the unusual circumstances surrounding this calamity, so she needed a powerful ally. With this in mind, Lin Yi accepted the friend request. Soon Gu Xiaomon called him via voice. "Hello, handsome." Her voice was melodious with the unique tone of a mature woman. "Is there something you need?" Lin Yi replied coldly. "Handsome, can I call you just to chat?" Her words carried a hint of flirtation. "Of course, but I'm a straightforward person, so if you have something to say, just say it." Lin Yi continued coldly. "So boring." Gu Xiaomon dropped her pretense, her voice becoming languid, as she turned to lie on her side on the bed, her curves subtly visible, her fair legs and black leggings fully exposed in the video. "Aren't you curious about why I contacted you?" Gu Xiaomon asked again. Not interested, Lin Yi remained unmoved. "You're definitely different." At this moment, Gu Xiaomon sat up straight. Her long dark hair cascaded down her shoulders. "Let's get straight to the point. I'm here to discuss collaboration with you." Hearing this, Lin Yi sneered dismissively. "Collaborate with me? That's right. You have courage, and I have intellect. Together we can survive in this apocalypse." Lin Yi frowned slightly, but soon relaxed. He didn't expect her to guess so quickly that the apocalypse had arrived. Neither the authorities nor anyone else had explicitly stated that it was an apocalypse, and currently it was winter. Most people merely thought this year's snowfall was heavier than usual. This clearly showed that she was indeed an exceptionally clever person. "How do you want to collaborate?" Lin Yi was growing increasingly curious about her. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Gu Xiaomon. I'm 23 years old, and I've been the marketing director at a listed company for 2 years, she said confidently, her expression radiating pride. "Is that all?" Lin Yi remained indifferent. He didn't care about a marketing director. In the apocalypse, such things were utterly worthless and hardly worth discussing. Gu Xiaomon was slightly taken aback. She didn't expect Lin Yi to have this attitude. She had always taken pride in her status, knowing how difficult it was for a 23-year-old woman to reach this position. Everyone around her had flattered her, but she didn't expect Lin Yi to show no signs of surprise whatsoever. Originally, she intended to use her status to make him look up to her, thereby gaining the upper hand in negotiations, but now this had directly disrupted her subsequent rhythm. "Isn't this enough to prove my capabilities?" "Of course it is, but so what?" "What?" Gu Xiaomon's expression shifted, but she quickly adjusted her demeanor, calming herself to continue. "Lin Yi, I'm here to discuss collaboration with you. I've shown you all my sincerity. To me, you show no sincerity at all." "What did you say?" Gu Xiaomon could no longer suppress her anger. Seeing her expression, Lin Yi smirked. "You said it yourself. It's the apocalypse. Your status means nothing to me." What can collaborating with me bring you? A clever mind. That's less important than a bag of food. To me, your only bargaining chip is likely your body. You, Gu Xiaoman gritted her teeth in anger. You really are a lecher. After saying this, she hung up the phone. Lin Yi chuckled. She was too proud, and he couldn't trust someone like her for collaboration. Of course, he wasn't opposed to collaborating with Gu Xiaoman. However, the kind of collaborator he needed was someone who would obediently listen to him. At least the current Gu Xiaoman didn't meet his requirements. He still needed to let her experience the harshness of the apocalypse. After being teased by Gu Xiaoman Lin, he couldn't fall asleep peacefully anymore. So he directly called Li Shuiyao. What do you want? A charming voice came from the phone. Of course I need you. Hurry over here. I don't want you always lie to me, humph. If you don't come up, I'll come to find you. Lin Yi said again. No, I'll go, but I want to eat fish. You have to cook fish for me, Li Shuiyao pouted. All right, if you behave well, I'll add a chicken leg for you today. Just wait, Li Shuiyao said before hanging up. Before long, she appeared before him, wearing a sexy outfit. Li Shuiyao twirled in front of Lin Yi, playfully asking, How do I look today? Am I pretty? Lin Yi walked up to her and picked her up. Then he headed towards the bedroom. 2 hours later, Li Shuiyao sat down at the table and began to feast on the lavish food. After she finished eating, Lin Yi told her to go home. He hadn't planned to keep Li Shuiyao. After washing up, Lin Yi lay down on the bed. Before long, he fell asleep. The night passed without incident. On the 14th day of the apocalypse, Lin Yi woke up early. At this time, the heavy snow had buried everything below the 3rd floor, and in a few hours the snow would cover the high-voltage lines, leading to a quick power outage. At that time, all heating would stop, and the indoor temperature would drop below 30 degrees Celsius. In such an environment, many people would freeze to death. The wind howled, and the snow fell heavily. Outside the window, everything was a white expanse. The ground was no longer visible, resembling a grand city in the sky above the clouds. Everyone was hiding indoors from the severe cold, looking out the window with no hope in their eyes. However, at that moment, all the corridor lights in the community began to flicker, as if influenced by a mysterious force. Suddenly, all the bulbs went out, and the entire city experienced a massive blackout at that moment. The heating system completely crashed, and the indoor temperature began to drop at a visible rate. Lin Yi watched the darkened room. In the next moment, all the electrical appliances in the house returned to normal, and his diesel generator started. All the electrical appliances in the room resumed operation. At this moment, his diesel generator also started running. The entire neighborhood was in an uproar. No way. A power outage at this time? How are we supposed to survive? Damn. What's going on? Don't let the power go out. The high voltage lines outside are buried in snow. It must be due to the snow. It's over, we're doomed. Seeing these people's chat messages, Lin Yi sneered. Just then Lu Shijia called. Lin Yi quickly answered. Her anxious yet magnetic voice came through the phone. Lin Yi, our neighborhood has lost power. What should we do now? Don't panic. Block the windows and doors tightly with something so the indoor temperature can stay a bit higher. Oh, okay, I'll do that right away. Lin Yi, when are you coming to pick me up? I'm so scared. Lin Yi thought for a moment and continued, maybe in a few days. All right, but you take care too. I still have plenty of food here, enough for both of us for a long time. I'm afraid if you don't come soon, I'll eat it all up. After saying this, Lu Shijia playfully smiled at Lin Yi. Lin Yi felt warmth in his heart. It turned out she wanted him to come quickly for this reason. Thinking about it, he indeed should pick her up now. You hold on for 2 more days, save the phone battery, remember? Okay, I'll remember, I'll wait for you. After saying this, Lin Yi hung up the phone. At this moment, Lu Rummeng was curled up under the covers, shivering from the cold. She had reached the peak of despair. Last time she had given up most of her food, and now, with the sudden power outage, how would she get through the coming days? Just then she inadvertently glanced at the building across. Her eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? She suddenly sat up from her bed. After getting up, she felt a chill and quickly shrank back under the covers. How does Lin Yi's home still have power? Could it be that their building didn't lose power? Thinking of this, Lu Rummeng hurriedly wrapped herself in the blanket and got up to check, but after looking around, only Lin Yi's home had electricity. This left her utterly bewildered. Thinking this, she quickly took out her phone and dialed Lin Yi's video call. Seeing Lu Rummeng calling, Lin Yi smiled and answered. Lin Yi, why does your home still have power? But as soon as she finished speaking, she was shocked again, her mouth agape. Is your home this warm? How come you're only wearing a short-sleeved t-shirt? Lin Yi replied calmly. Indeed, my home switched to diesel power a month ago, and it has really come in handy. Let me check the temperature in my room. Lin Yi deliberately pointed the camera at the thermometer in the room and continued, the current temperature in my room is 30 degrees. Ah, it's so hot. You all are so lucky. You don't need it to be this hot. Unlike me who eats abalone and sea cucumbers every day, and with such warm indoor temperature, I'm burning up. I need to open a window for some fresh air, it's too hot. Hearing Lin Yi's words, Lu Rumeng turned pale. Listen to this, is this even human talk? People are about to freeze to death, can only eat a little bit each day, and can't even fill their stomachs, but he on the other hand eats lavishly every day and has heating. What's even more infuriating is that he is still complaining and wants to open a window for fresh air. Who can reason with him? Lu Rumeng's face turned extremely difficult to look at, but she couldn't explode in anger now. She forced a smile and continued, Lin Yi, let's make up. Let me stay with you, okay? Living alone, you don't even have someone to do laundry and cook for you, how lonely. Lin Yi pretended to think deeply and replied, you make a valid point, I really should find someone to take care of me. Hearing this, Lu Rumeng's heart suddenly filled with joy. Lin Yi, I'll pack my things right away and come to find you, wait for me. Wait a minute, when did I say you could move in? Lu Rumeng was slightly taken aback and said anxiously, Lin Yi, I know you're still angry with me, I realize my mistake now. Can't you as a big man forgive me? Lin Yi smiled slightly, no. You. Lu Rumeng instantly panicked. She thought for a moment, switched to a charming expression and continued, good brother, please don't hold on to my past mistakes, I didn't want it to happen either. Can you forgive me this once? Seeing her flattering demeanor on video, Lin Yi felt quite pleased. In his previous life, when had Lu Rumeng ever given him a good face? She was always scolding him or belittling him. He worked hard every day for this family, yet they showed no gratitude and cruelly killed him. In this life, he would make this family pay a much more painful price. Thinking this, Lin Yi hung up the phone directly. Lu Rumeng, who was still trying to please him, was taken aback. Her face instantly turned gloomy. Lin Yi, I've begged you like this, yet you still refuse. You even dare to hang up on me. I will make your life worse than death. After cursing, Lu Rumeng quickly shrank back under the covers, wrapping herself tightly. Finally, she managed to endure until noon mealtime. She looked at the cold biscuit on the table and the icy water and immediately thought of the meals at Lin Yi's home. What is this? How am I supposed to eat this? Wang Meiying said impatiently, this is still what I managed to get out after much effort. Eat it if you want. The others at the table also looked displeased, but they didn't say anything. Now that the gas was cut off and with no electricity, and it was so cold outside, having anything to eat was already quite good. But after just seeing the lavish meals at Lin Yi's place, or looking at these somewhat moldy biscuits in front of her, she instantly lost her appetite. I can't eat this, you all go ahead. After saying that, she put down the biscuit and returned to her bedroom. Lin Yi also reached lunchtime. He had a dozen steaming dishes on his table along with a bottle of red wine. It would be even more perfect if there was someone beside him to serve dishes and pour wine. Now he had two candidates, one was Lu Shijia and the other was Li Shuiyao. Both had deep interactions with him. Of course, he was more inclined to bring Lu Shijia to the safe house. After all, he had seen that Lu Shijia truly cared about him, while Li Shuiyao was only related to him for the sake of food. Just as he was pondering this, a video call came in. Lin Yi looked and was surprised to see it was Gu Xiaoman. He casually pressed the answer button. As soon as he answered, Gu Xiaoman's increasingly anxious voice came through the phone. Lin Yi was momentarily stunned for over 10 seconds, and even he grew somewhat impatient. I say, if you have nothing to say, then don't disturb me while I'm eating. Saying this, Lin Yi picked up a chicken leg and tore off a piece of delicious meat. These dishes were not pre-prepared meals. They were all banquet dishes he had ordered from the restaurant, and the meat of every chicken was exceptionally tender and quite large. Gu Xiaoman finally came to her senses, but when she saw Lin Yi take a big bite of the chicken leg, she was momentarily stunned again. Meanwhile, her stomach started grumbling uncontrollably. She suppressed her hunger and quickly said, Lin Yi, have you thought about it yet? Thought about what? I haven't even given it a second thought. You. Faced with Lin Yi's indifferent attitude, anger surged within her. This was the first time she felt so disregarded. She had an impulse to hang up the phone immediately, but after a moment's thought she held back. The situation was becoming increasingly dangerous, and she couldn't afford to wait. Thinking of this, she forced down her anger and calmly said, Lin Yi, I hope you can seriously consider collaborating with me. Collaborate with you? What do you have to collaborate with me? It's ridiculous for you to say you're smart. If you can't even realize this, then I don't see any need to collaborate with you. Gu Xiaoman's pupils slightly constricted and her expression became somewhat unnatural. Lin Yi continued, in this apocalypse I have food, I have diesel, and what do you have? Apart from your body, what else do you have? Are you saying that your contribution to our collaboration is just being a person? You? Gu Xiaoman was about to retort, but she didn't know how to argue back. She indeed had nothing but her body left. However, upon further thought, she realized something. So what? She had enough confidence in herself that she believed that as long as she wanted it, she could possess these things. Thinking of this, she quickly said, "But what good is it to have only those things? One day someone will break into your home and take everything you have. They might even kill you. You needn't worry about that. The reason you want to collaborate with me is because I killed Heijindong. Even if they really want to seize my things, it depends on whether they have the capability." After saying this, Lin Yi hung up the phone. It seemed that after this night, she still hadn't grasped the current situation. It was she who needed collaboration, not him. If she couldn't lower her stance, then there was no need to collaborate. He admitted that the other party was indeed very clever, but cooperating with someone he couldn't control would be his folly. Who knows, one day she might scheme against him and take everything he had. Meanwhile, Gu Xiaoman, who had her call hung up on, was so angry that she stamped her feet. How absurd! How absurd! How could you hang up on me again? Gu Xiaoman quickly burrowed into her blankets, fearing that staying outside for even a second would leave her frozen. Lying in bed, she began to contemplate Lin Yi's previous words. She still didn't think she had any problems. Even if she wasn't a marketing director anymore, she still had real skills. Without some means, how could she have risen to this position? She had hinted at this, yet he still didn't understand. Gu Xiaoman suddenly frowned. Could it be that Lin Yi hadn't comprehended her hints at all? However, she quickly ruled out this possibility. Previously, Lin Yi had clearly acknowledged that he was outstanding, yet he didn't care at all. However, he made her reflect on why she should collaborate with him, which showed he had confidence. He believed he could survive well in this apocalypse without her help. What kind of person was he? One with resources and the guts to kill. Gu Xiaoman calmed down and began to think seriously. From his performance, he seemed willing to collaborate with her. His implication was that he found her chips insufficient and unworthy of collaboration. Perhaps he was waiting for her to increase her chips. If she were to put herself in Lin Yi's shoes, what would he need the most? Lin Yi had food, diesel, and even a generator at home. The more Gu Xiaoman thought, the graver her expression became, as she couldn't think of what else Lin Yi might need. His attitude clearly indicated that he wasn't afraid of others coming to seize his things. Perhaps he even had weapons. If he truly needed something, it might be the female head of the household. Was he trying to make her his woman? She recalled Lin Yi's words from last night. She had nothing but this body, no other chips. Realizing this, she became more certain that Lin Yi was indeed eyeing her body. Gu Xiaoman's expression turned cold. She simply couldn't accept this. As a high-quality woman, how could she be valued only for that aspect before him? Thinking of this, she turned over angrily and closed her eyes to rest. If she fell asleep, she wouldn't feel hungry. But no matter how much she tossed and turned, she couldn't fall asleep. Her mind was filled with the image of Lin Yi devouring that large chicken leg. If only she had those resources, Lin Yi wouldn't look down on her like this. Suddenly, she opened her eyes wide. What he needs can't be just a woman, because he already has Li Shuiyao. And since Li Shuiyao hadn't moved into his house, it meant that what he needed was still her intellect. However, what he wanted wasn't a collaborator, but a follower. Gu Xiaoman paused slightly. She was unwilling to accept this reality, as she was such a confident and proud person. How could she accept something like this? This shift in identity was unbearable for her. A collaborator is someone who stands on equal footing with Lin Yi, but a follower, to put it nicely, is just a worker, and to put it harshly, they are merely livestock that can be replaced at any moment. Having been in the workplace for so many years, she knew the cruelty of this situation. Moreover, now that it was the apocalypse, it was an era where killing was unregulated. Thinking of this, she immediately gave up on the prospect of Lin Yi. She had to search for another force within the community. But soon she realized a problem. No matter whom she found, the community was limited in size. Sooner or later there would be conflicts of interest, and she would inevitably cross paths with Lin Yi, perhaps even leading to conflict. Right now she had no idea of Lin Yi's strength, and if she chose the wrong path it could lead to her utter ruin, so she had to be extremely cautious. Having understood this, she wasn't in a hurry to make a decision, but chose to observe secretly for a while. She believed that given the current situation, many people must be coveting Lin Yi's house. It would be better to see how he handles it. After finishing his lunch, Lin Yi took a comfortable hot bath. Once he was done, he sat in the living room. He discovered that his phone was ringing incessantly. When he opened it, he was immediately startled by the content on his phone. There were thousands of friend requests, and in just this short time his phone was nearly overwhelmed. He quickly opened the group chat to check the situation. Look, Lin Yi's house still has electricity. How does his house still have power? Why is that? Could it be that he has a generator? Lin Yi, quickly tell us what's going on. Lin Yi, my child has a fever. Can I bring him to your house to recuperate? Lin Yi, weren't you looking for a woman before? Let me stay at your place. I can help you. He glanced through the messages, and most were from people wanting to move in with him. These friend requests were all from people wanting to stay at his house. He directly rejected all the requests. Just then someone knocked on his front door. Lin Yi looked through the surveillance camera and saw two people outside the door. An old woman was leading a child. He recognized her as Yao Shufan, the elderly person living in apartment 1201 above him. The child was her grandson. In his previous life, he had encountered these two people before. At that time, he was out searching for food and had finally found some supplies only to have them stolen by these two. Later, he heard that Yao Shufan and her grandson had been taken in by a kind family, but once they moved and they would boss the family around every day. Eventually, that family couldn't take it anymore and in anger threw them out of the window. It must be them. Lin Yi had a poor impression of them. At this moment, the child spoke up, "Grandma, I'm so cold. Hurry and let this family open the door. I want to go in." "Don't worry, my dear grandson, today. I will definitely get you inside." Oh, I want to live in a warm, big house." The child exclaimed happily. Yao Shufan saw that Lin Yi hadn't opened the door yet, so she continued to knock. After a while, the child seemed to lose patience. He yelled at Yao Shufan, "Why haven't they opened the door yet? Are these people dead? Hurry up and open the door. I want to go in." All right, dear grandson. Just wait a moment. The door will open soon." Yao Shufan hurriedly reassured him. But after waiting a while, the door still hadn't opened. The child, feeling impatient, kicked the door and shouted angrily, "Hurry up and come out. My grandma said I could stay in the warm big house, and this house will be mine from now on, so open the door." Yet Yao Shufan did not scold the child for his behavior. Instead, she showed concern for him. "Be gentle, dear grandson. Don't hurt your feet." "I don't care. I just want to live here. You hurry and let the people inside open the door," the child shouted loudly. "Okay, I'll make him open the door right now." Yao Shufan continued to bang on the door. Witnessing this scene, Lin Yi felt a surge of anger. How was this child being raised, and when did the old woman decide that she could just enter his home? Had she decided without his consent? Lin Yi opened the peephole on the security door. The peephole could only be opened from the inside, ensuring great safety. Once opened, Yao Shufan saw Lin Yi's excited expression. She quickly said, "Young man, open the door quickly. Let my grandson in to warm up." "Yes, you dog, open the door. I want to live in a warm big house. I want to live in a warm big house." Lin Yi's expression instantly turned cold, and he shouted, "Little brat, get lost." The child froze for a moment, then burst into tears. Yao Shufan panicked at this sight and hurriedly tried to comfort him. "Don't cry, dear grandson, don't cry." To her surprise, the child cried, even louder, sitting on the ground and wailing, "Grandma, he scolded me. I want him dead. I want him dead." All right, as long as my dear grandson doesn't cry, I'll let him die." "Really?" To her surprise, the child immediately stopped crying. Seeing her grandson stop crying, Yao Shufan stood up and looked at Lin Yi, her expression instantly turning venomous. "You dog, you scared my dear grandson to tears, and he's just a child. Hurry up and open the door. Let my dear grandson in." "Old woman, are you confused? This is my home." Yao Shufan's gaze flickered slightly, but in an instant it became sharp again. "What's so great about your home? Open the door, quickly. Can you afford for my grandson to freeze?" She shouted, her voice piercing like a rooster. Lin Yi sneered. He was no kind-hearted person and had plenty of ways to deal with such people. "Get lost." Yao Shufan was taken aback. She was usually the one who scolded others first. Today someone actually dared to scold her first. Immediately she sat down at the door and began to cry loudly. "Oh no, hitting an old person. Everyone come and see. Hitting an old person. Come save me." Yao Shufan and the child both sat on the ground, crying, their actions very practiced, suggesting this was not the first time they had done such a thing. Through the surveillance, Lin Yi saw that many people had gathered around, likely hoping to enter his house as well. However, they didn't dare to approach, probably out of fear. Well, since that's the case, attracting more people over would help avoid many troubles later. Yao Shufan and the child's cries grew louder, and one by one people started to step out of their homes, gathering in the corridor. Seeing that more people had gathered, Yao Shufan smiled contemptuously. She cried even louder, saying, "You all come and help this old woman. My grandson just wanted to play at his doorstep for a while, but he came up and scolded my grandson as a little brat and even hit him. Aren't we all born of parents? How can there be such people in this world? You all judge for yourselves. Why did he scold my dear grandson as a little brat? Why did he hit him? If I don't get an explanation today, I'll die by crashing my head against this wall." However, others knew that Lin Yi had killed before and was not to be trifled with. No one dared to speak up. They just wanted to see how Lin Yi would handle this. If he really let these two in, they could use the same method to enter Lin Yi's house. Seeing that this group of people had no reaction, Yao Shufan was momentarily stunned. This was the first time she had encountered such a situation. What's wrong with people nowadays? Are you all going to watch this old woman die here? You are all murderers. She glared at the crowd with disgust. However, as soon as she said this, she instantly angered those around her. They hadn't done anything yet, but this old woman had said such things about them. Plus, given the current environment, everyone was holding back a surge of anger. One after another they began to curse. You old hag, who do you think you are? Damn it, if I really killed you, it would serve you right for being so foul-mouthed. Look at that mean and nasty face of yours. It's no wonder you're living such a miserable life, and that the grandson you raised is no good either. Listening to the curses from those around her, Yao Shufan was shocked. What was wrong with these people today? This had never happened before. Faced with the insults from a crowd of people, even Yao Shufan felt somewhat intimidated. The child was so frightened that he burst into tears. Yao Shufan sat on the ground holding her grandson. You bully us, the orphans and widows. You are all bullies. Soon after hurling their insults, these people stopped paying attention to the old woman. They had not forgotten their purpose today. They still wanted to see how Lin Yi would act. After the group stopped their insults, Yao Shufan realized that these people were not to be trifled with, and so she turned her attention back to Lin Yi. Her eyes darted around as a new plan formed in her mind. Good-hearted people inside, please open the door and let us in. They are a bunch of lunatics, and you are the only good person here. Good person, are you really going to stand by and watch us suffer? Please have pity on us, the orphans and widows. We haven't eaten for 3 days, and our phone is broken. Why don't you open the door and let me borrow your phone? I need to call my son and have him send you money. My son is delivering takeout in Kyoto and makes a good amount of money. Ooh, please let me in. It's too cold out here and my grandson is too small, he can't stand it. Yao Shufan called out for over 10 minutes, but Lin Yi still did not open the door. Anger instantly darkened her expression. No longer pretending, she shouted with a voice like a rooster. You worthless scum, is it just because you have a generator? What makes you so special? If it weren't for the power outage these past 2 days, do you think I would want to go to your house? Let me tell you, my grandson is going to be a big official in the future, and I will have him lock you up in prison. Little brat, are you going to open the door or not? If you don't, I will die at your doorstep. Listening to Yao Shufan's insults, Lin Yi could no longer tolerate it. He saw that there were already enough people outside, and now it would have a deterrent effect if he took action. If it weren't for wanting to avoid such troubles in the future, he would have already thrown this old woman and her obedient grandson out. Lin Yi opened the peephole and shouted angrily at the old woman. I am giving you 5 seconds to take your foolish grandson and leave. The old woman wanted to say something, but was startled by Lin Yi. The words she had intended to say were swallowed back. However, she only paused for 2 seconds before glaring at Lin Yi with a difficult expression. Little brat, you better watch your mouth. How dare you insult my obedient grandson? At this moment, a group of onlookers saw Lin Yi intervene, and seeing his expression, they understood that this grandma and grandson were in for trouble. At the same time, they felt somewhat disappointed, as it meant they had no chance to enter Lin Yi's house. What does it matter to insult him? If you don't leave, I will hit him. You dare. The old woman glared, her voice sharp. Seeing that she had no intention of leaving, Lin Yi directly opened the door, walked out, and picked up the child, pulling down his pants and giving his bottom a series of hard slaps. The crisp sound echoed throughout the hallway. The child's cries followed, escalating from wailing to shrieking. It was clear how fiercely Lin Yi struck. Yao Shufan's heart trembled. This was her precious grandson. She couldn't bear to hit him even once. How could he do this? She immediately grabbed Lin Yi's arm and screamed at the top of her lungs, "Let go of my grandson. You worthless scum, may you die a horrible death." But she was no match for Lin Yi, and with a push, Yao Shufan stumbled against the wall. If you insult me, I will slap your grandson once for every insult you throw. Smack. The sound of slapping was crisp and pleasant. The child's wailing echoed throughout the entire building. You fool. How dare you hit me? I will have my grandma kill you. Smack. Grandma, come save me. Quickly kill this fool. Whoa. Smack. I was wrong. I won't do it again. Please stop hitting me. The child finally began to plead for mercy. Meanwhile, Yao Shufan steadied herself and rushed forward again. Let go of my grandson. I will fight you. Smack. Lin Yi continued to slap the child's bottom. The child began to wail again. Looking at her grandson's red and swollen bottom, Yao Shufan finally couldn't hold back any longer. She sat down on the ground, crying out loud. Please stop hitting my grandson, or we will leave. Seeing this, Lin Yi put the child down and directly returned to the safety room. Yao Shufan hurriedly picked up her grandson. My dear grandson, are you okay? You fool. Why didn't you save me? To her surprise, the child directly scolded his grandmother. Yao Shufan's expression changed as she looked at the child in disbelief. "Dear grandson, I am your grandmother. You are a fool. If you didn't save me, you are a fool. I want to go home." Whoa. Seeing her obedient grandson cry again, she couldn't care less, and quickly said, "Dear grandson, Grandma will take you home right now." A crowd of onlookers secretly laughed at this scene. However, they also felt somewhat disappointed recalling Lin Yi's ruthlessness earlier. If he was so harsh with a child, he would surely be even harsher with adults. Thus, the crowd abandoned the thought of entering Lin Yi's home and returned to their own homes to warm up. Yao Shufan quickly returned home with her grandson. The little girl heard her brother crying and hurried out to check on him. "Grandma, what happened to my brother?" Smack. But in the next moment, Yao Shufan directly slapped the little girl across the face. The little girl's eyes instantly filled with tears as she looked at the old woman in disbelief. "It's all your fault, you jinx. If it weren't for you, would my brother have been beaten like this?" Hearing this, the little girl could no longer endure her grievances and ran back to her room in tears. Yao Shufan was somewhat upset as she decided to confront her neighbors. If it weren't for them telling her that there was a generator in Unit 1001, she wouldn't have taken her grandson there. Thinking of this, she directly went out and knocked on her neighbor's door. Knock, knock, knock. The neighbor heard the noise, but did not open the door, knowing from the 3 urgent knocks that it must be Yao Shufan from across the hall. "Why are you back again?" the neighbor said impatiently. "Open up quickly. Why did you harm me? If you hadn't told me that Unit 1001 has a generator, I wouldn't have taken my grandson there. I don't care, you have to take responsibility for my grandson being hurt." "No way. You really want to see them. Besides, I didn't send you there. Your grandson getting hurt has nothing to do with me." Hearing this, the neighbor couldn't help but laugh. "I don't care anyway, it's related to you. You have to take responsibility today." Seeing her being so unreasonable, the neighbor said, "Instead of wasting time here, you should quickly go home and hide." "Hide? Why should I hide? It was him who hit someone, not me," Yao Shufan insisted. "Did you not know that the person from Unit 1001 killed He Jindong from our building a couple of days ago?" "What?" The old woman trembled all over upon hearing He Jindong's name. That person from Unit 1001 actually killed He Jindong. Thinking of this, Yao Shufan felt a chill run down her spine. She hurriedly ran back home and locked the door. Previously, He Jindong had gone door to door collecting grain. She had suffered no small loss from him, and the mere mention of his name made her pale. Yet that person from 1001 actually dared to kill him. Who exactly is this person from 1001? Without a smartphone, she naturally remained unaware of the events unfolding these days. The more she pondered, the more her doubts gnawed at her. After some thought, she decided to ask a neighbor about this person's identity. With that in mind, she hastily pushed open the door, cautiously peered outside to ensure no one was there, and then stepped out. She hurried to the neighbor's door, her knocking even softer than usual. Soon the neighbor came to the door, but upon seeing Yao Shufan through the peephole, he did not open it. "What do you want?" "I wanted to ask you about the family in 1001. Then the neighbor briefly recounted Lin Yi's story. After Yao Shufan learned the details, she felt more at ease, at least knowing that this Lin Yi hadn't actively done anything harmful. So Lin Yi had been looking for women in the group some time ago. Why not use her worthless daughter at home to exchange for some supplies? At this thought, her mind began to stir, and she was suddenly overjoyed. After raising this good-for-nothing for so many years, she could finally exchange her for something useful. Perhaps she could even get herself and her precious grandson into 1001. She quickly returned home and went to her granddaughter's room. She pushed the door open abruptly, startling the girl. "Grandma, is something the matter?" Yao Shufan, showing her a rare smile, said, "Zhaodi, there's a wonderful piece of good news." Zhaodi's nerves immediately tensed. In all these years, she had never felt a shred of kindness from her grandmother. Now that she was smiling at her, a sense of unease crept into her heart. "Hee, Zhaodi, why are you crying?" Yao Shufan quickly approached her granddaughter and wiped away her tears with her rough hands. Song Zhaodi was startled. This was the first time her grandmother had treated her this way. Usually it was nothing but scolding and beating. When had she ever shown concern? But the more she thought about it, the more uneasy she became. "Zhaodi, I'm sending you to a wealthy family. They have heating there. Once you go, you'll be living a life of comfort." Her guess was correct. Her grandmother would never be kind to her for no reason. Her heart was in turmoil. She didn't want to be treated like an object and sent away. Yet when she considered her future in this household, her anxiety only grew. Perhaps being sent away was better than staying here. Could it possibly be worse outside than at home? Moreover, she had no right to refuse. If she dared, the consequence would be a severe beating. At this thought, Song Zhaodi felt utterly hopeless and suffocated. "MM'll do as Grandma says." She nodded softly. "Hee, I knew it. All these years I've doted on you haven't been in vain. Seeing her granddaughter agree, Yao Shufan grinned from ear to ear. Humming a tune, she rummaged through the room, pulling out clothes one by one. Why isn't there a single nice piece? Honestly, who would like someone wearing clothes like this? She spoke without any regard for Song Zhaodi, who stood behind her. Hearing these words, Song Zhaodi's eyes instantly welled up. But she dared not cry out loud, only quietly wiped her tears away. Soon Yao Shufan found a somewhat presentable outfit. She held it up and measured it against Song Zhaodi, but her brow immediately furrowed. Why has it gotten too small? Song Zhaodi's heart trembled as she quickly explained, Grandma, this was bought 3 years ago. I've grown over the past 2 years, so it doesn't quite fit. Growing so fast. Just wear this one, Yao Shufan said, irritably tossing the clothes in front of her. Song Zhaodi took them, staring blankly at the outfit as her eyes moistened once again. She was already 18 years old. This dress was a birthday gift from her parents when she turned 15. She treasured it deeply and had never been willing to wear it. But over the past 2 years, as she grew, she subsisted on meals lacking nutrition. Her entire body was malnourished, making her look like a girl of 15 or 16. Yet her grandmother actually wanted her to wear this dress. To put it on, she would have to wear nothing else underneath, and even then it might not fit. And with the weather so cold, wasn't this a death sentence for her? While Song Zhaodi stood frozen in shock, Yao Shufan frowned at her lack of action. Why aren't you changing? Hearing her grandmother's voice, Song Zhaodi was startled and quickly shed the clothes she was wearing. The moment they left her body, a bone-piercing chill spread through her. Shivering, she slowly pulled on the small dress. Now that you're dressed, come with me, Yao Shufan said with a satisfied nod. Song Zhaodi was freezing. After a moment's hesitation, she grabbed her cotton coat and wrapped it around herself before following. In the living room, Yao Shufan smiled at her grandson. My precious, let's go. We're going to live in a warm, big house. I don't care. That bastard hit me. I want him dead. The child said angrily. All right, but this time don't say a word. Let Grandma talk to him. Once we get into his house, we'll kick him out. Hearing their conversation, Song Zhaodi tensed up. She was unwilling to go along with her grandmother's scheme, but every time she spoke up, she was met with unwarranted scolding and beatings. This had long since silenced her. Soon the three of them stepped out of the room. The hallway was even colder. Song Zhaodi, clad in thin clothes with only a cotton coat for warmth, shivered uncontrollably, her legs trembling. But she had no choice but to follow her grandmother downstairs. Before long, they stood before the door of 1001. Yao Shufan signaled her grandson to stay quiet, and then knocked on the door. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Yi, who was working out, frowned at the noise. Hadn't he just gotten rid of one old woman? Who was it now? He opened his phone to check the camera outside. She dares to come back. Curious, he noticed that this time a girl who looked about 15 or 16 was with her, though her head was bowed, obscuring her face. He then recalled that in his past life, this old woman had traded her own granddaughter for 2 packs of instant noodles. So this must be that girl. What a pitiful girl to be born into such a family. Just then, Yao Shufan's voice came from outside the door. Lin Yi, I was wrong before. I shouldn't have acted that way. But please have pity on us, a widow and orphans. We haven't eaten in 3 days. I heard you once said that women could be exchanged for supplies. I've brought my precious granddaughter here. If you don't mind, please take her in. Being with you would be this girl's blessing. Knowing their intentions, Lin Yi let out a cold laugh. This place was not one where just anyone could exchange goods. Lin Yi said coldly, you can go. I will not trade with someone like you. Outside the door, Yao Shufan immediately turned cold upon hearing this. She didn't want to miss this opportunity, so she continued, didn't you say that women could come here to exchange goods? Why can't we now? Are you bullying me because I'm an old woman? Lin Yi couldn't be bothered to respond to her. Talking to someone like her was a waste of breath. Why aren't you speaking? We sincerely came to exchange goods. My granddaughter is worth it. Yao Shufan kept shouting at the door, her voice growing louder. Soon her voice attracted the residents of several floors. Come out. Do you look down on us? Song Zhaodi looked at the growing crowd around her and felt as if she were a woman selling goods on the street, filled with shame. She silently lowered her head, enduring it all. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Yao Shufan was still shouting, occasionally banging on the security door, creating a clanging noise. After waiting for 5 minutes, Song Zhaodi was nearly frozen to the point of losing consciousness. With the surrounding whispers and pointing at that moment, she wished she were dead. She even had thoughts of ending her life. Finally, she summoned her courage and gently tugged at Yao Shufan's sleeve, quietly saying, Grandma, why don't we go back? He won't come out. But at that moment, Yao Shufan shot her an angry glare. Song Zhaodi was startled and quickly let go. However, this seemed to do nothing to quell Yao Shufan's fury. Shameless piece of trash. It must be that Lin Yi looks down on you. Have I fed you so much over the years just for it to go to waste? Look at yourself. Oh, at your age you haven't developed at all. Song Zhaodi looked at Yao Shufan in disbelief, unable to imagine her grandmother would say such things. Am I trash? In all these years, when have I ever been full? Since having a younger brother, all my love has been stripped away. Everything I like to eat has been taken by my brother. If it weren't for that, how could I have been malnourished for so long? Yet now I'm blaming myself for not developing, well, making me unworthy in Lin Yi's eyes. She blamed everything on herself. In that moment, her tears could no longer be restrained. They fell and turned into ice beads before they even hit the ground. Crying all the time, Yao Shufan hatedly pinched Song Zhaodi's arm. Oh! Song Zhaodi cried out in pain. The area she was pinched instantly turned a dark hue. At that moment, a child tugged at Yao Shufan's arm, saying, "Grandma, I'm hungry." "Wait a moment, dear grandson, of food will be ready soon." Oh, food will be ready soon. Yao Shufan looked at Song Zhaodi, and her expression immediately turned ugly. She raised her sharp voice and shouted, "You go knock on the door for me. If he doesn't want you today, you can die outside." Song Zhaodi trembled in fear, dragging her nearly frozen body step by step to the door. She lightly knocked, but because she had been sobbing and was trembling all over, she couldn't utter a complete sentence. "Please, open the door. Speak louder. Who can hear such a small voice?" Song Zhaodi shivered again. She could only raise her voice and continue to plead for Lin Yi to open the door. At that moment, the onlookers felt a pang of sympathy seeing this scene. Finally, someone couldn't bear to watch any longer and shouted, "How can you, as a grandmother, be so cruel? On such a cold day, you let a child wear so little? Are you even human? You're truly heartless, willing to sell your granddaughter for your grandson. How can someone like you exist in this world? Having a daughter like this born into your family is truly bad luck." Yao Shufan glared at the crowd, loudly scolding, "What does it have to do with you? She's my granddaughter. I can do whatever I want with her. If you can't stand it by her." Upon hearing this, the others quickly fell silent. This old lady was notoriously difficult to deal with. Anyone who got entangled with her would likely suffer. Now, with their own situations precarious, they couldn't afford to care for another person, so one by one they closed their mouths. They could only hope that this poor girl would be reborn into a good family in her next life. After knocking for another 5 minutes, the door still did not open. At this moment, Yao Shufan's grandson started throwing a fit again. "Grandma, I want to eat now. I want to eat now." All right, Grandma, will think of something." Saying this, she turned to Song Zhaodi and roughly yanked her hair. "Useless thing, I told you you're useless." "Grandma, don't pull my hair, it hurts." "It should hurt. Your brother is hungry, and you still can't get the door open. Are you planning to starve your brother?" "Grandma, I understand my mistake. I'll ask him to open the door now. Please don't hit me anymore. You shout for me if you don't get the person out today. See if I don't beat you to death." Soon Song Zhaodi's screams reached inside the house. Lin Yi couldn't help but frown. This old woman was too insane. How could she treat her own granddaughter like this? Thus he opened the camera again, intending to see what was happening outside. He saw Yao Shufan pulling her granddaughter's hair, while the other hand kept pinching her. Every area that was pinched quickly turned purple. It was evident that she wasn't holding back at all. Although Lin Yi felt great sympathy for the girl's plight, he still did not intend to open the door. If he really gave her food, these people would only become more aggressive. What if they came to cause trouble at his door later? Moreover, he couldn't change this girl's fate. If her family treated her this way, what could he, an outsider, do? Besides, he was even less likely to take in this girl. It was all just bad luck for her. While thinking this, Lin Yi looked at the girl in the video and suddenly felt she looked somewhat familiar. He frowned involuntarily and slowly zoomed in on the camera feed. When he finally saw the girl in the video, clearly his expression changed. Lolita Killer. Lin Yi did not expect that the infamous Lolita Killer from his previous life would actually be Yao Shufan's granddaughter. In his past life, the fearsome reputation of the Lolita Killer made the entire neighborhood tremble at the mention of her name. Due to her petite frame and doll-like appearance combined with her ruthless strikes, she earned the moniker Lolita Killer. He recalled that the Lolita Killer was always by the side of the neighborhood's overlord. That overlord was a figure of great secrecy, never stepping out of doors, and all who had seen his face were slain by the Lolita Killer. He spent his days hiding at home, commanding his underlings to scour the area for food. It was said that the Lolita Killer was fiercely loyal. The overlord trusted no one but her. Given her family circumstances, it seemed they had provided her with immense aid, cementing her unwavering devotion. Now that he had encountered her, if he could help her break free from that family, wouldn't it mean the Lolita Killer would follow his lead? At this thought, Lin Yi could not contain his excitement. He flung open the door and caught sight of Yao Shufan abusing her. "Stop!" Lin Yi thundered. Yao Shufan ceased her actions as Lin Yi emerged. She gave Song Zhaodi a sudden shove, and the girl, already numb with cold and exhaustion, stumbled directly into Lin Yi's arms. Lin Yi caught her instinctively, pulling her into an embrace. Seeing her clad in such meager clothing, fury surged within him. "Are you even human?" Lin Yi roared at Yao Shufan. Unfazed, the old woman chuckled. "I don't care. Now that you've held my granddaughter, her honor is ruined. You must take responsibility." Hearing this, Lin Yi nearly laughed in spite of himself. Dismissing her, he prepared to lead Song Zhaodi inside. But Yao Shufan was not about to let Lin Yi slip away. Having finally coaxed him out, and with her grandson still hungry, she hurried forward and grabbed Song Zhaodi's hand. "Give me food, or you're not taking her anywhere. Get lost." Lin Yi's temper flared. He fixed his gaze on Yao Shufan, a hint of murderous intent glinting in his eyes. Yao Shufan started to retort, but meeting Lin Yi's stare, a sliver of fear crept into her heart. She recalled that he had killed before. Panic seized her, and she released her grip. Seizing the opening, Lin Yi whisked Song Zhaodi into the room. The moment the door clicked shut, Yao Shufan snapped back to reality. She pounded on the door, shrieking, "Leave the girl, and give me 100 packs of instant noodles. No 500. But no matter how loudly she wailed, Lin Yi paid her no heed. Yao Shufan was frantic. Her cash cow was gone, and she hadn't secured any supplies. This was a disastrous loss. With that thought, she plopped down on the floor outside Lin Yi's door and began to weep loudly. "Everyone come and judge. My granddaughter has been stolen." The neighbors, drawn by the commotion, cast scornful glances her way. "Shameless old hag. You don't care about your granddaughter. You're just worried your precious grandson will starve." "Exactly. You deserve this. We all saw how you treated your granddaughter. Truly, shamelessness knows no bounds." "What's the matter? Remembering she's your granddaughter now. You were pretty harsh with her earlier. If you care so much about your grandson, let him find you some food." As the jeers rained down, Yao Shufan glared venomously at the crowd. "You'll all die horribly," she spat. The neighbors, unwilling to argue further and feeling the chill, quickly retreated to their homes. Before long, only Yao Shufan and her grandson remained in the hallway. "Grandma, I'm hungry. Bear with it, my precious. Your sister is inside. She'll bring us food soon." She pulled the boy close, huddling against Lin Yi's door. A sliver of warmth seeped through the crack. "Well, wait right here, my dear. I refuse to believe he won't come out." Inside, Lin Yi pulled Song Zhaodi in and handed her a thick down jacket. "For me." Her eyes sparkled with excitement, yet she hesitated to take it. "Take it." Only then did she accept the jacket, cradling it gently, stroking the fabric as if it were a treasure. She had never owned such fine clothing in her life. "What's your name?" Lin Yi asked, amused by the timid Lolita killer before him. Who would have thought that someone once so cold-blooded could be so at a loss? He wondered what she had endured in her past life to change so drastically. "Song Zhaodi," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "Relax. I won't hurt you." Lin Yi could see she was terrified, frozen in a state of shock. She nodded, but her tension only grew. Lin Yi decided to give her space, not pressing further. She needed time to adjust. He rose, poured a glass of warm water, and handed it to her. Song Zhaodi gulped it down greedily, as if she hadn't drunk in ages. Finishing the glass, she finally met his eyes. She handed the cup back, hesitating before asking, "Can I have another?" "Of course." Lin Yi refilled it. She drank 3 glasses in total before stopping. With the water, her nerves eased. Her eyes began to wander, taking in every corner of the room with undisguised envy. Her gaze finally fixed on the dining table, her eyes burning with desire, her throat bobbing. Knowing she must be famished, Lin Yi said, "Go ahead and eat if you want." "May I?" She looked at him, overjoyed. Lin Yi nodded. Carefully, she crept toward the table. Even in her ravenous state, she sought his permission. He wondered how she had turned so ruthless in her previous life. But he suspected Yao Shufan was to blame. A woman like that didn't deserve to be called human. Even killing her now would be too merciful. Yet Lin Yi had no such intention. Death would be a release, or letting her live was the true punishment. Just then a frantic pounding came from the door. "Song Zhaodi, get out here. You let your grandmother freeze outside while you enjoy yourself inside. Ungrateful wretch." At the sound, Song Zhaodi flinched, terror flooding her eyes as she looked to Lin Yi for help, a silent plea not to let her in. "Don't worry, she can't get in," Lin Yi reassured her. Relieved, she returned to her meal. Lin Yi walked to the door and peered through the peephole. Yao Shufan's grim face filled the tiny lens. "Young man, you've taken the girl. At least give us something to eat." She forced a smile uglier than tears, her wrinkles piling upon one another. "I have already provided food to your family, and your granddaughter is currently enjoying it." Lin Yi smiled slightly and turned to the side. Her expression immediately turned sour. She shouted at Song Zhaodi, "Hurry up and bring over the food. Do you want your brother to go hungry?" Song Xiaodi trembled in fright, glancing at her grandmother by the door and then at Lin Yi. After a moment of hesitation, she picked up a bowl of rice in front of her and started to walk towards the door. Seeing Song Xiaodi neglecting the feast laid out before her and only carrying rice, Yao Shufan felt a surge of anger. With a sharp voice, she yelled, "You worthless piece of trash! Are you trying to anger me on purpose? You neglect all that food and only bring this bowl of plain rice. What a wretched thing! Your brother is growing, bring me that bowl of braised pork." Song Xiaodi was startled by her shout, causing the rice in her hands to spill onto the floor. Outside, Yao Shufan's face turned even more ashen upon witnessing this. She shouted angrily, "You worthless piece of trash! You can't even handle this simple task. Quickly bring over the food from the table." Seeing the food on the ground, Song Xiaodi burst into tears. She hurriedly picked up the rice from the floor and placed it back into the bowl. Lin Yi observed all of this. Although he could save Song Xiaodi, she had not truly escaped from this family. What he needed to do now was to help Song Xiaodi completely break free from this old woman. With this thought, Lin Yi shouted, "Old woman, Song Xiaodi is mine now. It's inappropriate for you to shout at my person." Yao Shufan's eyes darted as she quickly said, "If you want her, then give me all the food on the table and I will sell Xiaodi to you." Hearing such words, Song Xiaodi, who was squatting on the ground, had tears streaming down her face again. Lin Yi ignored Yao Shufan and walked up to Song Xiaodi, squatting down to help her pick up the rice. While picking up the rice, Lin Yi quietly asked Xiaodi, "Do you want to completely get rid of them?" Song Xiaodi was taken aback, her tears flowing uncontrollably. "I can't get rid of them, they won't let me go. What if I can help you get rid of them?" Song Xiaodi was stunned, her eyes suddenly shining bright, as if her previously dim gaze had been lit up like stars. "Really? Yes, as long as you believe me, I can definitely help you get rid of them." "Yes, I believe you." Song Xiaodi nodded, her expression turning excited. At this moment, her brows suddenly furrowed as she said to Lin Yi, "Can you save my Xiaobai?" "Xiaobai?" Lin Yi was slightly taken aback. "Xiaobai is my little dog. It has been by my side all these years, and whenever I lose hope in life, it always brings me a glimmer of hope. If I don't save it, my grandmother will surely kill it." Hearing Song Xiaodi's words, Lin Yi seemed to understand why she had become so cold-blooded in her past life. It must be closely related to her Xiaobai. Given this old woman's character, if her grandson was hungry, she would not hesitate to kill Xiaobai for meat. With this in mind, Lin Yi said to Song Xiaodi, "Don't worry. I will definitely save your Xiaobai." Mum. Song Xiaodi rarely showed a hint of joy. Once the rice was completely picked up, Lin Yi stood up and walked to the door. He looked at Yao Shufan with disgust, saying, "If you want resources, you can bring me her Xiaobai." Yao Shufan's eyes darted as she quickly said, "That won't do. That's my food, unless you can give me more food." "Are you negotiating with me? Do you believe I can make sure you get nothing?" Lin Yi's voice suddenly turned cold. "Don't threaten me. I tell you, I'm not afraid of you." Although Yao Shufan claimed to be unafraid, her body was honest. She shrank her neck, looking at Lin Yi with trepidation. "You can try." Saying this, Lin Yi kicked the chair beside him. The chair instantly shattered into two pieces. Seeing such a sturdy wooden chair break so easily under Lin Yi's kick, Yao Shufan shivered. "Fine, I'll give it to you. But let's make it clear, I want all the food on your table." "Hee, you're really good at calculating. Do you know this entire table of food is more than enough even if 100 beauties were to serve me?" "Then give me 5 dishes." Yao Shufan said again. Lin Yi shook his head. "I can only give you." He elongated his voice, casually pointing at the table. Watching Yao Shufan's eyes continuously follow his finger, he sneered, and then pointed to a box of instant noodles on the floor. Yao Shufan's gaze fixed on the box of instant noodles, and her expression involuntarily changed. However, after a moment's thought, it seemed worthwhile to trade a worthless piece of trash and a bony dog for a box of instant noodles. "All right, let's trade for a box of instant noodles." But Lin Yi still shook his head. Yao Shufan frowned. "I can only give you 5 packs of instant noodles." "What?" Yao Shufan exclaimed quickly, saying, "No way. If you want my granddaughter and that dog, you must give me a whole box of instant noodles." Lin Yi remained calm and said, "It's okay, you can refuse. I have plenty of time to waste with you." Saying this, Lin Yi returned to the table and brought several plates of fragrant meat dishes to the door. "Look at this braised pork still steaming. I can't imagine how delicious it is." As he spoke, Lin Yi took a piece of braised pork and started chewing. Then he picked up another dish. "This foie gras is the most delicious." He held a slice and deliberately waved it in front of Yao Shufan, making her swallow hard. Then he tasted all the dishes in front of Yao Shufan and her grandson. "Grandma, I'm hungry. I want to eat." The little grandson, smelling the aroma, kept shaking her leg for food. But Yao Shufan was currently negotiating terms with Lin Yi, and she didn't want to easily compromise, so she quickly comforted, "Good grandson, we'll have food soon, just wait a little longer." "I don't care, I want it now. If you don't give me food, you're a bad person." To her surprise, the little grandson became even more aggressive, pointing at Yao Shufan and shouting. Yao Shufan found herself in a dilemma. She had intended to hold out a little longer, but her grandson was getting louder and louder. All right, Grandma, we'll find you something to eat right now. After saying this, Yao Shufan looked at Lin Yi and said, okay, 5 packs it is, give them to me now. My grandson is hungry. Lin Yi chuckled and shook his head, saying, first bring the dog over. Yao Shufan immediately panicked and exclaimed, you. Lin Yi continued looking at his watch. A minute is almost up. Saying this, he hurriedly walked upstairs. Soon a scrawny Chinese rural dog was brought down by Lu Shufan. I've brought the dog, now give me the instant noodles. Yao Shufan said cautiously. Well, exchange the dog for the food. All right, Zhaodi, come here. Song Zhaodi saw her little by being brought over, and a flicker of excitement flashed in her eyes. She hurried to Lin Yi's side but didn't dare to take another step forward, fearfully looking at Yao Shufan. Seeing her like this, Lin Yi patted her back and softly comforted her. Don't be afraid, she won't dare to hurt you with me here. Lin Yi looked out at Yao Shufan and said, I'll open the door, and you put the dog down. I will give you the food. Okay. Yao Shufan readily agreed, but a hint of malice flashed in her eyes. Quickly, Lin Yi opened the door just enough to slip out 5 packets of instant noodles. Yao Shufan also placed the little Bai on the ground. Little Bai was already very tired and collapsed onto the ground. Little Bai, I'm here, come to me quickly. Seeing her little Bai like this, Song Zhaodi was heartbroken. Hearing the commotion, little Bai lifted its head and tried hard to look in Song Zhaodi's direction, but its legs couldn't rise. Seeing this, Lin Yi sensed something was off. It seemed the dog's legs couldn't stand. Anxious, Song Zhaodi quickly reached out to grab little Bai, but at that moment Yao Shufan's withered hand grabbed her wrist. You ungrateful girl, I let you bring outsiders to trick me. Do you think I won't kill you? Opt. Song Zhaodi was being yanked by Yao Shufan. Lin Yi frowned at the scene and grabbed Yao Shufan's hand. Let go. His voice was cold, and he increased his grip. Yao Shufan looked at Lin Yi in fear and quickly released her grip. Take your things and get out of here. Lin Yi pulled Song Zhaodi into the house and casually closed the door. Just then Song Zhaodi suddenly cried out, Little Bai, what happened to your legs? Lin Yi rushed over to check and found that little Bai's front legs seemed to have been hurt. It lifted one leg, but dared not place it on the ground. Recalling her earlier actions, Lin Yi's expression turned cold. Yao Shufan must have intentionally hurt the dog's paw, rendering it unable to walk, wanting to use this to take Song Zhaodi back. Fortunately, the dog's paw wasn't severely injured. With some rest, it would be able to move normally again. Well, how dare you play tricks in front of me? I originally didn't want to go to extremes, but since you forced my hand, don't blame me. Saying this, Lin Yi opened his phone and cropped the video of Yao Shufan holding the 5 packets of instant noodles. He then shared it in the group. He believed that there were plenty of people at home without food, especially in their building, which was the farthest from building No. 1, where they had previously handed in food and couldn't retrieve it. Most of it had been snatched by people from other buildings. He was confident that as long as he released the news, someone would step in. Yao Shufan, having taken the 5 packets of instant noodles, coldly snorted at Lin Yi's door. Humph. You think just because you have backing now I can't deal with you? You are my granddaughter for life. Saying this, she looked at her grandson beside her and said, Come on, grandson, let's go home for dinner. All right, let's go home for dinner. Yao Shufan led her grandson upstairs. But at that moment, the doors of apartments 1101 and 1102 opened simultaneously. 2 pairs of greedy eyes looked over. Yao Shufan noticed them staring at the instant noodles in her hands and immediately became alert. What are you looking at? Get lost. Yao Shufan cursed loudly. But this time her insults had no effect. Instead of backing off, the 2 people walked towards her. Yao Shufan's pupils constricted slightly as she warily looked at the 2. What do you want? I warn you not to come closer. Old hag, why is your mouth so foul? Do you want me to clean it for you? I've long found you unpleasant. Do you think it's still the past? Do you think we were afraid of you before? We just didn't want to stoop to your level. You really think of yourself as something special? What do you want? Don't come closer. Old hag, hand over what you have. Otherwise we will take action. No way, this is mine. Even if you beat me to death, I won't give it to you. Yao Shufan quickly hid the instant noodles in her bosom. Hee, that's fine, we can handle it ourselves. Saying this, the 2 grabbed Yao Shufan and pulled her apart, causing the 5 packets of instant noodles hidden in her bosom to fall to the ground. At this moment, the others who had been waiting surged forward and snatched the 5 packets of instant noodles clean. Seeing her hard-won instant noodles being taken away, Yao Shufan fell to the ground crying bitterly. You bunch of robbers. May you all die an awful death. As she cried, her grandson also began to wail. I want to eat. I want to eat. No matter how much they cried and fussed, no one paid them any attention. After grabbing the food, those people each returned to their homes. Only Yao Shufan and her grandson were left behind. The more Yao Shufan thought about it, the more something felt off. Ooh, she had barely had the instant noodles for 5 minutes. How did others find out? Soon Yao Shufan stood up and pulled her grandson's hand, saying, "It must be Lin Yi who informed these people. How dare you, Lin Yi? You deceived me, old hag. I won't let this go." Quickly, Yao Shufan angrily returned to Lin Yi's door. She knocked forcefully on Lin Yi's door. "Lin Yi, come out." Just as Lin Yi had settled little by, he heard the knocking and smiled wickedly as he went to the door. "Well, Lin Yi, you actually got someone to rob my food. You owe me." Yao Shufan began to shout loudly. Lin Yi sneered and said lightly, "What does this have to do with me? If you were robbed, that's your own lack of vigilance. Haven't you heard that you're responsible for your own belongings?" Yao Shufan was nearly livid, but she seemed to have no evidence to prove it was Lin Yi. But who was she? She could turn the dead into the living and the non-existent into the existent. If she said Lin Yi did it, then Lin Yi did it. Thus she confidently shouted again, "It was you. Pay me back for my things. If you don't compensate me, I'm not leaving. Old fool, I gave you a chance, and you threw it away. Since you enjoy staying outside so much, then stay there. Let's see how long you can last." Having said that, Lin Yi paid her no further attention. Yao Shufan slumped to the ground waiting. But as time slowly passed, her legs grew numb from the cold. Her grandson was crying bitterly from the chill. Before long, she couldn't bear the cold any longer and scurried back inside, covering herself with several thick quilts. After closing the door, Lin Yi went to the bedroom and took a bag of dog food from his spatial storage. He had intended to give Xiaobai meat, but the dog was too weak for it now. He poured a bowl of dog food and set it before Xiaobai. Seeing the food, Xiaobai let out a soft whimper. "Xiaobai, eat up." Song Zhaodi took the bowl with concern and placed it by Xiaobai's mouth. The dog devoured the food, ravenously, finishing the entire bowl in less than a minute. Lin Yi poured another bowl, which was also quickly emptied. It was clear Xiaobai was famished. After 7 bowls and a bowl of milk, the dog finally perked up a little. It merely licked its tongue at Song Zhaodi, and Lin Yi barked a few times, then curled up on the warm floor to sleep. Song Zhaodi looked at Lin Yi with worry and asked, "Brother Lin Yi, will Xiaobai be all right?" Lin Yi glanced at Xiaobai. Since it can eat so much, it means it's not sick. It's probably just weak from not eating for a long time. I believe it'll be fine after a good sleep. Song Zhaodi was still uneasy. Lin Yi had to reassure her further. "Don't worry. It will be fine." Song Zhaodi replied, finally somewhat relieved. "You haven't had enough to eat, have you? Come and eat." Lin Yi smiled and pulled Song Zhaodi to the dining table. She had only taken a few bites of rice earlier, so her stomach was growling at the sight of the food. She picked up the bowl of rice that had fallen on the floor and was about to eat it. "Don't eat that." Lin Yi quickly stopped her. "I'm sorry." Song Zhaodi flinched and stood up immediately. Seeing such a conditioned reflex, he knew she must have endured much hardship. So he spoke gently, "I didn't mean it that way. That bowl of rice is dirty. Eat the other things. Eat everything on the table is yours." Song Zhaodi looked at the other dishes. Though she longed to eat them, she was clearly restraining herself. "These should be for Brother Lin. He'll just wash the rice." With that, she headed to the kitchen to wash the rice. Lin Yi grabbed her, seated her at the table, and took the bowl from her. He dumped it into the trash can in front of her. "Since you call me brother, how could I mistreat my own sister?" He picked up his chopsticks and placed some of every dish before her. Seeing Lin Yi's actions, Song Zhaodi fell to daze. Her own family had never been this kind to her, yet he, a stranger, was so generous. A warmth surged in her heart, and her fear of Lin Yi vanished entirely. She replied with a sweet smile before eating the food he had given her. Strangely, though the food was delicious, it tasted bitter in her mouth. Her nose tingled. It was the first time in her life she had eaten such fine things. These were treats only her brother had ever enjoyed, and now she finally tasted them. Unknowingly, tears rolled down her cheeks, mingling with the food. Seeing Song Zhaodi's intense reaction, Lin Yi's heart ached. This was not the lowly assassin he had known. This was a girl so considerate it broke one's heart. He wondered what immense trauma had driven her to become so different in her past life. In this life, he was fortunate to rescue her, and he believed she would be utterly loyal to him. He was determined not to let her become that person again. Soon Song Zhaodi was full. Her belly was slightly rounded, but she sat there somewhat awkwardly. She clearly hadn't adapted to her new life yet. She just needed time. "Go take a shower," Lin Yi said casually, noticing how dirty she was. But Song Zhaodi's body stiffened at his words, and her hands clenched nervously. "Oh, okay," she replied with a strained expression, rising slowly and heading to the bathroom. Lin Yi took clothes in her size from his spatial storage and left them by the bathroom door for her to wear after her bath. After reminding her, he returned to the bedroom. But before long, Song Xiaodi pushed open his door wrapped in a towel. Seeing her enter, Lin Yi was momentarily stunned. He hadn't noticed before how beautiful she was. She had a sweet face, still bearing a trace of childishness due to malnourishment. Her figure was slender, and her skin was fair. Fresh from her bath, her damp hair ends playfully dripped water droplets with a few strands clinging to her porcelain-like delicate cheeks. Her petite form was gently wrapped in a towel, one corner slightly lifted at her slender collarbone, revealing a pale shoulder, as smooth as mutton fat jade. Her big eyes sparkled as if hiding stars, and the tiny water droplets on her lashes glistened like morning dew on grass blades under the light. Her slightly pouted lips carried a childish charm, and her whole being exuded a fresh, pure aura like a little elf who had strayed into the mortal world, innocent and enchanting. Lin Yi was taken aback, but then Song Xiaodi unexpectedly began to untie her towel. Seeing this, he immediately understood. She must have thought he had kept her to take her as his wife. At that thought, Lin Yi sprang from the bed to the floor. He grabbed the towel just as it was about to fall. Song Xiaodi's eyes flickered, her breathing quickened, and a flush of red tinged her pale, malnourished face. Lin Yi had no intention of taking advantage of her. He had simply thought to keep her by his side to help him in the future. After all, his abilities were limited, and he had no one he could fully trust. He had only made this decision because he knew Song Xiaodi from her past life had been utterly loyal to her boss. Xiaodi, don't misunderstand. I only see you as a sister. Lin Yi quickly found an excuse. Hearing this, Song Xiaodi's face flushed with embarrassment. So she had misunderstood. Song Xiaodi felt utterly embarrassed. I'm going to bed. With that, she hurriedly ran out. Xiaobai lifted its head to look at Song Xiaodi, and then at Lin Yi, tilting its head in confusion about what had just happened. Letting out a whimper, it then lay back down to sleep. Lin Yi closed the door and let out a long sigh. At this moment, he felt that leaving Song Xiaodi at home was also a problem. He wouldn't be able to relax while discussing life with other women. With this thought, he decided to let Song Xiaodi stay at Li Zuyao's place next door. After all, Li Shuiyao was now also his woman, so there was no issue with them living together. Moreover, being right next door meant he could handle any problems that arose in a timely manner. Thinking this, Lin Yi decided to tell her tomorrow. He lay on the bed, but at that moment his phone rang. It was a call from Gu Xiaoman. Lin Yi felt somewhat tempted by this woman, but he knew that she had great ambition and was difficult to control. After answering the call, Gu Xiaoman's extremely seductive voice came through. Lin Yi, I admit your conditions are indeed very good, but you only have one woman. I can lower my requirements to become your woman, but you must give me half of your supplies. Lin Yi chuckled. It seems you still haven't figured out your position. Since that's the case, perhaps we shouldn't cooperate after all. Gu Xiaoman was furious. Lin Yi, I've already shown all my sincerity. If you're still going to act like this, I think we have nothing left to discuss. I will absolutely not become your plaything. Suit yourself. With that, Lin Yi hung up the phone. Did she think she could get half of his supplies? He could never trust a woman like that, not knowing what she might do next. Lying on the bed, he tossed and turned. The entire neighborhood was experiencing a power outage, and in a few days people's phones would run out of battery. It seemed he needed to take advantage of the last moments to see if he could find the next traitor in the group chat. Lin Yi opened the group chat and posted a photo of a table full of food. Those who want food can come to my house for a detailed discussion limited to beauties only. This time the insults in the group chat had reduced significantly. Most people were running low on food at home. Soon the group chat became lively again. I'm begging you, give me some food. Do I have to go to your house to get food? I can send you my private photos. Can you give me some food? Lin Yi, I want to trade with you. I'm coming to find you now. Seeing these eager little fairies, Lin Yi sneered. Didn't they say that anyone looking for him was a fool? Had they forgotten so quickly? Isn't it delightful to slap faces? He then said in the group, if you want to trade with me, you must first send out your photos. No beautified images, must be raw shots. Current beautified pictures are practically head-swapping techniques. He didn't want to open the door and find a confident woman weighing 180 pounds. Soon quite a few people in the group sent photos. The group chat instantly turned into a beauty pageant scene. However, this seemed to be the preliminary round, and these contestants were rather unappealing. After looking through, he found not a single one worth his attention. Lin Yi shook his head at these people. They usually dressed well, but now at home, they likely didn't even bother to wash their faces. Each one had dull skin and looked terribly unhealthy. Now that he had Li Shuiyao, his tastes had become picky, not just anyone could catch his eye. You all don't qualify. Hearing this, several little fairies immediately broke down and cursed in the group. What do you mean? We've sent our photos and you're telling us we don't qualify. That's right. I don't care. We've already sent our photos, you must give us food. If you don't give us food, we'll all come to your house to cause a scene. While they were cursing, someone in the group sent a photo, immediately capturing Lin Yi's attention. This woman was named Xingxia. The photo she sent displayed exquisite features, smooth and hydrated skin with no traces of Photoshop. In terms of appearance, she was absolutely not inferior to Li Shuiyao. Seeing that those people immediately fell silent, Lin Yi sneered. It seemed these people also knew what it meant to feel ashamed. He then said again in the group, "Only those like this meet the standards." After saying this, Lin Yi accepted Sheng Xia's friend request. As soon as he accepted, Sheng Xia eagerly sent a message. "I agree to trade with you, but it's my first time. Can you give me more supplies? Your conditions are not bad. Oh, I can give you 2 packs of instant noodles and a bottle of mineral water." "What? Is that all?" Seeing this, Lin Yi was not in a hurry. Food would only become more expensive in the future. In another 10 days, he might not even be able to trade for a single pack of instant noodles. "You can think it over." "Ooh, I won't force you." With that, Lin Yi turned off his phone and quickly fell asleep in bed. The next morning, Lin Yi was awakened by Xiao Bai's barking. He got up and went outside, finding Song Zhaodi comforting Xiao Bai. "Xiao Bai, don't wake up brother Lin from his sleep." Xiao Bai happily wagged its tail. When it saw Lin Yi come out, it excitedly barked twice at him. "Shoo!" Song Zhaodi hurriedly covered Xiao Bai's mouth nervously. Xiao Bai whimpered in grievance. "You're awake so early." Brother Lin, I'm sorry Xiao Bai, didn't mean to wake you up." Song Zhaodi immediately panicked. "It's okay." As he spoke, Lin Yi looked at Xiao Bai and said, "It seems Xiao Bai is fine now." "Yes, thank you, brother Lin. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know what to do." Song Zhaodi's face turned slightly red. At that moment, Xiao Bai broke free from Song Zhaodi's hold and happily ran to Lin Yi's feet, lying down and getting back up, its tail wagging incessantly. Seeing Xiao Bai's actions was like it was thanking Lin Yi for saving it. Lin Yi was surprised at how intelligent this dog was, and he instantly grew fond of it. Then he walked to the refrigerator, avoiding Song Zhaodi's gaze, and took out a piece of raw meat from his space. He placed it in Xiao Bai's bowl. Xiao Bai happily circled around Lin Yi a few times, sitting on the ground watching him, but it didn't eat right away. "Go eat," Lin Yi said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bai happily ran to the bowl to eat. It devoured a whole pound of raw beef. Lin Yi couldn't fathom how such a frail body could hold so much. Xiao Bai seemed to understand Lin Yi's words, happily circling back and forth. Soon the two of them and the dog exited the room. Upon reaching the corridor, a sudden chill swept over them. Fortunately, both were wearing top-notch winter gear wrapped up snugly. Xiao Bai shook its body and dashed down the stairs as if it were familiar with the surroundings. Before long, the trio arrived on the first floor, which was already bustling with people trying to find food. When they saw Xiao Bai, their eyes lit up. If they could catch this dog, they wouldn't have to starve for at least several days. However, they quickly noticed Lin Yi. Seeing Xiao Bai circling around Lin Yi, they abandoned their thoughts of catching the dog. They all knew about Lin Yi's prowess, having single-handedly killed someone as ruthless as He Zhendong. He was not someone they dared to provoke lightly. At this moment, they also noticed that the dog's belly was round and bulging, clearly having eaten well. Thinking about how many days they had gone without food while Lin Yi could feed his dog so much, it made them feel even worse. Their lives were less carefree than Lin Yi's dog. At least as Lin Yi's dog, it didn't have to suffer from hunger. They couldn't help but feel a bit envious of the dog. Xiao Bai kept running around on the first floor, which was spacious and not too crowded, allowing it to frolic freely. Just then, a familiar voice echoed from the staircase. "Great. You worthless thing are actually here. Hurry up and come home with me." Yao Shufan rushed towards Song Zhaodi. Song Zhaodi's expression changed in shock, leaving her momentarily speechless. Yao Shufan quickly approached her, raising her hand to strike Song Zhaodi's face. Lin Yi frowned and moved swiftly, blocking Yao Shufan and shielding Song Zhaodi behind him. "What are you doing?" Yao Shufan gasped in surprise. "You're hitting me and still asking what I'm doing." Lin Yi sneered. Yao Shufan glared at Lin Yi and shouted, "She is my granddaughter. When did she become yours? What a joke! You personally brought her to me yesterday, trading her for 5 bags of instant noodles." You're talking nonsense." Yao Shufan's eyes darted around. "Am I talking nonsense? I have video evidence, so would you like to see it?" As he spoke, Lin Yi pulled out his phone. Yao Shufan's face paled. She never expected Lin Yi had saved the video. "What can a video prove? I'm just a powerless old woman who, to ensure my grandson has food to eat, had to make a deal with a scumbag like you. How pitiful my precious granddaughter is to fall into the hands of such a scumbag. Her purity is ruined, and all you give me is 5 bags of instant noodles. Are you even human? Old woman, if anyone is less than human, it's you, for making your granddaughter wear such thin clothing in -50-degree weather. If I hadn't let her inside, she would have frozen to death by now. The bystanders watched as the two continued to argue, whispering among themselves. I know that old woman, she lives above me. I hear her scolding and beating her granddaughter every day. Goodness, there really are such people in the world. Truly malicious. I saw what happened yesterday with my own eyes. It was this old woman who forcibly brought her granddaughter to sell to Lin Yi. If Lin Yi hadn't taken her in, that girl would probably have frozen to death by now. You all shut up. What do you know? Yao Shufan pointed at the crowd and began to shout. Old hag, are you even daring to deny it? So many people saw what happened yesterday, your excuses won't work. You be quiet. Seeing Yao Shufan arguing with others again, Lin Yi directly pulled Song Xiaodi away. Just as they were about to leave, Yao Shufan spotted them and rushed towards Song Xiaodi. Xiaodi, you can't leave, come home with me. However, just as her hand was about to grab Song Xiaodi, Xiaobai lunged forward and bit Yao Shufan's arm. Ouch! You beast, you dare to bite me. Yao Shufan kicked at Xiaobai. The clever dog, after preventing her from grabbing Song Xiaodi, ran away. Yao Shufan's kick missed entirely, and she fell onto the ground howling in pain. Ouch, you little brat, come back. Seeing this scene, Lin Yi couldn't help but laugh, calling out to Xiaobai as he headed upstairs. Just as Lin Yi went upstairs, a figure emerged from a dark corner. This person was Sun Chong. Sun Chong watched Lin Yi leave with a face as dark as if it could drip water. Lin Yi, I won't let you off, he muttered softly. Soon he approached Yao Shufan. Do you want Lin Yi to die? Sun Chong asked in a low voice. Yao Shufan's expression changed. Oh, although she had done many bad things, she didn't have the guts to kill someone. You. Who are you? Like you, I am someone who has suffered greatly because of Lin Yi. If I can kill him, would you be willing to help me? Yao Shufan's eyes brightened. She hated Lin Yi deeply. Why did his family have so much food? These things should have been hers. I can help you, but I want half of his family's supplies. Sun Chong's gaze flickered, a flash of murderous intent crossing his eyes before disappearing in an instant. All right, I agree. As long as you help me, they'll give you half of the supplies after Lin Yi is dead. Upon hearing this, Yao Shufan became excited. She quickly got up from the ground. Her wrist, being heavily clothed, wasn't bitten through by Xiaobai, just her clothes had a few holes. So how do you want me to help you? Sun Chong smiled wickedly and whispered into her ear. Hearing his words, Yao Shufan instantly became agitated, her eyes sparkling. All right, this time he's dead for sure. After saying this, Yao Shufan followed Sun Chong away. Soon she followed Sun Chong to He Zhendong's home. Previously, Yao Shufan had been quite frightened by He Zhendong. Therefore, her expression turned extremely grim upon arriving here. She felt completely uneasy. Why did you bring me here? She asked timidly. This is now my territory. At that moment, 3 men and an exceptionally beautiful woman emerged from the house. These are all my people, and they are here to kill Lin Yi. You have so many people, why do you still need an old woman like me? Yao Shufan said, somewhat afraid. We have a common enemy, so we are on the same front. Although your physical condition is a bit lacking, you can speak. You can make everyone hate Lin Yi, and that way we will have more helpers. All right, what do you need me to do? Yao Shufan's eyes lit up. Speaking ill of others was her specialty. At this moment, the beautiful woman stepped forward and smiled. Let me introduce myself. My name is Gu Xiaomon, and it was I who suggested bringing you in. All you need to do is slander Lin Yi, making him the target of everyone's ire in the entire community. Okay, this is on me. Yao Shufan's eyes sparkled as she asked again, will I get food for helping you? Old Lady Sun Chong should have made it clear to you. Only by killing Lin Yi will we have food. We won't provide anything until Lin Yi is dead. Hearing this, Yao Shufan felt a bit dejected. Then fine, let's act quickly. I'm worried he will finish all the food, she said with a worried expression. Upon hearing this, Sun Chong's face turned sour, and he said coldly, Humph. My supermarket was robbed, and it must have been him. I believe he has a lot of food hidden at home, otherwise how could he still be eating so well for such a long time, and even his dog is well fed. Speaking of that beast makes me angry. I've raised it for years, and it dared to bite me. Just wait until I deal with it. Yao Shufan said through gritted teeth. Enough with the nonsense, come with me to record a video. A flicker of disdain crossed Gu Xiaoman's eyes. Hey, fine. Yao Shufan quickly followed Gu Xiaoman into the house. Gu Xiaoman was involved in the cosmetics business and possessed profound skills in makeup. Using existing cosmetics, she quickly transformed Yao Shufan into an elderly woman who had been violently beaten. Half an hour later, Gu Xiaoman sent a video to the community group accompanied by the text, everyone, what a kind, elderly lady this is, yet she was beaten to this extent. I simply can't bear it. In the video, Yao Shufan's face was bruised and battered. She sat on a chair, her hands clasped nervously, tears welling in her eyes. Hello everyone, I live in Unit 1201 of Building 10. My name is Yao Shufan. I have a grandson and a granddaughter. Yesterday, the two children were so hungry that they couldn't take it anymore, so I took them to find food. As a result, I encountered Lin Yi, who, seeing that my granddaughter was quite pretty, had malicious intents and forcibly took her away. When I sought justice, he beat me up like this. You all must stand up for me. I had no choice but to come to you for help. Soon the group became lively. Lin Yi is actually this kind of person. Didn't he say in the group that beautiful women could come to his house for in-depth exchanges and receive food? What kind of moral bottom line does this person have? He must have thought this old lady easy to bully. Do I say he is capable of such things? Yes, this kind of person is truly despicable. Soon the group was filled with curses, everyone berating Lin Yi for being inhuman. Meanwhile, Lin Yi, resting in his room, also saw this message. He let out a cold laugh and turned off his phone, using public opinion to set me up. Truly wishful thinking. Just then a small head peeked in from the door. Zhao Di, is there something wrong? Song Zhao Di timidly walked in, standing before Lin Yi, somewhat at a loss. What's wrong? Then Song Zhao Di handed over the phone Lin Yi had given her. I saw the messages in the group. I'm sorry. I tried to clarify things to them, but no one listened. Lin Yi, seeing she had come to find him because of this, smiled and said, This is not your fault. You don't need to apologize. But she is still my grandmother. You are so good to me, yet she spreads rumors about you like this. I feel somewhat guilty. Lin Yi gently stroked Song Zhao Di's head and said softly, Zhao Di, remember from the moment she used you to exchange for food, she is no longer your grandmother. Didn't you say you wanted to get rid of her? If you truly wish to break free from her, you must deny her from your heart. Song Zhao Di looked at Lin Yi and nodded firmly. I understand. I will not think about these things anymore. My only identity from now on will be Lin Gige's sister. She smiled and left Lin Yi's room. Lin Yi also couldn't be bothered with these people. He wanted to see what tricks they were up to. Lu Rumeng lay in bed, casually scrolling through her phone. At that moment, the phone suddenly rang. She quickly opened the group chat. When she saw these messages, she was taken aback. Lin Yi beat up the old lady. She continued scrolling through the messages and quickly found that video. She didn't care whether Lin Yi really hit the old lady, as she was more concerned about Lin Yi's home and his food. When she saw everyone cursing Lin Yi, a smile appeared on her face. Great. Now that everyone is cursing Lin Yi, if I treat him well now, wouldn't that be like sending charcoal in the snow? I believe he will definitely change his mind and accept me. Thinking of this, Lu Rumeng quickly dialed Lin Yi's number. Soon the call connected. Lu Rumeng couldn't wait to say, Lin Yi, I saw the messages in the group. I believe you are not that kind of person. No matter what others say about you, I will silently support you from behind. Oh, and then, Lin Yi, can you forgive me? I know I did many wrong things in the past. I promise I will treat you well in the future and never make those mistakes again. Hearing this, Lin Yi began to ponder. In his past life, the harm done to him by Lu Rumeng's family was unforgivable. Since she wanted to live in his house so much, why not turn the tables? Thinking this, Lin Yi said, I can forgive you, but there is one thing I must make clear. You must sever ties with your family before I can let you live in my house. Lu Rumeng froze for a moment, but thinking of Lin Yi's environment and the endless food, she made up her mind. No matter what, she had to live in Lin Yi's house. All right, I promise you I will cut off all ties with them. Just wait, I'm going to find you right now. After hanging up the phone, Lu Rumeng was filled with excitement. She had finally received Lin Yi's forgiveness. However, the price was to sever ties with her family, which she found to be acceptable. Their food at home was almost depleted, and her staying there would only waste food. It was better for her to leave and relieve some pressure on them. With this thought, she put on a thick down jacket and stepped out of her bedroom. In the living room, her parents were sitting on the sofa. Lu Rumeng did not look at them and walked straight towards the door. Where are you going? Lu Shanchuan asked. Lu Rumeng ignored him and continued towards the door. Your dad is asking you a question. Her mother Wang Meiying chimed in. Lu Rumeng still did not answer. Now both of them frowned in concern. Both of them stood up, wanting to see what was wrong with her. But as soon as they got up, Lu Rumeng hurriedly ran towards the door. Seeing this, both of them felt something was off and quickly rushed to grab Lu Rumeng. Where do you think you're going? Speak up, Lu Shanchuan scolded. Caught by her parents, Lu Rumeng shouted, Let me go. Are you going to find Lin Yi again? Haven't you been humiliated enough by him? Lu Shanchuan scolded. You don't get to dictate my life. I want to find Lin Yi. He has forgiven me. He said that as long as I cut ties with you, I can live with him and won't have to worry about food and clothing anymore. Hearing this, Lu Shanchuan felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. What blasphemous words! Anger surged within him, and he slapped Lu Rumeng across the face. Smack! Ungrateful child! Aunt! Lu Rumeng cried out in pain after being slapped. Mom and Dad, what are you doing? Why won't you let my sister go? Lu Ziheng, hearing the commotion, also came out. Lu Ziheng, Quickly bring your sister back. She must not leave this door. Lu Shanchuan quickly instructed. Oh, I understand. Lu Ziheng joined the fray, finally managing to restrain Lu Ruming. The elderly couple was exhausted and sat down on the floor panting heavily, taking a while to catch their breath. Now they could only eat one meal a day, so their physical strength was obviously insufficient. Let me go. You have to let me go. Lu Ruming struggled desperately. Sister, stop making a scene, Lu Ziheng said, holding on to Lu Ruming tightly. Soon she was too exhausted to fight back. Lu Shanchuan and Wang Meiying approached her. Lu Shanchuan looked at his daughter and said, filled with disappointment, Fool, you have begged him so many times. When has he forgiven you? This time is definitely a trick. You are talking nonsense. This time he personally told me he forgave me. Why are you stopping me? I know you just don't want me to live well. Hearing this, Lu Shanchuan's blood pressure skyrocketed. He sat down heavily on the sofa, taking a while to calm down. Ruming, how can you speak to your father like this? You should apologize to your father right away, Wang Meiying said gratefully. I can apologize, but you must not stop me from finding Lin Yi. You wretched child, do you know that Lin Yi is now like a rat crossing the street? Look at how he is being cursed in the group. He might even get killed at any moment. What good can come from following him? Lu Shanchuan scolded, pointing at her. I don't care. I want to find him. Let me go. Seeing her defiance, Lu Shanchuan had no choice but to instruct his son. You lock her in her room. No one is to let her out without my command. All right. Lu Ziheng pulled Lu Ruming towards the bedroom. You can't do this to me. Let me go. Daughter, we are doing this for your own good. How many times has Lin Yi deceived you? Just listen to us. Lu Ruming was pushed into the room, and she quickly locked the door behind her. She hurried to open the door, but it was already locked, and she couldn't open it at all. Panicking, she shouted loudly at the door, Mom and Dad, let me out. Lin Yi is waiting for me. Hearing Lu Ruming's words, Lu Shanchuan said with exasperation, no one is to let her out, otherwise it will harm her. Despairing, Lu Ruming sat on the ground. Her eyes were vacant and tears streamed down her face. She couldn't understand why her parents were stopping her from pursuing happiness when they had previously supported her so strongly. They must not want her to live too well, it must be that. At that moment, she suddenly thought of Lin Yi. She hurriedly pulled out her phone and called Lin Yi. The call connected quickly. Lu Ruming said urgently, Lin Yi, my parents have locked me in my room. Come quickly to save me. I want to go with you. I'm willing to cut ties with them and live with you. It seems they want to use you to lure me out so they can take over my house. Ruming, hold on and I will come back to save you when the opportunity arises. Lu Ruming nodded vigorously, excitedly saying, Okay, I will wait for you. After hanging up, Lin Yi sneered. Then you can keep waiting. Lin Yi glanced at the group, looking at Gu Xiaoman's previous comments. Seeing this person, his expression turned cold. It seemed she had made her choice and stood against him. He couldn't help but wonder who she had partnered with. The group fell silent for a while, and no one spoke up. Thus he went outside. Song Zhaodi was cleaning the room, and the previously messy environment instantly became tidy. Lin Gij, do you think the room I cleaned is neat? Lin Yi smiled, thinking that having such a sensible sister was quite nice. Stop cleaning, it's almost noon. I'll introduce someone to you shortly. Okay. Song Zhaodi smiled slightly and took off the apron she had on. Lin Yi dialed Li Xiao's number, inviting her to come over for lunch. Soon Li Shuiyao appeared at the door wearing amusing clothing. Lin Yi cautiously checked the surveillance cameras, and after confirming it was safe, let her in. As soon as Li Shuiyao entered, she rushed into Lin Yi's arms, speaking in an intimate tone, Did you miss me? Lin Yi gave her a look, signaling her to glance aside. Li Shuiyao turned her head in confusion, only to meet Song Zhaodi's gaze. Song Zhaodi smiled at her and waved. Li Shuiyao immediately felt embarrassed and quickly freed herself from Lin Yi's embrace. At a loss for words, she said, Hello. Then Lin Yi introduced the two to each other. The two quickly became familiar with each other. Hello, sister-in-law. Song Zhaodi smiled, her eyes squinting into crescent moons. Li Shuiyao looked at Lin Yi, remembering that he had never claimed she was his girlfriend and that their relationship was merely that. Lin Yi didn't respond. Instead, he turned to Li Shuiyao and said, I called you here today to discuss something with you. What is it? Li Xiao's eyes brightened. She had long dreamed of living in Lin Yi's house. You should have heard about the group matters. I want Zhaodi to stay at your house. Li Shuiyao glanced at Song Zhaodi, then back at Lin Yi, and said, Of course, but aren't you going to clarify this matter? What is there to clarify? They just want to get my supplies. Even without this matter, they would find other reasons. Of course, I won't let you help for free. I will provide you with enough food and coal every day. How about that? Li Xiao's eyes sparkled with delight. Although she couldn't live in Lin Yi's house, this outcome was still quite good. Compared to others, her life was exceptionally better. She felt increasingly fortunate. Without Lin Yi, she wasn't sure how she would cope. She resolved to follow Lin Yi from now on. However, she still had some doubts. After observing for several days, she noticed that although Lin Yi's house had plenty of food and coal, those supplies would not last long. But judging by Lin Yi's attitude, he didn't seem concerned about the supplies at all. Thinking of this, Li Shuiyao cautiously asked, Lin Yi, do you still have so many supplies? You don't need to worry about the supplies. Do I have enough for us to last 100 years? Just answer me, is that all right? Sure, no problem. Hearing Lin Yi's words, she felt relieved, but she was very curious about where all those things were stored. However, she knew she could not ask, as it was Lin Yi's secret. If she angered Lin Yi, she might lose her daily meals, which would be a terrible loss. Seeing Li Shuiyao agree, Lin Yi felt much more at ease. He only gave Li Shuiyao enough food for one day, never more, because he feared she would betray him. Only by instilling the idea that betraying him would mean no food could he ensure her loyalty. Then Lin Yi turned to Song Zhaodi and said, Zhaodi, you can feel free to move next door. Come over whenever you want during the day. Song Zhaodi's eyes flashed with a hint of disappointment, but she still smiled and said, all right, I'll follow Brother Lin's arrangements. After dinner, Lin Yi found a lot of clothes for Song Zhaodi. Song Zhaodi had never worn such beautiful clothes, and she was busy and delighted. Her smile never left her face. After she finished packing, she carried 2 large suitcases to the next room. But just as she called for Little Bai to go with her, Little Bai stopped moving. It actually ran to Lin Yi's side, biting his leg and trying to pull him away. It seemed to want Lin Yi to go with it. Seeing this scene, Song Zhaodi couldn't help but laugh and cry. A Little Bai, you don't want your master so soon. Although she scolded it, her tone was full of affection. It was clear that she had a deep bond with Little Bai. It was no wonder, raised in such a family with only Little Bai by her side, all her emotions were poured into Little Bai. Forget it or let it stay where it wants. All right then. It doesn't matter. I can come over during the day to keep you company at Brother Lin's. With that, Song Zhaodi carried her 2 large suitcases to Li Zuyao's house next door. However, after Little Bai saw its owner leave, it made whimpering sounds, appearing very anxious. It looked at Lin Yi and continued to bite his pants leg, trying to walk outside. Lin Yi smiled and followed. The layout of Li Zuyao's place was the same as Lin Yi's, both being 4-room houses. Since there was no electricity here, they could only use coal basins for heating. Lin Yi returned to his room and took out 2 iron basins from his space, placing them in the middle of the 2 rooms to ensure the entire bedroom was warm. However, to prevent carbon monoxide poisoning Lin, he had to leave the door open to allow the airflow from the living room to come in. Once he helped them light the fire basins, the temperature in the room began to rise slowly. The 2 women were both pleasantly surprised. Lin Yi also got them a small generator which would provide enough electricity for daily use. After doing all this, Lin Yi went back home. Little Bai looked at the 2, feeling torn, and ultimately decided not to leave with Lin Yi. Instead, it hid in Song Zhaodi's arms and began to whimper softly. Perhaps in its world this meant parting. Seeing that Little Bai did not follow him, Lin Yi found himself liking the dog even more. They say dogs do not despise a poor home. They will not betray their masters just because someone else offers them food. If Little Bai did betray its master for that reason, Lin Yi would actually dislike it. Back at home, Lin Yi had nothing to do and began to exercise. The wind and snow outside were too strong, so he could only work out indoors. Just as he was halfway through his workout, his phone rang. Lin Yi took a look. It was a call from Shengxia. As soon as he answered, Shengxia couldn't wait to say, Lin Yi, can you give me a bit more food? I'm really about to collapse. I told you one transaction can only exchange for 2 bags of instant noodles and a bottle of mineral water. You don't have much time to think. If you can't give me an answer by tomorrow, the next time you want to trade with me, it will only be 1 bag of instant noodles and a bottle of mineral water. Don't, please. But what you've given me is really too little. This amount can't even last a day. That's your problem. You should know how precious food is right now. It's fine, but I'll give you some more time to think. Call me back once you've made up your mind. After saying this, Lin Yi was ready to hang up the phone. At that moment, Shengxia anxiously said, wait a minute, I saw what's happening in the group. They are inviting me to deal with you. I know you're very powerful. If you could kill He Jindong, it shows you're not an ordinary person. But after all, you're just one person. If you're willing to give me more food, I can act as your informant. What do you say? Upon hearing this, Lin Yi paused slightly. He was certainly not afraid of these people. However, having someone to inform him would be even better. Thinking of this, Lin Yi said, all right, but you need to come to my house so we can discuss this face to face. Oh, well, okay. He'll come find you tonight. Shengxia's tone suddenly became shy. She certainly knew what would happen when she went to Lin Yi's house. However, she had no choice. As night approached, there was a knock at Lin Yi's door. Shengxia also sent a message him at the door, hurry up and open it. Lin Yi first checked the camera to ensure safety before opening the door. Sheng Xiao walked in somewhat awkwardly. Seeing her appearance, Lin Yi was quite satisfied. She was even more beautiful in person than in the photos. With her tall figure, delicate features, and snow-white skin complemented by her lustrous black hair, she exuded an ethereal charm. She was not inferior to Li Shuiyao in the least. At least she could score a 90. However, her complexion was slightly off, with her lips faintly pale, likely due to having not eaten, leaving her a bit weak. Upon entering the house, Sheng Xia looked at Lin Yi, feeling at a loss. She curiously surveyed her surroundings, feeling the warmth of the room, and subconsciously began to unzip her jacket. At that moment, Lin Yi's gaze was drawn to her. It turned out the real bonus was hidden away. This could add 5 points, no 10 points. Seeing Lin Yi's gaze, Sheng Xia became even more nervous. She didn't know whether to keep her jacket on or take it off. However, as the warmth enveloped her, beads of sweat quickly formed on her forehead. She had no choice but to take off her jacket. Underneath, Sheng Xia was wearing only a pink knitted shirt. The fabric clung closely to her body, perfectly showcasing her impressive curves. After hanging her thick down jacket on the hanger, she carefully walked over to Lin Yi. Lin Yi looked her up and down and said casually, "Turn around so I can see." Sheng Xia felt a bit embarrassed, but she had no choice but to slowly turn her body. "Very good, you are worth my investment. Come sit down." Taking a breath, Sheng Xia followed Lin Yi to the dining table. There were 2 covered plates on the table, making it impossible to see what was inside. However, what could be on the table was probably food. Sheng Xia's eyes were glued to the plates. Noticing her gaze, Lin Yi casually lifted the covers off the 2 plates. A delicious aroma wafted out from the 2 plates. Seeing what was inside, Sheng Xia's eyes widened in surprise, and she couldn't help but swallow repeatedly. She truly did not expect that Lin Yi had such good food. These 2 dishes were something she could only dream about at night. Although they were just ordinary food before, now they were worth more than gold. Lin Yi chuckled at her reaction and said, "These are all prepared for you." Sheng Xia's expression brightened, and she looked at Lin Yi gratefully. But at that moment, Lin Yi doused her with cold water again. "However, whether you can have them depends on your performance shortly. I will assess the rewards you can receive based on your performance." A hint of confusion flashed in Sheng Xia's eyes as she glanced at the food on the table, her resolve strengthening. "Don't worry, I will satisfy you." "Well then, follow me." With that, Lin Yi walked towards the bedroom. Sheng Xia looked at Lin Yi, her expression tense. At her age, it was her first time doing such a thing with a man. It was inevitable that she felt a bit lost. Yet she had to take this step. Thinking that Lin Yi seemed quite handsome, she felt she wasn't at a disadvantage. With that thought, her heart felt less heavy. Thus, she stepped forward to follow him. Seeing her enter the room, Lin Yi smiled smugly and casually closed the door. The bed creaked for 2 hours before settling down. Not long after, the 2 of them walked out of the room. Sheng Xia seemed to have regained her color. "Let's eat. Everything on the table is yours, and I'll get you a box of instant noodles as well." Upon hearing this, Sheng Xia's face lit up with joy as she hurried to the dining table, eating without regard for her image. She had worked hard for this and had to finish it all. As she ate, Sheng Xia found herself in tears. She never imagined that something she had once looked down upon would now require such a high price to obtain. Before long, Lin Yi brought over a box of instant noodles and placed it on the table. Seeing Sheng Xia's eating manner, he couldn't help but smile. "You performed well earlier. This box of instant noodles is what you deserve." Upon hearing this, Sheng Xia's face flushed, and she lowered her head in shame. Lin Yi ignored her embarrassment and continued, "Next, I need you to promise them that no matter what happens, you must report to me, understood?" Sheng Xia nodded earnestly. "Don't worry, if you don't pull any tricks, I won't treat you unfairly. As you've seen today, as long as you obey me, you'll be able to eat this kind of food every day in the future." "Really?" Sheng Xia's eyes lit up. "Yes, I have no reason to lie to you, but if you dare to betray me, you know the consequences." Lin Yi's voice suddenly turned cold. Sheng Xia's expression changed, and she quickly shook her head, saying, "Don't worry. I won't betray you. Finish eating and leave. Don't let anyone find out." "Oh, okay." Soon Sheng Xia finished eating and left, clutching a box of instant noodles. Lin Yi also went to the bathroom to fill the bathtub with hot water, settling in for a comfortable soak. At this time, Lu Rumeng was still unwilling to give up. She found a screwdriver in the drawer and, taking advantage of the dead of night, prepared to unscrew the door lock. She moved slowly, afraid of making any noise that would attract attention. Soon, one by one, the screws were unscrewed, and as the screws diminished, her heart raced with excitement. As long as she escaped, she could move into Lin Yi's house. She could also enjoy the delicious food. Just thinking about the food made her stomach grumble. She endured the hunger and slowly continued to unscrew the door lock. After what felt like a long time, she finally removed the door lock. She carefully opened the door, The living room was quiet and dark. She tiptoed out, taking one step at a time towards the front door. As she drew closer, her heartbeat quickened. Finally, she reached the door, but when she tried to open it, she found it was locked with a key and could only be opened with one. Lu Rumeng felt a wave of frustration. She could only slowly make her way back to search for the key. Just as she was looking for it, she happened to be seen by Lu Ziheng. "Sister, how did you get out?" Lu Rumeng's heart sank, and she quickly made a shushing gesture. But Lu Ziheng paid her no mind and shouted loudly, "Dad, Mom, my sister is trying to run away." Lu Rumeng's heart sank completely. Soon Lu Shanchuan and Wang Meiying rushed out. Lu Shanchuan angrily said, "Son, go get some rope and tie her up." "Okay." Soon Lu Ziheng found some rope, and the three of them tied up Lu Rumeng. "Let me go. I want to find Lin Yi. He was right. You were just using me to lure Lin Yi out. You just can't stand to see me live well." Lu Shanchuan's anger flared up at these words, and he slapped her hard. "You wretched fool, we're trying to save you. Don't you realize Lin Yi is about to die?" Hearing this, Lu Rumeng's heart trembled as she quickly asked, "What do you mean?" Lu Shanchuan continued, "To tell you the truth, that group of people wants to eliminate Lin Yi, and Sun Chong is the ringleader. I've already agreed to betroth you to him. Once he kills Lin Yi, he'll give our family a large amount of food. Just stay home and wait obediently for his return." Lu Rumeng's heart shuddered. She could hardly believe these words came from her own father. He actually wanted to marry her off to Sun Chong, that 3-second man. How could this be? Now she finally understood why Lin Yi hadn't come to rescue her. He was right. Her parents were using her to lure him out. "You can't do this. Don't harm Lin Yi. He said he would reconcile with me, and then he'd give me plenty of food. I can give it all to you. Please don't do this." Lu Rumeng screamed hysterically. Seeing his daughter still so obstinate, Lu Shanchuan's face twisted with rage, veins bulging on his temples. "Tie her to the bed. She's not to be released except for meals and bathroom breaks. You can't do this. Let me go. I have to find Lin Yi." But no matter how she struggled, it was futile. The three of them quickly bound her to the bed. What's wrong with Sun Chong? He has his own power now. This snowstorm won't end anytime soon, and our family will have to rely on him. You'd better think things over." Soon the door was shut, the lock repaired, the screwdriver confiscated, and she was still tied up. This time there was truly no escape. Tears streamed down her face, unbidden. If Lin Yi hadn't agreed to get back together, she might have gone along with her parents. But he had already promised her. And how could Sun Chong compare to Lin Yi? This was her lifelong happiness. She had to decide for herself. Lu Rumeng quickly scanned the room. Just then she thought of calling Lin Yi to warn him. Luckily her phone hadn't been confiscated. She managed to squirm and pushed the phone out of her pants pocket. Then she twisted her body inch by inch, nudging the phone toward her face. Fortunately, her phone had facial recognition, so it unlocked quickly. Next, she used her tongue to tap the screen, and after much effort finally got through to Lin Yi. Lin Yi, meanwhile, was still soaking comfortably in the bathtub. Hearing his phone ring, he picked it up casually. Seeing it was Lu Rumeng, a sly smile curled on his lips. So she still hadn't given up. Lin Yi answered the call. The video showed only darkness. He couldn't see a thing. Lu Rumeng, seeing Lin Yi relaxing in the tub, felt a surge of emotion. She hadn't bathed in days. Her whole body was starting to smell. Catching sight of Lin Yi's muscular physique, she couldn't help but swallow hard. Lin Yi really did seem incredible. Now she bitterly regretted her earlier foolishness. If only she had stayed with Lin Yi from the start, she too could be soaking in that bathtub right now. Seeing her silent for so long, Lin Yi frowned and asked, "Is something wrong?" Lu Rumeng snapped back to reality and remembered why she had called. She whispered urgently, "Lin Yi, Sun Chong wants to kill you. Be careful. My parents have locked me up and plan to marry me off to him. Lin Yi, please come save me. I want to be with you, boo-hoo." Hearing this, Lin Yi was momentarily stunned, then let out a cold laugh. So Gu Xiaoman's ally was Sun Chong after all. He must have held a grudge ever since that last incident. "What else do you know?" Lin Yi pressed. "Oh, and my parents seem to have joined them too. You have to be careful." As she spoke, Lu Rumeng's face twisted into a pitiful expression. "Lin Yi, please come rescue me, okay? I miss you so much." Lin Yi chuckled lightly and said casually, "You know Sun Chong has gathered a bunch of people to come after me. I can't go out now. You'll have to escape on your own. All right, but please be careful. I promise he'll get out, and we'll be together forever." After a few perfunctory words, Lin Yi hung up. The suffering Lu Rumeng endured now was nothing compared to even a fraction of his own pain. He intended to torment her slowly to vent all the resentment he held against her family. Now he just had to wait for news from Shengxia. Soon after, Lin Yi got out of the tub, dried off, and went to bed. The next morning, Lin Yi was awakened by a call from Song Zhaodi. Answering, he heard her playful voice. "Brother Lin, why aren't you up yet?" "I'm coming over." After 2 days together, Song Xiaodi had relaxed and grown closer to Lin Yi. Lin Yi smiled, all drowsiness gone. Wait a bit before coming. First, he checked the surveillance feed. After all, he was being watched now. If anyone discovered his connection with the girls next door, they could be in danger. Once he confirmed everything was safe, Lin Yi opened the door for Song Xiaodi. The moment the door swung open, Little White bounded out joyfully, tongue lolling. He dashed over to Lin Yi, wagging his tail furiously. Lin Yi patted his head, making Little White even happier. Li Shuiyao had come along as well. But she knew she couldn't enter Lin Yi's room without his permission. Seeing how close she was with Song Xiaodi, Lin Yi allowed her in. Li Zuyao's face lit up with joy. She slipped her arm through Lin Yi's and nestled against him like a kitten. The three entered the room where Lin Yi had already prepared a simple breakfast: soy milk, fried dough sticks, and tea eggs. Lin Yi also poured some dog food for Little White, adding 2 pasteurized eggs and a slice of raw steak. Little White spun around in excitement. He didn't dive into his bowl right away, but waited for Lin Yi's command. Only when Lin Yi said he could eat would he start. After breakfast, Song Xiaodi volunteered to wash the dishes. Li Shuiyao picked up cleaning tools and began sweeping and dusting. Lin Yi lounged on the sofa watching movies and playing games. When the two finished their chores, they sat beside him. But they didn't stop there. Song Xiaodi started massaging his shoulders. Li Shuiyao placed his legs on her fair, shapely thighs and began massaging his feet. Lin Yi relaxed, enjoying the service of the two beauties. Just then he received a message from Shengxia. He glanced at the content and let out a soft laugh. Lin Yi, they plan to take action tonight. They found a master locksmith, and it said that no lock can stump him. You need to be careful. Seeing this message, Lin Yi replied with 2 words, got it. He then put down his phone and continued to enjoy the service of the 2 women. Time quickly passed to 6 in the evening. After dinner, Lin Yi sent Song Xiaodi and Li Shuiyao home. Next was the wait for Sun Chong and the others. Time passed second by second. Night soon enveloped the earth. A door quietly opened and more than 10 people emerged from the room. At the forefront was Sun Chong. They stealthily began to ascend the stairs and soon arrived at Lin Yi's doorstep. Zhou Xiong, hurry up. Coming. An old man at the back of the group, appearing to be in his 60s or 70s, gasped as he hurried to the front. See if you can open this door, Sun Chong whispered. Don't worry. There is no door in this world that I cannot open. Zhou Xiong took out his tools from his toolbox and began fiddling with the lock. The others kept a vigilant watch around them. However, after a while, Zhou Xiong's expression grew tense. Sun Chong, holding a flashlight for him, quickly asked, how's it going? Can you open it? Zhou Xiong stammered, this lock is quite advanced, it might take a bit longer. How much longer? About half an hour. What? Half an hour? Sun Chong's voice involuntarily raised. Zhou Xiong, seeing his intense reaction, became even more anxious. Half an hour was already a conservative estimate. He had never seen this lock before. He actually couldn't guarantee he could open it. But having already boasted, he could only brace himself. The thing is, this is the latest model of intelligent lock, which has 3 mechanisms. Only by unlocking all 3 mechanisms at the same time can the door be opened. Then hurry up, stop wasting time. Sun Chong said impatiently. Okay, I'll do my best. Zhou Xiong stopped talking and hurriedly got to work. As time passed, these people were freezing and shivering. Boss, I really can't take it anymore. Why don't we hide for a bit? Let old Zhou handle this alone and call us when he's almost done. Shut up. You know how ruthless Lin Yi can be. Just bear with it. Once we open the door, we can occupy Lin Yi's house, and we'll all warm up. They had no choice but to close their mouths and huddle together for warmth. Just as Zhou Xiong began to unlock the door, the alarm system had already notified Lin Yi on his phone. Lin Yi had also seen them through the surveillance. What a bunch of reckless fools. Since you want to play, I'll play along with you. Aren't you not afraid of the cold? Let's see how well you can withstand it, Lin Yi said with a sly smile. He then opened the first lock on the door. Outside, Zhou Xiong had been fiddling for 20 minutes, and at that moment, the first lock clicked open. He excitedly said, Boss, the first lock is open. Now only 2 locks remain. Great. Awesome, keep going, hurry. Sun Chong, upon hearing this, became immediately excited. Got it. Zhou Xiong's confidence soared with the first lock opened. Everyone hang in there a bit longer. I believe we can open it soon. Sun Chong knew everyone was freezing and it was tough, so he quickly spoke to reassure them. With 1 lock open, the others were also very excited. Enduring the cold felt worth it. Okay, boss, as long as we can open the door, enduring the cold here is worth it. Seeing this, Sun Chong felt much more at ease. He was also worried that these people would give up and run away. Old Zhou, keep going. Zhou Xiong continued to unlock. Time flew by, and another half hour passed. Zhou Xiong was so anxious that his features nearly scrunched together and his hands were trembling from the cold. The others were so cold that they began to shiver when they spoke with frost forming on their eyelashes. Boss, how much longer? One of the younger brothers couldn't help but ask in a trembling voice. Don't rush. Old Joe is working hard. Boss, why don't we go down to warm up for a bit? It's just too cold, I can't take it anymore. Sunchang also felt a bit uncertain. After all, there were still 2 locks remaining, and if they continued to drag this out, he really didn't know when it would end. Well, fine then. Lin Yi saw they wanted to leave, and that wouldn't do. He immediately used his phone to control and open the second lock. Seeing the second lock open, Zhou Xiong quickly said excitedly, Boss, it's open. Sun Chang's face lit up, and the thought of retreating vanished. Brothers, hang in there a bit longer, only the last lock remains. The other younger brothers were delighted, but then their faces showed bitterness, not knowing how much longer the last lock would take. They had already endured for 50 minutes and could hardly take the cold any longer. However, having come this far, how could they easily give up? Victory was within reach. The group could only continue to wait. Soon another 20 minutes passed. Everyone was frozen stiff. Boss, my legs have gone numb. Why don't we retreat? Me too. I feel like if I stay here any longer, my legs will be useless. Why don't we retreat first and come back later? We've been at this for so long and Lin Yi hasn't noticed. He must be asleep. Let's warm up first and then come back. Sun Chang moved his numb body and said irritably, Why are you all so fussy? Can't you see him also holding on here? Then he said to Zhou Xiong, Old Zhou, can you hurry up? Almost done, almost done. Zhou Xiong hurriedly replied. He was anxious in his heart, not even knowing how he had opened the locks before. After another 10 minutes, even Sun Chang couldn't hold on any longer. Brothers, we can't hold on any longer. Let's retreat for now. Lin Yi had been keeping an eye on them, and seeing them ready to leave, he felt it was time to end this farce. So he directly locked the 2 locks back up. The door made 2 mechanical sounds. Sun Chang was slightly stunned and looked at Zhou Xiong, suddenly becoming excited. Old Zhou, did you open it? The other younger brothers also became excited. After freezing for so long, it felt like their suffering was not in vain. Zhou Xiong was completely dumbfounded at this moment. He hadn't done anything. Moreover, the door hadn't opened at all, though it had been locked again. He looked at Sun Chang with a distressed expression. Boss, the door didn't open or it locked again. Upon hearing this, Sun Chang's expression instantly froze. Did you not say that there was no door you couldn't open? Why the hell did you lock it back up? Boss, it wasn't me. Zhou Xiong showed a bitter face. Damn it, if it wasn't you, then who was it? Sun Chang grabbed his collar. At that moment, Lin Yi's slightly lazy voice emerged. Indeed, it wasn't him, it was me who locked it. Hearing Lin Yi's voice, Sun Chang's anger surged immediately. Lin Yi, how could you have discovered me? Of course, otherwise how would you all be freezing outside like fools? Sun Chang was taken aback and hurriedly asked, What do you mean? Did you really think that the people you brought could unlock my door? Sun Chang immediately looked at Zhou Xiong, his eyes wide in disbelief. Tell me what exactly happened. Zhou Xiong lowered his head, guiltily stammering. This is the first time I've seen such a lock. I just fiddled with it confusedly, and unexpectedly it opened. I don't even know if it was me who opened it. Anyway, it just opened. As he spoke, his confidence dwindled and his voice grew softer. You idiot. Didn't you say there's no lock in this world that you can't open? That was just to attract business, Zhou Xiong replied. I'll settle the score with you later. Even Sun Chang, despite being foolish, now understood what was happening. It was definitely Lin Yi's doing. Thinking about how long they had waited outside, Sun Chang felt a surge of anger. In the freezing weather of over -50 degrees, they had been standing outside like fools for an hour. His legs had gone numb. He angrily dragged his numb legs to Lin Yi's door, ready to strike with the wooden stick he had intended to use against Lin Yi. Lin Yi, get out here. Since they had been discovered, they would just smash the door. The other little brothers also rushed up, pounding on Lin Yi's door. However, after pounding for a while, they were dumbfounded to find that the door remained completely intact. Boss, how is this door so solid? Sun Chang snatched an iron rod and struck the door with all his might. Bang! A loud metallic clash echoed. But when he looked at the door, he was instantly stunned. He had used all his strength. Even if the door couldn't be broken, there should at least be some marks, right? Yet there wasn't even a scratch. Boss, this door is unbelievably sturdy. Why don't we go back for now? One of the little brothers, already freezing, hurriedly suggested. Sun Chang also couldn't take it any longer. After thinking for a moment, he said, All right, let's leave and plan again. Just as they turned to leave, Lin Yi said, What do you take my place for? You can just come and go as you please. Sun Chang, already furious about not breaking the door, turned red with anger at this remark. Lin Yi, you better come out. Lin Yi laughed. After freezing for so long, it's time for you to move around a bit. What do you mean? Just then a mechanism suddenly popped out from Lin Yi's door. Everyone turned to look at the mechanism, and the next second a needle as thick as an embroidery needle shot out. Whooshed. Up. Sun Chong and the others quickly looked towards the source of the sound. One of his little brothers was on the ground holding his leg and wailing incessantly. Not good, there are hidden weapons. Sun Chong finally understood what Lin Yi meant. Someone tried to pull up the fallen comrade, but was immediately struck by another needle. In an instant, two people were lying on the ground. The others were terrified and began running down the stairs. But their legs were frozen, and they ran like penguins unable to move quickly. The two on the ground struggled to crawl for their lives, limping along. Fortunately, they had only injured their legs and would not die from it. Sun Chong was also startled by this sudden scene and quickly ran down. In the end, only Zhou Xiong, who had unlocked the door, stood frozen in place, unsure of what to do. Seeing that they had all started to run, Lin Yi leisurely opened the door and stepped out holding a crossbow. The hunting moment had begun. Lin Yi aimed the crossbow at Zhou Xiong. "Don't kill me. Please don't kill me." Zhou Xiong was so frightened, he quickly knelt on the ground. Lin Yi, holding the crossbow, gestured towards the stairs. Zhou Xiong hurriedly limped down the stairs. Once he reached the 9th floor, Lin Yi shot the crossbow bolt directly. The reason he only shot now was to avoid staining his doorstep with their blood. Zhou Xiong was struck in the leg and fell to the ground howling. The entire corridor was suddenly filled with piercing screams. Lin Yi did not wish to kill them outright. That would be too easy for them. He wanted them to bleed to death, slowly dying in pain and fear. After hearing the horrifying screams, the others were terrified to the core. One by one, they exerted every ounce of strength to run down the stairs. However, having been frozen for too long, their legs were almost numb, and they could not run fast. Soon Lin Yi caught up. He shot another crossbow bolt. The bolt struck one person in the rear. That person let out a cry and rolled down the stairs. Along the way, he took down two others with him. Lin Yi quickly followed up with two more bolts. Both of them were hit in the rear. At this point, Sun Chong had already lost his nerve. He was running the fastest, leaving all his little brothers behind. Lin Yi chased after them for 2 more floors before stopping. After all, there were too many of them, and it was possible they were lying in ambush on some floor. This time, Lin Yi had seriously injured 4 of them, and he believed they would not dare to come back for revenge. As for Sun Chong, he would definitely keep him around to torture slowly. Upon returning to the safe house, Lin Yi's phone rang. He opened it to find there were already 7 or 8 missed calls. The calls were from Song Xiaodi. She must have been startled by the sounds earlier. As soon as Lin Yi answered, he heard her anxious voice. "Brother Lin, what happened? Why did I hear someone screaming?" "It's nothing, someone probably just accidentally fell down the stairs." He did not intend to tell her what had just happened, not wanting her to worry too much. At that moment, Li Shui Yao's voice came through the phone. "Lingo, are you alright?" From her tone, it seemed she knew what had happened. "I'm fine," Lin Yi replied casually. "Can we come over to keep you company?" At this moment, she cautiously added a hint of fear in her voice. Lin Yi thought for a moment. If the 2 girls had indeed been frightened, they would certainly not sleep well tonight. It would be better to have them come over. Thinking this, Lin Yi said, "You both come over." Hearing Lin Yi agree, the 2 of them sighed in relief. The earlier screams had been truly terrifying, and as girls they were naturally very frightened. Once Lin Yi confirmed it was safe, the 2 of them arrived smoothly at Lin Yi's safe house. He arranged rooms for them and let them go back to their respective rooms to sleep. Lin Yi also returned to his room to prepare for rest. Just as he turned off the lights, a figure cautiously crept in, timidly standing at the door. Lin Yi recognized it was Li Shui Yao. "Come over," Lin Yi said, and she then happily burrowed into the blanket. As soon as Li Shui Yao entered, her hands began to wander restlessly. Meanwhile, Sun Chong and several of his underlings escaped back home. After a while, feeling that it was safe, he took the remaining underlings back to assess the situation. Out of the 4, 3 were dead, and 1 was barely hanging on. "Boss, help! Save me!" Sun Chong looked at the corpse lying on the ground, his anger surging instantly. He never expected Lin Yi to have a crossbow. He quickly instructed the others behind him, "Hurry and carry the bodies back." The underlings rushed forward, pairing up. The 3 dead bodies were frozen stiff. They were lifted with just a slight movement of their heads and feet. Only the one still alive was a bit troublesome. Any movement made him grimace in pain. Soon all 4 were carried back. Sun Chong sat gloomily on the sofa, frustrated that their first operation had resulted in 3 deaths, with 1 severely injured and clearly not going to last much longer. The injured underling lay on the ground, moaning in pain. Sun Chong snapped, "Stop whining, bit's annoying." The underling looked aggrieved, but could only endure and try not to make a sound. But how could he endure such piercing pain? Thus he could only emit soft gasps, trying to lessen the pain in his body. "Boss, what do we do with these corpses?" Should we throw them out the window? One underling asked quietly. Sun Chang pondered for a moment before replying. How long has it been since you ate? 3 days, the underling replied confused. Sun Chang glanced at the others. Some said 3 days, others 4, and even some claimed 5 days. Seeing this, Sun Chang smirked wickedly, thinking since that's the case, let's keep them. They could serve as our reserve food. If we can't deal with Lin Yi, then we'll have to eat them. Upon hearing this, everyone frowned, but soon their expressions relaxed. They were already starving to the brink. If it really came to that, what couldn't they eat? Thinking this, everyone silently lowered their heads and stopped talking. Meanwhile, the injured underling felt a chill down his spine. He was acutely aware of his fate and regretted getting on Sun Chang's ship of thieves. But it was all too late. Due to excessive blood loss, his vision was starting to blur. He knew that it wouldn't be long before he ended up like the others, becoming reserve food. 2 hours later, Lin Yi's bed fell silent. Looking at the beauty in his arms, Lin Yi picked her up and headed toward the bathroom. Li Shuiyao wrapped her arms around Lin Yi's neck, her obedient demeanor evoking affection. After taking a shower and returning to the room to rest, Lin Yi glanced at his phone and saw that many people were chatting in the group. There's been a power outage for several days. My phone is about to die and my power bank is also out of juice. What should I do? Me too, my 2 power banks of 50,000 milliamp hours are dead. I should have saved some battery, woo woo woo. Even my long-lasting phone can't hold out anymore. What should we do now, everyone? By the way, Lin Yi has power. Let's ask him to help us charge our phones. Soon a group of people Lin Yi requesting him to assist with charging. Upon seeing this, Lin Yi sneered and replied in the group, sure. 1 pack of instant noodles per charge. What? You aren't short on food and you have electricity at home. What's wrong with helping us charge? Exactly, as a man, isn't it your duty to help us girls charge our phones? Ladies, I think he's trying to use this as leverage to get us to sell our bodies. Let's all resist this kind of lowly man. Absolutely do not give in to him. Lin Yi turned off his phone, eager to see if these so-called little fairies would come to plead with him. After shutting off his phone, Lin Yi went to sleep. At sunrise, Lin Yi opened his phone and found that significantly fewer people were chatting in the group. Only 1 or 2 were also about to run out of battery. Not caring about this anymore, Lin Yi got up to prepare breakfast. When he arrived in the living room, he found Song Zhaodi had already prepared a full breakfast. Seeing Lin Yi awake, Song Zhaodi smiled and said, Brother Lin, you're awake. I just finished making breakfast and was about to call you. I'll go get Sister Li Shuiyao. You don't need to call her. Why, oi? Song Zhaodi asked in confusion. She was too tired last night. I'll let her sleep a bit longer. Oh, okay. At that moment, Xiao Bai also ran out, circling around Lin Yi. During these days, due to sufficient nutrition, Xiao Bai's body was gradually becoming stronger. Its fur became softer as well. Lin Yi continued to provide it with extra meals, ensuring every meal was highly nutritious. Grandma, I want to eat. I want to eat. Wait a bit, my dear grandson. There will be food soon. Yao Shufan looked exceptionally haggard. Her eldest grandson had also been starving for several days and was becoming increasingly emaciated. I don't care, I want food now. Wah wah wah. As he spoke, he began to cry loudly. Okay, my dear grandson, just wait a bit. I'll go ask. After saying this, Yao Shufan went out to find Sun Chang, asking if he had killed Lin Yi the previous day. Soon she arrived at Sun Chang's house. Upon entering, she noticed everyone seemed energetic, clearly having eaten something. Her eyes lit up at this sight. Sun Chang, did you succeed last night? You promised to give me half of the supplies. You can't go back on your word. Yao Shufan said with a smile. Sun Chang's face turned instantly dark. Seeing this, old woman annoyed him. He had only made that promise to use her to label Lin Yi as a villain. Now that he had achieved his goal, he wouldn't care about the old woman's fate. However, seeing her expression, Sun Chang inexplicably felt anger rise. They had failed yesterday and lost 4 brothers. Oh, why was she coming to rub salt in his wounds now? Since that was the case, he would scare her properly. With that thought, Sun Chang smiled sinisterly. Of course, the items are in the kitchen. You can go get them yourself. Great. Sun Chang keeps his promises. Yao Shufan's face brightened, and she hurried toward the kitchen. But upon entering, she was shocked by the scene inside. The kitchen was covered in blood, and 3 corpses lay on the floor with a thigh placed on the chopping board. A kitchen knife was resting on that thigh. Yao Shufan gasped in shock, hurriedly running outside. At that moment, she finally realized what these people had been eating. The others burst into laughter upon seeing Yao Shufan's reaction. Old lady, you still want to ask us for things? If you like those, go ahead and eat them. Sun Chang said again. Yao Shufan was already terrified. This group of people were madmen. Upon returning home, Yao Shufan remained restless, trembling uncontrollably under the covers. Don't eat me, don't eat me. She kept repeating the words. After a long while, she suddenly alternated between crying and laughing, her state becoming manic. After breakfast, Song Zhaodi continued cleaning the room. Ever since she arrived, the once chaotic home had become spotlessly clean. With nothing else to do, Lin Yi sat on the sofa and started playing games. Having heard that Black Myth Wukong was recently very popular, he decided to give it a try, intending to play through all the games he had missed in his past life. However, just as he finished downloading the game, Lu Ruming called. Lin Yi frowned. Could it be that she had escaped? He pressed the answer button. Lin Yi, I escaped. I'm almost at your place. Wait for me. Lu Ruming's anxious voice came through the phone. There was also the sound of her footsteps crunching in the snow. Oh, is that so? Well, good luck to you then, Lin Yi said and hung up. It seemed she had called him the moment she got out and was now on her way to his building. Outside, the temperature was -50 or 60 degrees and a thick layer of frost covered the glass, making it impossible to see anything outside. Lin Yi had no intention of letting her stay, but he didn't want to expose her so soon. That would be no fun. Soon a plan came to mind. With a sinister smile, he dialed Sun Chang's number. The call connected instantly. Lin Yi, how dare you call me? You killed 4 of my brothers, and I will have my revenge. Oh, is that so? Only 4 died. What a pity I couldn't take you out as well. Hearing this, Sun Chang was consumed with rage. Lin Yi, just wait. I'll kill you with my own hands. Is that so? Then I'll be waiting. But tell me, why are you doing all this? Isn't it just to prove to Lu Ruming that you're better than me? Go ahead. Lu Ruming is already on her way to me. In her heart, you will never measure up to me. With that, Lin Yi hung up. Sun Chang, about to curse, was stunned by the abrupt end of the call. With no outlet for his fury, he smashed his phone on the ground. Damn you. After venting, he quickly regained his composure. He recalled Lin Yi's words. Had Lu Ruming really run away from home for him? He had sacrificed so much for Lu Ruming, but she in turn had thrown herself back into Lin Yi's arms. Suddenly, he felt utterly ridiculous. Since you're so heartless, don't blame me for what comes next. With a sinister grin, his expression darkened. Sun Chang stormed out of the door. Now snow had buried everything below the 3rd floor. Lu Ruming struggled to reach the building and climbed through a window to the 3rd floor. She was getting closer to Lin Yi and her excitement grew. Soon she would be in a warm house eating good food and together with Lin Yi. She climbed quickly upward. But after days without enough food, her body was utterly exhausted and she soon ran out of strength. She rested briefly before continuing to climb. If she could just make it to the 10th floor, her suffering would end. When her strength gave out, she held the railing and pulled herself up step by step. Finally, she reached the 7th floor, only 3 more to go. Through the gap in the stairwell, she could even see the 10th floor. Victory is within reach. Keep going. Seeing her goal so close, Lu Ruming was ecstatic. Without pausing, she continued climbing. Soon she reached the 9th floor, hope shining in her eyes, a smile spreading across her face. Lu Ruming, you've kept me waiting so long. But at that moment, a voice from the dark corner behind her pierced her ears, and her delicate body trembled violently. Lu Ruming spun around, locking eyes with Sun Chang's sinister gaze. Why are you here? Panic seized her instantly. I'm here for you. Sun Chang's face darkened further, sending chills down Lu Ruming's spine. She scrambled upstairs, desperate to reach the 10th floor where Lin Yi would save her. Seeing her flee, Sun Chang's expression turned vicious. He still hoped she would come to her senses, but he was wrong. Where do you think you're going? He lunged forward in a single stride and grabbed her by the hair. Let me go? I'm going to Lin Yi. Let me go. Hearing this only darkened Sun Chang's mood. You're not going anywhere. He dragged Lu Ruming down the stairs. Lin Yi, save me. Lu Ruming screamed at the top of her lungs. But no matter how loudly she cried, no one came to her rescue. Soon she was dragged to the 5th floor. Under Sun Chang's brutal force, she was pulled into a room. Sun Chang, don't do this. We're over. You bitch. I've become this for you, and you think you can just end it. He slapped her hard across the face. Lu Ruming covered her face, her expression one of terror. The Sun Chang before her now felt utterly alien. She almost didn't recognize the man standing there. Sun Chang, please don't. I was wrong. I know I was wrong. You know you're wrong now. Where was that earlier? He grabbed her and pulled her toward the bedroom. Where are you taking me? Please let me go. But no matter how she begged, Sun Chang had no intention of releasing her. Soon she was in the bedroom. Sun Chang slammed the door shut and began unbuckling his belt. Seeing this, Lu Ruming's eyes widened in horror. She knew exactly what he intended. Sun Chang, no. Absolutely not. Sun Chang glared at her with malice. You love Lin Yi, don't you? Then I'll record a video of this and send it to him. Let's see if he still wants you after that. Hearing this, Lu Ruming became frantic, struggling with all her might. But she was already weak and the long climb had drained her completely. Against Sun Chong, she stood no chance. Soon she was tied to the bed, powerless as he did as he pleased. Lu Rumeng stopped resisting, silent tears streaming down her face. Soon it was over. Sun Chong held up his phone, showing her the video. His voice was venomous. Lu Rumeng, after all I did for you, you still chose Lin Yi. Fine then, they'll send this to him. No, please don't send it. He'll do anything you want, just don't send it. And now you regret it. Too late. With that, Sun Chong sent the video to Lin Yi. Lin Yi's phone rang, and upon checking, he found a video lasting a few seconds. A faint smile crept across his lips as he viewed its content. Truly a case of dogs biting dogs. This is good, you all make a fuss. The more ruckus you cause, the happier I am. Just a minute after receiving the video, Sun Chong called. Lin Yi, you've seen the video, right? If you want to save her, you can exchange all your supplies and your house for her release. In the video call, Lu Rumeng was tied to a bed completely naked. She screamed in panic, Lin Yi, please save me. He forced me to do this, you have to believe me. Seeing this, Lin Yi secretly chuckled, but he still pretended to be anxious and said, just hang in there, I will definitely save you. The scene shifted to reveal Sun Chong's somewhat sinister face. Lin Yi, you see it too. Your woman is in my hands now. If you want to save her, you must do as I said, understand? Let me tell you, I will not let you succeed. Sun Chong's face turned furious upon hearing this. Lin Yi, don't push me. If you push me, I can't guarantee what might happen to your woman. However, before he could finish, Lin Yi hung up the phone. Damn it. He hung up on me again. Sun Chong wanted to throw his phone in frustration, but remembered it was his only charged phone and held back. He glared at Lu Rumeng on the bed and said maliciously, did you hear that? Lin Yi will not save you. Only I want you. I'll give you one last chance to stay with me. Stop thinking about that, Lin Yi. I will kill him and seize all his supplies, then everything will be ours. As she lay on the bed, Lu Rumeng's tears flowed continuously. She had heard everything. She didn't understand why Lin Yi wouldn't come to save her. But she hated Sun Chong even more. If it weren't for him, she would now be at Lin Yi's home enjoying delicious meals, soaking in a warm bath, and sleeping peacefully while listening to music. She looked at Sun Chong with venom and said, in your dreams, I will never forgive you in this lifetime. Sun Chong's expression stiffened. You are still so stubborn. Don't push me. Pak. Lu Rumeng spat directly at him. Sun Chong's face flushed with anger as he stormed out. After locking the door, he went to the living room. At that moment, Gu Xiaoman also arrived. He walked over with a dark expression. The mission failed yesterday. What do we do next? Tell me what happened yesterday. Gu Xiaoman's face was serious. Sun Chong then recounted the events of the previous night. Gu Xiaoman frowned slightly. I didn't expect their door to be so sturdy. Since that approach won't work, we need to find another way. What do you mean? Gu Xiaoman smiled faintly and said, what good is a strong door? When a door is stronger than a wall, the wall becomes a door. Go find a big hammer and smash through the wall. Sun Chong's eyes lit up, right? How did I not think of such a good idea? Walls are generally easy to break. He can't possibly have covered the whole wall with iron sheets, right? Stop talking nonsense. Hurry and find the tools. Okay, I'll go find them right now. Saying this, Sun Chong took his underlings out to find tools. Soon they returned with 2 large hammers and an iron sheet. Hee, with this iron sheet, am not afraid of Lin Yi's hidden weapons. Sun Chong stroked his chin, looking quite pleased. After last night's actions, we've already torn our relationship with Lin Yi. Since that's the case, let's go all out. Now that the temperature is highest, the reason so many of you suffered casualties yesterday was that it was too cold at night. You were all frozen and numb. Gu Xiaoman analyzed. Right, Hee brothers, let's go one more time. Saying this, Sun Chong set off with 7 or 8 underlings. They quickly arrived at the corner of the 9th-story staircase. 3 people held the iron sheet in front. Once the 3 had blocked the entrance to Lin Yi's house with the iron sheet, the others brought up the hammers. Sun Chong pointed to a spot and shouted, right here, smash it hard. 2 underlings swung their hammers and struck the outer wall of Lin Yi's house. 80. The 2 of them rhythmically swung their hammers. However, after several strikes, only a layer of paint peeled off, and the wall showed no damage. Boss, this isn't working. We can't break this wall. One underling quickly said. Sun Chong's face turned dark as he rushed over to check the situation. Upon inspecting, his beard almost bristled with anger. Damn it, he really did cover it with iron sheets. Boss, should we keep smashing? Sun Chong pondered briefly. They had come this far, they couldn't just go back. He pointed to a nearby wall and said, change to another spot and smash it hard. Even if it's iron, we must break through. All right. Then the 2 began smashing again. Lin Yi quickly heard the commotion outside. Song Zhaodi and Li Shuiyao were so frightened that they hid in Lin Yi's bedroom. Lin Yi reassured them, don't worry. They can't get in. Then Lin Yi adjusted his phone's camera, capturing the scene outside the door. The two quickly leaned in to check, and when they saw that the places being smashed were not caving in, they finally felt relieved. Brother Lin, are they really not going to break the wall? Song Zhaodi asked curiously. Lin Yi gently flicked her upturned nose. Do you not believe what I say? I believe. Song Zhaodi's little face flushed as she shrank her neck. Brother Lin, are we just going to let them smash the wall? They will break it eventually. Li Shuiyao furrowed her brows. Lin Yi laughed. Of course not, you'll know soon enough. Watching the people with shields in the video, Lin Yi sneered. Do they think this will stop my attack? Truly naive. He then activated the water spraying mechanism, a nozzle sprang from the door, and was switched to shower mode. Adjusting the nozzle towards the crowd, a large jet of cold water sprayed out. Ouch! Why is there water? Damn! It's too cold. I'm freezing to death. Run, Lin Yi is coming out again. In no time, everyone was drenched like drowned rats. They dropped the hammers and iron sheet and ran downstairs. However, one person moved too slowly and was directly pinned down by the iron plate. Another person was struck on the foot by a heavy hammer, causing him to wail in pain while clutching his foot on the ground. The person trapped under the iron plate initially wanted to escape, but his face, wet with water, was stuck to the plate. His entire face was glued to the iron, making it impossible to break free. As he exerted force, half of his face throbbed with pain. Furthermore, the water was quickly freezing, causing his skin to hurt from the cold. Help me! Help me! He shouted with great difficulty. Yet not a single person returned to assist him. The other person, who had been struck by the hammer on the foot, was no better off. With a high probability of a comminuted fracture in his foot and his body soaked, he trembled as he moved down the stairs. Under the dual assault of freezing and pain, his condition rapidly deteriorated, and he looked like he was about to faint. Lin Yi watched as these people panicked and couldn't help but laugh. Just a splash of water sent this group scattering in a most embarrassing manner. Beside him, Li Shuiyao and Song Zhaodi also covered their mouths and laughed. The fleeing crowd waited for a while, and seeing that Lin Yi did not pursue, finally breathed a sigh of relief. The scene from last night when Lin Yi had chased them was still fresh in their minds. Now, despite the temperature being over 50 degrees below zero, they were all sweating profusely. After waiting for a while, it felt even chillier down their spines. Sun Chong also sighed in relief and said to these people with irritation, who was it that shouted for Lin Yi to come out? In fact, they shouldn't have suffered losses. Even if they got splashed with water, as long as they changed clothes in time, they would only have a few frostbite spots. But now two of their brothers had not come down. A group of younger brothers hung their heads in silence. Sun Chong, seeing their appearance, became even angrier. Tell me, with your cowardice, how can you fight Lin Yi? All right, hurry up and check if those two brothers are still alive. After a few words, the group quietly began to climb up again. Soon they discovered the first person. Boss, this brother has injured his foot, and he is covered in ice. It seems he might be beyond saving. Sun Chong's expression turned grim as he looked at the unconscious person. But he didn't know what else to say. Quickly carry him back as reserve food. Yes. Soon two younger brothers carried him back. The remaining people followed Sun Chong as they continued to ascend. In no time, they spotted the brother trapped under the iron plate. Upon seeing Sun Chong and the others, he widened his eyes in surprise. Boss, come save me. Sun Chong quickly urged the two beside him. Why aren't you going to save him? Just as they rushed up the stairs, the mechanism on the door sprayed water again. Ouch! The two were drenched and hurriedly retreated. At that moment, Lin Yi used the intercom function of his phone to shout at them, Sun Chong, if you have the guts, come up. Sun Chong's face twitched as he glanced at the person under the plate, his heart filled with uncertainty. If he ignored it, the brothers behind him would inevitably harbor resentment and wouldn't be willing to fight for him. However, if he continued to save people, he might risk the lives of even more individuals. He didn't have many brothers left. After much consideration, he finally decided to resolve the matter through negotiation. Lin Yi, can we declare a temporary ceasefire? Do you think this is just child's play? You think you can fight when you want and stop when you want? Lin Yi scoffed. Then I'll pay you. How much do you want? Sun Chong, are you foolish, or am I foolish? Right now, money is just a piece of worthless paper. I see you don't want to save your brother anymore. Then tell me, what do you want? Lin Yi thought for a moment. Keeping Gu Xiaoman by his side was not a good thing. These ideas must have come from her. If he kept her beside Sun Chong, who knows what kind of trouble might arise. Thinking of this, he said, in that case, let's do a one-for-one trade. I'll name one person, and you bring her here. You can take that person with you. Impossible. I will never give you Lu Roman. Just give up on that thought. Sun Chong narrowed his eyes. He finally understood what scheme Lin Yi was concocting. He actually wanted to use this method to save Lu Ruming. What a ridiculous dream. This younger brother had no ties to him and was merely putting on a show for the younger brothers behind him. He would never exchange his own woman for someone who could die at any moment. Lin Yi was taken aback. He almost forgot that Lu Ruming was still in the hands of the opponent. However, he believed he was doing it to save Lu Ruming. He actually hoped she would be well with him. How could he possibly go save her? Nevertheless, Lin Yi would not expose this, so he continued. In that case, let me name another person. Bring Gu Xiaoman here. Sun Chong was taken aback upon hearing this, then immediately refused. Impossible. Just give up on that thought. Lin Yi sneered. So there's nothing to talk about now. Upon hearing this, Sun Chong's facial muscles twitched again. After a few seconds of silence, he asked, what would it take for you to agree? I made a request, and you didn't agree. Why are you blaming me now? You? Sun Chong was momentarily at a loss for words. He suppressed his anger and said again, then tell me something I can afford. As long as it's not about people and something I can do, I will agree to you. Lin Yi pondered for a moment before speaking. You said it yourself. I want 10 pounds of food plus 10 pounds of clean water. Food and water were the most scarce resources now. Since he was asking, he had to ask for a lot. What? Sun Chong's eyes widened in shock. He was momentarily stunned before hastily saying, are you crazy? Where am I going to get that much food for you? That's your problem. Your time is running out. This brother's condition doesn't look too good. Sun Chong gritted his teeth and said, all right, just wait. As he spoke, he led his younger brothers downstairs. On the way, one younger brother quickly asked, Boss, where are we going to find so much food and clean water? Fool, can't you just steal? Start from the first floor. I don't believe we can't find 10 pounds of food. Boss is wise. Before long, they arrived at the first floor. Although it was buried under heavy snow, most of the items in the house were intact. Here, other than the lack of light, there was no wind, and the air did not circulate much, which helped retain the temperature. In fact, it was warmer than above. Many people like to come down here to keep warm. After the group arrived on the first floor, they started banging on doors frantically. Soon an elderly couple opened the door. They rushed in and, believe it or not, actually found half a bag of rice. Seeing the intruders, the elderly couple immediately became frantic and tried to fight back. But they were no match for the group and were quickly overpowered. Sun Chong hurriedly grabbed the food and ran upstairs. Sun Chong held onto the bags of rice as they continued their search up the stairs. Those who refused to open the door were kicked down. The people inside were afraid that the door would be broken down, leaving them without protection from the wind and cold. Even if they were not starved, they would freeze to death. As a result, they hurriedly opened the doors. The moment the door opened, Sun Chong led his men in forcefully, with some controlling the people and others scavenging for supplies. Although the supplies were not plentiful, there would always be something if they squeezed a bit more. Thus, Sun Chong and his group raided over 10 households and finally gathered the items Lin Yi needed. They did not dare waste any time and quickly brought the items to Lin Yi's doorstep. Lin Yi, I've brought your things. Can you release the people now? Lin Yi lay in bed, seeing through the camera the assorted food items in Sun Chong's hands. He scoffed coldly and lazily said, given your sincerity, just leave the items at the door and you can take the people away. By the way, remember to clean the floor. I don't want to slip when I go out. Sun Chong's face turned red with anger. Clean the floor for him? Is that his responsibility? One of the younger brothers behind him quickly asked in a low voice, Boss, do we really have to do this? Of course. Saving people is the priority. Yes. Soon a group of people got busy placing the food and water at Lin Yi's doorstep before hastening to rescue the hostages. However, as soon as they tried to drag the person out, he let out a painful howl. It turned out his face was stuck to the metal plate and could not be separated. The forceful tug caused him pain, which made him cry out. Useless. Can't even endure this little pain. Sun Chong stepped forward and yanked the person's hair hard. Rip. The skin on his face was instantly torn away from the metal plate. However, the next scene sent shivers down everyone's spine. The person's facial skin seemed as fragile as paper, easily ripping apart with a pull. Some of his skin remained stuck to the metal plate. His entire face looked horrifying. The man screamed even louder. The others exchanged glances, instinctively looking towards Sun Chong. Sun Chong was also taken aback by the result. He snapped back to reality and quickly said, hurry and take him back to treat his wounds. 2 people carried him back. The others hurriedly got busy again. After a great deal of effort, they finally cleaned up behind Lin Yi's door and the group quickly fled the scene. However, at that moment, over 20 men and women rushed up from downstairs, immediately surrounding Sun Chong and his group. It's them. They stole our food and water. Block them. Don't let them get away. Give us back our food. Lin Yi witnessed this scene and understood what had happened. He let out a cold laugh and disdainfully remarked, "They don't even weigh their own worth and dare to provoke the entire building." Now there was a good show to watch. Sun Chong and his younger brothers were trapped in the middle and couldn't break free. "Boss, what do we do now?" Faced with the punches and kicks from the crowd, Sun Chong was at a loss. His expression hardened and he yelled, "Damn it, let's charge out together." Ignoring the punches and kicks from those around him, Sun Chong swung his fist directly at one person's face. That person saw darkness before his eyes and ended up with a black eye, instinctively retreating. Sun Chong was delighted as a gap appeared in front of him, and without hesitation he charged out. His younger brothers followed closely behind. "Don't let them escape. Hurry and chase them. No one gets to leave today without handing over the food. Catch them quickly." A group of people chased after them. Sun Chong and his companions used all their strength to finally shake off those behind them. Soon they escaped back home. But immediately after, the pursuers surrounded the entrance, leaving no way out. Inside, Gu Xiaoman saw Sun Chong and the others rushing in and was momentarily stunned, but she soon heard the curses from outside. She frowned and quickly asked, "What happened outside?" Sun Chong hurriedly recounted what had just occurred. When Gu Xiaoman learned that they had raided food from household to household, she was instantly furious. "Are you stupid? Food and water are so precious right now. Stealing their food means taking their lives. No wonder they would fight back with all their might." Hearing the loud banging on the door, Sun Chong also panicked. "What should we do? Just kill them all." "You fool." Gu Xiaoman scolded again. "How many people do you have? How many people are out there? If it comes to a fight, who knows who will win? Then what do you suggest we do?" Sun Chong asked anxiously. Gu Xiaoman thought for a moment and then smiled. "Just return to them whatever you stole from them." "But we don't have any food." "If you're silly, you're silly. Don't we have plenty of stored food? Just give it to them." "But that's human flesh. How could they possibly want that? You dimwit. Chop it into minced meat. How can they tell what it is? They will even thank you for your generosity. Then we can shift the blame onto Lin Yi later, and we can just sit back and enjoy the show." Gu Xiaoman revealed a sly smile. Sun Chong's face lit up with joy, and he quickly said, "Hee, it's still you who has the plan. You truly are my strategist." Gu Xiaoman didn't give him a good look. "Remember to discuss with me first if anything happens in the future." As she spoke, she looked out the window, her eyes narrowing slightly, murmuring to herself, "He actually wants me to exchange hostages. It seems he's just an old lecher. Fortunately, Sun Chong is not too foolish to sell me out." Then Sun Chong mobilized his younger brothers to start chopping the meat. After an hour, they finally prepared the minced meat. Only then did Gu Xiaoman open the door. "Brothers, they've come out. Let's rush in and grab the supplies." In no time, the crowd outside surged in. "Everyone, please be quiet. I will definitely compensate you for your losses," Gu Xiaoman said with a slight frown. "How will you compensate us? What do you have to compensate us with? That was our lifeline food, and it was all taken by these beasts. Hurry and give us back our things. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude." Everyone, listen to me. We were also misled by bad people. As soon as I learned about this matter, I severely criticized them. We are also willing to make reparations. This meat is what we prepared to compensate everyone. A group of people was initially very dissatisfied, but when they saw bags of minced meat on the table, their eyes lit up. They hadn't eaten meat in a long time. The expressions of these people did a complete 180-degree turn. "Hee, this beauty is generous. I admit I was a bit loud just now. I hope I didn't scare you." Yes, we were just too impulsive. Please don't hold it against us, beauty." Gu Xiaoman smiled and continued, "Not at all. We were at fault first. Please take the food, 1 bag per person. Don't be shy. Then we'll take it." Saying this, the people lined up to receive the minced meat. When everyone had finished collecting, someone asked, "By the way, beauty, you said you were also misled by bad people. Who is that person?" Hearing this, Gu Xiaoman smiled slyly. "It's that Lin Yi from room 1001 on the 10th floor. He just captured our people and forced us to steal your supplies in exchange for letting them go. Look at how cruel he is, beating a person to such a state that their face is ruined." The crowd followed her finger and finally saw the person's horrifying appearance. A wave of sympathy washed over them. "This is truly too cruel. Can that face still be saved? Lin Yi has gone too far this time. We should go settle the score with him. Yes, let's hold him accountable. How dare he steal our things? He must apologize to us today, and he must compensate us with a large amount of supplies. Otherwise, we can't let him off easily." "You're right. Let's go confront him." Saying this, a group of them left one after another, first putting the minced meat back home before gathering and heading toward Lin Yi's house. In the safe house, Lin Yi was exercising on a treadmill while chatting with Li Shuyao, who was practicing yoga. Song Zhaodi was cleaning the various rooms. Xiaobai lay in its nest sleeping with all four legs in the air. This peaceful life was quite pleasant. However, soon the tranquility was shattered by a series of urgent knocks on the door. Li Shuiyao and Song Zhaodi immediately became tense. Xiaobai also sprang up, quickly moving to the door to take up an attacking stance, making threatening sounds. "It's fine, don't worry," Lin Yi reassured them as he opened the surveillance monitor to check the situation outside. There were dozens of people outside, some of whom Lin Yi recognized as the ones who had just attacked Sun Chang. Upon seeing this, Lin Yi guessed what was happening. He never expected Gu Xiaoman to be so skilled as to turn enemies into allies. Lin Yi opened the door quickly and give us an explanation. "Yes, get out here now. Lin Yi, if you're a man, come out. Don't hide in there like a coward." Listening to their taunts, Lin Yi's expression turned cold. He had originally felt pity for these people who had all their food stolen by Sun Chang. But now it seemed they were not deserving of sympathy at all. They must have received food from Gu Xiaoman and the others. However, if they had food, they wouldn't be trying to rob these people. Lin Yi thought of those he had killed earlier and suddenly seemed to understand something. How vicious. They actually fed them human flesh. However, he would not concern himself with these people. They deserved their fate. Once they consumed that meat and learned the truth, their suffering would only increase. They were still frantically banging on the door. Lin Yi decided to teach them a small lesson. "I give you 5 seconds to leave or bear the consequences yourself." Such arrogance. Do you think we're scared of you with so many of us? Be sensible and come out quickly, or you'll see how we deal with you once we get inside. Saying this, they continued to pound on the door. It seemed that reasoning with them was futile. Well, since they were so unyielding, let them learn their lesson. Immediately, Lin Yi activated a mechanism and 3 sprayers appeared on the door. In the next second, 3 high-pressure water jets shot towards the group. What the hell? What hit me in the face? It's sticky, but it doesn't seem like water. Damn, this is glue. Old Wang, you're glued to me. Get your hands off. Don't touch. I can't take it anymore. It's about to solidify. The scene descended into chaos. Old Li's wife got stuck to Old Wang, and Old Sun's wife had her hands glued to Old Zhang's face. They all became connected. Run, run. Soon the crowd hurriedly fled. Seeing them in such a sorry state, Lin Yi let out a cold laugh. This was just a small punishment. If they tried again, it wouldn't be so simple. Lin Yi's expression turned grim. Sun Chang's repeated provocations meant it was time to deal with him properly. One warning is enough. This time, he would take the initiative. On the other side, Sun Chang's expression darkened upon learning that these people had been sprayed with glue. Damn it, is there really no way to deal with him? What good does being angry do? This incident clearly shows that Lin Yi is a ruthless character. If we don't eliminate him now, he will eventually kill us. Gu Xiaoman frowned. What should we do now? We can't break down the door or the walls. Oh, what other options do we have? He can reinforce the walls and the door, but I don't believe he reinforced the windows. Sun Chang's eyes lit up as he quickly said, right. Why didn't I think of that? But then he frowned. But how do we break the window? The windows are on the outer wall. Are we supposed to tie a rope down from the rooftop? What's impossible? Where there's a will, there's a way. We don't need to go to the rooftop. We can go to room 1101 and go down through his window to reach Lin Yi's house outside. All right, let's do it. Gather our people. Tonight will be Lin Yi's last night. Soon, everyone gathered together. Sheng Xia was among them. She was just a small nurse assigned to assist in treating the wounded. She was also aware of today's operation. Feeling anxious, she was somewhat at a loss in the crowd. She was really conflicted. There were at least 30 people gathered here, and according to their plan, they would definitely be able to take Lin Yi down tonight. She worried about whether she should inform Lin Yi. If she told him, would he expose her if he was captured? However, she had already informed him once. Even if she didn't tell him this time, they might still find out. After a fierce internal struggle, she made up her mind. She was already devoted to Lin Yi, and he had promised her that as long as her heart was with him, she would live well. She had experienced such a life before, and she longed for it intensely. If she told Lin Yi this time, perhaps he could take precautions, and maybe nothing would happen. This way she could move in with Lin Yi and live together with him. With this thought, she secretly took out her phone and quickly sent Lin Yi the details of the operation with only 1 battery left. The message was sent successfully. Sheng Xia let out a sigh of relief. Lin Yi received the message and quickly checked it, then couldn't help but chuckle. Since that's the case, he'll play along. Lin Yi took a baseball bat out of the space and wrapped iron wire around it to secure it. With such a weapon, one could truly inflict severe wounds. Next, Lin Yi prepared 2 daggers, a crossbow, and a sharpened long knife. With the weapons ready, it was time to prepare the armor. Since he was going to engage in close combat, his personal defense was crucial. He took out a bomb-proof helmet and a pair of safety shoes from the space. Though a bit heavy, they provided excellent foot protection. He selected the sturdiest and warmest gloves. His clothes and pants couldn't be too thick, or he would lose agility. Fortunately, he had previously purchased several sets of stab-resistant clothing before the apocalypse. These clothes were made from high-strength fiber materials, effectively dispersing the impact of blades and preventing them from penetrating. This was the type of clothing worn by special police during high-risk missions. Preparation was complete. Now he just had to wait for nightfall. At 6 in the evening, several people had finished dinner. Song Zhaodi went to clean the dishes as usual. She had completely adapted to life here, no longer being as introverted as before, and had gradually become more lively and cheerful. After these days of feeding, Xiao Bai had gained some weight. The once emaciated figure was gone for good. Now Xiao Bai had begun to develop a rounder face and looked much plumper overall. Moreover, after spending these few days together, Lin Yi found it to be very clever. It learned simple commands quickly. It would definitely become a great helper in the future. Looking at the time, Sun Chong and the others should be on the move. He reassured the two women and then stepped outside. Lin Yi went straight to the 11th floor, hiding in the corner of the staircase. Soon they would break into room 1101, and all he had to do was wait for them to walk into his trap. 10 minutes later, Sun Chong and his group were full and ready to act. One of them volunteered. This person used to be a window cleaner adept at cleaning high-rise glass, so this kind of task was a piece of cake for him. He brought professional tools and followed Sun Chong up the stairs. They quickly reached the 11th floor. Sun Chong signaled to a few of his subordinates, who picked up a sledgehammer and started smashing the door. In just a few hits, the security door was breached with a large hole. One person reached in and unlocked the door. After it opened, a crowd surged in. The owner of the house was already terrified, hiding in the corner and too scared to make a sound. But soon he was discovered by Sun Chong and dragged out. Then Sun Chong and the others secured a rope and prepared to open the window. However, due to the cold temperature outside, the windows were frozen shut and couldn't be pushed no matter how hard they tried. In anger, Sun Chong smashed the entire glass. The biting cold wind flooded in like an unleashed torrent. The temperature in the entire room instantly dropped to over 60 degrees below zero. Hurry up and act. With a command, the window cleaner began to execute the plan. On the other side, Lin Yi revealed himself after they entered. The three subordinates at the door were momentarily stunned upon seeing Lin Yi. Then they all brandished their weapons and charged at him. Lin Yi sneered and swung his homemade baseball bat fiercely at one man holding a knife. With a thud, that person collapsed to the ground. A deep gash opened up at the injury site and blood gushed out incessantly. The other two rushed in at this moment. Lin Yi dodged one attack and with a force twice that of an ordinary person grabbed the arm of a man with a black mole on his face. The mole-faced man was taken aback and tried to pull his arm away, but it was as if it was caught in a vice, unable to escape. However, the next second a shadow appeared in front of him. He then felt a heavy blow to his head. His mind went blank and darkness enveloped him. The mole-faced man fell to the ground. Now only one person remained. The last man immediately grew tense. In the blink of an eye, his two companions had been taken down. The next second the man turned and ran. Lin Yi snorted coldly and caught him. With a flick of his arm, the man was thrown around in an arc with Lin Yi at the center. The sheer force made the man shudder in fear. He trembled all over. "Don't kill me, don't kill me," he cried, dropping to his knees. With one swing of the bat, the man lay flat on the ground. Meanwhile, the commotion outside had attracted the attention of those inside the house. Sun Chong frowned and quickly led the remaining people out. When he saw Lin Yi, his expression immediately turned grim. "Lin Yi, how dare you come out? What is there to be afraid of?" Sun Chong wasted no time. He only wanted to kill Lin Yi and drag his corpse before Lu Ruming, proving that he was stronger than Lin Yi. "Kill him," Sun Chong commanded his subordinates. Instantly, dozens of subordinates rushed over. Lin Yi didn't hold back, either picking up a dagger from the ground and throwing it into the crowd. The dagger pierced directly into one man's thigh. Then he charged at the group, raising the baseball bat for a powerful strike. Another man fell to the ground. The iron wire on the baseball bat cut a large gash into that man's flesh, making the scene horrific. This bloody sight terrified everyone. They all shrank back. "Useless! Useless!" Sun Chong yelled angrily upon seeing this. Lin Yi pointed the baseball bat at Sun Chong with disdain, saying, "If you're not useless, then come on." Sun Chong's expression changed, glancing at the fallen men on the ground, feeling a tightening in his stomach. After pondering for a moment, he quickly said, "Consider yourself lucky, we're leaving." As he spoke, he hurriedly led the remaining people to escape. Lin Yi did not pursue them, but walked towards the room, heading straight for the broken window. The window cleaner successfully reached the 10th floor. He looked at Lin Yi's house with a crazed grin. Then he kicked out fiercely. However, when he made contact with the glass, the expected scene of it shattering did not occur. Doubting his luck, the window cleaner exerted himself again, attempting to use his own weight to break the glass. Duong. He used all his strength, but the glass remained intact, and his face slammed against it, the icy touch sending a shiver down his spine. He looked at the layer of glass in confusion. Suddenly his eyes widened in astonishment. It turned out to be bulletproof glass, and it was double-layered. Having been a window cleaner for many years, he could instantly identify any type of glass. Thus he was certain this was bulletproof glass. He knew that breaking the window was impossible, so he prepared to call for the people above to pull him up. But after shouting for a long time, no one responded. Seeing that his body was suffering from the cold wind and was trembling uncontrollably, he could only climb up with all his might. But just as he reached the window's edge, a face appeared. He panicked, letting go of his grip, and fell directly down. However, due to the rope binding him, he stopped at the 8th floor. The man took a deep breath. Just then a sentence from Lin Yi plunged him into an icy abyss. "Don't you enjoy hanging around? Then you can hang there forever." After saying that, Lin Yi took out a bottle of lubricant from his space and evenly applied it about a meter along the rope to prevent him from climbing up. Then Lin Yi ignored him and turned to leave. Seeing Lin Yi leave, the man sighed with relief and hurriedly began to climb up. Having been outside for a long time, he was trembling uncontrollably, causing the rope to shake along with him. He climbed bit by bit, watching as he got closer to the window, his heart filled with excitement. But just then his hands accidentally touched something, and he felt as if he couldn't grip it anymore, causing his body to start sliding down. He quickly looked at the rope and then noticed that there was actually oil on it. His face immediately turned pale, and he exerted all his strength to try to climb up, but no matter how hard he tried, he would slide down again as soon as he reached that position. Thinking about the possibility of freezing to death outside tonight, despair completely consumed him. He was unwilling to accept this outcome and desperately climbed up until he was utterly exhausted, falling back to the 8th floor. He was cold and hungry, with no strength left in his body. His entire being dangled in midair, buffeted by the biting cold wind, facing death. Lin Yi knew that Sun Chong and the others were on the 7th floor, but he did not intend to pursue them. Earlier he had taken them by surprise, and the scene had been so bloody and violent that they were frightened and fled. If they regained their composure and prepared adequately, he might not be a match for so many of them. With that thought, Lin Yi returned to the safe house. Upon returning to the safe house, Song Zhaodi and Li Shuiyao rushed over, each wrapping an arm around Lin Yi, looking terrified. After all, it had just happened above. The commotion was so loud that it was impossible not to hear. Plus, there was someone trying to break the window. Naturally, the two girls would be scared without understanding the truth. "Brother Lin, those bad guys didn't do anything to you, right?" Song Zhaodi hurriedly checked Lin Yi for injuries. Li Shuiyao also came to her senses, her face pale with fear as she examined Lin Yi. Lin Yi smiled gently and said, "Don't worry. They couldn't hurt me." After a quick check, Song Zhaodi found no blood and finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Did you scare away those bad guys?" Song Zhaodi suddenly blinked her eyes, asking curiously. Lin Yi casually replied, "Yes, I scared off about 4 or 5 of them." Song Zhaodi immediately became interested and continued to ask Lin Yi, "Brother Lin, please tell me the details." So Lin Yi briefly recounted what had happened earlier. After he finished, however, the two girls reacted completely differently. Li Shuiyao hid in Lin Yi's embrace in fear, while Song Zhaodi grew increasingly excited and even clapped her hands. Now Lin Yi was puzzled. Why would a little girl be interested in such things? But thinking of Song Zhaodi from his previous life, he felt something was off. In his past life, she was a notorious little killer. After spending a few days with her now, he didn't feel that there was anything wrong with Song Zhaodi. She was just a very ordinary girl. Even if she had been through great trauma in her past life, it wouldn't explain such a drastic change, right? Moreover, judging by her current behavior, it seemed she actually enjoyed this kind of violence. Could it be that her transformation in the past life was also significantly influenced by herself? "Brother Lin, can you tell me more about it?" Looking at the seemingly harmless girl before him, Lin Yi felt a bit uneasy. If that were true, then this life Song Zhaodi could be even more terrifying than the last. One moment a little girl is showing an innocent smile, and the next moment she is tearing into her enemies. Just thinking about that scene sent shivers down his spine. It seemed that once the matter with Sun Chong was settled, he would have to make sure she lived next door. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to sleep soundly. "I've told you everything, I'm going to sleep now." With that, Lin Yi glanced at Li Shuiyao and then headed towards the bedroom. Song Zhaodi wanted to follow and ask more, but was stopped by Li Shuiyao. Sister, I'm going to check his body and see if he has any injuries, so you shouldn't follow. Oh, all right then. Just check carefully. Don't worry, I will check thoroughly, Li Shuiyao said, following him into the room. Confused Song Zhaodi had no choice but to return to her room, but her mind was still imagining the battle scenes Lin Yi had just described. Before long, the bed emitted intense sounds of struggle. After Sun Chong fled back in a sorry state, everyone broke out in a cold sweat. Gu Xiaoman frowned upon seeing them return so soon and asked, "Did you succeed so quickly?" Sun Chong, panting heavily, replied, "No, while we were acting, Lin Yi rushed out. He killed several of our brothers with extreme cruelty." What? Gu Xiaoman's expression instantly turned cold. She paced back and forth in the room, and then said, "How did he know about our plan tonight?" Sun Chong was taken aback. "That's right. How could he know about our plan tonight? I had 2 people keeping watch at Lin Yi's door, and they didn't see him leave his room. He must have known our plan and ambushed us in advance." As he spoke, he suddenly looked toward the people in the room, scanning them repeatedly. Sheng Xia's heart instantly filled with panic. Sun Chong walked over to her. Soon he stopped in front of Sheng Xia, his face darkening, and said, "Sheng Xia, did you leak our plans? I remember you had intended to make a deal with Lin Yi. I didn't. Lin Yi is terrible. He only offered me 2 packs of instant noodles, and I didn't agree to him. If it wasn't you, then why are you so nervous?" I'm just scared." Just then Gu Xiaoman shouted loudly from behind, "Enough! Rather than suspecting our own people here, we should check if those brothers are still alive." With that, Sun Chong stopped pressing further and took several brothers out again. After Sun Chong left, Gu Xiaoman approached Sheng Xia. She leaned close to her ear and whispered, "You are my recruit. I hope you won't betray me. If I find out you leaked our plans, I will kill you myself." Upon hearing this, Sheng Xia's heart raced wildly. With that, Gu Xiaoman reached into Sheng Xia's pocket and pulled out her phone. She tried to turn it on, but the battery was dead, rendering it unresponsive. "It seems I wronged you." Gu Xiaoman chuckled and returned the phone to Sheng Xia as if nothing had happened. Sheng Xia breathed a sigh of relief, yet her heart grew more uneasy. The words Gu Xiaoman had just spoken sent chills down her spine. She had to leave this place as quickly as possible. Only Lin Yi could save her. Soon Sun Chong led 2 men to the 11th floor. He discovered that 2 of his men were not dead, merely knocked unconscious by Lin Yi. He promptly ordered several underlings to carry them back. At that moment, he thought of the Spider-Man tasked with the mission. He rushed into room 1101 and leaned out the window to look down. What he saw made his brow furrow tightly. The Spider-Man hung suspended in midair, his body encased in a layer of ice and snow. He no longer moved, swaying only with the wind. The Spider-Man had frozen to death. Now Sun Chong had no idea what was happening below. He sighed and quickly left the place. He also had the remaining corpses brought back. They were all provisions. Upon returning, Sun Chong immediately said, "Sheng Xia, hurry up and treat them. We don't have any medicine for external injuries left. Damn it, I'll lead a team to raid some." Sun Chong fumed. Yet he still looked to Gu Xiaoman, seeking her opinion. This time Gu Xiaoman did not stop him. "Go ahead. But this time raid the floors above. Remember, only take medicine. Don't be reckless like last time." "Don't worry." With that, Sun Chong charged out again with over a dozen underlings. They stormed all the way to the 12th floor. They soon reached the 12th floor, but at that moment eerie sounds emanated from room 1201, causing them to halt abruptly. The group stared at Sun Chong, swallowing hard. "Boss, don't you think the noises inside sound wrong?" one whispered. "Could it be haunted?" Sun Chong felt a twinge of fear himself. Just then a subordinate quickly said, "I remember now. This is Yao Shufen's home. Damn it, what's there to fear about an old woman and a kid? Smash the door." At the mention of Yao Shufen, Sun Chong's fear subsided. They soon battered the door open. Upon entering, they were utterly stunned by the sight before them. Yao Shufen sat on the floor with her back to the door, seemingly humming a lullaby. At the same time, a smacking sound came from her mouth, as if she were eating something. Sun Chong mustered his courage and stepped forward. In the moonlight, he saw what lay before Yao Shufen. His eyes widened instantly. But at that very moment, Yao Shufen whipped her head around and flashed him a chilling smile. Her face was smeared with blood. "Dear grandson, you're back. Do you want something to eat? I found so much meat." Sun Chong was startled, the veins on his face twitching. In her hand was none other than her grandson's arm, and her grandson lay right in front of her. Fresh blood was everywhere. Even a fierce tiger wouldn't eat its own cub, yet this old woman was so monstrous. As he regained his composure, Sun Chong's face twisted with fury. "You old hag, you even eat your own grandson. You're inhuman." He kicked Yao Shufen to the ground. Yet she didn't wail. Instead, she frantically groped around on the floor. "Dear grandson, where are you? Don't scare grandma." Soon she found her grandson's corpse. She clutched it tightly, as if afraid someone would snatch it away. Suddenly she burst into loud sobs, weeping over the severed arm. "Dear grandson, what's wrong? Talk to me. Aren't you leaving grandma? You old hag, you killed your own grandson." Sun Chong sneered. "Oh, I killed my grandson." Yao Shufan seemed to regain some clarity, but soon slipped back into madness. "No, impossible. No one can kill my precious grandson." She hugged the corpse, muttering incessantly. Sun Chong couldn't be bothered with her any longer and ordered his men to find the medicine. They ransacked the room and indeed found some. This old hag must have pulled a lot of scams. She sure stocked up on trauma ointment. Sun Chong spat at Yao Shufan and led his men back. At the safe house 2 hours later, Li Shuiyao nestled in Lin Yi's arms, a sweet smile on her lips. "Brother Lin, you're amazing." She shyly buried her head under the blanket. Lin Yi smiled, lit a cigarette, and gazed quietly out the window. He hadn't smoked before. He had picked up the habit in his past life. Now he found it hard to do without one. Just then he heard cries for help from Building 7 across the way, accompanied by the sounds of smashing. Li Shuiyao poked her head out, her face filled with worry. But the windows were covered in frost, obscuring the view. They could only identify the building by the sounds. "Brother Lin, what's happening over there?" Lin Yi said calmly. "They've run out of food, so they're looting." "Oh." Li Shuiyao hid her head back under the covers, looking small and helpless. Yet Lin Yi suddenly thought of Song Zhaodi, wondering how she would react to the noise. As he pondered, Li Shuiyao quietly slipped beneath him. At that moment, Song Zhaodi stood by the window, gazing excitedly toward Building 7. She quietly took out a wooden dagger and toyed with it in her hands. She had read many wuxia novels in the past where the heroes were chivalrous and righteous. They endured hardships from a young age, growing step by step until they became great warriors. She yearned for such a life. She too wanted to be respected and admired by others. That night, Building 7 descended into utter chaos, with the sounds of battle lasting all night. Many chose to jump from the upper floors. Some were pulled back as they leaped. Most of all, there were the cries of women. These sounds only subsided toward dawn. Residents of other buildings grew restless, fearing their own building would meet the same fate. Early in the morning, Sun Chong sent men to investigate the previous night's events in Building 7. Once he learned the details, he rushed back immediately. "I've got the info." The moment he entered, he couldn't wait to tell Gu Xiaoman. "What's going on?" Gu Xiaoman asked anxiously. "A group of people broke into Building 7 last night and occupied the entire building. They should be from Building 6. "From Building 6? Will they come to attack our building?" Gu Xiaoman quickly inquired. "Don't worry. I've reached an agreement with their leader, mutual non-interference. They won't come over." Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaoman finally felt relieved. "That's good. As long as they stay away, we can focus on dealing with Lin Yi. Only by eliminating him can this building truly fall into our hands." Gu Xiaoman pondered for a moment and continued, "This is an opportunity. We can use this incident to unite everyone in this building." Sun Chong's face lit up with joy. "Exactly. Now we won't have to worry about a shortage of manpower. Let's see how Lin Yi can fight us this time." Hearing this, Sheng Xia, who was nearby, began to feel uneasy again. Her phone had run out of battery, leaving her no way to warn Lin Yi. Just as she was pondering her next move, Gu Xiaoman had somehow appeared behind her. "What are you thinking?" A chill ran down Sheng Xia's spine. "Nothing, just a bit worried." "Don't worry. Just stay by my side, and I'll protect you." Gu Xiaoman gave her a meaningful glance. Then she turned to Sun Chong and said, "Go door to door now and ask everyone to join us." "Got it." With that, Sun Chong left with his underlings. Gu Xiaoman seemed to be deliberately watching Sheng Xia, keeping her in sight from a short distance away. Sheng Xia now had no chance to notify Lin Yi. Lin Yi slowly woke up. He got up quietly, trying not to disturb the still sleeping Li Shuiyao. After getting dressed, he went to the living room. Song Zhaodi had already prepared a hearty breakfast. "Brother Lin, you're awake. He'll go call Sister Li Shuiyao for breakfast." "No, don't call her. Let her rest." Song Zhaodi gave Lin Yi a mischievous grin, but said nothing. "Brother Lin, there was so much noise last night. Do you think they'll come to our building?" Lin Yi paused briefly, recalling his past life. In his past life, a group had indeed quickly taken over Building 7 at this time, but they were soon eliminated by another group. That person was the one Song Zhaodi had served in his past life. Lin Yi didn't know his name. Within a few days, that man had rapidly occupied the first 8 buildings in the complex. In his past life, Lin Yi had struggled through half a month under their shadow. They demanded everyone hand over a portion of their food daily as protection money. If failure to do so meant the women of the household would be taken as payment. To prevent Lu Rumeng from being taken away, Lin Yi had sacrificed too much, only to end up being brutally killed by their family. In his past life with Gu Xiaoman's help, He Jindong had also occupied buildings 9 and 10. Now Lin Yi had eliminated He Jindong ahead of time, but unexpectedly Sun Chong had taken his place. This time, however, he wouldn't let the other side grow strong again. He recalled that in his past life, He Jindong had only risen to power today. With Gu Xiaoman's help, Sun Chong would surely take action today, likely by first uniting the people in this building. Since that was the case, he needed to do something. Soon after finishing breakfast, Lin Yi said to Song Xiaodi, "I'm going out. Stay home and behave." Just then Song Xiaodi suddenly said, "Brother Lin, are you going to kill someone? Can you take me along?" Lin Yi was slightly stunned, looking into her expectant eyes. It seemed his guess from yesterday was correct. Still, this was good. Letting her experience the apocalypse early would help her grow quickly and be of assistance in the future. "All right, but you must not act on your own. Stay close behind me at all times, got it?" Lin Yi said solemnly. Upon hearing she could go out, Song Xiaodi jumped for joy. "Yay, Brother Lin is the best. Don't worry, he'll definitely listen to you." With that, she excitedly kissed Lin Yi on the cheek. Lin Yi didn't mind. He went back to the room and took out a stab-proof vest and a set of weapons that fit Song Xiaodi from his space. When she received the weapons, her eyes immediately sparkled, especially the gleaming dagger. She couldn't bear to put it down. Lin Yi then taught her how to use the weapons and which ones were best suited for different situations. Song Xiaodi learned quickly. "You don't have combat experience yet, so follow behind me and use the crossbow to get familiar with the battlefield. The target on the wall is 10 meters away. Try shooting it to see if you can hit it." "Okay." Song Xiaodi excitedly picked up the crossbow, squinted, and began to aim. Soon she fired her first bolt. Whooshed! The bolt struck the bullseye instantly. Lin Yi was inwardly startled. He hadn't expected Song Xiaodi to hit so accurately on her first try. She was practically born to be an assassin. No wonder she had been so formidable in his past life. "Yay, I hit it. Brother Lin, how did I do?" Song Xiaodi looked at Lin Yi excitedly like a child waiting for praise. "Very good." Hearing his compliment, she beamed with joy, but as she smiled, her eyes grew moist. Lin Yi quickly asked, "What's wrong? Brother Lin, do you know? This is the first time in my life I've ever been praised." Lin Yi was taken aback. He gently stroked her head and said, "Silly girl, it won't be the last." Song Xiaodi nodded firmly, a sweet smile spreading across her face. "Go put on your gear and let's head out." "Okay." With that, she ran back to her room. Before long, she emerged fully equipped, looking quite professional. All her weapons were placed within easy reach. "Hee, Brother Lin, let's go." "All right." As they were about to leave, Xiao Bai suddenly dashed out of Song Xiaodi's bedroom upon hearing the commotion. The dog wagged its tail, weaving around their feet. Seeing this, Lin Yi chuckled. "Xiao Bai, do you want to come too?" "Woof! Woof!" Xiao Bai barked twice and stood on its hind legs. Lin Yi thought about how Xiao Bai's keen sense of smell and hearing could help detect danger in advance, potentially avoiding some trouble. With that in mind, Lin Yi said, "All right, then you can come along too." As if understanding him, Xiao Bai happily stuck out its tongue. Opening the door, the two of them along with the dog stepped outside. The two men and a dog swiftly arrived at the 8th floor. They decided to lie in ambush right there on the stairs. Sounds occasionally came from downstairs, presumably from Sun Chong and his group, trying to rally the people below. If he did not take action this time, those people out of fear would soon become Sun Chong's accomplices, putting him in a perilous position. Sun Chong began to rally people starting from the 1st floor. In less than an hour, everyone below the 7th floor had been brought under his control. "Boss, it seems we are really about to rise now. I didn't expect these people to cooperate so well," said a young man with a beard. "Humph. Nonsense, they are eager to join us. Otherwise, if the people from other floors come over, they are done for." "Boss, when are we going to deal with Lin Yi?" "Let's wait until we bring everyone in the building over. Lin Yi is on the 10th floor, and all the people below are ours. He can't escape. Hee, I'll take the guys upstairs to persuade the others." Go ahead. Remember, do not alert Lin Yi." "Rest assured, boss, we will sneak up quietly." With that, the bearded young man called a few underlings and headed upstairs. As they walked upstairs, they began to chat casually. "Third brother, how do you think Lin Yi found out about our actions yesterday?" one young man asked as he walked. "Didn't the boss say? It must have been someone snitching. How despicable. If I find out who it is, I will definitely kill him." The bearded young man then said, "Do you think it's that Shang Xia? If it's her, we brothers will have great fun sending her on her way. Her figure is truly sizzling. Ew, just thinking about it makes my heart itch. I wonder if her flesh is tasty." One person licked his lips. "All right, let's finish today's business first." At that moment, Lin Yi and Song Xiaodi heard their conversation. The two raised their crossbows ready to shoot at any moment. Just as they were about to ascend to the 8th floor, their bodies stiffened involuntarily. Everyone was startled. "Oh, it's Lin Yi." Whoosh whoosh. Before they could react, 2 crossbow bolts shot out instantly. Thud, thud. The 2 bolts struck the chests of the 2 men. They collapsed on the ground, twitching uncontrollably. Cold sweat immediately broke out on the foreheads of the others. Run! Someone shouted, and the remaining people scattered in all directions. Xiao Bai immediately chased after them, barking madly at the crowd. Lin Yi and Song Zhaodi also pursued. After shooting the crossbow bolts, Lin Yi observed Song Zhaodi. He noticed that she showed no change in expression at all. If he did not know about Song Zhaodi's past experiences, seeing her like this, he would not believe it was her first time killing. It seems his worries were unnecessary, as she didn't need to adapt to the apocalypse. She was born for it. The 2 quickly continued their pursuit. At the same time, another crossbow bolt was shot. 2 more people fell down. Soon they reached the 7th floor, which had a larger crowd. A dozen people had just come up from downstairs. Upon hearing the commotion, they all became alert. The bearded young man was excited to see Sun Chong. "What's going on?" Sun Chong asked. "Boss Lin Yi ambushed us on the 8th floor, and we lost 4 more brothers." "What?" Sun Chong's expression turned cold as he continued, "Go call all the brothers." Soon everyone downstairs returned to the 7th floor. Lin Yi did not act rashly. The enemy had the advantage in numbers, and there were only 2 of them. If they went down, they would lose the initiative. Sun Chong returned home with his group. As soon as he entered, he cursed, "Damn it, how could Lin Yi know about our actions again?" "What? She knows again." Gu Xiaoman frowned. During this period, she had been keeping an eye on Sheng Xia and had not seen her take any unusual actions. Could it be that she was not the informant? Thinking this, Gu Xiaoman quickly scanned the others. However, she found nothing. Everyone looked worried. Could it be that Lin Yi has other means to know about our actions? "I'll take my men out and confront him." Sun Chong gritted his teeth and was about to rush outside. "Wait." Gu Xiaoman regained her senses. They first needed to deal with Lin Yi and uncover the traitor. She continued, "Lin Yi has crossbows and is guarding the stairway. Are you going to just rush out unprepared to get yourself killed? So what should we do now? Go find something hard to use as a shield, then go downstairs to see who has flour. Each person should gather a bit and throw it at Lin Yi to obstruct his vision when we see him." "All right." Sun Chong then looked at the 10 or so brothers behind him. "Brothers, grab your gear and follow me to kill Lin Yi." They rummaged through the room for useful weapons. However, there were only 2 kitchen knives and 2 fruit knives, and one of them was used for chopping meat. With weapons insufficient, the others had to go downstairs to search. However, as soon as they stepped out, Lin Yi shot an arrow at them from the stairway. One person was hit in the chest, and the others were so frightened that they hurriedly retreated. "Boss Lin Yi is guarding the entrance. We can't get out." "Fools!" Sun Chong scolded angrily. He quickly went to the kitchen and saw a large wooden cutting board propped up next to it. The cutting board was about 1.2 meters long and 60 centimeters wide. It was just right to serve as a shield. He lifted the cutting board and dashed out the door. Song Zhaodi, who was already prepared, instantly shot a crossbow bolt, but unexpectedly, it was blocked by the cutting board. The bolt lodged into the board, but did not penetrate. Sun Chong peeked out and saw that the bolt had not penetrated. He immediately shouted at Lin Yi, "Lin Yi, come on. I want to see how you will kill me." With that, he completely hid behind the cutting board. His underlings took the opportunity to rush downstairs to search for items. Seeing the opponent so brazen, Lin Yi took advantage of Song Zhaodi's inattention and switched to a more powerful crossbow. This crossbow was capable of penetrating the cutting board. Lin Yi aimed, pulled the trigger, and the bolt flew out at high speed. Bang! The bolt penetrated the wooden board. Ouch! Sun Chong felt a sharp pain in his thigh. He quickly looked down, and a crossbow bolt was lodged in the cutting board with its tip piercing through his thigh. Seeing this scene, cold sweat immediately broke out on his forehead. He hurriedly released the cutting board, but the bolt was still stuck in it. As the board fell, it moved along with the bolt. The bolt tore a large gash in his thigh, and blood gushed out. Sun Chong cried out in pain and limped back into the room. Seizing this opportunity, Song Zhaodi quickly shot another crossbow bolt at Sun Chong. At this critical moment, Sun Chong suddenly stumbled and fell to the ground, narrowly avoiding a deadly arrow. The arrow struck the door, and upon looking back, Sun Chong was instantly frightened, his body shivering. At that moment, a little brother in the room hurriedly pulled him inside and closed the door. "Oh, so close!" Song Zhaodi exclaimed, frustrated that her arrow had missed its mark, stamping her foot in anger. "It's fine, that arrow has already severely injured him, and I tampered with the arrowhead. If he doesn't receive treatment from a professional doctor, he definitely won't survive long." Song Zhaodi blinked curiously and asked, "Brother Lin, what did you do to it?" "I used a rusty arrowhead." Lin Yi would never easily kill him, and doing so would be too merciful. Lin Yi wants him to suffer before he dies. Song Zhao Di was taken aback, then revealed a mischievous expression. Brother Lin, what should we do next? Don't rush, they should be more anxious than us right now. After Sun Chong was pulled inside, Gu Xiaoman immediately came over to check his injuries. Seeing the large wound on his leg, she furrowed her brow and quickly called for Sheng Xia. Only she was a nurse here knowing how to clean wounds. Sheng Xia hurriedly brought scissors and cut open the clothing around Sun Chong's injury. However, the blood was flowing too much as she had no choice but to find a belt and tighten it above Sun Chong's thigh to help stop the bleeding. After that, she found some gauze to wipe away the blood. Once cleaned, the wound finally revealed itself. When Sheng Xia saw the wound, she was taken aback. She had never seen such a horrific wound before. It was first a penetrating injury followed by a 5-centimeter gash from the entry point. Upon closer inspection, she was shocked to find rust in the wound. This made her truly feel overwhelmed. Rust in the wound is very difficult to clean out. A tetanus shot is necessary, but currently there are no medical conditions available. How is his injury? Gu Xiaoman quickly asked. Sheng Xia then shared her findings. Gu Xiaoman's expression darkened. Sun Chong immediately became agitated. Impossible. I won't have any issues. Hurry and treat me, or I'll kill you. Sheng Xia's face turned grim. How could she treat him? Moreover, she was just a nurse. Cleaning wounds was something doctors did, and she couldn't manage it. At this moment, Gu Xiaoman said, "Don't panic, try your best to save him." Sheng Xia could only reluctantly agree. For the next while, she slowly cleaned Sun Chong's wound, but it was only a superficial cleaning as she didn't even have saline solution to properly flush the wound. She could only make do and bandage the wound simply. After finishing, Sheng Xia exhaled deeply, realizing that sweat had already begun to bead on her forehead. "Thank you for your hard work," Gu Xiaoman said. It's nothing," Sheng Xia replied. Then several little brothers carefully lifted Sun Chong onto the bed. Lu Ruming had been locked onto the bed by Sun Chong, unable to go anywhere. Seeing him injured so severely, she immediately burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, you deserve it. Lin Yi will come to save me. You all just wait for my man's revenge." Sun Chong's face turned extremely ugly. If it weren't for the immense pain he felt causing even the slightest movement to tug at his wound, he would have wanted to slap her twice immediately. But soon he felt drowsy, his eyelids becoming particularly heavy. Before long, he fell asleep. Downstairs, more than a dozen people quickly went from house to house looking for weapons and flour, as well as tools that could serve as shields. They gathered kitchen knives, fruit knives, folding tables, and even some used pot lids. Before long, these people armed themselves. Since they had previously rallied people downstairs, they successfully found over 20 strong young helpers. Now their force had significantly increased. However, Sun Chong had not come down, leaving them at a loss for what to do. "Third brother, why hasn't the boss come down yet? What should we do now?" The one called third brother was Sun Chong's most trusted little brother, Wang Cheng. Wang Cheng's eyes flickered and he quickly added, "Not good, the boss must have encountered an accident. We need to hurry and save him." "All right." Thus a group of over 30 people began to slowly climb the stairs. They took each step cautiously, trying not to make any noise. Holding the tools they found as shields in front of them, they feared Lin Yi might suddenly appear and shoot them with an arrow. When they reached the 6th floor, Lin Yi noticed them. From the gap above the stairs, he shot a crossbow bolt at them. One person's arm was instantly pierced and a cry echoed through the entire hallway. The others immediately panicked, quickly moving away from the railing. "Don't be afraid. Everyone stay close to the wall. He won't be able to see us here," Wang Cheng quickly instructed. The group lined up, all pressing against the wall as they moved upwards. Then Wang Cheng continued, "You two with the tables go ahead and help shield everyone from the arrows." Two men holding folding tables exchanged glances and nodded at each other, then walked to the front of the crowd. They placed the two folding tables in front of them and slowly moved upwards. The others followed suit at a slow pace. Soon they reached the 7th floor. However, no one dared to advance further. Taking another step would expose their entire bodies to Lin Yi's line of sight. "You two hurry up and go block the way, or I'll go open the door." The two had no choice but to continue moving forward. But just as they appeared, an arrow suddenly shot through the tabletop and pierced one person's chest. That person let out a painful scream, while the other was so frightened that he immediately dropped the table and retreated. The others were also startled and dared not take another step forward. "You fools, go pick the table back up," Wang Cheng scolded. One little brother tremblingly reached out to grab it. Whooshed! A crossbow bolt accurately pierced his arm. That person knelt on the ground, clutching his arm and wailing. It's too terrifying. I want to go home. Someone's killed. Run." After these two shots, the more than 20 young helpers they had just rallied were scared out of their wits, scattering to escape for their lives. Come back. All of you come back. No matter how Wang Qing shouted, none of these people turned back. TCH, a bunch of useless things. Seeing everyone had fled, the man with the beard could only angrily mutter a complaint. Third brother, what should we do now? Wang Qing glanced around, counting the two-shot individuals. They had a total of 13 people left. All right, let's do it. But who will be the first to go? Upon hearing this question, everyone immediately fell silent. It is indeed a good plan, but everyone knows that the first one to charge forward will be the living target. In such a situation, who would be willing to be the one to die? A moment of silence ensued. So what do you suggest we do? Wang Qing said. At this moment, everyone noticed the two injured individuals on the ground. They exchanged glances, and a new idea formed in their minds. The two on the ground felt their gazes, and their hearts tightened. In the next moment, they were pressed to the ground simultaneously, and no amount of pleas for mercy would help. Brothers, you are already injured and won't last much longer, so why not do a good deed and help us one last time? No, let me go, we are teammates. Let me down, you bunch of beasts. The two struggled violently, but being severely injured, and with 5 or 6 people controlling each of them, they had no capacity to resist. They were quickly subdued. Then the two were hoisted in front of everyone. A few individuals exchanged glances, and in the next moment, they charged forward together. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 arrows flew swiftly. The 2 individuals serving as shields were immediately struck. Kill! In the next moment, the group discarded the 2 bodies and charged up the stairs. Seeing this, Lin Yi quickly pulled Song Zhaodi and ran upstairs. Xiaobai also followed them up the stairs. Meanwhile, they hurriedly loaded arrows. Upon reaching the 9th floor, they turned and shot arrows. Whoosh! Whoosh! Another 2 arrows were released. Up! The 2 fell to the ground with arrows in their chests, inadvertently blocking those behind them. The distance was slightly increased. Chase them. We must kill them today, Wang Qing said angrily. They stepped over the 2 corpses and continued to pursue. But not long after, 2 more arrows flew. Again, 2 people were struck. The crowd panicked once more. Although they were close, they always seemed a beat late. Just a few seconds of delay allowed the enemy to shoot arrows. This won't do. At this rate, we'll all be finished. Wang Qing understood this as well. In less than a minute, they had already lost 4 people. If it continued like this, he couldn't bear the consequences. Moreover, they had been running, and the prepared flour was of no use. After thinking for 2 seconds, he hurriedly said, "Retreat." The remaining 10 fled in panic, fearing that if they ran too slowly, Lin Yi's arrows would come flying. Seeing everyone run away, Lin Yi and Song Zhaodi stopped. Is that all they've got? How boring. Song Zhaodi sneered. Lin Yi glanced at her. It seemed she had truly awakened her bloodline. Brother Lin, should we go after them? Lin Yi thought for a moment and said, no rush. Since they are hiding inside, we should go back and warm up first. Lin Yi took out a pinhole camera from his storage space. This camera was powered by a button battery and didn't require external power. It also had a recognition and alarm function. Once someone appeared in the frame, it would immediately send an alert to Lin Yi's phone. As long as it was connected via Bluetooth, it was very convenient. He placed it in an inconspicuous spot on the 7th floor stairs, just in view of their main entrance, so that he could detect them as soon as they came out. After finishing this, Lin Yi took Song Zhaodi and Xiaobai back to the safe house. Wang Qing returned with the remaining people. Upon entering, Gu Xiaoman frowned. Why are there so few of you? Then Wang Qing recounted what had happened, of course omitting the part about using his companions as shields. Damn, Lin Yi. Gu Xiaoman slammed the table. Wang Qing continued to ask, what should we do next? Should we try to recruit those upstairs? What's the hurry? It's so cold outside. Lin Yi can't possibly stay guarding the door all the time. Let's wait a few hours before we go. I don't believe he can know when we will act again. Gu Xiaoman looked at everyone present and continued, to prevent anyone from leaking information, I will search each of you. In the following time, Gu Xiaoman personally searched everyone, confiscating their phones. However, without exception, all were out of battery. For safety, she decided to keep these phones together. After all being outsmarted by Lin Yi twice, left her feeling frustrated. How did he always know their next move? Then Gu Xiaoman counted the personnel, finding only 18 combat members remaining, 3 of whom were injured. They had started with 36 members, and in just 2 days their numbers had been cut in half. They rested in various corners of the room, not a single person spoke, and the atmosphere was quite oppressive. After Lin Yi returned to the safe house, he removed his equipment. After all, the room was too hot, and the 30-degree temperature made them feel warm quickly. That was great. Today was truly thrilling. Brother Lin, you have to take me again, next time. As soon as Song Zhaodi entered the room, she couldn't help but cheer excitedly. Lin Yi was somewhat speechless. Did she really consider killing to be thrilling? Lin Yi ignored her and began to think about what the others had said earlier. It seemed they had already started to suspect Shengxia, and he needed to find a way to rescue her. In the past, Lin Yi wouldn't have done this. After all, their initial relationship was merely transactional, each seeking their own needs. However, since Shengxia had risked her life to warn him twice, he no longer felt that way. This showed that her heart was aligned with his, and she was trustworthy. Initially, having her pretend to join Sun Chang's team was also a test. Now she had passed it, and he had to find a way to rescue Shengxia. But how to rescue her? Lin Yi fell into deep thought. Soon 2 hours passed, and the surveillance triggered an alarm. Lin Yi quickly dressed and grabbed his weapon before heading out. During this time, Song Zhaodi had been with Lin Yi, and when he went out, she followed him. The two stealthily made their way to the 8th floor. At this moment, Wang Cheng was temporarily acting as the team leader, leading a few people stealthily up. As they climbed the stairs, their gazes met Lin Yi's, and their eyes widened in disbelief, their faces instantly revealing terror. Run! However, just as they turned around, Lin Yi and Song Zhaodi pulled the triggers, and the crossbow bolts flew out. Wang Cheng's eyes flashed. He quickly pulled one person in front of him back, just in time to block the incoming crossbow bolt. The other bolt struck another person. Two fell to the ground, struck by arrows. Wang Cheng and the others hurriedly took cover inside. They saw that only 2 were killed this time. Song Zhaodi felt somewhat disappointed. What a bore, all they do is shrink back like turtles. Lin Yi chuckled and said, "Let's go? They shouldn't come out for a while now." All right then. Song Zhaodi reluctantly followed Lin Yi back. At this moment, Gu Xiaoman frowned. How did Lin Yi know about their movements again? A string of misfortunes cast a shadow over their hearts. What do we do now? All phones have been confiscated, and everyone remains under our surveillance. How could he possibly know our plan? Could he have installed hidden cameras inside this very room? Wang Cheng said dejectedly. Gu Xiaoman's eyes flickered. Suddenly, realization dawned. I understand. He certainly couldn't have planted cameras inside this room, but he could have placed them outside. What? A collective jolt ran through the group as all eyes turned to Gu Xiaoman. Her expression hardened, her voice turned icy. Well done, Lin Yi. You even deceived me. Wang Cheng bristled with fury. Had he not reacted swiftly moments ago, he would already be dead. Let's find those cameras, now. Destroy them, and he'll no longer be able to track our movements. Not so fast. We don't even know how many he installed. If we fail to locate every single one, it's meaningless. He'll still see everything we do. Gu Xiaoman lowered her voice as she scanned the people in the room. We're too few in number, and certainly no match for Lin Yi. We can't stay in this building any longer. I propose we relocate to Building 9. At once, murmurs broke out among the group. Wang Cheng quickly interjected, quiet down. Let Senior Gu speak. That title drew a glance from Gu Xiaoman. Sun Chang was the undisputed leader of this team, yet Wang Cheng's words subtly signaled his future allegiance to her. Proud and self-assured, Gu Xiaoman found the gesture deeply gratifying. She nodded slightly at Wang Cheng before continuing. You all know Sun Chang is gravely injured. His survival remains uncertain. Under these circumstances, we must avoid further attrition. Instead, we must expand our influence first. Only by securing our own territory will we gain the strength to stand against Lin Yi. Agreed. Wang Cheng declared without hesitation. Others followed suit one by one. Senior Gu, what about Senior Sun Chang? What do we do with him? Gu Xiaoman paused thoughtfully. He's in no condition to move. We'll leave a few people behind to care for him. Everyone else comes with me. She swept her gaze across the room and fixed it on Shengxia. You'll remain here to tend to Sun Chang. Oh yes, Shengxia replied promptly. Then Gu Xiaoman selected several others to stay behind and guard Sun Chang. Nearly 2 hours later, she led the remaining dozen members out the door, bound for Building 9. The moment they stepped outside, Lin Yi received an alert on his monitoring system. Yet when he reviewed the footage, he saw them descending the stairs. Why are they heading downstairs? Lin Yi held back. So long as they didn't ascend, he saw no need to act. He refused to descend below the 7th floor. Doing so would expose him to potential ambush from both above and below. But 2 hours passed, and still they did not return. Lin Yi frowned. Gu Xiaoman was exceptionally sharp, and until now she had never voluntarily left the premises. Yet this time she'd led so many people downstairs. Could it be they'd fled? The thought deepened his suspicion. If they truly fled, then room 702 must now be nearly empty. Still, caution remained paramount. He couldn't assume they'd fled outright. It might well be a trap, baiting him into rushing forward. Thus the night slipped away. Lin Yi watched the monitors. No sign of their return. Only then did he confirm it Gu Xiaoman had indeed fled. Now he would move to eliminate those remaining in room 702. Just then, his surveillance system blared an alarm. Lin Yi immediately pulled up the live feed. There, two men had drawn Sheng Xiao aside. They were walking toward room 701. Lin Yi's face went cold. He dressed in haste, seized his baseball bat wrapped tightly with iron wire, and bolted out the door. What exactly do you want? Sheng Xia asked. You'll find out once you come with us, sneered a leering man. Just say it here. Sheng Xia recoiled inwardly under his predatory gaze. Oh, but how could we speak such private matters here? Fine, I'm leaving. She turned to walk back, only for the leering man to seize her wrist. You've come this far, why rush off? Don't you crave a little pleasure? Exactly. Let us two brothers give you proper attention. Let go. Panic seized Sheng Xia. She wrenched her arm free, but against two men her strength was futile. In moments, she was dragged into room 701. Please, I beg you, spare me. Her voice cracked with tears. We could spare you, if you satisfy your elder brother first. Indeed, I've long admired your figure. Today's finally my chance. Hearing their words, despair swallowed Sheng Xia whole. She thrashed wildly. Once inside, the men released her, letting her flee aimlessly around the room. So you enjoy this game? No problem. I'll hunt you down right now. Sheng Xia sprinted. But how could a lone woman outrun two men in such cramped quarters? Soon she was caught again. Little treasure, I've got you now. As punishment, I'll remove one article of clothing. With that, her down jacket was yanked off. No. Tears streamed down her face. Beneath it, her striking figure stood exposed before their hungry eyes. Their lust flared higher. Lecherous gazes locked onto her unblinking. They released her once more, letting her run again, as if turning her terror into sport. Little treasure, keep running. Each time we catch you, another piece comes off, until you stand bare before us. Ha. Sheng Xia stumbled back in horror, arms clutched tightly across her chest. Don't come near me. Yet every plea only inflamed their cruelty further. They lunged. Sheng Xia shrieked and bolted into a bedroom, slamming and locking the door behind her. They reached the door, found it locked, and burst into manic laughter. Treasure, this won't stop us. We're coming in. With a thunderous kick, the door shattered inward. Sheng Xia crouched frozen on the floor. Moments later, she was dragged back into the living room. She was thrown hard onto the sofa. Then, hands reached for her final layer of clothing. No. Utter despair gripped her. Her fingers dug desperately into the fabric. If this too were torn away, nothing would remain concealed. Don't be shy, little treasure. I'll be very gentle. With a violent wrench, he ripped at the garment. Sheng Xia's cries turned piercing, just as the front door exploded inward with a deafening crash. The two men recoiled in shock, then froze, blood draining from their faces. Lin Yi. The two were momentarily at a loss, their previous lewd demeanor instantly replaced by terror. They hurriedly searched for any tools to defend themselves. One person picked up the glass ashtray from the coffee table and hurled it at Lin Yi. Lin Yi reached out to catch it, grasping the ashtray in his hand. Seeing this, the two were even more horrified, their features contorting in fear. Oomph! Lin Yi suddenly threw the ashtray, striking one of them. That person immediately collapsed to the ground, wailing in agony. The other, realizing he was no match for Lin Yi, looked at Sheng Xia on the sofa and grabbed her. Lin Yi, I know you like women. I'll send this worthless girl to you. Please don't kill me. Lin Yi coldly replied, let her go. All right, I'll let her go. You promise not to kill me. Saying this, he abruptly pushed Sheng Xia towards Lin Yi. Lin Yi reached out, pulling Sheng Xia into his embrace. Just then, that man pulled out a dagger from his pocket and lunged at Lin Yi. Lin Yi coldly laughed, raising the baseball bat and bringing it down forcefully. Bang! The bat struck the man's head, producing a dull thud. Instantly, blood began to pour from the man's head. He staggered, fell to the ground, and covered his head with his hands, continually howling in pain. The other man was terrified and immediately dropped to his knees. Please don't kill me. I know I was wrong, I won't dare oppose you again. I'll answer whatever you ask, Lin Yi said coldly. All right, I will tell you everything I know. Where did Gu Xiaoman and her people go yesterday? They went to Building 9. They said they would wait until they grow stronger to deal with you. How many people do you have left now, eh? Including the three of us, there are a total of 8 remaining. Our boss. Ugh, that scoundrel Sun Chong is also across the street, but he had a severe fever last night and probably won't survive long. Very good. The man secretly glanced at Lin Yi and quietly asked, Brother, I've told you everything you asked. Can you let me go? Go ahead. Lin Yi shot him a glance. Thank you, brother. The man immediately expressed his gratitude, hurriedly bowing 3 times on the ground. Then he quickly stood up and ran outside. However, as he passed by Lin Yi suddenly swung the bat at the back of his head. With a loud bang, the man collapsed to the ground, terrified, his eyes wide open. Lin Yi coldly sneered, "I let you go, but I never said I wouldn't kill you." The man's heart stopped, and he fell to the ground lifeless. Following that, Lin Yi dealt with the other person before walking towards Shengxia. With tears in her eyes, Shengxia saw Lin Yi approaching and immediately threw herself into his arms, daring to sob softly only while sheltered in his embrace. Lin Yi gently patted her back and took out a down jacket from his storage for her to wear. Once Shengxia put on the jacket, she said with a hint of grievance, "If you had come a little later, I would have." As she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks again. Lin Yi held her tightly, wiped her tears with a tissue, and softly said, "Don't worry, I won't let anything happen to you. Let's go home." Stepping out of the room and looking at the door of room 702, Lin Yi decided to wait until Shengxia was settled before seeking them out for revenge. Soon the two returned to the safe house. The others were not surprised by the woman Lin Yi had suddenly brought back. Xiaobai looked at Shengxia with a curious tilt of his head. Shengxia remained hidden in Lin Yi's embrace, not separating even after entering the house. Lin Yi understood that she was frightened. Thus he began to comfort her, taking quite some time before she finally emerged from his embrace. Seeing her condition gradually improve, Lin Yi finally breathed a sigh of relief. After a while, once Shengxia's emotions stabilized somewhat, Lin Yi prepared to go out and deal with the remaining people. After handing her over to Li Shuiyao for care, Lin Yi armed himself and set out with Song Zhaodi. The commotion Lin Yi had caused earlier in room 702 was still fresh in their minds. Earlier they had seen through the peephole Lin Yi in the opposite room. They were so terrified by Lin Yi that even after he left, they didn't dare to open the door. After a long while, they finally dared to step outside when they heard no sounds coming from outside. Upon seeing the horrific scene in room 701, they were all filled with terror. "This was done by Lin Yi. He will kill us too. We must run. Quick, notify the boss. We can't stay here any longer." They quickly rushed back. Arriving at Sun Chang's room, they hurriedly informed him of the situation. "Boss, what should we do? We just lost 2 brothers. He is too strong. Boss, we should temporarily hide in another building. Lin Yi is truly too powerful. We can't fight him." "Yes, boss, as long as there's life, there's hope for a future." Sun Chang, who had been dazed, immediately became much clearer after hearing this. He suddenly sat up, but the sudden movement aggravated his wound. The pure white bandage was stained with a shade of crimson. Listening to everyone persuading him, Sun Chang's expression darkened. He was unwilling to admit that he was inferior to Lin Yi. However, so many of his brothers had perished at Lin Yi's hands. Even he couldn't be that ruthless. Recalling the previous scenes, he still felt a chill run down his spine. "Boss, it's too late. You need to give the order." After a moment of hesitation, Sun Chang finally said, "All right, we will temporarily avoid the spotlight." With that, he quickly untied Lu Rumeng beside him. "Sun Chang, what do you want to do?" Lu Rumeng shouted angrily. "Don't talk, come with me. I won't go. Lin Yi is coming to save me. You all will die." Lu Rumeng wore a crazed smile. "You can't stop me. I won't go anywhere. I'll wait right here for Lin Yi to come get me." Lu Rumeng struggled violently, pushing against the door frame with her hands. "You wretched girl." Sun Chang, furious, slapped her across the face. "If you dare hit me, Lin Yi will definitely kill you when he arrives." Sun Chang's expression changed as he directly pulled Lu Rumeng and tried to drag her outside, but his injured leg hindered his movement. At that moment, a series of knocks against the handrail echoed and accompanied by a chilling whistle. Everyone's hearts trembled. "Haha, Lin Yi is coming. You all will die." Lin Yi walked calmly towards the 7th floor. He carefully checked each floor for possible hiding spots. He continuously struck the handrails with his baseball bat, creating a series of loud sounds while whistling. Just as Lin Yi was preparing to chase after Sun Chang, Lu Rumeng, who was on the ground, hugged his leg tightly. "Lin Yi, I beg you not to leave me. I know I was wrong. Please forgive me this once. Get away from me, or don't blame me for being rude." Upon hearing this, Lu Rumeng could no longer maintain her composure and rolled on the ground like a shrew. "Lin Yi, how could you deceive me? On what grounds do you deceive me?" Lin Yi cast her a glance too lazy to respond. Watching Sun Chang limp away to the 5th floor and then leap out of the window, Lin Yi abandoned the chase. However, even if he got away, he would not have an easy time. Once tetanus sets in, it can lead to symptoms such as asphyxiation, heart failure, and lung infections. Killing him now would only benefit him. Song Zhaodi looked at Lu Rumeng beside Lin Yi and asked, "Brother Lin, how should we handle this woman?" Lin Yi glanced at her and disdainfully said, "Don't worry about her, let's go back." After saying that, he kicked her aside. The two went upstairs. Lu Rumeng, kicked to the ground, sat there and began to sob uncontrollably. She finally understood that Lin Yi had said those things just to toy with her. She would never forget the cold look Lin Yi had given her. Sitting on the ground for a while, she felt a chill enveloping her. Slowly she got up and walked downstairs. Stumbling back to building No. 8 along the same path when she knocked on her door, it was her father Lu Shanchuan who opened it. "You still know how to come back," Lu Shanchuan said coldly. Lu Rumling felt a sinking feeling in her heart. Even her father spoke to her in such a tone. She didn't respond, and simply pushed the door open heading to her bedroom. Lu Shanchuan was furious that Lu Rumling ignored him, shouting, "You little brat, are you rebelling against me?" At this moment Lu Rumling roared back, "Enough! Can you be quiet for a moment?" Lu Shanchuan was momentarily taken aback, but then his angry expression became even more pronounced. "Truly outrageous, daring to speak to me like this." But the only response was Lu Rumling slamming the door in anger. Safe house. Under the soothing of Li Shuao, Shengxia was now lying in the bathtub, comfortably soaking in the hot water. Her emotions had stabilized, and fortunately, she had not been harmed this time. Soaking in the bathtub, she felt a wave of joy. She recalled the moment Lin Yi had appeared earlier. Wasn't that just the plot of a hero saving a damsel in distress? Thinking of this, a faint smile curved at the corners of her mouth. She cupped her hands around the clear hot water, pouring it over her fair skin. The sensation felt like a dream. She really didn't want to leave this place and wished to soak in the warm water for a lifetime. However, soon after cleaning herself, she quickly dried off, got dressed, and walked out. No matter how good the bathroom was, she couldn't stay in the water forever, otherwise her skin would surely become pruny. When she stepped out of the bathroom, Lin Yi had already returned. She walked up to Lin Yi and gratefully said, "I didn't get a chance to thank you earlier. Thank you so much for today. No need to be polite with me. Since you're mine, I will ensure your safety." Hearing this, Shengxia felt warmth in her heart. She had originally thought she had made a bad deal with Lin Yi, but now it seemed she had actually gained. She shyly replied. Lin Yi, seeing her like this, smiled and said, "I haven't seen you this shy in days. Why are you shy today?" Upon hearing this, Shengxia felt so embarrassed she wanted to find a hole to hide in. The previous days she had only regarded everything that happened with Lin Yi as a transaction, imagining Lin Yi as a mere wooden figure. But today she realized that Lin Yi was actually quite charming. These two instances couldn't even be compared. However, she couldn't voice her thoughts and could only shyly lower her head, secretly smiling. At that moment, Lin Yi said to Song Zhaodi, "Zhaodi, go help your sister Shengxia tidy up her room. Let her stay in the room next to yours." "Okay." Song Zhaodi immediately went to help Shengxia organize her room. Hearing this, Shengxia's face lit up. Oh, she could also stay here. At this moment, looking at Lin Yi, she felt as if he radiated charm from every pore. If she could accompany this man for a lifetime, that would be quite nice. "Don't just stand there, come sit by me." Lin Yi reached out, grasping Shengxia's delicate hand, pulling her closer. Shengxia's face turned red again as she slowly sat down beside Lin Yi. Their bodies lightly touched. The temperature in the room reached 30 degrees, and Shengxia only wore a spaghetti strap top, revealing her figure. Additionally, her breathing became somewhat rapid and her chest rose and fell quickly. This made Lin Yi feel a bit flustered, but fortunately Song Zhaodi soon came out. "I've tidied everything up, Sister Shengxia, come take a look." Song Zhaodi wore a sweet smile. "Great." Shengxia hurriedly got up and dashed over. Sitting next to Lin Yi made her feel a bit nervous. Noticing this, Lin Yi smiled. Oh, she was indeed an interesting woman. Soon it was noontime for lunch. To celebrate Shengxia's arrival, Lin Yi specially prepared a feast. Shengxia was stunned upon seeing the table full of dishes. Last time she came, she hadn't had the chance to enjoy such good food. Song Zhaodi and Li Shuao, however, were not as surprised. Although they hadn't eaten so lavishly every day, their meals were still decent. Compared to those outside, their lives felt like paradise. Of course, they were very grateful to Lin Yi. If it weren't for him, they wouldn't be living this kind of life. The four raised their glasses and began to devour the food on the table. Xiaobai wagged his tail happily. The family was harmonious and joyful. As night approached, there were considerable noises coming from the neighboring building No. 9, likely a conflict between Gu Xiaoman and the forces from building No. 9. In this apocalyptic world, each building had one or more small groups existing within it. Conflicts were inevitable. However, he must capture Gu Xiaoman and make her kneel at his feet, singing his praises. Lying in bed, tossing and turning, images of Shengxia's alluring figure constantly flashed in his mind. Li Shuao was the cute and obedient type, while Shengxia was like a blooming rose, exceptionally enchanting, delivering a strong visual impact. Moreover, her tall and model-like figure was striking. Just then there was a knock on his door. Lin Yi guessed it was Sheng Xia. If it were Li Shuiyao, she would sneakily open the door and peek in without knocking. Lin Yi, may I come in? Lin Yi, may I come in? Come in. The door slowly opened. A fiery figure was revealed before his eyes. Sheng Xia was only wearing a pink nightgown. Through the light in the living room, Lin Yi could even see her body outline. This scene made him restless once again. Soon Sheng Xia closed the door and softly approached the bed. However, she did not speak. Is something wrong? Lin Yi said softly. I came to thank you. You already thanked me during the day. There's no need to keep expressing your gratitude. I saved you because I saw your loyalty to me. Sheng Xia nodded, her expression appearing quite conflicted in the moonlight. Is there anything else? After a moment of silence, Sheng Xia seemed to gather her courage and said, let me stay with you tonight. Lin Yi was slightly taken aback. He did not expect Sheng Xia to be so proactive. He originally thought that she had been sufficiently stimulated today and would need some time to settle down. It seemed that her psychological endurance was quite strong. Okay. Sheng Xia flashed a smile of delight and slowly climbed onto the bed. Throughout the first half of the night, the sounds in the room did not cease. This was not Lin Yi's first discussion with Sheng Xia about the origins of life, but he was not expecting such a delightful surprise from her this time. The two of them were somewhat tired after their discussion. Sheng Xia nestled in Lin Yi's arms. She was well-behaved, a stark contrast to her earlier wildness. At this time, Gu Xiaoman successfully occupied Building No. 9 with her people. She also annexed the original forces of Building No. 9, increasing their numbers to 30. After fleeing, Sun Chong struggled to run towards Building No. 9. In a feverish state, he barely made it to the building and fainted as soon as he entered the corridor. It was a passerby who found him, otherwise it wouldn't have taken long for him to freeze to death in the corridor. Gu Xiaoman looked at the unconscious Sun Chong, a flash of disgust crossing her eyes. Now that she no longer needed to rely on anyone, there was naturally no reason to keep Sun Chong around. However, some of her subordinates were loyal to Sun Chong, so she had to do her best. After all, he wouldn't live much longer anyway. In the early morning, Sun Chong woke up once, his body starting to spasm lightly, and his breathing became somewhat rapid. Water, I need to drink water. He gasped as if he would stop breathing at any moment. The younger brother responsible for taking care of him quickly brought him a bowl of cold water. Sun Chong took a big gulp, but immediately vomited it all out. Damn it, how can I drink such cold water? Get out. The younger brother felt some resentment. That water was hard to come by, and it was already good enough to have some. However, he said nothing and took the bowl away before leaving. Sun Chong lay in bed extremely furious. He once had many supporters, but now with the world in decline, he had no one to care for him. He screamed wildly like a madman. Gu Xiaoman listened to Sun Chong's incessant shouting and sneered coldly. Heaven will make you perish by first making you mad. The more ruckus you cause, the closer you are to your demise. In the morning light, the sunlight shone through the glass, reflecting on Lin Yi's handsome face. Lin Yi slowly opened his eyes while Sheng Xia, nestled in his arms, turned over, but did not wake up. After covering her with the blanket, he quietly walked out of the bedroom. In the living room, Song Zhaodi, wearing an apron, was preparing breakfast, and Li Shuiyao was unusually up early helping her. Brother Lin, you're awake. The food will be ready soon. Oh, just wait a moment. Lin Yi sat down at the dining table. At that moment, he received a notification on his phone that someone was at the door. He opened the phone's camera to check the situation outside. At this time, dozens of people stood outside, completely blocking the corridor. Oldly, what should we do? I heard that Sun Chong and the others went to Building No. 9 last night and abandoned our building. Hey, if they left, what if someone comes to our building to stir up trouble? Isn't the protection fee paid for nothing? You don't know, I saw very clearly through the peephole yesterday that Lin Yi drove them away. If Lin Yi has driven them away, then our safety should be his responsibility. Exactly, Sun Chong and the others had previously promised to protect us, and now that our backing is gone, Lin Yi must take responsibility for us. Right, let's find Lin Yi now. I heard he has a lot of supplies at home, we can just ask him for some. Lin Yi sneered at these people discussing outside. Did they really think he was easy to deal with, believing that just because there were many of them they could do whatever they wanted? Soon this group knocked on the door. Lin Yi smiled wickedly. Since they had come, he would play along with them. He wanted to see what tricks these people were planning. He approached the door and opened the peephole. Is there something you need? Lin Yi casually asked. At that moment, an old face appeared at the peephole. Little Lin, I'm Aunt Wang from 502 in our building. Oh, do you need something? Aunt Wang hurriedly said, I heard that Wang Chong and the others ran away yesterday, and everyone gathered to discuss who should be the leader of our building. We old folks discussed and thought you have the capability and are the most suitable to take on this role. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi immediately guessed their intention, They were eyeing his food supply. Once he became the leader, these people would be able to demand food from him without restraint. Their calculations were good, but they had picked the wrong person. Lin Yi smiled and said, "I'm not interested." Aunt Wang was taken aback, not expecting Lin Yi to refuse so directly. She paused for a few seconds before quickly saying, "Little Lin, you might not know the benefits of being the building leader. Let me explain. Once you become the leader, we will all follow your arrangements, and once the snow disaster passes, your contributions will be recognized by the state. You are young and full of vigor now, unlike us old folks who have the will but lack the strength." The people behind her quickly echoed, "Yeah. Little Lin is talented and suitable for being the building leader. If Little Lin becomes the leader, I will be the first to listen to him. The responsibilities of the young are quite heavy. You must be brave to shoulder them." Listening to their words, Lin Yi smiled and said, "Have you all finished?" Aunt Wang said with a smile, "Little Lin, everyone thinks you are the most suitable candidate, so you shouldn't decline." Lin Yi sneered, "I'm a lazy person. Oh, I don't like fame and fortune. You might as well look for someone else." Aunt Wang was about to say something, but upon hearing Lin Yi's words, she swallowed her words. At that moment, an old man around 60 years old walked up with a sullen face. "Lin Yi, I am Uncle's son from Unit 602. We are neighbors, and since we live in the same building, it must be fate. With this snow disaster, we don't know when it will pass. We should unite. Since you are unwilling to be the building manager, we won't force you, but you must discuss countermeasures with us." Lin Yi scoffed, "What do you want to discuss? I see you're only wearing a nightgown. Your home must be quite warm. How about this? You provide your home for us to hold a meeting, and it counts as your contribution to the community." "Oh, so you want to invade my house?" Uncle's son's expression stiffened, suddenly shouting sternly, "How could you think of us like that? We aren't here to occupy your house. We are doing this for your own good. Think about it. In this situation, if we don't band together, how can one person's strength compare to that of a team? And then you don't have to worry about me. Since I dare to fight against Sun Chang alone, it shows I have the strength to do so. Over the past few days, you must have seen that Sun Chang has over 30 people, while I have only myself, and even in such circumstances, he is no match for me. Could it be that you old, weak, sick, and disabled think you are stronger than them?" Uncle's son's face grew more difficult to read, but he could not refute it. If it weren't for this reason, they wouldn't have sought Lin Yi. At this moment, a sharp-tongued old woman stepped forward, pointing at Lin Yi and scolding. Lin Yi stopped with the sarcastic remarks. "If you hadn't chased Sun Chang away, would we be here begging you like this? Now that you've driven Sun Chang away, you must take responsibility for our safety. Oh, now you're praising Sun Chang again. Have you forgotten that just a few days ago, he was robbing you of your supplies door to door? That was only because you incited him. Besides, unlike you, he gave us a large bag of meat filling." Hearing this, Lin Yi became even more certain of his previous suspicion. Sun Chang had definitely not given them legitimate meat filling, but rather human flesh. Thinking of this, Lin Yi looked at the old woman with disdain. "Old lady, you truly are wise." The old woman snorted coldly, looking pleased as she faced Lin Yi. "How so? This is just the truth. Hell, let's not even discuss why Sun Chang gave you food. If he really had food, why would he need to rob you? Besides, I don't believe that he hasn't forced you to hand over food these days. You're just jealous of him. He asks us for food because he wants to protect us. What's wrong with us paying him a protection fee? Jealous of him? You really are a bunch of fools." "Lin Yi, what did you say?" The crowd outside immediately turned ugly. Being scolded publicly as fools is something no one can bear. "Lin Yi, we admit you're formidable, but you can't just insult us for no reason. You really don't think much of us." Exactly, today's youth are becoming more and more outrageous, lacking any respect for the elderly and love for the young. "Lin Yi, come out quickly. You must have plenty of supplies at home. If you share some with us, well, let this go today." Now they were too lazy to put on a front and were directly asking him for food. Seeing this group of people, Lin Yi's expression turned completely cold. It was laughable that they could label Sun Chang's oppression as protection, and yet they claimed he was jealous of Sun Chang. In fact, by driving Sun Chang away, they were the biggest beneficiaries, free from being oppressed by others. But now these people not only were ungrateful, but also wanted to extort him. Truly good people get no reward. Initially, Lin Yi didn't want to make things too difficult for them, but now it seemed entirely unnecessary. "If you think Sun Chang is good, then go find him. He's in Building 9, and no one will stop you." The crowd was stunned. Then they continued to lash out at Lin Yi like shrews. Lin Yi stopped with the sarcastic remarks. "We want to go, but where can we stay?" "That's right. I don't care. You drove Sun Chang away, so our safety is your responsibility. Also, you must take responsibility for our food supplies. Besides, Sun Chang didn't take our supplies for free. He exchanged them for real meat." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi finally understood why these people were so supportive of Sun Chang. It turned out, he was trading meat filling for their supplies. This must have been Gu Xiaoman's idea, otherwise with Sun Chang's character he would never have done such a thing. He would only ruthlessly rob these people's supplies. In his previous life Lin Yi had some understanding of Gu Xiaoman. If you called her bad, she still had some conscience and wouldn't exploit people to death. If you said she wasn't bad, many of her suggestions made people gnash their teeth in hatred. Lin Yi chuckled coldly and continued, "You are just taking advantage while pretending to be virtuous. Don't you realize that keeping Sun Chang around will only lead to more severe oppression? Of course you know. You are merely a bunch of wolves that can never be satisfied. I ended your oppression, yet you turn your guns on me. People like you deserve to be oppressed by him." Hearing Lin Yi's words, these people were utterly enraged. "Lin Yi, you better clarify who the real wolves are. You little brat, clean up your mouth. I've eaten more salt than you've eaten rice. Who taught you to speak to the elderly like this? How can a person like this live in the same neighborhood as us? It's truly disgusting." Seeing this, Lin Yi equipped himself and picked up a baseball bat wrapped in iron wire. He directly opened the door and walked out. The moment Lin Yi stepped out, the outside instantly fell silent. Everyone closed their mouths and took a step back, keeping a certain distance from Lin Yi. Seeing this, Lin Yi sneered, "You are not only insatiable wolves, but also a bunch of cowards. Who was it that wanted me to come out? Now that I am out, let's see what you can do to me." Lin Yi swung the bat in his hand, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. After meeting Lin Yi's eyes, these people all began to look away, each lowering their heads and not daring to speak another word. Seeing this, Lin Yi became even more disdainful. "A bunch of timid guys, where did that bravado go?" At that moment, an old man at the back of the crowd spoke up, "Lin Yi, we are here to reason with you, not to fight." Lin Yi glanced at him, a slight smirk appearing on his lips. "Good, you all think Sun Chang treats you well. Then I will let you see for yourselves how he treats you." As he spoke, Lin Yi began descending the stairs. Yet the group exchanged glances. No one followed. "What? Do you truly lack even this much courage?" "Umph. If we're going, we're going. What have we to fear?" an elderly man rumbled. "Exactly. With so many of us here, we're not afraid of you." Moments later, they all trailed after him. Seeing this, Lin Yi let out a cold, disdainful laugh. These elders presumed upon his patience. Such arrogance invited only humiliation. If only they knew the meat they'd consumed these past days was human flesh, they'd be unable to eat for 3 days straight. With that thought, Lin Yi strode toward the apartment where Sun Chang had once lived. A crowd surged behind him, and soon they stood before room 702 on the 7th floor. "Lin Yi, why have you brought us here? Indeed, what trick are you planning? Let me warn you, every one of us is watching you closely. Right? We're all watching you." "Naturally, to show you the truth," Lin Yi said, amused by their wariness. "The truth?" Instantly, confusion flickered across their faces. Lin Yi offered no explanation. What the eye witnessed was always more visceral, more jarring than any spoken revelation. He pushed open the door and pointed inside. "You claim Sun Chang is kind, giving you meat to eat. But have you ever wondered what kind of meat it truly was?" "Umph. We've already asked him. He said it's all pork." "Precisely. What could possibly be wrong with ordinary meat? So which is it? First you accuse him of exploiting us, and now you imply the meat itself is tainted." Lin Yi grew weary of their evasions. Pointing toward the kitchen, he declared bluntly, "Since you insist, I'll tell you plainly, if you truly wish to know what kind of meat he gave you, go into the kitchen and see for yourselves." He stepped back, yielding the doorway. Their brows furrowed, cautiously they peered inward, but not a single soul dared cross the threshold. "So, you haven't even the courage to step inside?" Lin Yi scoffed. At his words, several faces darkened with unease. "Enough of your ominous warnings. I'll see for myself what trick you're playing." A man in his 50s strode forward and entered. Curiosity flared among the others, and all craned their necks to glimpse within. Then as the man reached the kitchen, his eyes snapped wide open. His mouth gaped in raw terror. In the next instant, he retched violently, spewing foul matter still threaded with undigested strands of meat. At the sight of that meat, his expression convulsed anew, and he vomited again repeatedly until his limbs trembled with exhaustion. He dared not look deeper, but even the stench clawing at his nostrils triggered fresh waves of nausea. Gritting his teeth against both physical revulsion and psychological horror, he staggered back outside. Seeing his pallor and trembling frame, the crowd pressed in, clamoring for answers. But the moment he recalled the image, Belle rose again, choking off speech. Alarm rippled through the group. What lay inside? They turned urgently to Lin Yi. "Lin Yi, tell us. What's in there?" "You want answers? Go in and see for yourselves." Lin Yi's enigmatic smile only deepened their dread. while the man continued retching bile frothing at his lips, utterly undone. Their anxiety spiked. Could the meat truly be tainted? Nonsense. Meat can't be dangerous. Let's all go in together. There are too many of us to fear anything, and someone's already gone in. Agreed. Let's go in together. And so they advanced step by hesitant step, the front row nudged forward by those behind. Unease tightened their features, yet fascination held them fast. When something strikes at the core of one's survival, curiosity overpowers caution, even when foreboding whispers of doom. Soon they stood before the kitchen doorway. Many squeezed their eyes shut, then cracked them open just a slit to peer inside. But the moment their gaze fell upon the scene, every spine stiffened in shock. Why are there people, mutilated, limbless, here? Why is this man lying on the cutting board? Why has his body been dismembered? Heavens above, could the meat Sun Chong gave us be them? What a horror froze them in place. Now at last they understood why the first man had vomited. The realization struck like a hammer. They had eaten that meat. Their stomachs churned violently. Ugh, ugh. One by one they collapsed into retching, crowded so tightly that most vomit splattered onto themselves. The stench surged thick and suffocating. Already nauseated, the reek, mingled with memories of chewing that very meat, sent fresh waves of revulsion crashing over them. They vomited uncontrollably. Those near the periphery fled first. The ones trapped deepest writhed on the floor, seized by agonizing gastric spasms. Chaos erupted. Within moments the able-bodied scrambled out, while others remained curled and wailing in helpless torment. Gradually an elder regained his composure and jabbed a trembling finger at Lin Yi. Lin Yi, why did you bring us here to witness such horrors? Yes, how utterly vile of you. Tell us now, did you stage this yourselves? Lin Yi's expression hardened, his voice turning icy as he beheld their grotesque hypocrisy. I brought you here out of goodwill, yet you bite the hand that feeds you, blind to kindness. You besieged my doorstep at dawn. I had no choice but to face you. Whether you believe it or not is entirely your affair. It bears no weight upon me. With that, Lin Yi turned and ascended the stairs. Then clarity struck. No wonder Sun Chong had so freely distributed meat. It was never generosity. It was predation disguised as charity. A second chilling realization followed. They had just alienated Lin Yi, shattering their desperate plan for his protection, and surrendering his supplies. Now unthinkable. Exchanging frantic glances, several rushed after him, voices dripping with abject humility. Lin Yi, wait. We misjudged you. Forgive us. We shouldn't have spoken so harshly. Lin Yi, wait a moment. We were wrong about you. We shouldn't have spoken to you that way. However, no matter how they called out, Lin Yi paid them no mind. Soon Lin Yi returned to the safe house. The group of old men and women behind him had also chased to the door. They knocked on the door, their attitudes much more humble. Lin Yi, it was indeed our fault before. We shouldn't have talked to you like that. We were deceived by Sun Chong, who knew he was so malicious as to give us that kind of meat. That's right. Lin Yi, don't be angry. We know we were wrong. We were just worried that someone might come to target our building. We are all old and cannot protect it, but you are young and capable of fighting. We just hope you can protect everyone. Hearing their words, Lin Yi sneered again. Why should he ensure their safety? Just because they relied on their age. They did not truly realize their mistakes. They merely wanted to secure their food and have him act as their free bodyguard. He approached the door and opened the peephole, saying to the people outside, I'm sorry, my abilities are limited. I can only protect my family. You should take care of yourselves. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of the old folks outside turned sour. Lin Yi, we are of an age where we have already apologized to you. What more do you want? Exactly. We are old. Isn't it your duty to protect us? Do you have no morals? Not only do you refuse to share your food, but you also speak to us in such a condescending manner. You are even more despicable than Sun Chong. Seeing their instant breakdown, Lin Yi found it amusing. He guessed correctly. These people had no awareness of their own faults. I never claimed to be a good person. What? You dare not yell at Sun Chong, yet come here to show off. Do you think I'm easy to bully? Lin Yi's voice suddenly turned cold. The group outside fell silent, realizing that Lin Yi was someone who could even contend with Sun Chong. What gave them the right to challenge Lin Yi? With that thought, cold sweat instantly broke out. Lin Yi, don't be angry. I admit we spoke too harshly earlier, but we are all of a certain age. You shouldn't hold this against us. Yes. That wasn't our intention. Young people should be more magnanimous. We are uneducated and may speak unpleasantly. Oh, please don't take offense. Lin Yi, we indeed spoke wrongly, but we have experienced more than you. We would never harm you. Listening to this, Lin Yi found it ridiculous. Even their apologies were a form of moral coercion. Lin Yi couldn't be bothered to deal with them. Didn't they like staying outside? Let them freeze out there. Just then Song Zhaodi finished preparing breakfast. At that moment, several steaming dishes were placed on the table. The people looked through the peephole, their eyes widening in astonishment. The aroma of the food wafted through the peephole to their noses. They suddenly felt a pang of hunger in their stomachs. Lin Yi, you have such a lavish breakfast. Could I have a bit of that porridge? I'm old and have a weak stomach. Drinking porridge would warm me up. Lin Yi, could I have some of those vegetables? The doctor said I lack vitamins and should eat more vegetables. Lin Yi, just a bun will do for me. Lin Yi, eating alone is no fun. Let us in to eat with you. Lin Yi completely ignored them. Soon Li Shuiyao and Sheng Xia also came out. As the two appeared, the group of old men outside immediately stared wide-eyed at them. With such figures and looks, they felt they were in luck. The two sat on either side of Lin Yi, attentively serving him food, wiping his mouth, and caring for him meticulously. At that moment, the old men looked at Lin Yi with envy. They too had dreamed of such a life, being able to embrace beauties and have someone to serve them to them. That was a life akin to that of deities. They knew Lin Yi lived well, but they had no idea he lived this well. This filled them with jealousy. Why was it that Lin Yi could enjoy such a life, while they had to stand outside enduring hunger and cold? Suddenly, they thought, wasn't Lin Yi rather lecherous? Those with women at home immediately began to formulate ideas. Lin Yi, my granddaughter is 18 this year, and quite beautiful. How about I let her come serve you? Just let us in first. We'll be family from now on. Forget it. Your granddaughter has a face that looks like it grew on a pockmarked body, and you dare introduce her to Lin Yi. The girl from Auntie's house is older, but a woman 3 years older is like gold. They'll have her come serve you right away. Pa, your daughter is too old. She's already old enough for Lin Yi to carry 3 bricks of gold. You should just leave. My granddaughter is the best fit for Lin Yi. Oh, oldly, if I'm not mistaken, your granddaughter just entered elementary school this year, right? Are you even human? Who are you calling inhuman? At least she's better than your daughter, who's about to have her water cut off. Who are you calling water cut off? The two instantly began to hurl insults at each other. Others hurriedly pushed them aside. At this point, Lin Yi and the others had finished eating. The people looked at the leftover food on the table and couldn't help but swallow hard. They tried to force smiles. Lin Yi, look, you finished eating. Could we have the leftovers? Yes. We aren't asking for much. Just a bite to eat will do. Lin Yi, I know you wouldn't let us starve, right? Lin Yi picked up a piece of steak and said to the crowd, you want to eat, huh? The crowd nodded eagerly. However, at that moment, Lin Yi handed the steak directly to Xiaobai, then leaned down and said to Xiaobai, someone wants to steal your food. Quickly eat it, so they don't take it from you. Xiaobai bit down on the steak, growling at the people outside. In just a few bites, it swallowed the steak whole. Seeing the steak devoured by the dog, the expressions of the people turned dark. They realized they were even worse off than a dog. They had heard Lin Yi's words. It turned out that this piece of steak was prepared for a dog, and yet they were competing with a dog for food. This was a blatant insult. Lin Yi, you would rather give such precious food to a dog than to us. Exactly. This is life-saving food. Lin Yi, you have gone too far. At this moment, Lin Yi walked to the door and said to the people outside, what? You're upset that I'm feeding my dog. Do you want to become my dog? As soon as these self-proclaimed elders heard this, they could no longer hold back. Lin Yi, how can you speak like that? Do you think I really care for the little food your family has? Pa. Exactly, scum like you should be thrown in the trash. This is outrageous. Today's youth are nothing like us back in the day. Lin Yi's expression turned cold. He no longer had the patience to argue with these people. He said in an icy tone, if you don't leave now, don't blame me for being impolite. Are you threatening us? We haven't done anything, so what right do you have to drive us away? Exactly, this is a public area, and our chatting is none of your business. Don't think you can scare us. With so many of us here, if you dare to make a move, you'll be against everyone in this building. Seeing them still causing a ruckus, Lin Yi sneered, what? Do you want to get splashed with glue? As soon as these words were spoken, a portion of the crowd panicked and hurried away from Lin Yi's door. Those who had not been splashed were still unaware. They continued to shout, Lin Yi, stop trying to scare us. We aren't easily frightened. Do you actually dare to turn against everyone in this building? Lin Yi, losing his patience, pressed the switch directly. Immediately, a mechanism appeared on the door, spraying the few remaining talkative individuals. Hey, you little brat, you really dare to spray us? Soon these people all ran away. The entrance fell silent. Seeing that there was not a single shadow left at the door, Lin Yi let out a cold laugh. It was useless to reason with this group. They were nothing but troublemakers. To subdue them, one had to be even more shameless. Only magic could defeat magic. Of course, there was also absolute force, but Lin Yi did not plan to go that route. Firstly, it was unnecessary, and secondly, these people still held potential value. Casually shutting the observation hole, Lin Yi happily sat down on the sofa and turned on the television. Li Shuiyao washed some fruit and sat beside Lin Yi, gently placing one of her snow-white legs on his lap. She picked up a piece of sliced apple and brought it to Lin Yi's lips. A group of elderly people stormed downstairs in anger. "I'm furious, this is too much, simply outrageous." "Did you hear what he said? He gave such good steak to the dog, it breaks my heart." "What good will it do to be heartbroken? It just ended up in the dog's belly anyway." "What can we do? We can't fight him, and there's also a mechanism at the door. If we go over, he'll definitely spray us again." The group suddenly lost their decision-making ability. At that moment, one person spoke up. "Actually, Lin Yi is not all that bad, or at least he drove Sun Chong and his gang away, so we no longer have to hand over food to them." The others glared at this person but did not refute. They all understood, but why were they doing this? It was all for the sake of obtaining Lin Yi's resources and protection. Who would have thought Lin Yi would be such a hard-hearted person? The man continued, "Today we did go a bit overboard. If we sincerely apologize, he shouldn't ignore us, right?" Still no one spoke. After a moment of silence, they all went home. The morning passed quickly, and soon it was noon. After lunch, they returned to their rooms to prepare for a nap. However, at that moment, the outside began to get noisy. From the sound, it was coming from the direction of Building 7. Lin Yi recalled memories from his past life and knew that the person hidden in Building 1 was finally starting to act. Today, he would swiftly occupy Buildings 1 to 8. At that time, it would be the darkest period for the entire community. The commotion outside lasted only a short while before there was no more noise from Building 7. The force that had previously occupied Building 7 was swallowed up in just an hour. Half an hour later, Building 8 completely fell. Lin Yi knew that next they would come to attack Building 6 and Building 10. As for Building 9, led by Gu Xiaomon, it should hold out for a while longer. As for his own Building 10, he had his own plans. He definitely would not allow this group to occupy it. He then got up and installed a pinhole camera on each floor, putting the entire building under his surveillance. As long as the other side showed up, he would notice immediately. Next, he went to the 4th floor. The heavy snow had buried everything below the 4th floor. If these people wanted to come in, they would inevitably have to go through the window in the 4th floor corridor. Lin Yi placed 2 crossbow arrows by the window and connected them with a string to the trigger. As soon as someone entered, they would trip the string, causing the crossbow to shoot the arrows. Anyone who entered would be shot through instantly. After preparing all this, Lin Yi returned home to wait. He had no idea when these people would come. At this moment, everyone in the community was on edge. The Lu family's members were also restless. "What should we do now? They're going to come to our building soon." Lu Ziheng anxiously paced around the room. "Hey son, stop pacing, you're making your mother dizzy," Wang Meiying said with a worried expression. She quickly looked at Lu Shanchuan and said, "Honey, why don't we hurry and find Sun Chong? Isn't he in Building 9? Let's go seek refuge with him." "Enough. If it weren't for your useless daughter insisting on finding Lin Yi, we wouldn't be in this predicament now." Lu Ruming looked at Lu Shanchuan in disbelief. She didn't expect him to speak so about his own daughter. "What should we do now? We can't just stay here and wait to die." "What are you panicking about? I don't believe he would dare to kill anyone with so many people in this building. Let's see what they want first." The family quickly calmed down. Soon Building 8 was also taken over. The intruders held toy guns and knocked on door after door. Before long, someone knocked on the door of Lu Ruming's home. The whole family was startled. Lu Ziheng and Wang Meiying hurriedly hid behind Lu Shanchuan. Lu Shanchuan had no choice but to force himself to calm down. "Knock, knock, knock. Open the door quickly. If you don't, I'll break it down." Only then did Lu Shanchuan approach the door. He quickly opened the door, forcing a smile at the person knocking, and said, "Is there something you need?" The man replied impatiently, "What are you babbling about? This building has been occupied by us. Everyone living here must pay 10 pounds of food each week as protection fees. Do you understand?" Lu Shanchuan instantly wore a distressed expression and said, "We don't have any food at home. Where can we find food?" The man widened his eyes, aiming the toy gun at Lu Shanchuan, and said, "Then you need to find a way. If you have no food, then use a person to pay." As he spoke, the man suddenly pulled the trigger towards the sofa behind Lu Shanchuan. A steel ball shot out instantly, embedding itself into the sofa. Seeing this, Lu Shanchuan's pupils shrank suddenly. Lu Shanchuan stumbled back in fright, barely steadied by Lu Ziheng, who rushed to support him. "Dad, are you alright?" Meanwhile, the person outside fired a shot and moved on to knock at the next door. "Quick, close the door," Lu Shanchuan urged urgently. Lu Ziheng hurriedly shut the door. Only after it was closed did Lu Shanchuan finally breathe a sigh of relief. "Oh dear, what are we to do? If we hand over our food, how will we survive? Wang Meiying lamented, slapping her thigh in despair. Stop crying. What good will that do? Lu Shanchuan snapped. Then tell me, what should we do? A cold expression crossed Lu Shanchuan's face. Didn't they say if we can't pay with food, we pay with people? We've raised Rumling for so many years. It's time she repaid us. Lu Ruming's heart jolted, a bitter smile spreading across her face. She never imagined her own family would treat her this way. How foolish she was to have felt indebted to them. With that thought, she strode toward the door, determined to leave this home. Stop. You're not going anywhere. Ziheng, grab your sister. Lu Shanchuan shouted immediately. Lu Ziheng rushed over and seized Lu Rumling. Let me go, she struggled fiercely. But Lu Shanchuan joined in, and together they overpowered her. Get the rope, tie her up. Helpless Lu Rumling was soon bound tightly with rope. In that moment, she was utterly crushed by despair for her family. Tears streamed silently down her face. Soon another knock echoed. Lu Shanchuan hurried to open the door, finding 3 men outside, each holding a toy gun. We're the D family army's collection squad. Hand over the protection fee, 10 caddies of grain per household. One man said, leveling his gun at Lu Shanchuan. Lu Shanchuan stammered, could you give us a couple more days? We have nothing left to eat. Cut the crap. No food, then give us a person. Just then one of them spotted the bound Lu Ruming, his eyes lighting up with excitement. Well, looks like you've prepared her for us. Since you can't pay with grain, shall do. Lu Shanchuan wiped cold sweat from his brow and quickly replied, yes, she's my daughter. Could each of you use her once to cover our protection fee for the week? The lead man flashed a sinister grin. Huh, you're an honest one. Don't worry, we'll give her back after we're done. He gestured to his companions. Take her away. The 2 men leered at Lu Ruming with greedy eyes, then grabbed her from both sides. Let me go. Lu Ruming thrashed desperately, but her struggles were futile. Soon she was dragged outside, and the 3 men led her toward a small dark room. Have finally found a good-looking one today. Those others were nothing but scraps. Yet today we're eating well. Suddenly the lead man stopped and said to the others, brothers want a promotion. Of course. Hell yes, even just a squad leader would be great. The lead man smirked slyly. Then listen to me. We can't touch this girl. Look at her looks. She's rare. If we offer her to the boss for his amusement, he'll be thrilled, and we'll be set for promotion. The 2 exchanged glances, then broke into lecherous grins. The captain's got a sharp mind. Lu Ruming listened to their conversation, her own mind racing. In her current predicament, if she didn't act, she would surely become a tool for these men's pleasure. If she could get close to their leader with her looks, and which she might just seduce him. This might be her only chance. She would use every means to win him over. Soon she was brought to Building 1. Building 1 was now heavily guarded. Even their own men needed permission to enter. When they announced they were bringing a woman, a scar-faced man stepped forward, scrutinizing Lu Ruming from head to toe. After a long pause, he said, not bad. It's thoughtful of you. He'll inform the boss. Leave her with me and get out of here. The 3 dared not defy him. As newcomers, they knew the scar-faced man was notoriously ruthless. Anyone who crossed him was dead by day's end. They handed Lu Ruming over and left. The scar-faced man led her up to the 12th floor, stopping at room 1201. He knocked lightly. After receiving a response, he said to Lu Ruming, go on in. She obeyed, her ropes untied, and stepped timidly into the room. But when she saw the man lounging on the sofa, panic seized her. There sat an immensely obese man. He must weigh at least 300 jin. The thought of that massive bulk pressing down on her made Lu Ruming shrink back. Yet she steeled herself. Since this man was their leader, she had to win him over no matter what. Resolved, she swayed her hips and walked toward him with an alluring gait. At 3 in the afternoon, a 10-man squad from the D family army set out for Building 10. Captain, I hear this building has no resistance. Our squad should take it easily. The D family army now has over 100 men. Each squad controls 1 building, all under Scarface's command. We need to do a stellar job and make a good impression on him. Don't worry, Captain. But who's our real boss? We've never seen him. Everything comes through Scarface. Do you think the boss might not even exist? Don't talk nonsense. Even someone as ruthless as Scarface fears the boss. We shouldn't pry into matters that don't concern us. Fair enough. Whoever feeds us, we follow. Captain, we're here. They peered through the window into the corridor. It was eerily quiet. Unlike other buildings where resistance met their arrival, this one seemed still. Their guard dropped instantly. Soon they climbed through the window into the hallway. Captain, looks like there's really no resistance here. Better stay cautious, the captain warned, scanning the area. Relax. I heard there's a pretty girl in this building. I can't wait. He wore a greedy expression as he swaggered forward. But then his foot caught on a rope. His heart skipped a beat. In the next second, 2 arrows flew toward the group. Thud! A sharp pain pierced his chest. He looked down in horror. An arrow had impaled him. The incident occurred so suddenly that the 10-member team was caught completely off guard. 2 arrows struck 2 individuals. They quickly fell to the ground lifeless. The captain's expression instantly turned grave. Was this truly a lack of opposing forces? Their intelligence was flawed. Everyone be careful. The captain held his toy gun vigilantly scanning the surroundings. The remaining 7 members stood along the sides of the hallway. Captain, what should we do next? Should we retreat first? No. We don't even know who the enemy is. We can't return without any explanations. At this moment, Lin Yi was observing the movements of this group through the surveillance system, clearly hearing every word they said. Lin Yi certainly recognized them. The toy guns in their hands were a distinctive mark of the D family army. These toy guns had been modified, possessing much greater power than ordinary ones. Moreover, the bullets were steel balls capable of piercing the skin upon impact. While not fatal, they would incapacitate the target. In his past life, he had been shot, and that feeling was something he would never forget. Having endured oppression from the D family army for so long in his previous life, he could finally take revenge in this one. Lin Yi smiled wickedly and calmly said, "Since you have come knocking, let's start with you." He donned a stab-resistant suit, equipped himself with a crossbow and a baseball bat. At this moment, Song Zhaodi also emerged, excited at the thought of going out to fight. Considering the enemy's numbers and their ranged weapons, Lin Yi decided to take her along. The two could cover each other. Lin Yi continuously checked the surveillance. These people were currently on the 4th floor. The two cautiously made their way downstairs. As they reached the 6th floor, the enemy began to ascend. Lin Yi signaled Song Zhaodi to remain still, and they hid at the staircase. As soon as they showed their heads, they could catch them off guard. Soon these people appeared in sight. The two swiftly loosed their crossbow arrows, and then turned to flee upstairs. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 crossbow arrows knocked 2 individuals to the ground. They instantly became as vigilant as startled birds. "Captain, there above." The captain glanced at the two. Their wounds were located at their chests, clearly beyond saving. He angrily shouted, "Damn it, pursue them." Thus the remaining 6 accelerated their pursuit upstairs. But soon they saw the two waiting for them on the staircase. Song Zhaodi flashed them a grin. The expressions of the few stiffened. They had just raised their toy guns, but their movements were still a beat too slow. 2 arrows struck 2 more individuals again. By the time they fired their guns, the two had already vanished from their original positions. This infuriated them. In just a few minutes, their 10-member team was reduced to 4. Now the remaining members were thoroughly panicked. "Captain, should we leave first?" "Damn. If we go back now, Scarface will definitely punish us. We can't leave." The internal rules of the D family army were extremely brutal. If they could not complete their mission this time, and failed to bring back useful intelligence, they would face death upon return. They all understood this. Therefore, no matter how terrified they felt, they had to keep pushing forward. Even gathering information about the enemy could save their lives. "It seems this mission will be very difficult to accomplish. We need to determine the enemy's numbers and combat capabilities next," the captain said, his brow furrowed. The others also wore grim expressions, some even pale. They carefully ascended the stairs, keeping their guns pointed towards the upper staircase. They would attack at the first sight of the enemy. However, they walked several floors without seeing anyone. "Captain, it seems they have retreated." "Don't let your guard down. These two are extremely cautious and won't act recklessly." Unbeknownst to them, Lin Yi and his companion had already returned to the safe house, watching their every move through surveillance. Soon these individuals reached the top floor, the 12th floor. However, they found not a single trace of anyone. "Captain, they must be hiding in a room. Should we interrogate a resident?" The captain pondered for a moment and replied, "All right." They then began to pound on doors frantically. Before long, an elderly couple in room 1201 opened the door. The two looked warily at the people outside the door. As soon as they saw it open, they quickly aimed their guns at the old couple. The elderly pair was so frightened they didn't know what to do. "Quick, tell us if there are any formidable individuals in this building." "Are you looking for Lin Yi?" the elderly couple stammered. "Lin Yi, please tell us which floor he lives on." "He lives on the 10th floor, room 1001. The group exchanged glances before rushing downstairs. The reason Lin Yi wanted them to go up was to prevent their escape. With them below and the enemy above, their only exit was effectively blocked. Seeing them rush down quickly, Lin Yi grinned wickedly and called for Song Zhaodi to head out again. This time they set up an ambush at the staircase connecting the 9th and 10th floors. As they reached the 11th floor, as expected, their pace slowed as they cautiously descended. Once they confirmed no one was present, they headed straight for room 1001. However, in the moment of their carelessness, Lin Yi and Song Zhaodi simultaneously pulled the triggers. 2 crossbow arrows shot out at the same time. The 2 fell to the ground. Now the remaining 2 were completely engulfed in despair. They fired wildly in Lin Yi's direction. Steel balls repeatedly struck the walls of the staircase, causing the plaster to chip away. The 2 shot frantically until they could no longer fire their guns. Only then did Lin Yi and Song Zhaodi ascend holding their crossbows. Seeing their bullets depleted, despair surged within them. Thud! The 2 knelt down simultaneously. Big brother, please don't kill us, or we surrender. Lin Yi approached the 2, kicking their weapons aside. He then said, "You will answer my questions. If you're not honest, you know the consequences." The 2 nodded vigorously. "Big brother, we will definitely tell you everything we know." Lin Yi smiled wickedly. "Very well, go ahead. Who is your boss?" The 2 exchanged glances, swallowing hard, and whispered, "Big brother, we really don't know." "Then who do you take orders from?" "We all follow the captain. The captains take orders from Scarface, and we have never seen the boss." Lin Yi recalled, and suddenly thought of Scarface. As memories of Scarface flashed in his mind. In his previous life, he had only seen this scarred brother once. At that time, many had united to refuse to pay protection fees, and as a result, they all met a cruel fate at the hands of this scarred brother. Lin Yi asked a few more questions, but none yielded useful information. The only thing he learned was that the D family army currently had around 120 members. They had already occupied 8 buildings and were preparing to attack Building 9 and Building 10. Seeing that he couldn't extract any more useful information, Lin Yi resolved the 2 individuals directly. Letting them go was not in his character. After doing this, Lin Yi threw the corpses out of the window. They fell and quickly disappeared into the snow. In room 902 of the 9th floor, a family of 3 huddled under the covers on their bed. "Old Wang, I heard that the group across from us has come to our building. Oh, can you check if the door is locked?" "Don't worry, I have already locked it, and I even pushed the sofa against the door. They shouldn't be able to get in." "What are we going to do after this?" "We don't even have any food left at home," the woman said, her face filled with worry. "I heard that Lin Yi's dog is eating steak. It's really living better than us." "What steak?" Wang Zihan, who had been dozing on the bed, suddenly opened her eyes. The 2 looked at Wang Zihan and explained the situation regarding Lin Yi. At this moment, Zihan's mother said, "Our Zihan is so beautiful. If we introduce her to Lin Yi as a girlfriend, wouldn't our family's life improve?" "No way. I heard that Lin Yi is extremely ruthless and very lecherous. How could we introduce our daughter to him? That would be pushing her into a pit of fire. Besides, our Zihan is a Miss World. How could we let him take advantage of her?" "Exactly. I am a Miss World. I am supposed to marry into a wealthy family." Wang Zihan scoffed. At 18, she had participated in the Miss World beauty pageant and won 2nd place. Thus, she was extremely proud, and ordinary men simply did not enter her eyes. Zihan's mother sighed and continued, "Alas, we don't know when this snow disaster will end. Those outside are going mad. Haven't you heard? Previously, Sun Chong from our building shared human flesh with those on the lower floors to eat." Upon hearing this, Zihan's father fell silent. Of course, he knew about these matters. He was also quite conflicted. However, he couldn't bear to hand over his daughter, whom he had painstakingly raised for 18 years, to Lin Yi. He still hoped to rely on his daughter to gain wealth. But right now, they couldn't even survive the current crisis, so how could they talk about the future? After a long silence, he decided to gauge his daughter's attitude and slowly spoke up. "Zihan, do you have any thoughts about Lin Yi?" "Dad, you can't be thinking about making me marry Lin Yi, right? He's just an ordinary person. How could he be worthy of me? Isn't it just a bit of food? Once I marry into a wealthy family, I'll give you as much food as you want." Upon hearing this, Zihan's father furrowed his brows slightly and continued, "Zihan, listen to your father. The situation is unstable now, and we have no food. If the snow disaster continues, our family might starve. I think you should accept him first, pretend to get along with him for a while, and once the disaster is over, you can kick him away. At that time, you will still be Miss World, and he will just be a nobody." "Dad, are you saying I should keep him hanging?" Wang Zihan immediately became unwilling. "Yes, this is the only way for our family to safely get through this snow disaster." "I disagree." Wang Zihan pouted, looking angry. Seeing this, both parents frowned. Zihan's mother hurriedly said, "Zihan, just listen. Oh, we're only talking about dating him for a while, not about having any relations with him. With your looks, Lin, it will definitely be at your beck and call. Oh, once you make him give us all the supplies he won't dare to disobey. I heard that there is heating in his room. Don't you want to stay warm?" "Exactly. We're just going to date him. With your parents watching over you, he won't dare to do anything to you." After hearing their words, Wang Zihan began to think seriously. Her parents had a point. If this could get him to let them use his house, what harm would there be in playing along? After all, she had plenty of suitors, so she didn't need to worry about just one. She thought for a moment and said, "All right then." Upon hearing this, Zihan's parents immediately became excited. "Good daughter, I knew you were the most filial. You wouldn't want your parents to suffer. Good daughter, your dad is counting on you in the future. When are we going to find Lin Yi? Let's wait a bit. We still don't know if those people outside have left." Soon 2 hours passed. Zihan's father moved the sofa blocking the door and looked through the peephole to check the situation outside. There was no one outside the door, so he carefully opened it, trying not to make any noise. When he opened the door, the entire hallway was quiet, and he let out a sigh of relief. He quietly said to the mother and daughter inside, "Come out. There's no one outside." Wang Zihan then stepped out, looking anxiously into the hallway. "You all be careful," Zihan's mother reminded. "Don't worry. Lock the door. No matter who comes, don't let them in." After saying this, Zihan's father led Wang Zihan upstairs. Meanwhile, Lin Yi was exercising in his room. After taking a nap, Shengxia rubbed her sleepy eyes and came out. Since there was only Lin Yi in the room, she dressed quite casually, just wearing a very sheer nightgown, clearly revealing that she wore nothing underneath. Lin Yi teased, "Aren't you afraid I might suddenly do something to you?" To his surprise, Shengxia not only didn't feel shy, but deliberately leaned over to tease Lin Yi, saying, "Then come at me. All right, just wait until I catch you." Saying this, Lin Yi went to catch Shengxia. Shengxia giggled and ran while saying, "The king is coming to catch me." Lin Yi quickly caught her and pulled her into his arms. "Let's see if you can be so smug now." He he he. Shengxia laughed joyfully when suddenly there was a loud knocking at the door. When Lin Yi saw Wang Zihan standing outside the door, he was momentarily stunned. Despite the thick down jacket she wore, her perfect figure was still discernible through her bodice curves. Her delicate features, set upon her face like a porcelain doll, were exquisite. Her skin was fair as jade, though with a slight pallor of malnutrition, which did not detract from her beauty, but rather added a touch of cool charm. Seeing her furrowed brows and reluctant yet eager expression, he surmised that hunger had driven her to seek a transaction. With this thought, Lin Yi approached the door and opened the peephole. Wang Zihan was momentarily taken aback at the first sight of Lin Yi. The man before her seemed passably good-looking. However, she quickly reminded herself not to lower her standards based on appearances, and her future lay in marrying into wealth and status. With that in mind, she could no longer see any merit in Lin Yi. Just then, Zihan's father stepped to the door, his face beaming with a fawning smile. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Wang Dongliang, and this is my daughter. Is there something you need?" Lin Yi frowned slightly. He had not anticipated that a transaction would involve bringing one's father along. It seemed these two were not here for a simple trade. With this realization, he grew wary. Wang Dongliang gave an awkward laugh and quickly said, "Well, the blizzard is so severe now, and none of us know how long we'll survive. I have only this one daughter, and I can't bear to see her suffer. So I thought I'd find her a partner, so that even if something happens to us, she'll have someone to look after her. So you want to introduce her to me?" Lin Yi was uncertain of their intentions, but he knew that nothing good came without a price. "Exactly. You're young and accomplished with strength and ample supplies. Only by entrusting my daughter to you can we rest assured. What do you think of her?" Lin Yi pondered the man's words, sensing something amiss. Just then, seeing Lin Yi's hesitation, Wang Zihan frowned impatiently. A beauty like her offering to be his girlfriend was a blessing he didn't deserve, yet he still hesitated. Every second of his hesitation was an insult to her. With that thought, Wang Zihan snapped impatiently, "Say something. A gorgeous woman like me wants to be your girlfriend. What more could you want?" Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback, then let out a soft chuckle. He could see that she had no real desire to be his girlfriend. "My rate is 2 packs of instant noodles per session, but since you're not bad-looking, I'll reluctantly offer you 3 packs. You." Wang Zihan stamped her foot in fury at his words. In all her life, she had never met such an insolent man. Every man she knew was a gentleman, considerate, showering her with gifts, doting on her, and indulging her every whim without question. Yet Lin Yi dared to insinuate she was selling herself. And he even said he'd give her 3 packs of instant noodles because she was pretty. This was a blatant insult. She couldn't believe such a disgusting person existed. Compared to those other men, Lin Yi was utterly detestable. "Who are you calling a prostitute?" Wang Zihan shouted. Seeing his daughter's outburst, Wang Dongliang quickly intervened to salvage the situation, unwilling to let his plan fail. "Zihan, shut up." Wang Dongliang barked at his daughter, then turned back to Lin Yi with a bright smile. "It's all my fault for spoiling her, making her so willful. I know your rules, but we're not here for that sort of thing. What parent would let their daughter do such a thing?" We came sincerely to make a match between you two. You're a perfect pair, gifted and beautiful. Only by entrusting my daughter to you can this father rest easy. Lin Yi scoffed inwardly. Even after his crude remark, the man remained calm and even sycophantically continued his pitch. Clearly, they had ulterior motives, and claiming he wouldn't let his daughter do such a thing was laughable. He was merely having her sell herself in a different way. Lin Yi decided to play along and see what they were after. I see. It seems I misunderstood you. Hearing this, Wang Zihan quickly said, "Humph. Since you know you're wrong, apologize to me." But Wang Dongliang tugged at her clothes, fearing she would anger Lin Yi. What do you think of my daughter? If you approve, just give me the word. She wouldn't dare refuse. Hearing this, Lin Yi was even more convinced that the father and daughter saw him as a naive fool. They knew he had plenty of supplies and thought that by having his daughter date him, they could leech off his resources. If that was their plan, they had picked the wrong person. Your daughter is indeed lovely. I agree. Wang Dongliang's heart leaped with joy. Excellent. I knew it. You two are a match made in heaven. I won't disturb your chat any longer. Talk among yourselves. With that, he hurried away, his task complete. The rest was up to his daughter. Wang Zihan's brows knitted tightly. After a moment, she said, "Since I'm your girlfriend, now shouldn't you do something for me?" Lin Yi sneered inwardly. They hadn't even started dating, and she was already bargaining. Very well, he would hear her out. Tell me, what should I do for you? I'm a bit old-fashioned, so I won't lose my virginity before marriage. You understand, right? No problem. Then since it's our first day together, you should show some sincerity and give me a gift, right? At this, Lin Yi gave a cold laugh. Since you have demands, let me state mine too. What? You have demands too? Wang Zihan's voice rose in surprise. Realizing her lapse, she quickly fell silent. What, only you can have demands? Can I? Hearing this, Wang Zihan was furious, but had to suppress her anger, swallowing her rage. After calming herself, she forced a smile. Fine, tell me your demands. I'm a practical man, so before marriage I won't invest too much in you. What? Wang Zihan's eyes widened in shock, a look of disgust crossing her face. What? Isn't this a reasonable request? What if you dump me someday? Then everything I've given you would be for nothing. Hearing this, Wang Zihan could no longer hold back. She pointed at Lin Yi's nose and cursed. Are you even a man? You're such a loser. How can there be a scumbag like you in this world? Are you trying to use me for free? Let me tell you, stop dreaming. Lin Yi sneered. What have I used you for? Didn't you say we wouldn't have sex before marriage? So what exactly have I used you for? You're just being unreasonable. You're such a loser. Calling me a loser. Aren't you one yourself? If I don't give you gifts, I'm a loser. Then if you don't give me gifts, can I call you a loser too? I'm a girl. How can you compare me to you? So what if you're a girl? There are plenty of women in the world. Where do you get your sense of superiority? You're just being unreasonable. I have nothing to say to someone like you. With that, Wang Zihan turned around and stormed downstairs. Seeing her leave, Lin Yi directly closed the peephole. Wang Zihan returned home. Her parents immediately came up to ask, "Sweetie, how did it go? Don't even mention it. He's such a loser." Wang Zihan didn't want to say more, so she went straight to her room and closed the door. Building No. 1. Lu Rumeng was dressed as a cartoon anime character, as if a figure from the second dimension had stepped into reality. She kept striking various poses to please the man before her. "Boss, how about this pose? Do you like it?" "Haha, I love it. Come here, my little beauty." Lu Rumeng reluctantly walked over, yet forced herself to appear overjoyed. She sat directly on the man's lap, leaning her body against the quivering fat on his chest. "I'm very satisfied with you. Stay by my side from now on." "Sure. I'd love to stay by your side, boss." The man suddenly grew excited and quickly asked, "Do you really want to stay by my side?" Lu Rumeng nodded frantically. "Of course I'm willing to stay by the side of a charming man like you, boss." "Ha, you're really different from other women. You're the first to say I'm charming. Don't worry, you won't suffer by my side. Also, your family won't have to pay protection fees anymore. They'll tell Scarface later." "Thank you, boss." Lu Rumeng's face lit up with a smile. Just then a knock came from the door. "Come in," the obese man said. Soon Scarface walked in and said to the obese man, "Chun-Di, the 10th squad hasn't returned after 3 hours on the mission. I'm worried they've run into trouble." Scarface barged in aggressively, and Lu Rumeng tensed up at the sight of him. Then Scarface looked over, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Lu Rumeng was startled again. She stumbled back a few steps. "Get the hell out of here, and don't eavesdrop on our conversation." Scarface moved as if to throw Lu Rumeng out. "Scarface, don't touch her. She's mine now." Scarface paused, then didn't advance further. But Lu Rumeng had heard everything they said. She had only gained Chun-Di's trust, but it was just a sliver, far from the point where he couldn't do without her. This made her feel extremely insecure. Any day, she might be replaced by another woman. So she had to make Di completely dependent on her. Only then could she survive better in this apocalypse. She observed that Di was very fond of anime and didn't know how to talk to girls. She guessed that Di had been a fat otaku before. She had extensive experience with men, and fat otakus were the easiest to conquer. Such men lacked confidence. As long as she kept encouraging him, flattering him, and making him feel important, he would surely become completely obedient to her. Thinking this, she spoke up. Are you talking about building No. 10. I know something about it. Both men looked at her. Go on, tell us. There's a very formidable person in building No. 10. His name is Lin Yi. She told them everything about Lin Yi and what had happened in building No. 10. Excellent. I knew I was right to trust you. After we take over Lin Yi's place, I'll let you move in with me. Di said cheerfully. Scarface was taken aback and gave Lu Rumung a meaningful glance. Then he walked out. He now knew the situation in building No. 10, especially the Unit 1001 they had been longing for. He had seen Lin Yi flaunting food in the group chat before. If it weren't for the early days of the apocalypse when they were busy recruiting and modifying weapons, he would have taken Lin Yi's place long ago. He had thought Lin Yi was alone, so sending 10 men would be enough. But he never expected Lin Yi to be so formidable, taking on over 30 people by himself. He had even driven that group to building No. 9. His own 10 men were probably all lost. Such a person wouldn't be easy to deal with. He needed to plan carefully. After occupying a building, they had to station over a dozen people there. As long as Lin Yi remained unresolved, they could never fully occupy the building. Scarface frowned, unable to think of a good way to deal with Lin Yi. He knew there was a very strong resistance in building No. 9, and he had planned to deal with them later. Now it seemed building No. 10 was even tougher. It seems he'll have to take building No. 9 first. With that, he called 3 squad leaders. Take your men and attack building No. 9. Yes, sir. The 3 leaders took their men and headed toward building No. 9. He would have liked to send more men, but the other 8 buildings needed guards to prevent riots. They had worked hard to occupy those buildings and couldn't afford to lose them easily. The 3 squad leaders quickly arrived at building No. 9. Gu Xiaoman's scouts spotted them immediately. A fierce battle broke out between the 2 sides. However, due to their stubborn resistance, the D family army failed to take building No. 9. The first clash ended in defeat. They had to retreat and reconsider their strategy. Meanwhile, Lin Yi was enjoying a massage from Li Shuiyao and Sheng Xia in his safe house and heard the sounds of fighting from building No. 9 next door. Given the strength of the D family army, it was only a matter of time before they dealt with Gu Xiaoman. He was sure that eventually Gu Xiaoman would come begging for his help. He was determined to have Gu Xiaoman. Just then his phone, which had been silent for a long time, rang. Lin Yi thought it was Lu Shijia or Wang Kai. After all, very few phones still had battery by now, and even fewer people had his number. He opened the phone, but when he saw the caller ID, he was slightly taken aback. Surprisingly, it was Gu Xiaoman who called him. However, he should have anticipated this. The sounds of battle outside had vanished, indicating that Gu Xiaoman had emerged victorious. Otherwise, she would have become a prisoner and would have had no opportunity to call him. Lin Yi pressed the answer button. Gu Xiaoman's anxious voice came through the phone. Lin Yi, I want to talk to you. Lin Yi chuckled. Congratulations, you have defeated the D family army. Lin Yi, I don't have time for idle chatter. I managed to find a power bank, but it only has 1 battery left and may shut down at any moment. It'll be direct. I want to form an alliance with you. Why should I ally with you? They can't do anything to me anyway. They may not be able to do anything to you, but there are many of them. Can you guarantee you'll never have to come out? Lin Yi had initially hoped to negotiate for more benefits, but Gu Xiaoman was far too clever, immediately striking at the core of his vulnerabilities. Indeed, he felt no fear while in the safe house, but he could not avoid stepping out. The moment he did, danger loomed. Yet he would not allow Gu Xiaoman to dictate terms. Speak. How do you wish to cooperate? I will bring people back to building No. 10. You will provide a portion of supplies, and together we will resist the D family army. Upon hearing her terms, Lin Yi suddenly laughed. It seems you lack sincerity. Don't forget how you made it to building No. 9. Now you want to come back, yet you expect my supplies. This hardly seems like a fair trade. What do you want then? Gu Xiaoman grew anxious. It's simple. If you're willing to become my woman, I will certainly help you. That's impossible. Gu Xiaoman replied firmly. Then there's nothing to discuss. Lin Yi, I hope you won't act impulsively. I can apologize for our past grievances. We must understand that we need to form an alliance to confront the D family army. I will tell you this, whether or not we form an alliance makes no difference to me. But you, I believe, without my help will surely be captured within 3 days. I don't need to elaborate on your fate then. Lin Yi, don't push me too far. My condition is you think it over carefully. With that, Lin Yi hung up the phone. Damn it. Gu Xiaoman angrily smashed the cup in her hand onto the floor. She thought for a moment and said to her subordinate beside her, Lin Yi refused to ally, but we must rely on ourselves. Go find some boards and nails to seal all the windows of the 4th and 5th floors to prevent nighttime ambushes. Time flew by, and soon it was 6 in the evening. Darkness had already descended. Wang Zihan lay on her bed so hungry that her stomach pressed against her back. At this moment her parents walked in. Mom and Dad, why are you here? The two exchanged glances before saying, Zihan, you see our family's current situation. If you don't eat soon, you won't last much longer. You should apologize to Lin Yi. I see he is still willing to be friends with you. Dad, didn't you hear what he said? He said I was selling myself. Wang Zihan's eyes immediately brimmed with tears. Yes, Dad knows you have been wronged, but we currently have no other options, do we? That's right, Zihan, think it over. Enough. You both get out. You clearly don't love me. Wang Zihan got off the bed and shoved them both out. Then she locked the door and began to cry on her bed. Damn Lin Yi. He's just a lowly man. Oh, why should I apologize to him? Wang Zihan cried while enduring her hunger. Her stomach rumbled with a gurgle sound. After crying for a while, she lost her strength, lay back on the bed, and stared at the ceiling. In her mind, 2 little figures were arguing. One little figure said, if you apologize to Lin Yi, you'll get food. The other little figure countered, absolutely not. Why should I apologize to a lowly man? Shouldn't he be the one apologizing? Thus the 2 little figures continued to argue, and Wang Zihan began to waver. After a long while, she suddenly sat up. One little figure said, you're just playing a game with him anyway. Just treat what he says as background noise. Oh, why listen to him? As long as he puts food in front of you, that's all that matters. That's right. Why should I care about him? Let him say whatever he wants. If he can give me food, then I will apologize to him. And as for everything else he says, I'll just treat it like barking. With this thought, Wang Zihan cheerfully got off the floor, walked out, and headed towards Lin Yi's house. Soon she arrived at Lin Yi's door. She gently knocked on the door. Lin Yi was having dinner when he heard the knock and checked the surveillance. Upon seeing it was Wang Zihan, he couldn't help but chuckle. I thought you had some backbone, but you couldn't hold out for even half a day. Then Lin Yi opened the peephole on the door. Why are you here again? Wang Zihan forced out a smile and said, Lin Yi, I was impulsive before. I apologize to you. At this moment, Wang Zihan paused slightly, sniffing the aroma in the air. It was the smell of braised pork, and it seemed there were also her favorite prawns in oil. She strained to look inside the room and noticed 3 women seated at the table enjoying the meal. And they were eating exactly what she had just smelled. Her expression shook slightly. She exclaimed in surprise, Lin Yi, why does your family have such a lavish meal? Don't you want to invite me in for dinner? Lin Yi smiled and said, well, I originally intended to invite you, but given what you said earlier, calling me a lowly man, and considering we currently have no relationship, I think it's best not to take advantage of you. Wang Zihan internally chuckled bitterly, realizing he had wanted to invite her. It was all her fault for saying so many hurtful things that morning, as she wished she hadn't said them. She felt some regret, otherwise she could be sitting inside enjoying her favorite prawns in oil. Lin Yi, I realize my mistake. Please forgive me. I promise I won't call you a lowly man again. I originally intended to offer my heart to the bright moon, yet the moon shines into the ditch. Since you think I am unworthy to be with you, then so be it. Saying this, Lin Yi pretended to close the peephole. Wang Zihan's heart raced, and she hurriedly said, Lin Yi, don't close it. Listen to me, I truly know my mistake. I promise I won't say such things to you again. A perfect woman like you I don't deserve, and I wouldn't know how to woo a girl. I won't indulge in such unrealistic dreams. You should go back. I believe there will be plenty of rich second-generation heirs pursuing you. Seeing Lin Yi's resolute attitude, Wang Zihan was immediately flustered. She knew very well that she was excellent, and there would be plenty of wealthy suitors chasing after her. But she had to survive until that time. Lin Yi, I know I was wrong. Look, I even brought you a gift today. As she spoke, Wang Zihan took off her most cherished gold necklace. Though she felt reluctant, as long as she could coax Lin Yi, it wouldn't be impossible to get the necklace back later. Lin Yi showed a surprised expression and said, How can I accept your gift? It's fine, consider it my apology. Just accept it, okay? This necklace is pure gold, and I usually don't even wear it. Since that's the case, I will accept it. Wang Zihan was thrilled and exclaimed, Great. So if you accept my gift, you'll forgive me. Lin Yi took the necklace through the observation hole and continued, Of course I forgive you. That's wonderful. Can you invite me to your home then? Is that appropriate? After all, you are a traditional woman. How can you casually go to another man's house? Besides, if this gets out, it wouldn't be good for your reputation. I'd say it's better to forget it. Lin Yi, it's actually fine as long as I go home at night. How can that be? Moreover, I am also quite traditional. In a situation where I cannot offer you a future, I absolutely won't let you lose your reputation, Lin Yi said resolutely. Wang Zihan felt a wave of frustration. Why had she said those things to him before? Now she couldn't refute him, otherwise wouldn't it mean that everything she said earlier was a lie? All right then, can you at least give me something to eat? I'm really hungry right now, Wang Zihan pouted, putting on a pitiful expression. She was confident that by making this gesture there was no man who wouldn't feel pity for her. Lin Yi smiled lightly and said, of course I can. Great. I want to eat the oil-braised shrimp on the table. Can you get that for me? Lin Yi frowned and replied, however, these foods are distributed by portion. If I give you some, others will have less. I am certainly willing to give it to you, but they might not agree. Wang Zihan looked at the three women in the room, and her anger flared up. This was her boyfriend's home. How could they live here? She forced a smile and asked, Lin Yi, who are they? Why do they live in your house? Lin Yi smiled and said, they are all my girlfriends just like you. Hearing this, Wang Zihan frowned, and anger surged within her. How can you have so many girlfriends? Wang Zihan questioned. Although she was just pretending with Lin Yi, how could she accept that he had so many girlfriends? What was she then? This was clearly a treatment that only she should receive. In the past, she was always followed by a group of devoted admirers whom she looked down upon. Yet now she had become Lin Yi's devoted admirer herself. Although she wouldn't admit it, it was the truth, and if others found out, how embarrassing would that be? She originally planned to pretend to date Lin Yi, and once the snow disaster passed, she could kick him away and proudly say that he was not worthy of her. But now that he had so many girlfriends, even if she said he was not worthy of her, would others think so? They would only believe that Lin Yi looked down on her. She absolutely could not allow such a thing to happen. After all, she was Miss World. How could she compete with these women for a man? What's the matter? You can have a whole group of admirers, but I can't. Lin Yi's tone grew colder. Wang Zihan instantly calmed down. She wasn't here to fight Lin Yi over a girlfriend status. However, she still hoped her reputation would be better. She didn't want to hear news of her competing for attention with a group of women in the future. So she continued, Lin Yi isn't one person enough for you. Doing this will hurt my feelings. So you're saying I should kick them all out? Yes, I hope our relationship is pure without any outside interference. Can you do that? Wang Zihan nodded repeatedly. Lin Yi smiled and said, I can guarantee that my feelings for each of you are pure. Besides, asking me to make them leave is tantamount to wanting their lives, isn't it? You wouldn't be so heartless as to watch them freeze to death outside, would you? Wang Zihan was momentarily taken aback and anger surged again. She had lowered herself so much, yet he still disagreed. Lin Yi, what do you mean? Are you truly serious about dating me? This was also her usual tactic. As long as she pretended to be angry, those who pursued her would come to coax her. Seeing her lose her temper, Lin Yi smirked. Haha, you're the one who wants to talk about our feelings. We haven't even discussed it yet, and you already have so many demands. How can I know if you're sincere? Should I just take your word for it? They have all done many things for me, he added. You? I just gave you a gift. Wang Zihan protested indignantly. So giving me a gift is not something you should do. You just said that this gift was to seek my forgiveness, and now that I have forgiven you, what more do you want? Besides, I have only forgiven you. I never said I would date you. You. At this point, Wang Zihan finally understood that Lin Yi had never intended to date her from the beginning. Thinking back to how humble she had been earlier, she felt wronged. When had she ever begged anyone like that? In the past, it was always those devoted admirers who tried to please her. Wang Zihan grew angrier the more she thought about it. She shouted at Lin, You're truly a lowly man. Give me back my necklace. Lin Yi at this moment was too lazy to continue pretending. He sneered, What? There's no rule that a gift once given can be taken back. Besides, I quite like this necklace. I think it suits my little Bai very well. As he spoke, Lin Yi brought little Bai over and placed the necklace around its neck. Wang Zihan thought of asking who little Bai was, but when she saw Lin Yi putting her beloved necklace on a dog, she was taken aback. This was her favorite necklace. Realizing this, Wang Zihan felt as if she had ignited a powder keg, her anger exploding instantly. Lin Yi, damn you. You put the necklace I gave you on a dog's neck. What do you mean by that? Lin Yi chuckled, saying, What you give me is mine. Why do you care who I give it to? Hearing this, Wang Zihan's chest heaved with anger. Lin Yi, you are such a lowly man. Lin Yi's expression turned cold. He took the necklace off the dog's neck and scoffed. I wouldn't want a necklace worn by a cheap person like you. Take it back and don't offend my eyes. Damn it, I wouldn't want anything that a dog has worn. Exactly, you are right. I wouldn't want anything that a dog has worn either. Wang Zihan's face flushed with anger. She spoke without thinking as she had worn that necklace herself. Didn't that mean she was scolding herself? She felt a surge of pent-up anger and burst into tears, grabbing the necklace and running downstairs. Lin Yi sneered, knowing he had many ways to deal with this self-important little fairy. He then closed the observation hole and returned to the dining table to prepare for his meal. Back at the table, Sheng Xia and Li Shuiyao had already peeled the shrimp for him and neatly placed it on a plate. Seeing this, Lin Yi felt warmth in his heart. This was 1,000 times better than the unreasonable and scheming Wang Zihan. He enjoyed a delightful meal. Until around 9 in the evening, the outside remained quiet, and the Di family gang had not taken further action. Lu Ruming, who had served Qin Di all day, returned to Building No. 8, surrounded by a dozen little brothers. By this time, she had completely adapted to her new identity. All the little brothers treated her with utmost respect. She enjoyed the sense of superiority that came with this power. At that moment, she saw the 3 people who had brought her out earlier. The 3 exchanged glances, initially intending to climb the ranks by associating with Lu Ruming, but unexpectedly, she had instead gotten close to the boss and directly became the sister-in-law. This made them extremely anxious. Lu Ruming smiled wickedly and said to the 3, "Don't be nervous, I should actually thank you." The 3 awkwardly chuckled. Lu Ruming then added with a mischievous smile, "You don't need to stay here tomorrow, go with them to attack Building No. 9. Upon hearing this, the 3 felt a chill in their hearts. They had heard about today's incident. They had sent over 30 people to attack Building No. 9, resulting in the deaths of over a dozen. However, they didn't dare to refute it, as given Lu Ruming's current status, wanting them dead would be an easy task. Soon Lu Ruming returned home. Lu Shanchuan knew that his daughter had caught the eye of the boss of the Di family gang, and his attitude immediately changed. "My daughter is back, come inside quickly." Lu Ruming glanced at him, a trace of disgust flashing in her eyes. If it weren't for their blood ties, she wouldn't even bother to come back. "I've come back just to tell you that I won't be living here anymore," Lu Ruming said coldly. "That's fine, not coming back is good. It shows the boss values you. You're my daughter, so be careful around the boss and never make him angry, got it?" Hearing these words, Lu Ruming felt an overwhelming heaviness in her heart. She felt exhausted, tired to the point that she didn't even have a home to rest in. Now she saw through this family. To them, she probably wasn't even as useful as a bag of food. Lu Ruming ignored them and returned to her room, gazing through the window at the brightly lit room across the street. A trace of hatred flashed in her eyes. If it weren't for Lin Yi, she wouldn't have become what she is today. She hated Lin Yi to the core and wanted to take everything from him. The next morning, the scar-faced man led over 30 people towards Building No. 9. They faced strong resistance once again. This time, although they broke into Building No. 9, the narrow hallways quickly forced them back. The scar-faced man was furious, but could only retreat with the remaining men to regain their strength. Watching the scar-faced man leave, Gu Xiaoman finally breathed a sigh of relief. Her situation was getting worse. Over the past 2 days, more than a dozen had died, and there were also several wounded. Fewer than 20 people were still capable of fighting. She was now lost in confusion. If this continued, they might not even need to wait until tomorrow for their building to be taken by the enemy. Could she really have to compromise with Lin Yi? Gu Xiaoman frowned. Given the grudges between her and Lin Yi, if she truly surrendered, her future wouldn't be too bright either. Unless it was absolutely necessary, she would never take that step. She looked at the remaining people and said, "Everyone take a break for a while." Then she walked downstairs alone. Soon she arrived at the 4th floor. The heavy snow had completely buried everything below the 4th floor. The 4th floor had essentially become the 1st floor. She leaned out of the window, staring blankly at the snow outside. At that moment, an idea suddenly struck her. This snow seemed to be able to help them. She hurried to the 3rd floor, turned on the flashlight, and checked the situation on that level. Reaching the same window position, she found that the outside was sealed off by thick snow. She reached out to grab the snow outside. Although it was frozen hard, she could still scoop it with effort. Seeing this, she felt overjoyed. She quickly ran back. After returning, she didn't bother resting and urgently told the little brothers, "Quick, grab shovels and follow me." Although they were confused, they still took shovels and followed her downstairs. Arriving on the 3rd floor, Gu Xiaoman instructed, "You guys need to clear the snow on the 3rd floor and insert sharp objects on top. When they come again, they will definitely step on our traps." Hearing this, everyone was delighted and began to dig into the snow. The dugout snow needed to be handled to avoid being discovered. They transported it to the 4th floor and dumped it out of another window. In this way, they worked for 2 hours and finally dug out 2 traps. Each trap was about 10 square meters, equivalent to the size of a storage room. These 2 traps were set up on a crucial path near the window, so she didn't worry about them going unused. Finally, they packed the snow below tightly so that the sharp objects could be secured on top. After finishing this, they used the remaining snow to seal the window again. This way, the inside became a sealed space. Even if someone fell down and didn't step on the trap, they would have no tools to get out. 3 meters in height was not easy to climb. The snow itself was soft, making it difficult for people to climb up. In the end, these people could only freeze to death inside. After completing all this, Gu Xiaoman finally returned to rest with peace of mind. Everything was just waiting for the enemy to attack. Lin Yi slowly stirred from his cocoon of bliss. He gently pushed Li Shuiyao away from his embrace before rising. However, the moment he moved, Li Shuiyao opened her eyes. Rubbing her peach blossom eyes, she spoke in a languid tone, "Good morning, Brother Lin." As she spoke, she raised her arms and wrapped them around Lin Yi's neck. "Morning." Lin Yi smiled. Just then, Li Shuiyao wrapped her legs around Lin Yi's waist, a mischievous grin spreading across her face. Seeing this, Lin Yi teased, "What's this? Didn't I satisfy you yesterday? Hungry again so soon?" Li Shuiyao stuck out her tongue, saying nothing, but only clung tighter. Lin Yi, brimming with energy, found himself stirred by her antics. He rolled the blanket over them, and the two resumed their games beneath the covers. Wang Zihan lay motionless on her bed. She had been starving for 3 days and had long lost her strength. Her mind kept replaying the sight of the braised prawns and red braised pork she had seen at Lin Yi's house last night. After days of hunger, she finally understood that everything she had once prided herself on had been trampled underfoot by reality. Yesterday, she had sought help from many people, even some who had once pursued her, yet none were willing to give her even the slightest morsel of food. These people had become strangers to her, their gazes filled with greed. The very sycophants who had once trailed behind her daily now wanted her to barter her body for what she considered cheap sustenance. This dealt her a heavy blow, as if she had plummeted to rock bottom overnight. The more glorious her past, the more miserable her present. Her pride and sense of superiority had been completely eroded over these days. The once universally admired beauty queen had become a pitiful wretch valued only for her physical appeal. Tears silently streamed down her face. She couldn't accept this cruel reality. Yet the gnawing hunger in her stomach constantly reminded her that she had to bow to circumstance. Just then her parents entered her room. They exchanged a glance and said with embarrassment, "Zihan, if it comes to it, you might have to make a sacrifice and go to Lin Yi's place to trade for some food." Wang Zihan stared at her parents in shock. She hadn't expected that even they would urge her to resort to such means for sustenance. "Get out!" Wang Zihan cried out. The two hesitated as if wanting to say more, but held back. After all, she was their daughter, and they too felt a pang of reluctance. After they left, Wang Zihan realized that in this world without power, it was a dog-eat-dog existence. Even one's own family was no exception. To survive, one had to pay a price. The only capital she possessed was her own body. Understanding this, she knew her only option was to leverage this asset to obtain more food. Comparing the offers, only Lin Yi gave generously, 3 packs of instant noodles, while others demanded she become their long-term mistress for a single pack. Despite the many unpleasant incidents with Lin Yi before she had to face reality, he was indeed far better than the others. 3 packs of instant noodles, if rationed, could last her 3 days. With this thought, she silently rose. Treading softly, she slipped out, not wanting her parents to know. Soon she stood before Lin Yi's door, yet she lacked the courage to knock. She paced back and forth for a long time before finally gathering the nerve to tap gently on the door. After 2 hours of exertion, Lin Yi and Li Shuiyao finally got up to grab something to eat. Since it was late, Song Zhaodi and Sheng Xia had already eaten their fill. Only some leftover scraps remained for the two. The food had gone cold, so Lin Yi took out some steamed buns from his spatial storage. Just then a knock came at the door. Lin Yi checked the monitor. Seeing Wang Zihan again, he knew she must have reached her limit. He went to the door, opened the peephole, and said with a smirk, "Well, if it isn't the delicate beauty queen, what brings you here again?" Wang Zihan's brow twitched. The words now rang with bitter irony. How was she any different from a common streetwalker now? Yet she had to face it. She dared not defy Lin Yi again, lest she end up with nothing to eat. She spoke with shame, "I'm willing to trade with you. Could you give me a bit more food?" Having said this, she lowered her head, unwilling to let Lin Yi see her so utterly broken, perhaps her last shred of pride. Lin Yi was unsurprised. Few could withstand hunger. He continued, "I won't force you. If you've truly made up your mind, come back tomorrow morning." At this, Wang Zihan's head shot up, panic in her eyes. "What do you mean? Didn't you say 3 packs of instant noodles per time? You're not backing out, are you?" Lin Yi sneered. "It's not that you can trade whenever you want. It also depends on whether I'm willing." I told you I won't force you. If you're truly decided, come tomorrow morning. Hearing Lin Yi's words, Wang Zihan's eyes reddened instantly as she felt another wave of humiliation. Wasn't he implying she was the one throwing herself at him? But this time she had no strength to argue. Indeed, she was the one begging Lin Yi, not the other way around. I understand. He'll come again tomorrow morning. With that, Wang Zihan walked away dejectedly. Watching her retreating figure, Lin Yi knew she was truly at the end of her rope. Yet Lin Yi wouldn't grant her any special privileges no matter how beautiful she was. In the apocalypse, beautiful women were a dime a dozen. He couldn't care less about one Wang Zihan. After eating, Lin Yi called Lu Shijia to check on her. Fortunately, she was fine. She had enough food and coal to last a while. Lin Yi couldn't go to her just yet. He had to deal with the D family's gang in the neighborhood first. Lu Shijia sounded a bit downcast upon hearing this, but said nothing more. She told Lin Yi to stay safe and hung up. He really needed to resolve the D family's gang quickly. However, their sheer numbers made it quite a challenge. Time quickly passed to past 10. The D family's gang launched another assault on Building 9. But as soon as they reached the windows of the building, they fell into a trap. Over a dozen people tumbled into the pit. Cries of agony erupted instantly. Many were impaled by the sharp objects placed at the bottom. A few lucky ones remained uninjured, but they couldn't climb out. Seeing this, the scar-faced man's face twisted with rage. He hastily ordered his men to begin rescuing the victims. Thus the battle was forced to a halt. The scarred man ordered someone to bring a ladder and place it under the trap, allowing those who fell into it to climb up. Soon all the uninjured people managed to come up, but there were still over a dozen severely injured individuals who couldn't make it. The scarred man's expression was extremely grim. These people were no longer useful to him, yet he had no choice but to rescue them lest the morale of the troops falter. Thus he could only let others go down to pull up those who were still alive. He instructed them to carry the injured to the medical room. After finishing these tasks, it was already noon. The scarred man glared at Building 9 and said in a low voice, "Retreat." After returning, he led his men to search each unit for young, able-bodied men to replenish those lost. Building 8. Bang, bang, bang. Open the door quickly. Hearing the noise, Lu Xiaoyi's family immediately became tense. Dad, didn't we just pay the protection fee yesterday? Why are they here to smash the door again? Wang Liye said in a panic. I don't know. Wang Jiaqing also grew anxious. Open the door quickly, or I will break it down. Just as the three of them were at a loss, an angry roar came from outside the door. Should we just open the door? Lu Xiaoyi suddenly felt at a loss. Her previous bravado vanished. All right, let's open the door and see what they want. As the head of the family, Wang Jiaqing slowly walked towards the door. The moment he opened it, the people outside pushed the door wide, nearly knocking him over. Dad, are you all right? Wang Liye rushed over to support him, preventing him from falling. Lu Xiaoyi meanwhile greeted the visitors with a smile. Didn't we already pay the protection fee yesterday? The visitors ignored Lu Xiaoyi and looked at Wang Liye, saying, you are coming with us. Wang Liye was taken aback and timidly asked, where are you taking me, brothers? Upon hearing they were going to take her precious son, Lu Xiaoyi immediately asked anxiously, where are you taking my son? My son just graduated from university and knows nothing. He is of no use to you. The visitors said firmly, stop talking nonsense. It's a good thing. As long as he comes with us, your family won't need to pay the protection fee anymore. Lu Xiaoyi became agitated upon hearing this, but still asked with some concern, then where are you taking my son? Of course it's to expand our ranks. Rest assured your son will be one of us from now on, and we will be family. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyi was instantly frightened. Who didn't know that the D family army had been attacking Building 9 these past few days, resulting in over 20 casualties? Wasn't this clearly sending her son to fill that gap? If anything were to happen to her son, how would she live on? Thinking of this, she quickly stopped them and said, I beg you, please don't take my son. He is still young and knows nothing at all. Yes, if anyone should go, it should be me. Wang Jiaqing quickly chimed in, pleading with them. After all, he had only this one son. The visitors glanced at the two and said impatiently, old man, the only reason I value him is out of respect for you. Don't force me to take drastic measures. It won't be easy to negotiate then. Saying this, they grabbed Wang Liye and started to pull him out. Mom, help me. I don't want to go. Wang Lie's tears streamed down his face, but no matter how he struggled, it was futile. The other two brandished imitation guns, forcing Lu Xiaoyi and Wang Jiaqing back. Quickly, they took Wang Liye away. Oh, my poor son. Lu Xiaoyi sat on the ground and began to cry. Wang Jiaqing's face turned ashen. He picked up a nearby stool and shouted angrily, damn it, I'll fight them. With that, he raised the stool and charged out. But just then a gunshot rang out and Wang Jiaqing fell to the ground. Lu Xiaoyi's heart sank as she rushed outside. Old man, what happened to you? Seeing the wound on Wang Jiacheng's chest, she cried even louder. The steel ball had penetrated his chest, and bright red blood was pouring out. Lu Xiaowei struggled to support him back. Given his advanced age, she feared he wouldn't survive long after this shot. Soon the D family army selected 30 people from different units. All these individuals gathered in one room, anxiously waiting. Shortly after, a man with a scar on his face walked in, and the group immediately fell silent, looking anxiously at the scarred man. The scarred man looked at them sternly and slowly said, "From now on, you can call me Scar Brother. Starting today, you are all members of the D family army, and you will be assigned to various teams. Let me explain the rules of the D family army to you. There is only one rule: execute every order I give without reservation. If you dare to defy my orders, the consequence is death." Hearing this, everyone became panicked. "I don't want to stay here. I want to go home. Let me go home." A person closest to the door dashed towards it in fear. But at that moment, 2 people swiftly restrained him and brought him before the scarred man. The others felt increasingly uneasy. They looked at the scene, some at a loss for words. "He very well, since you want to set an example for them, I'll make it happen." Saying this, the scarred man pulled out a knife and plunged it directly into the man's carotid artery. In an instant, blood gushed out. The man shuddered, clutching his neck with both hands, his eyes filled with terror and helplessness. Before long, he collapsed to the ground, convulsing. The others witnessing this scene were so frightened that they didn't dare to breathe, and some even started to cry. The scarred man frowned and shouted, "Everyone be quiet." The group hurriedly covered their mouths, afraid to make a sound that might anger him. Seeing their reaction, the scarred man smiled wickedly. However, the smile looked particularly chilling. "He very good. Rest assured, as long as you obey, I will not harm you." After this incident, these individuals became obedient, not daring to say another word. Soon they were taken away by their respective team leaders. Time quickly passed to the next morning. Lin Yi woke up early. He checked the surveillance and found that Wang Zihan was already waiting at the door. After reviewing the footage, he discovered that Wang Zihan had actually been waiting at the door for half an hour. Seeing this, he chuckled softly. "Since you've been here for a while, why didn't you knock?" So he got up, put on his clothes, and walked out. When he reached the door, he opened it. Wang Zihan seemed hesitant, and the moment the door opened, her watery eyes widened in shock as she looked at Lin Yi. "Since you are here, why didn't you knock? Have you not made up your mind yet?" "No worries, since you haven't decided, I will give you another day to think it over." Upon hearing this, Wang Zihan felt a tightness in her chest. She had been hungry for several days and didn't know how she had managed to get through yesterday. If she had to wait another day, she wouldn't be able to hold on. Thinking of this, she quickly said, "I've made up my mind, no need to wait until tomorrow." Lin Yi's lips curled slightly as he stepped aside and said softly, "Since you've made up your mind, don't just stand outside. Come in." Wang Zihan looked up at the room, a hint of joy flashing in her eyes. She could finally enter this house. Wang Zihan timidly stepped inside, and as soon as she entered, she felt her body instantly warm up. Having endured the cold for so long, she had almost forgotten what warmth felt like. It was as if she had suddenly transitioned from icy water to a warm, hot spring. "Stop dawdling, quickly take off your clothes. Go wash up in the bathroom first, you're filthy." Wang Zihan was taken aback and hurriedly said, "Can I really take a shower?" "Of course you can. Why? If you don't want to wash, you don't have to." "But I don't want to be with someone dirty while doing that kind of thing," Lin Yi teased. Hearing this, Wang Zihan's cheeks flushed red as she quickly shook her head, fearing that Lin Yi would change his mind and not let her wash. After all, she hadn't bathed in half a month and was starting to smell. Then she rushed to the bathroom, nervously turned on the tap, and warm water began to flow slowly from the faucet. A radiant smile appeared on her face. She didn't even know how long it had been since she felt this happy. She filled the bathtub with hot water, and the entire bathroom became enveloped in steam. Only then did Wang Zihan take off her clothes, lifting her snowy white foot to lightly touch the water's surface. Feeling the water temperature was just right, she finally stepped in. Her calves were instantly wrapped in the hot water. That long-lost sensation made her exceptionally happy. Then she stepped in with her other foot and slowly sat in the bathtub, immersing her entire body in the hot water. She had never realized that soaking in a bath could be such a delightful experience. If it weren't for her growling stomach, she would have been willing to stay in the water forever. However, even though she was already very hungry, she still soaked for half an hour before starting to wash her body. In less than 10 minutes, she had cleaned herself thoroughly. After washing off the shower gel, her body carried a fragrant scent. Once finished, she dried herself before preparing to put on her clothes. But at that moment, she discovered that her clothes had been replaced. She picked up the clothing, and her face turned bright red. "How am I supposed to wear this?" she complained, but with only this piece of clothing available, she had no choice but to put it on. After dressing, she went to the mirror to check her appearance, but upon seeing herself, she became so shy that she didn't know what to do. This skirt is too short, you just bending down a little will expose everythyi. And my stomach is completely exposed, how can I face anyone? She looked at herself in the mirror, muttering softly. Just then the bathroom door opened. Seeing Lin Yi enter, Wang Zihan's heart raced, and she quickly covered herself. You're not allowed to peek, she exclaimed. Have you forgotten what you came here for? Lin Yi said coldly as he looked her up and down. Wang Zihan, hearing this, furrowed her brows, and after hesitating for a moment, lowered her hands. Lin Yi scrutinized her again, feeling an involuntary admiration. Indeed, she was Miss World, and she had her merits. Her body proportions were nearly perfect. Although not as exaggerated as in summer, she still surpassed in overall appearance. Moreover, after her bath, her skin looked much more tender, as if one could almost squeeze water out of it. Let's go. With that, Lin Yi walked out first. Wang Zihan took a deep breath and followed him out. She quietly walked behind him and soon entered the bedroom. Before long, the room was filled with sounds akin to a mountain roaring and a sea surging. Sheng Xia and Li Shuiyao were in their respective rooms. They could also hear the noise coming from Lin Yi's room. It was impossible not to feel sad about it, but they understood that they were merely fortunate to have encountered Lin Yi. If he hadn't rescued them, they couldn't imagine how miserable their situation would be now. They were grateful to have met Lin Yi. They were very self-aware and knew that they were not that important in Lin Yi's heart, let alone dare to aspire to be his wife or girlfriend. Moreover, for such a long time, he had never acknowledged anyone as his girlfriend. As long as they maintained this relationship, it was enough for them to live here and accompany Lin Yi. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. The noise gradually ceased. Take the stuff and go. Lin Yi placed 3 bags of instant noodles on the table and then left the room. Watching Lin Yi's departing figure, Wang Zihan felt an overwhelming sense of loneliness. He just walked out without a moment's pause. Did he think so little of her in his heart? She glanced at the 3 bags of instant noodles on the table, then at the blood-red stain on the sheets. Wang Zihan's eyes grew moist once again. She felt an inexplicable sadness. After a moment of silence, she softly said, "Didn't you come here just for these things? Now that you have what you wanted, why be sad?" With that, she straightened her expression, stood up, and went to the mirror to tidy her hair. Once it was somewhat in order, she put on her clothes, grabbed the instant noodles, and left the room. In the living room, Lin Yi was exercising on the treadmill. Wang Zihan was momentarily taken aback. She hadn't expected him to be so fit. After 2 hours, he still had the energy to work out. Thinking of this, a slight blush crept onto her face. She approached the door and, glancing back at Lin Yi with some reluctance, finally said, "Can I come back tomorrow?" Lin Yi looked at her and nodded. Seeing this, Wang Zihan sighed in relief. She was afraid that once Lin Yi had what he wanted from her, he would ignore her, which meant she could still have food to eat. With 3 bags of instant noodles in hand, she returned home. Upon arriving, she saw her parents waiting for her at the door. When they saw her returning with 3 bags of instant noodles, their hearts trembled slightly. They, of course, knew what had just happened to their daughter. Yet there was nothing they could do. If it weren't for their extreme hunger, they wouldn't want their daughter to exchange herself for food in this way. "Zihan, you're back." Zihan's mother forced a smile. "Zihan, you brought food back," Wang Dongliang said with a tremor in his voice, staring at the instant noodles in her hands. However, Wang Zihan did not respond. She placed 2 bags of instant noodles on the table and went straight back to her room. Seeing his daughter like this, Wang Dongliang said, "Hey, let her be alone for a while. After such a big event, she will surely need some time to recover." "Oh, my poor daughter." Zihan's mother quietly wiped away a couple of tears. After saying that, the 2 of them simultaneously went to the table, grabbed the instant noodles, and began to eat eagerly. Wang Zihan returned to her room, lay on her bed, and due to hunger, she opened a bag of instant noodles and carefully broke off a piece to put in her mouth. She had been hungry for several days, and when the instant noodles entered her mouth and she began to chew, she was surprised at how delicious something she had once been too lazy to even glance at could be. Before long, 1 bag of instant noodles was gone, and she even carefully picked up the noodle crumbs that had fallen on the bed and put them in her mouth, unwilling to waste a single bit. However, this amount of food is simply insufficient to satisfy the hunger of a 90-pound adult. But with only this much food, once it is gone, it will be gone. Thus, she could only lie in bed to conserve energy. However, when she lay there, images of her moments with Lin Yi kept surfacing in her mind. Her face instantly flushed with embarrassment. She felt some resentment towards herself for being so weak. Despite his humiliation, how could she still think of him? Shouldn't she hate him? In her mind, Lin Yi had committed an unforgivable act against her, and she should definitely hate him. Yet she found herself unable to hate him at all. In fact, there was a vague feeling of comfort. Thinking of this, Wang Zihan quickly pulled the blanket over her head, feeling quite ashamed of such thoughts. Building 1. Lu Rumeng had just finished serving Chen Di. Haha, you are indeed different from those women. Don't worry, I will never mistreat you in the future. As long as I can stay by your side, that's all I need. Lu Rumeng said, leaning her head against Chen Di's chest. Haha, rest assured, you are my precious darling. I can't bear to let you leave me. Let me have a bite. Saying this, Chen Di suddenly kissed her cheek. Lu Rumeng felt a strong internal resistance, but had to comply. Stop it, you just want to tease me. My little darling, am in a good mood today. Tell me, what do you want? I will try my best to satisfy you. Lu Rumeng's eyes darted as she quickly contemplated. Why not take this opportunity to get him to deal with Lin Yi? Thinking of this, Lu Rumeng gently said, I don't have any demands, but I heard that building 10 room 1001 has a lot of supplies. It would be great if I could live there since it has electricity and heating. Haha, I've thought about this long ago, but Scarface said it's not easy to take down building 10. Let's talk about it after we conquer building 9. Upon hearing this, Lu Rumeng frowned slightly. Then she quickly said, is Lin Yi really that formidable? Why are we afraid of him with so many of us here? What's there to fear? He's just one person, how much trouble can he cause? Besides, I am absolutely confident I can take him out. Ooh, I have a secret weapon. Lu Rumeng immediately perked up, quickly asking what secret weapon. But at that moment, Chen Di suddenly stammered, avoiding her gaze. It's nothing much, but it's better if you don't know. Seeing he wouldn't speak, Lu Rumeng refused to relent, pouting, no. I want to know. Okay. But you must not tell anyone. All right. I promise not to say a word. Chen Di said as he lifted the blanket at the head of the bed, revealing the bed frame. Soon he pulled out a handgun from under the bed. Lu Rumeng was taken aback for a moment, and then scoffed, don't you have a lot of toy guns like this? But at that moment, Chen Di smiled mysteriously and said in a low voice, darling, this is not a toy gun, this is the real deal. As he spoke, he skillfully removed the magazine from the handgun. Seeing this, Lu Rumeng's expression changed. She hadn't expected that such an unassuming person could actually obtain a real gun. It's known that Long Country is one of the nations with the strictest gun control laws, making it incredibly difficult to acquire a gun. Where did you get the gun? Lu Rumeng asked in surprise. Seeing her expression, Chen Di was quite pleased. He enjoyed the admiration in others' eyes. He reinserted the magazine and continued, I got this gun after killing a police officer. Lu Rumeng instantly displayed a hint of fear. Police officers are seen as sacred and untouchable figures, and killing one is a serious crime. When did you kill a police officer? Not long ago, there was a police officer in this building. I found an opportunity and killed him directly. I heard that he was a prison warden, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to gather such a team. Only then did Lu Rumeng breathe a little easier. Since the snow disaster, murder has ceased to be considered a serious crime. Every day, countless people freeze to death. You scared me. I thought you killed a police officer before the snow disaster. Lu Rumeng regained her composure. I didn't dare before, but now I really don't care. Saying this, Chen Di hid the handgun back under the head of the bed and then pulled Lu Rumeng into his embrace. Lu Rumeng quickly said, now that you have a gun, why are we still afraid of Lin Yi? We can just go and kill him. No way, I can't go out, and this handgun is only for me. I don't trust giving it to anyone else. Chen Di firmly refused. Seeing his resolute attitude, Lu Rumeng realized that today she couldn't persuade him to go kill Lin Yi. She released him and lightly patted his leg, saying, all right then. Mainly because Lin Yi had been flaunting a feast in the group and I went to his house some time ago. He had plenty of sumptuous food. I was just afraid that if we went late he would have eaten it all. As Lu Rumeng spoke, she observed Chen Di's reactions. When she mentioned the feast, Chen Di's expression clearly showed some interest. After Lu Rumeng finished speaking, she stopped discussing the matter lest her intentions become too obvious. After patting his leg, she knelt behind Chen Di to massage his shoulders. After a while, Chen Di finally said, I'll ask Scarface. If we can't take building 9, we will attack building 10 first. Upon hearing this, Lu Rumeng felt a surge of joy. She was eager to see how Lin Yi would survive this time. Meanwhile, Scarface, after finishing training the newcomers, selected 30 people to prepare an assault on building 9. Gu Xiaoman had long devised a countermeasure. After a day of preparation, she led the remaining people to set up a series of traps. After completing these tasks, she checked all possible entrances. She sealed off those easy to enter spots with wooden boards, leaving only one route open. Then she scattered thumbtacks in the darker areas at the entrance to set traps using the principles of light. With so few people left under her command, she could not compete with the D family army that controlled 8 buildings. If she wanted to avoid being wiped out, she had to think of various ways to deplete the enemy's numbers. Only thus could she ensure her own safety. Just as Gu Xiaoman was worried, a small brother on guard hurried over. Boss, bad news. The D family army is coming again. Gu Xiaoman's expression tightened, and she quickly stood up. Notify all the brothers to prepare for battle. Scar once again led his men charging forward. His face was dark as he stared at Building 9. He noticed that the doors and windows on the 4th and 5th floors were all sealed shut with wooden boards. Only a single window remained as an entry point. Having clashed with Gu Xiaoman several times before, he understood that any escape route left behind was certainly premeditated. Yet with all other paths blocked, there was no way he could remove the boards in the bitter cold of -60 degrees. Besides, the enemy would never allow them to dismantle the barricades unchallenged. Seeing this, Scar's expression grew as gloomy as still water. He had never encountered such a tenacious opponent before. Other units had rebels too, but battles would end within a day at most. But here he had already wasted 2 full days and suffered heavy losses. His patience was wearing thin. He led his men grandly to the front of the building, picking up a megaphone and shouting loudly, "People inside, listen. I offer you a chance to surrender now. If you yield, I will pretend none of this ever happened. But if you refuse, I guarantee you will suffer a fate worse than death." Hearing this, the group behind Gu Xiaoman immediately panicked. They were ordinary people after all, and faced with life and death, fear was inevitable. "Boss, what should we do now? Maybe we should surrender. They have too many men." "Yeah, boss," he said, "if we surrender, they won't hold grudges. We could just move to another neighborhood. Right? We've already lost so many lives. I don't want to die." Facing a group of demoralized subordinates, Gu Xiaoman furrowed her brows tightly. "Fools, don't you remember how brutal he is? He kills even his own people. We've slaughtered so many of them, and do you think he would spare us? This is just a psychological tactic. If we surrender, we will truly suffer a fate worse than death." Upon hearing this, the others' faces changed. "Boss, then what should we do?" Gu Xiaoman's expression hardened as she said coldly, "To survive, we must fight them to the very end." After speaking, Gu Xiaoman approached the window and said to Scar, "Enough nonsense. If you have the ability, show it. We will never surrender." Scar was stunned for a moment when he saw Gu Xiaoman. He hadn't expected his opponent to be such a beautiful woman. A trace of greed rose in his heart. He licked his lips and smiled wickedly. So it's a woman. Instead of serving men dutifully at home, you come out here to fight and kill. I can offer you a special opportunity. Kneel and crawl before me now, and I might let you live." Hearing such insulting words, Gu Xiaoman's face grew even colder. She was an extremely strong-willed woman, otherwise she wouldn't have come this far. Stop wasting words. If you have the ability, come over." Seeing her strong stance, Scar felt a flicker of admiration and found her increasingly appealing. He did not get angry, instead he revealed a rare smile and whispered, "Hell, one day I will bind you to my bed and make you submit to me." After saying this, he ordered his men beside him, "Scout ahead carefully. Beware of any traps set by the enemy." Soon over a dozen men dispersed and moved toward the building. None of them quite understood why they had to do this, and each felt uneasy in their hearts. Suddenly the man in front lost footing and fell through. The others were terrified, stopping in their tracks, their legs trembling as they dared not advance a step further. At that moment, Scar barked from behind, "Move forward quickly. Whoever dares to flee will face my wrath." Their legs weakened again, and thinking of Scar's cruelty, they trembled all over, forced to press forward. Having learned from the previous man's fate, their pace slowed as they cautiously tested every step before placing their feet, ensuring safety. But these light tests were insufficient to collapse the snow traps. Soon another man fell into a trap, pierced by sharp weapons, with blood gushing wildly before quickly congealing. Everyone's hearts trembled anew, especially Wang Yi, who had been on edge every day since being captured. Now he understood. They were all marching to their deaths. Despair overwhelmed him, but he could only cry silently as he moved forward slowly. With each victim stepping on traps, few remained around. Wang Yi trembled so severely he could barely stand, his face pale and body shaking. Each step felt unbearably heavy. After an unknown duration, he finally reached Building 9, accompanied now by only 3 others. Scar, seeing that the traps were all revealed, displayed a wicked smile. Brothers, charge. The real combatants beside Scar finally moved. They rushed along the path those before them had trod. Witnessing this, Gu Xiaoman's frown deepened. She had underestimated Scar's cruelty. Originally, she thought the traps would deplete some of the enemy's strength, but she never expected them to counter her traps in such a manner. Everyone prepare for battle. Meanwhile, Lin Yi also heard the commotion outside. Bored, he came out to watch Scar and his men assault Building 9. He had to admit Gu Xiaoman was indeed clever to conceive of digging traps beneath the snow. Moreover, with so few people, she managed to hold off Scar for 2 days. This only increased his desire to possess Gu Xiaoman. Yet no matter how much Lin Yi wanted her, he would never rescue her unless she agreed to his terms. This woman was extremely arrogant. If not properly disciplined, she might become a threat in the future. He would not tolerate any hidden dangers nearby. He could just use the D family army to pressure her. He refused to believe that Gu Xiaoman would choose death over submission. Otherwise, she wouldn't have followed He Zhendong in a past life. Soon he saw Scar and his men storm into the building. But shortly after, cries of agony erupted. An hour passed swiftly. At that moment, Scar and his men fled in disarray. Lin Yi was surprised. He had not expected Gu Xiaoman to repel Scar once again. It seemed Gu Xiaoman was not yet at the end of her rope. However, just as he thought this, his phone suddenly rang. Lin Yi opened it to see a call from Gu Xiaoman. Seeing this, he smiled wickedly, guessing she could no longer hold on. Lin Yi answered the phone and said softly, "Congratulations. You've driven Scarface away again." Lin Yi stopped being sarcastic. Gu Xiaoman snapped angrily. "Spit it out. This time you're calling because you've thought it over right." Lin Yi ignored her tone and cut straight to the chase. Gu Xiaoman bit her crimson lip gently, then after a moment of silence said, "Lin Yi, I'm guessing you've already seen it, haven't you? These people are a bunch of madmen. If they take Building 9, you'll be their next target. Aren't you afraid at all? I think we should join forces to fight the D family army." Lin Yi, seeing she still wanted to negotiate, lost his patience. He said irritably, "Of course I have my own trump card. If that's all you have to say, then forget it. I don't think we have anything more to discuss. Call me when you've figured things out." "Wait." Just as Lin Yi was about to hang up, Gu Xiaoman's anxious voice came through the phone. "Is there something else?" She hadn't sounded this panicked since the call began. Clearly she was truly desperate now. She must have been unable to withstand Scarface's next assault. "I accept your terms, but only if you agree to one condition. I've been with these brothers for so long, I can't just abandon them without a second thought. As long as they have the means to hold off the D family army, it'll come to you." Lin Yi was silent for a long time. The reasoning was indeed sound. But why should he help these people? They had followed Sun Chong to kill him before. Thinking this, Lin Yi sneered. "Have you forgotten our past grievances? Do you really think I'll help them? I knew you'd say that. But all of Sun Chong's underlings are dead now. These brothers of mine are all from Building 9. They have no personal vendetta against you. Isn't that enough?" Lin Yi fell silent again. If that were the case, he could lend a hand. But he couldn't guarantee Gu Xiaoman would keep her promise. Moreover, he felt she had agreed far too readily this time. Something about it didn't sit right with him. "I know what you're worried about. I'll keep my word. As soon as they can defend against the D family army, it'll come to you immediately, and you can do with me as you please." Hearing this, Lin Yi said, "Fine. But if you dare trick me, you know the consequences." Don't worry. They'll keep my promise." Gu Xiaoman's excited voice came through the phone. "Tell me, how do you want me to help?" "I need 20 of those crossbows you used before and 500 bolts." Lin Yi frowned slightly. Hearing this, he finally understood what was wrong. Gu Xiaoman had agreed so readily because she was after his weapons. If he actually gave her the weapons, would she still honor the deal afterward? Thinking this, Lin Yi let out a scornful laugh. If not for his past life memories, knowing her skill at deception, he might have actually believed her. It seemed this woman would never submit unless she was completely cornered. In that case, he would just see what tricks Gu Xiaoman was trying to pull. "All right. They'll leave what you need downstairs at 2 o'clock. Send someone to pick it up." "Great, Lin Yi, thank you." Then Lin Yi hung up. Now he needed to prepare properly. Lin Yi went to the rooftop. The distance between Building 9 and Building 10 was only about 5 meters. He tied a knot in the rope, then, after a few tries, looped it around a pillar on the roof of Building 9. Lin Yi pulled hard to make sure it was secure, then fastened the other end to the rooftop of his own building. After that, Lin Yi attempted to cross the rope to the other building. Possessing an innate ability, his physical fitness was twice that of an ordinary person, making this task effortless for him. Then Lin Yi returned to the safe house. There were still 3 hours until the appointed time. He had a simple lunch and did some more preparations. He put on his stab-resistant vest and gathered his weapons. It was nearly 2 o'clock. Seeing it was almost time, Lin Yi left the safe house. First, he placed a pile of firewood downstairs and covered it with a black cloth. This way, anyone looking from a distance would see something there, but not what it was. After doing this, Lin Yi went straight to the rooftop. It was exactly 2 o'clock. People from Building 9 began sneaking out one by one. Lin Yi counted carefully. There were 15 people in total. Since Gu Xiaoman had asked for 20 crossbows, that meant at least 5 people were still inside Building 9. Lin Yi quickly crossed the rope to the rooftop of Building 9. Then he entered the stairwell. The entire building was eerily quiet. He moved down cautiously. Not knowing which room Gu Xiaoman was in, he knocked softly on a door. When the door opened, Lin Yi slipped inside and quickly learned where Gu Xiaoman was staying. She was in room 502. He made his way down the stairs to the 5th floor where he noticed a guard standing outside room 502. To avoid drawing attention, Lin Yi struck swiftly. He covered the guard's mouth and delivered a sharp chop to his neck. The man instantly collapsed unconscious. Lin Yi pressed his ear to the door. Voices from inside drifted into his ears. Boss, with this batch of weapons we won't have to fear them anymore. No matter how powerful their imitation guns are, their power is limited. We'll catch them off guard. Exactly. That Lin Yi is such a fool. Our boss tricked him with just a little scheme. Oomph. I didn't expect it to go this smoothly either. Sure, he's strong, but when it comes to brains, he's far behind. Clearly, Lin Yi isn't a real threat. Once we're stable, we'll take him out. I've been wanting to deal with him for a while. I heard he's got a few beauties stashed away in his place. We'll have our fun with them when the time comes. Hearing their conversation, Lin Yi snorted coldly, just as he had suspected. Gu Xiaoman was indeed deceiving him. Good thing he had sensed it. But if she hadn't been so clever, he wouldn't have had the chance to pull off this diversion. Now that their defenses were weakened, this was the perfect opportunity to take Gu Xiaoman away. With a sinister smile, Lin Yi kicked the door open. Bang! Who's there? The few people inside glared angrily at the door, but when they saw who it was, their eyes flew wide open. Lin Yi. Several lackeys immediately sprang up, grabbing their weapons and charging towards Lin Yi. Lin Yi let out a cold chuckle, pulling out a baseball bat, easily prepared to deal with them. With a fierce swing, Lin Yi brought the baseball bat down on one lackey's shoulder. The lackey let out a wail and collapsed to the ground. The other two rushed in from both sides, attempting to flank Lin Yi. Lin Yi remained unfazed, sidestepping one attack while seizing the other lackey's arm. With a powerful toss, the two of them ended up in a tight embrace. Immediately after, the two of them dazedly fell to the ground. In just a moment, Lin Yi had taken care of the few people in the room. He turned to Gu Xiaoman. Gu Xiaoman looked at Lin Yi in terror. How did you know I was lying? She hastily drew a dagger, holding it up with both hands, pointing it at Lin Yi. Lin Yi stepped toward her, saying, let's discuss this when we get back. He then lunged forward towards Gu Xiaoman. Gu Xiaoman's expression changed, and she quickly turned to run. However, she was no match for Lin Yi. After just a few steps, he caught her. Gu Xiaoman swung her arm rapidly, the dagger glinting coldly as she aimed for Lin Yi's abdomen. Lin Yi stepped back, and the dagger merely grazed by without inflicting any injury. Then Lin Yi slapped down with his right hand, striking Gu Xiaoman's hand that held the dagger. Clang! The dagger fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Gu Xiaoman was instantly panicked. She tried to push Lin Yi away, but he remained unyielding. The next second, Lin Yi restrained her arms and bound them with rope. Go to hell. Just then, a familiar voice came from behind. Upon hearing the voice, Lin Yi's brow furrowed slightly as he swiftly dodged, causing the newcomer to miss. Lin Yi then saw that it was Sun Chong. He stumbled 2 steps before quickly turning around. Given his condition, he must have been gravely ill. So you're still alive. Lin Yi chuckled. Upon hearing this, Sun Chong's expression turned sour. Lin Yi, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have ended up like this. Even if I die, I will take you down with me. With that, he charged towards Lin Yi once more. But given his physical condition, Lin Yi probably wouldn't even need to lift a finger. He would likely take himself out. Lin Yi simply sidestepped, and Sun Chong missed again. His breathing grew labored as if he had lost all strength and was gasping for air. Lin Yi, if you have the guts, don't run. In your condition, you should conserve your strength. Who knows, you might live a few more days. Upon hearing this, Sun Chong's expression darkened further. He charged at Lin Yi again. However, this time Lin Yi did not dodge. He kicked Sun Chong down. Sun Chong fell to the ground gasping. He coughed violently while struggling. Seeing him in such a dying state, Lin Yi couldn't be bothered with him anymore. Rather than kill him, it was better to let him watch his own life count down. Then he took out a length of rope from his space, binding Gu Xiaoman completely to prevent her from escaping. After doing this, he lifted her over his shoulder and walked out. Let me go. Put me down. Gu Xiaoman protested vehemently as she struggled against Lin Yi, but being tied up rendered her resistance futile. Lin Yi made his way to the rooftop, but carrying someone made it more challenging. He set Gu Xiaoman down, untied her hands, and said, if you don't want to die, don't resist. With that, Lin Yi picked her up in his arms, having her wrap her arms around his neck, and then headed towards the rope. Gu Xiaoman initially wanted to resist, but upon seeing Lin Yi holding onto the rope with his entire body suspended in the air, she was so frightened that she clung tightly to him. She dared not move anymore, her eyes tightly shut. Noticing her expression, Lin Yi let out a cold laugh. So you have a fear of heights. Be careful not to fall. I don't want to die. Gu Xiaoman said in a panic, keeping her eyes shut. Lin Yi chuckled and skillfully climbed across. When they reached the rooftop of Building 10, Gu Xiaoman finally opened her eyes, letting out a long sigh, as if she had survived a catastrophe. Then Lin Yi tied her hands again. Gu Xiaoman stopped struggling, as if resigned to her fate. Let's go. Lin Yi tugged at the rope, and Gu Xiaoman followed. Before long, they arrived at the 10th floor. Lin Yi locked her in room 1002, deciding to let her go hungry for a couple of days before taking further action, and then return to the safe house. Meanwhile, Gu Xiaoman's lackeys finally arrived at the location designated by Lin Yi on Building 10. When they saw the area covered with a black cloth, they immediately became excited. Haha, we found it, it's here. They hurried over, but when they lifted the black cloth, they discovered it was not a crossbow at all, but a pile of broken firewood, leaving them all stunned. What's going on? Did we come to the wrong place? No way, the boss said it was here. Damn, could it be that we were played? The group exchanged glances, their expressions darkening immediately. Damn it, hurry back to report to the boss. Right, let's go. So they hurriedly made their way back. But when they returned, they were even more dumbfounded. The few people inside were all lying on the ground, and the door had been kicked in. Their boss was nowhere to be found. At that moment, they saw Sun Chong struggling on the ground. They rushed over to inquire about the situation. Where did the boss go? Sun Chong recounted what had just happened. The expressions of the group immediately turned grim. Well, you Lin Yi brothers, let's go find him and save the boss. Yeah, let's go rescue the boss. With that, the group headed out. However, just as they reached the doorway, Scarface arrived with his men. Upon seeing Scarface, their hearts sank, and they became anxious. Time flew by to 6 in the evening. Scarface had completely taken control of Building 9. However, he did not find any trace of Gu Xiaoman. After a round of interrogation, he discovered that she had been captured by Lin Yi. Then he began to brutally torture those who had previously resisted him. By 9 at night, those people had been tortured to death. After dealing with these people, Scarface directly threw them into the pit they had previously dug, burying them under the snow. He glanced in the direction of Building 10, his eyes revealing a murderous intent. Building 10. Wang Zihan lay on the bed, her hunger making it impossible for her to sleep. Her mind kept thinking about Lin Yi. Tossing and turning, she slowly got up and walked outside. She gently pushed open the door and quickly arrived at Lin Yi's doorstep. After hesitating for a moment, she finally knocked on the door. Lin Yi, who was about to sleep, heard the noise. He opened the surveillance monitor and was surprised to see it was Wang Zihan. He then got up and went to the living room to open the door. Is something wrong? Wang Zihan became somewhat shy upon seeing Lin Yi, lowering her head and unconsciously clenching her hands together. If you want, say it, then go back. With that, Lin Yi began to close the door. Wang Zihan immediately panicked. Having mustered the courage to come, how could she leave like this? So she hurriedly said, I'm hungry, I want to trade food with you. Lin Yi reopened the door and after a moment of silence said, come in. Wang Zihan immediately felt delighted and rushed in. She excitedly looked around the room, a smile appearing on her face, her heart full of longing. How wonderful it would be if she could live here, but she only thought about it. She knew Lin Yi would never let her stay. Moreover, just being able to get food from Lin Yi was already very good. As she looked around, she took off some of her extra clothes. After all, it was too warm here. After Lin Yi closed the door, he walked over to Wang Zihan. Wang Zihan looked at Lin Yi, and for some reason, every time she saw him, her heart would race. She lowered her head again, not daring to meet Lin Yi's gaze. Although Lin Yi was indeed a bit domineering compared to those she had encountered before, he was simply incomparably better. Those people only wanted to occupy her body but were unwilling to provide her with food, whereas Lin Yi genuinely gave her food and kept his promises. Moreover, a girl inevitably becomes sentimental about her first experience. If possible, she would be willing to maintain such a relationship with Lin Yi. Wang Zihan's face flushed with shame at her own thoughts. However, after calming down a bit, she realized that her mind was still filled with thoughts of Lin Yi. Could it be that she had developed feelings for Lin Yi? Stop standing there stupidly, didn't you want food? After saying this, Lin Yi walked toward the bedroom. Oh, Wang Zihan finally came to her senses and hurriedly followed him, her heart feeling no resistance. 2 hours later, Wang Zihan nestled in Lin Yi's arms. She was exhausted after those 2 hours. She was particularly hungry, and after 2 hours of intense exercise, she felt slightly dizzy. Can you give me a bit more to eat? I'm really hungry, Wang Zihan said, her head feeling a bit foggy. Lin Yi noticed her condition. He understood what was happening. She hadn't eaten for a long time, and he had only given her 3 packets of instant noodles in the morning, so she was probably close to fainting from hunger. Thinking this, Lin Yi got up and went to the living room. Given how well she had performed earlier, he decided to reward her this time. Then Lin Yi took out a plate of steaming oil-braised shrimp. Then Lin Yi brought it into the room. Wang Zihan, lying on the bed, saw the oil-braised shrimp in Lin Yi's hands, and her eyes widened. She stared intently at the plate of oil-braised shrimp, her mouth watering as she repeatedly swallowed. However, she didn't dare to be greedy, as these things were too precious. But when Lin Yi placed the entire plate of oil-braised shrimp in front of her, Wang Zihan was stunned. She looked at Lin Yi in disbelief and cautiously asked, "Is this for me? Don't you want it?" Lin Yi chuckled. Hearing this, Wang Zihan quickly shook her head, then took the plate with both hands, fearing Lin Yi would suddenly take it away. Seeing how well you performed today, this plate is a reward for you." Wang Zihan was immediately so touched that she almost cried. At the same time, she felt warmth in her heart. It turned out that as long as she made Lin Yi happy, she could receive more things. She hurriedly grabbed a large shrimp and put it in her mouth, not even bothering to throw away the shell, eating it all together. These things, which she once thought were trash to be thrown in the garbage, tasted so delicious now. Soon she finished the entire plate of oil-braised shrimp. After wiping her hands and mouth, Wang Zihan rubbed her slightly protruding belly. After such a long period of starvation, she finally felt full for the first time and had eaten well. At that moment, she felt a sense of satisfaction she had never experienced before. "All right, you've eaten and drunk enough. You can leave now," Lin Yi said, taking out 3 packets of instant noodles and placing them on the table. Upon hearing this, Wang Zihan felt a bit dejected, but she still put her clothes on, took the instant noodles from the table, and left. Once home, her parents were already asleep and didn't come out. She placed 2 packets of instant noodles on the living room table before returning to her room. Lying in bed, her mind was still filled with Lin Yi's image. Today, she felt a different side of Lin Yi. She felt that Lin Yi was really nice to her, giving her oil-braised shrimp, and he had never forced her at any moment. It was all willingly on her part. Moreover, in her heart, Lin Yi had already become her man. Lost in thought, Wang Zihan secretly smiled. She silently decided to treat Lin Yi better in the future, hoping she could move into that warm, comfortable house with hot water. Soon she gradually fell into a deep sleep. 8 o'clock in the morning. Scarface appeared outside Chindi's door. He gently knocked on the door. Quickly, Lu Rumeng opened the door. Scarface didn't even glance at her, nor did he say anything, and walked straight in. At that moment, Chindi was still lazily lying in bed. Upon seeing Scarface, he propped himself up on his hand to look at him. "How did it go?" "Building 9 has been successfully captured, and we plan to attack Building 10 today. Good, quickly take down Building 10 and kill that Lin Yi. Then I can move in with my little darling into that house. I've heard that Lin Yi has high-powered crossbows. Our weapons don't have enough power. Can you lend me your gun?" Hearing this, Chindi immediately became alert and looked at Scarface warily. "That's not going to happen. Oh, I absolutely won't part with this gun. Even if he has crossbows, so what? He's just one person. Can't we handle him with so many of us?" Scarface's eyes revealed a hint of murderous intent, but it vanished in an instant. "Understood." With that, he turned and left. Seeing Scarface leave, Lu Rumeng hurriedly closed the door. Every time she saw Scarface, she couldn't help but feel scared. She quickly went to the bed and hid in Chindi's arms, saying, "That was terrifying. He's so scary." Chindi hugged Lu Rumeng and laughed, saying, "Hee, that's just how he is. Don't mind him. Ooh, I have a gun, so he can't harm you." Hum. Lu Rumeng nodded repeatedly, continuing to ask, "Who exactly is this Scarface?" "He's just a rapist, apparently also a member of some gang. Do you remember the police officer I mentioned before?" Chindi continued, "We were all in the same building before. It was said that the police officer came to catch Scarface, but due to the heavy snow, he couldn't leave for a long time. One time this police officer came to borrow food from me, and I saw them together. Scarface secretly slipped me a note asking me to save him, saying that this heavy snow wouldn't stop, and if I saved him, he would be willing to follow me. At first, I definitely didn't believe it, but as the days went by and the snow showed no sign of stopping, I realized he was right. So I killed that police officer with a single blow and took his gun. With the gun and Scarface's help, I was able to establish the D family army." Hearing Chindi's words, Lu Rumeng finally understood what was going on. However, after knowing the whole story, her disdain for Chindi became even more apparent. "He's just a fat otaku. Without a gun in hand, Scarface wouldn't have served him. It seems this fat man isn't that reliable either." Lu Rumeng felt a bit regretful. If she had flattered Scarface from the beginning, things might have been better later on. Building 10. The news of Building 9's fall had already spread to Building 10. Everyone became anxious. They gathered together to discuss countermeasures. What should we do now? Their next target is our building, right? Shouldn't we plead with Lin Yi again? Only he can save us now. He chased away Sun Chong and his people before. Only he can save us. Lin Yi has so many supplies, he must be afraid. We could share some supplies with him later. Yes, yes, yes. What are we waiting for? Let's go find Lin Yi. Saying this, a group of people marched back to Lin Yi's door. With a knock, Lin Yi opened the surveillance and saw the crowd outside. He certainly knew why these people had come, but he wouldn't care about their lives. He didn't forget what they had said before. Lin Yi approached the door and opened the peephole. When these people saw Lin Yi come out, they all instantly smiled. Lin Yi, we are here to apologize for what happened last time. Yes, yes, yes. We've thought about it for a few days, and we were indeed wrong. We shouldn't have said those things about you. Lin Yi, please forgive us. Lin Yi smiled and said, hee, just say what you want. Seeing Lin Yi's response, everyone became tense. Lin Yi, you see those people attacked Building 9 yesterday, and now only our building is left. They will definitely take action. Right? Shouldn't we discuss how to deal with them now? Lin Yi, I know we were wrong to you before, but now with a great enemy before us, we should put aside personal biases and unite against the external threat. Listening to these people's words, Lin Yi sneered and said, have you finished? I still stand by my words. Oh, I will not participate in any of your actions. You can fight whoever you want, just don't drag me into it. As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of these people turned ugly. Didn't they know their own worth? Without Lin Yi, who would dare to confront the D family army? Lin Yi, I know you're still mad at us, but this really isn't the time for emotions. Yes, we really know we were wrong. Even if you don't care about us, you should think about yourself. Do you think they will let you go when they come? Exactly. You have so many supplies at home. If you don't have our help, you won't be able to hold out alone. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi sneered contemptuously. Their true intentions were finally revealed. All this talk was just for their own supplies. You don't need to worry about my matters. Is there anything else? If not, I'm closing the door. Seeing Lin Yi's attitude, the expressions of the crowd also turned grim. Lin Yi, we're doing this for your own good. We're talking about cooperation now. If we resist the D family army together and you share some supplies with us later, isn't that a win-win? Why won't you agree? Exactly. Don't think that just because you chased away Sun Chong, you're something special. The D family army has more people and is much stronger than Sun Chong. Lin Yi, I advise you to think clearly and not do something you will regret. Lin Yi sneered, have you said enough? If you're truly afraid of the D family army, then you should be thinking about how to resist them now, not discussing this with me. It'll be clear I will resist the D family army, but I will not cooperate with you. What happens to you has nothing to do with me. With that, Lin Yi closed the peephole. He wouldn't trust these people. They might agree to cooperate in one moment, but betray him the next. He had seen too much of this in his past life. Therefore, he would rather be alone than cooperate with these untrustworthy individuals. Moreover, these people were utterly useless. They would probably hide in fear before the fight even started. Seeing Lin Yi close the peephole, the crowd immediately began to curse. Lin Yi, you little brat, just wait to be killed by the D family army. Damn it, you really don't recognize a good heart. We're doing this for your own good, and you dare treat us like this. Lin Yi, just wait to die? Seeing them curse endlessly, Lin Yi opened his phone, turned on the surveillance at the stairs of the 10th floor, and then turned up the volume. He then said, the D family army is coming. Instantly, the faces of these people turned pale with fear. Run. The D family army is coming. Oh my God, help. Run. The crowd immediately scattered like birds and beasts. Watching their reaction, Lin Yi couldn't help but scoff. With such courage, they dared to speak of resisting the D family army. It was simply laughable. Once the crowd dispersed, it became quiet again. Lin Yi comfortably lay on the sofa watching television. He didn't know how long had passed when he suddenly heard a commotion in the hallway, accompanied by the sound of banging on the door. Lin Yi frowned and quickly checked the surveillance. In the surveillance, a group of people with replica guns were kicking the door fiercely. In no time, the door was deformed from the kicks, and they violently dragged the people inside out. One was pushed to the ground. Soon there was also banging on his door. Lin Yi hurriedly checked in front of his door, and a few fully armed individuals were standing vigilantly outside. Seeing this, Lin Yi's expression turned cold. The D family army had arrived. Scarface followed him up. Brother Scarface, this is Lin Yi's house. One of the men pointed. Smash the door open. Scarface said with a grim expression. No can do, Brother Scarface, we've tried. The door won't budge, a lackey quickly reported. Hearing this, Scarface's face darkened. Could Lin Yi's home truly be an impregnable fortress? Skeptical, he grabbed an axe from a nearby lackey and hurled it at the front door. The moment the axe struck the door, a thunderous roar echoed through the entire building. Scarface rushed to inspect the door, but was stunned to find it utterly unscathed. In contrast, the axe in his hand had its blade curled. Growing slightly enraged, Scarface discarded the axe, seized a sledgehammer, and slammed it violently against the wall. Another dull thud followed, yet only a speck of plaster fell from the wall, leaving no damage whatsoever, not even a scratch. Seeing this, Scarface's expression turned pitch black. Damn it. I refuse to believe this. You few stay here, the rest follow me to the rooftop. Soon the group swarmed up to the rooftop behind Scarface. A few of you rappel down to Lin Yi's place. I refuse to believe his windows are this tough. The lackeys hastily set to work, but as they secured the ropes and peered down, they broke out in a cold sweat. Brother Scarface, what's that down there? One lackey stammered in panic. Scarface frowned slightly, but still approached. When he saw a rope dangling below, suspending something that swayed faintly in the air, his expression shifted. Damn, there was even a corpse hanging there. Had someone already tried Lin Yi's windows? As he pondered, the lackey asked in a trembling voice, Brother Scarface, should we still go down? Nonsense. How else will we know if it works? Scarface snapped. The lackeys exchanged uneasy glances before gripping the ropes and slowly descending. They soon reached Lin Yi's floor, retrieved their tools, and smashed them fiercely against the windows. But after a while their hands ached from the vibrations, yet the glass remained intact. Reluctantly, they signaled for those above to haul them back up. Once pulled up, the lackeys quickly reported their findings. Scarface's face turned ashen. Lin Yi's home was indeed a solid block of iron, leaving them utterly helpless. Since we can't get in well guarded, I refuse to believe he'll never come out. Let's go. With that, Scarface led his men swiftly down from the rooftop. A few lackeys were left to watch Lin Yi's home. The others dispersed across various floors, taking control of all residents in the building. Lin Yi had been observing their every move. Seeing only a few left at the entrance, he chuckled softly. Just this many to watch me. You underestimate me. Song Zhaodi, who had been itching for action, quickly said, Brother Lin, let's fight our way out. Lin Yi nodded. Swiftly, they donned stab-resistant vests and grabbed their weapons. Quietly, they approached the door, where only 3 men stood outside. The 3 were positioned somewhat apart. One could be taken out using the door's trap, while he and Song Zhaodi would each handle the remaining 2. Song Zhaodi followed behind Lin Yi, her expression brimming with excitement. She raised her crossbow, aiming at the door, ready to pull the trigger at any moment. Meanwhile, Lin Yi triggered the mechanism, shooting several steel needles at the nearest man. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Ouch! 3 needles instantly pierced his body. The man collapsed, wailing in agony. The other 2 tensed at the sound, and seeing their comrade writhing in pain, hurried over to check on him. At that moment, Lin Yi flung the door open. Song Zhaodi fired her crossbow in an instant. Swoosh. Thud. The bolt struck one man square in the chest, killing him before he could even cry out. Seeing her pinpoint accuracy, Lin Yi couldn't help but admire her. After days of practice, Song Zhaodi's aim had surpassed his own. The last lackey was horrified. He stared at Lin Yi in terror before turning to flee down the stairs. Lin Yi gave chase and struck him on the back of the head with a baseball bat. With a dull crack, the man's skull caved in slightly, his body stiffened, and he tumbled down the stairs. Lin Yi then delivered a finishing blow to the first man on the ground. All 3 were dead in an instant. The commotion drew the attention of those on the upper and lower floors, who rushed over. Seeing Lin Yi emerge, they tensed and raised their guns, firing at him. Lin Yi swiftly dodged, and several steel pellets embedded themselves in the wall. Song Zhaodi pulled the trigger again. The bolt flew swiftly, striking another man precisely in the heart. His face twisted in pain, and he collapsed without even a chance to call for help. Another man aimed at Lin Yi and fired again. But this time Lin Yi wouldn't give him the chance. As the steel pellet approached, Lin Yi activated his spatial ability. The pellet vanished into his spatial storage. The man's expression shifted as if he had encountered a monster. Instinctively, he turned to flee, but Song Zhaodi had already loaded another bolt and fired. As he spun around, the bolt pierced his body from under his armpit. After dispatching these men, Lin Yi collected the imitation guns from the ground. At the same time, hurried footsteps echoed from the stairwell. Lin Yi knew reinforcements were coming. He quickly retreated to the safe room and locked the door. Soon Scarface arrived with his men. When he saw the several corpses on the ground, he erupted in fury. Damn it! What a bunch of useless fools! He examined the bolts in the bodies and was visibly shaken. Every bolt had struck a vital spot, the heart, killing them instantly. Lin Yi possessed such formidable strength. His brow furrowed deeply. Everyone who had seen Lin Yi was dead, so he couldn't grasp the full battle or know how many opponents there were. From the scene, however, 3 types of wounds were evident: bolts, blunt force trauma, and steel needles. This suggested at least 2 attackers, one using a blunt weapon, the other a ranged weapon. If so, they would be a tough nut to crack. Scarface narrowed his eyes slowly, then a sinister smirk spread across his face. Retreat. With those words, Scarface strode directly downstairs. The other underlings quickly followed. Soon they arrived on the ground floor. Scarface addressed his men, notify every resident in this building. Each household must send a representative to the rooftop. Anyone willing to join me in dealing with Lin Yi will have this month's protection fee waived. Whoever helps me capture Lin Yi can be promoted directly to captain. They live in this building as surely someone knows how to handle him. Yes, sir. The underlings dispersed again, running toward the various floors. At Wang Zihan's home, a frantic knock echoed. A series of urgent knocks sounded. Wang Dongliang tremblingly approached the door and opened it. "Gentlemen, is there something else?" he asked nervously. The man outside said arrogantly, "Brother Scarface says each household must send a representative to the rooftop." Hearing about the rooftop, Wang Dongliang's heart tightened. He quickly grabbed the departing man and asked, "Brother, why are we being called to the rooftop?" The stopped underling replied impatiently, "Brother Scar says anyone willing to fight Lin Yi gets this month's protection fee waived. Whoever helps kill Lin Yi can become captain. You can all offer suggestions." After speaking, the two men left to knock on another door. Wang Dongliang's mind immediately began to race. They had tried to curry favor with Lin Yi earlier, but were rebuffed. Now the D family army was extending an olive branch with enticing terms. If he could become captain, he would never have to worry about food again. At this thought, Wang Dongliang grew excited. He quickly called his wife and daughter to discuss it. "Dad, what's got you so worked up?" Wang Zihan felt a vague sense of foreboding. "Hey, it's wonderful news." Wang Dongliang looked at her and continued, "Zihan, your father knows you've suffered a lot. Now there's a chance for you to get revenge." Hearing this, Wang Zihan's heart sank. She instantly guessed it was about Lin Yi. She forced a smile and said, "I'm fine. Besides, Lin Yi always brings us food. Without him, our family wouldn't have made it this far." Wang Dongliang's expression changed. He adjusted his glasses and continued, "Zihan, you're still young and may not understand feelings. What happened between you two doesn't mean you have a bond. He took advantage of you in your darkest hour. That's a crime, don't you see? Dad, what are you planning?" Wang Zihan looked at him in panic. Wang Dongliang smirked slyly and lowered his voice. "You lure Lin Yi out. Then we'll have the D family army kill him. That avenges you and your father becomes captain. Once I'm captain, our family will never go hungry again." Hearing this, Wang Zihan's heart plunged into the abyss. She had thought she merely liked Lin Yi, but hearing her father's plan to harm him, her heart filled with terror, a deep fear of losing him. Only then did she truly realize she had fallen deeply in love with Lin Yi. With that, she stood up abruptly, staring at Wang Dongliang. "Dad, I will never betray Lin Yi. Give up on that idea." After speaking, she returned to her room. Wang Dongliang froze, his face gradually darkening. The D family army had notified the entire building. Almost every household sent a representative to the rooftop. They braved the cold wind gathering in a corner. Is what the D family army said true? Will they really waive a month's protection fee? They went door to door saying it. How could it be false? That Lin Yi is so ungrateful, the whole building should shun him. He must be regretting it now. If he'd listened to us earlier, he wouldn't be in this mess. Shh, quiet, they're coming. Everyone fell silent. Scarface soon arrived at the rooftop with his men. The scar on his face stretched from the left eye corner to the right mouth corner, making his face look exceptionally fierce. They all kept their heads down, not daring to meet his gaze. Seeing this, Scarface felt satisfied. He loved seeing others cower before him. "I called you here to ask, does anyone know how to deal with Lin Yi? Speak freely. For example, what are his weaknesses? Where is his family?" Just then a voice softly asked, "Brother Scar, is it true you'll waive a month's protection fee?" Scarface smirked faintly. "Of course. If you help me deal with Lin Yi, you'll keep my word. Then I'll join you against Lin Yi." "Me too. I've long despised him for how he treated us." "Exactly. He refused to give us even a bit of food. He brought this on himself." Scarface was pleasantly surprised by their fervor. He hadn't expected Lin Yi to be so unpopular. "Lin Yi, even heaven isn't on your side." He smirked again. "Good. So any leads?" But the crowd suddenly fell silent. Scarface's expression darkened. They had cursed Lin Yi viciously, but when it came to offering ideas, they all went mute. A bunch of useless fools. Just as he was about to dismiss them, a figure in the crowd chuckled. "Brother Scar, perhaps I have an idea to lure Lin Yi out." Scarface looked at him, smirking. "Good. What's your name?" "Wang Dongliang." Tell me your plan to kill Lin Yi." But he glanced behind him. Scarface frowned. "The rest of you can leave." The others, eager to listen, had no choice but to depart. Soon everyone had left the rooftop. Once alone, Wang Dongliang smiled. "Brother Scar, Lin Yi is very lustful. He once forced himself on my daughter, and now they've developed feelings. I plan to use that to trap him." Scarface's furrowed brow slowly relaxed. He grinned at Wang Dongliang. Well done. If this succeeds, you'll be captain of Building 10. Wang Dongliang was overjoyed, but recalling his daughter's attitude, his expression soured. He quickly added, Brother Scar, my daughter has been bewitched by that Lin Yi brat. She likely won't cooperate. Scarface smirked. That's simple. Leave it to me. Bring her here, Scarface said. They'll talk some sense into her. Yes, boss, Wang Dongliang replied obsequiously. With that, he hurried away. A faint smirk curled at the corner of Scarface's mouth as if the title pleased him greatly. Soon Wang Dongliang arrived home. He went straight to his daughter Wang Zihan's bedroom door and knocked gently, Sweetheart, come out for a moment. Hearing his voice from inside the room, Wang Zihan's body trembled slightly. She knew exactly what her father wanted and quickly said, Dad, I will never harm Lin Yi. Just give up on that idea. What nonsense are you talking, child? What is Lin Yi to you? If he truly cared, would he let our family suffer like this? You are bewitched by him. Be sensible. Just lure him out, and we'll have wealth and glory forever. I won't listen. I want. Wang Zihan covered her ears and burrowed herself into the bedsheets. Seeing his pleas were futile, Wang Dongliang's anger surged. He bellowed, Wang Zihan, get out here right now. You're going whether you like it or not. Hearing the commotion, Zihan's mother rushed over. She pleaded earnestly through the door, Sweetheart, just listen to your father. That Lin Yi doesn't care about you at all. What do you gain by defending him? Be obedient. Once your father becomes captain of this building, you'll have everything you desire. But no matter how much they called out, it was useless. This ungrateful child. He'll teach her a lesson. With that, Wang Dongliang kicked the door open and stormed in. He yanked the covers off and forcefully pulled Wang Zihan up. You're coming with me. Dad? I won't go. Let me go. Wang Zihan struggled fiercely. Just then her mother also came over, pulling her outward while coaxing, Sweetheart, just do as your father says. And so Wang Zihan was dragged out against her will. Soon they arrived at the rooftop. From a distance, Wang Dongliang called out, Boss, I've brought my daughter. Scarface's eyes lit up at the sight of Wang Zihan. A sinister smile slowly crept across his lips as he licked his parched mouth. Well done. Let me have a word with her. Scarface walked toward Wang Zihan. The moment she saw him, terror seized her expression. Wang Dongliang quickly urged, What are you waiting for? Call him boss. Though panic-stricken, Wang Zihan remained silent. Seeing this, Wang Dongliang's face hardened and he raised his hand to slap her. But Scarface stopped him. Hey, no need. Wang Dongliang lowered his hand, glaring at Wang Zihan as he barked, Thank the boss. Wang Zihan flinched. It was the first time he had ever yelled at her like that. She looked at him with reproach, speaking slowly and deliberately. I won't help you harm Lin Yi. You. Wang Dongliang's pupils contracted and tension seized him instantly. He quickly turned to Scarface. Boss, my daughter is just bewitched by Lin Yi. Please don't be angry. Haha, it's fine. I like this kind of spirit. Scarface not only wasn't angry, but laughed with delight. Relieved, Wang Dongliang exhaled. Scarface approached Wang Zihan and reached out to touch her face. Frowning, Wang Zihan quickly turned her head away. Scarface's expression flickered, his hand pausing midair before slowly lowering it. He leaned in close and whispered in her ear, For now, listen to your father. We'll take you to Lin Yi's place later, and you'll trick him out. That's how I keep your family safe. With that, Scarface straightened up and flashed her a sinister smile. His words sent a chill through Wang Zihan. Panic-stricken and at a loss, tears immediately glistened in her eyes. Soon 2 men escorted her away. The group headed toward Lin Yi's house. Back in the safe house, Lin Yi picked up the imitation gun he had seized and began playing with it. It seemed a man's instinct. Few could resist the allure of a firearm. In his past life, he had been shot once, so he knew all too well the weapon's power. He wondered who had modified it. Lin Yi thought of the elusive leader of the D family army. Perhaps these imitation guns were all his handiwork. Checking the magazine, Lin Yi found it empty of steel pellets. He recalled having stored one in his space earlier, so he decided to retrieve it. The moment he activated his spatial ability and extracted the pellet, it shot toward him as if freshly fired. Startled, Lin Yi dodged instinctively. With reflexes twice as fast as an ordinary person, he evaded it with ease. The pellet struck the wall, leaving a dent before falling to the floor. He quickly picked it up, puzzled. Why did the pellet behave like that? He recalled that the pellet had been moving rapidly when he stored it. Could it be that when an object is taken into the space, the forces acting on it are preserved as well? This reminded him of outer space. His dimensional space was like a vacuum, meaning the forces on an object wouldn't dissipate. The discovery thrilled him, but he needed to test it to confirm his theory. So he called for Song Zhaodi. Zhaodi, shoot me with this gun. Lin Yi handed her the imitation gun. She hesitated. How can I? It'll hurt you. It's fine, Lin Yi insisted. Just aim in my direction. All right then, she reluctantly agreed. She aimed at his left shoulder and pulled the trigger. The instant the pellet was fired, Lin Yi activated his spatial ability and absorbed it into his dimension. Startled Song Zhaodi searched the room for the pellet. Brother Lin, where did it go? She even checked if the gun had jammed, but the magazine was indeed empty. Lin Yi smiled and pointed to the wall. Look over there. She followed his gaze. With a dull thud, the pellet slammed into the wall, leaving a mark before bouncing onto the tiled floor, rolling to a stop at Song Zhaodi's feet. She picked it up in astonishment and looked at Lin Yi. Brother Lin, why did the pellet change direction when I shot it toward you? He'll tell you another time. Now Lin Yi was certain his theory was correct. To harness this property, he needed more practice. Mastering the pellet's trajectory upon release would turn his spatial ability into a precision weapon. This discovery also compensated for his ability's weakness in combat. As he pondered, a knock suddenly came from the door. Lin Yi frowned slightly and quickly checked the surveillance footage. Upon seeing it, his brows furrowed even tighter. There stood the D family's men holding Wang Zihan at the door. Lin Yi instantly understood. They intended to use Wang Zihan as leverage against him. Lin Yi, take a good look at who this is. If you don't want her to get hurt, come out now. At that moment, Wang Zihan began struggling fiercely. She shouted, Lin Yi, don't listen to them. They want to kill you. The two D family members turned grim upon hearing her words and quickly muffled her mouth. Witnessing this, Lin Yi remained unflustered. He knew Wang Zihan well enough to suspect this might be a staged ruse orchestrated by them. Moreover, he spotted Wang Dongliang trailing behind Scarface, bowing and scraping with fawning servility. He thought hiding in the corner would keep him unnoticed, but it was clear to Lin Yi that this was likely a conspiracy concocted by the father and daughter. With that in mind, Lin Yi decided to play along. He checked the other monitors and saw that the entire floor was swarming with hidden men. He let out a cold laugh, approached the door, and opened the peephole. Don't hurt her, he said to those outside. Upon seeing Lin Yi, Wang Zihan struggled even more violently. The two men held her tightly, their movements rough and brutal. Wang Zihan winced in pain, but with her mouth gagged, she could only emit muffled sobs. Yet tears streamed down her face. Lin Yi frowned again. Her anguish seemed genuine, not feigned. Could it be that she was truly worried for him? If so, then this plot was solely Wang Dongliang's, doing a desperate bid to curry favor with Scarface. Lin Yi recalled their first meeting when Wang Dongliang had eagerly introduced his daughter to him. The implication was unmistakable. Given Wang Dongliang's character, such a deed was entirely plausible. Lin Yi's expression turned icy. To sacrifice his own daughter for personal gain was nothing short of inhuman. But now he had to ensure Wang Zihan's safety and rescue her, which posed a considerable challenge. Just then Scarface stepped forward, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Lin Yi, if you don't want her hurt, we can talk now. Lin Yi saw no other option, so he decided to hear the man out. What do you propose? Simple. Hand over half the supplies in your room, and he'll let her go, reuniting you both. How about it? Lin Yi pondered for a moment. They had no idea how much he actually possessed. Saving Wang Zihan was the priority. Fine, I agree. But it has to be an exchange, goods for her. Scarface was taken aback by Lin Yi's swift agreement. Convinced that their bond ran deep, he figured he could raise the stakes and still get what he wanted. With that thought, he sneered, that's not enough. That's only one condition. Oh, what else do you want? Lin Yi's face turned frigid. I want your place too. Hearing this, Lin Yi realized it wasn't a negotiation, but a test. If he yielded, Scarface would achieve his goal. If he refused, he'd torment Wang Zihan until Lin Yi capitulated. Lin Yi's voice grew heavy. Seems your appetite is insatiable. I'm a selfish man. I won't put myself in harm's way. As for my place, forget it. You'll never have it. Oh, so you don't care if she lives or dies? Scarface grabbed Wang Zihan by the throat. Rage surged within Lin Yi. Nothing infuriated him more than being threatened. Just as he was about to storm out and kill Scarface, Wang Dongliang rushed up in a panic. Boss, that's my daughter. Please don't hurt her. Scarface shot him a furious glare. Get lost. Wang Dongliang's body trembled. He glanced at Scarface, then at Wang Zihan, and ultimately retreated to the side. Lin Yi's contempt for him deepened. Too cowardly to stand up for his own daughter. What kind of man was that? Wang Zihan felt a wave of despair. She never imagined she'd mean less to her father than his position as captain. In that moment, her heart turned to ice. She looked at Lin Yi, a flicker of determination and sorrow in her eyes. Go to hell. Suddenly, she broke free, pulled a fruit knife from her pocket, and lunged at Scarface. Scarface raised an eyebrow, seizing her hand with ease. With a twist of his wrist, the knife clattered to the ground. You little bitch. Trying to kill me. He shoved Wang Zihan to the floor. Damn it. They'll have you right here in front of everyone. He advanced toward her, unbuckling his belt. No, stay away. Wang Zihan recoiled in terror, scrambling backward. But the space was tight, and soon she was pressed against the wall. The crowd around them jeered, amplifying her dread. Boss, please don't do this to my daughter. There are too many people here. Maybe I can arrange a room. Wang Dongliang stepped forward hesitantly. Scarface's expression darkened. He kicked Wang Dongliang, who stumbled backward. By cruel chance, the back of his head struck the stair edge, and his body went rigid instantly. Dad! Wang Zihan's tears flowed uncontrollably. Despite what had done, he was still her father, and the bond between them remained. Old Wang. Wang Zihan's mother wailed, crouching helplessly beside his corpse. But soon she rose, her face twisted with rage, and charged at Scarface. He'll kill you. Die, old hack. Scarface drew a long blade and swung. With a scream, Wang Zihan's mother was slashed open, blood gushing forth. Wang Zihan's delicate frame shuddered again. Both parents had died before her eyes. The crushing blow plunged her into unbearable agony. Just then Scarface reached for her once more. He yanked her up and pinned her against the wall. Seeing him about to act, Lin Yi could no longer contain his fury. He flung open the door and charged out. Scarface heard the commotion and smirked wickedly. This was exactly what had orchestrated to force Lin Yi out. Men, kill him. Scarface bellowed. At once those hidden in the shadows emerged, raising imitation guns and firing wildly at Lin Yi. In an instant the marbles shot madly towards Lin Yi. The scar-faced man immediately revealed a manic grin. However, as time passed, his expression gradually stiffened. The marbles were crazily aimed at Lin Yi, yet none managed to hit him. Moreover, these steel balls bizarrely disappeared. How could this be possible? He quickly ordered his subordinates to cease fire. Meanwhile, Lin Yi deliberately left the misfired steel balls untouched to avoid raising suspicion. The steel balls scattered all over the ground. Kid, what did you do? The scar-faced man said with a dark expression. Lin Yi smirked. Hee, with your shooting skills, it's too easy for me to dodge. I could stand still, and you still wouldn't hit me. Kid, don't try to quibble. How did you manage this? With so many marbles, it's impossible for them to miss you. The scar-faced man's face twisted into a snarl. To tell you the truth, I am actually a magician. Lin Yi laughed. What? The scar-faced man was momentarily taken aback. His underlings exchanged bewildered glances. Kid, you dare to trick me? Magicians use props, but these are all real weapons. Besides, even if he truly was a magician, he couldn't possibly do this. The scar-faced man's expression twisted again. Hee, if you don't believe me, I can give you a demonstration. Saying this, Lin Yi activated his spatial abilities, shooting all the previously collected steel balls back at these men. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, the steel balls were shot out at high speed. Each person was hit at least 10 times. The wails echoed throughout the entire corridor. The scar-faced man quickly looked at his fallen subordinates on the ground. He felt a moment of panic. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. At this moment, Lin Yi glanced at the scar-faced man. Several of the scar-faced man's subordinates hurriedly retreated in panic. To avoid harming Wang Zihan, Lin Yi did not shoot the steel balls. So do you believe I am a magician now? The scar-faced man quickly pulled Wang Zihan in front of him. Lin Yi, if you dare come, I guarantee she will die in front of me. Seeing this, Lin Yi felt anxious. Wang Zihan was in the scar-faced man's hands, and if he was not careful, he could easily harm her. I can let you leave, but if you dare to harm a single hair on her, I will make you pay the price today. Lin Yi, consider yourself lucky today, but you won't have such good fortune next time. Let's go. Saying this, the scar-faced man dragged Wang Zihan to the stairway and finally pushed her away before running down. At this point, his subordinates also wanted to flee. How could Lin Yi let them escape? He quickly took out a baseball bat from his space and chased after them, swinging it down fiercely. Soon, all of these subordinates fell into a pool of blood. Lin Yi wanted to continue pursuing, but the scar-faced man had already jumped out of the window. Wang Zihan was now in shock. He had no choice but to give up the pursuit. Lin Yi approached Wang Zihan and gently pulled her up. Wang Zihan threw herself into Lin Yi's arms, crying uncontrollably. Well, Lin Yi, I no longer have parents. You are all I have now. Lin Yi gently patted her back, silently comforting her. Soon her crying subsided and Lin Yi felt her entire body go limp. He quickly checked her over. It seemed she had fainted from hunger combined with her overwhelming sadness and shock. Lin Yi hurriedly picked her up and entered the safe house. Inside the house, several people ran out in panic. Upon seeing the unconscious Wang Zihan, Sheng Xia and Li Shuiyao grew increasingly anxious. Only Song Zhaodi picked up a weapon, preparing to go out. Lin Yi quickly called out to her. Only then did Song Zhaodi stop. Then Lin Yi carried Wang Zihan into the bedroom. Li Shuiyao and Sheng Xia fetched water and food. Lin Yi took the cup of water and gently let a few drops fall at the corner of her mouth. Soon Wang Zihan slowly opened her eyes. Seeing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Sheng Xia quickly brought the food in front of Wang Zihan, saying, "Eat something quickly." Seeing the food, Wang Zihan's eyes brightened considerably. She quickly got up and finished the food in no time. Her eyes remained red, and she did not speak to anyone. She wrapped her arms around Lin Yi's, her gaze fixed straight ahead. Lin Yi knew that the blow she had received today was truly too great. Lin Yi let the three of them leave, staying behind to take care of her. Given her current condition, it was likely that no one but himself could be close to her. Thus the two of them sat on the bed. Soon Wang Zihan leaned against Lin Yi's shoulder and fell asleep. Lin Yi laid her flat and covered her with a light blanket before walking to the living room. In the living room, the three of them were tense. "How is she?" they asked in unison. "She should be fine after some rest." Upon hearing this, the three of them finally breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, all three looked at Lin Yi simultaneously. They had seen everything through the observation hole. Lin Yi stood unscathed in the face of a hail of bullets. As for him, being a magician, the three did not believe it. Moreover, they had fresh food every day, and the room was so small that Lin Yi did not go out, which made them curious. The three exchanged glances, and Li Shuiyao took a step forward, tentatively asking, "Brother Lin, we saw them shooting at you through the observation hole." Seeing her ask this, Lin Yi knew what was in her mind. After all, in a few days supernatural beings would appear, and it was good to prepare them mentally. Moreover, these few people were the ones he trusted the most. With this in mind, Lin Yi said, "Actually, I wanted to talk to you about this matter." Upon hearing this, the three of them became excited, their faces displaying eagerness to listen to what Lin Yi was about to say. Lin Yi had the three of them sit on the sofa before saying, "What I'm about to tell you might overturn your perception of the world, so you need to be mentally prepared." The three of them were stunned, since Lin Yi had said, so the upcoming words must be extremely important. They nodded repeatedly, all ears. Seeing that the three were ready, Lin Yi finally said, "Do you believe that there are people in this world who possess extraordinary abilities?" Upon hearing this, the three were filled with confusion. However, they still responded, some nodding and some shaking their heads. Lin Yi continued, "Well, whether you believe it or not, what I want to say today is that there are indeed extraordinary abilities in this world, but I call them supernatural powers." "Supernatural powers," the three exclaimed in unison. "I know you won't believe it, so next I will let you see for yourselves." Saying this, Lin Yi directly used his spatial ability to bring out steaming hot plates of food. When Lin Yi conjured food out of thin air, the three of them looked utterly incredulous. "How did you do that?" Sheng Xia asked urgently. "This is so amazing, Brother Lin. You're not really a magician, are you?" Li Shuiyao inquired curiously. Only Song Zhaodi remained silent, seemingly lost in thought. Lin Yi continued, "I'm no magician. My ability is spatial power. I possess an immense dimensional space. The food we've been eating every day was stored inside." With a wave of his hand, the dishes on the coffee table vanished instantly along with the table itself. This time the three were left gaping in astonishment. After a long pause, Song Zhaodi finally spoke. "So those bullets didn't miss you. You absorbed them all into your dimensional space. Sharp as ever. This is my ability, and becoming an awakener also grants physical prowess far beyond ordinary humans. No wonder you're so formidable. Back when we fought alongside you, so many opponents couldn't stand against you." Song Zhaodi sprang to her feet in excitement. "That's all I know for now. Soon the number of awakeners will increase. I'm telling you this to prepare you mentally." "Do you mean we might have a chance to become awakeners too?" Song Zhaodi's eyes lit up, gazing at Lin Yi with eager anticipation. Lin Yi hesitated. He didn't know the conditions for becoming an awakener. In his past life, when he had awakened, he was completely bewildered. He suddenly recalled the video he had seen earlier. Those sudden flashes of light in the sky linked like silk drifting about. Perhaps they were connected to the awakeners. "Yes, you have a chance to." Hearing Lin Yi's words, Song Zhaodi jumped for joy. "Great. I want to become an awakener just like Brother Lin someday." Lin Yi recalled his past life experience. It hadn't been easy. Back then, many people, including him, had fallen into high fevers. He had thought it was just due to the cold weather at the time. The fever persisted for 3 days before breaking, and it was then that his abilities manifested. But those days, countless people suffered from fevers, and over 99 of them died. Perhaps this was the price of becoming an awakener. Only those who survived that scorching fever could attain power. If that were true, he would never let them take such a risk. Meanwhile, on the other side, Scarface fled back with a handful of survivors. Those who escaped were all severely wounded and confined to the infirmary. Scarface was seething with rage. Dark-faced, he headed to Building 1 determined to get his hands on that pistol and kill Lin Yi with his own hands. Soon he arrived at Chindi's room. How did it go? Smooth this time, Chindi asked, lounging on the bed as Lu Rumling massaged him. Scarface scowled darkly. We failed. We can't beat Lin Yi. I came to borrow your gun. What? Borrow the gun again? No way. How can you guys not handle one man? Chindi complained. Hearing this, Scarface's expression turned grim, but he said nothing. After a moment of silence, he turned and left. Always asking for my gun. He's definitely up to no good. Always asking for my gun. He's definitely up to no good. Chindi fumed as Scarface walked away. Lu Ruming, seeing the tension between the two, began to scheme. Given Chindi's strength, without that pistol he was no match for Scarface. Now that Scarface had suffered defeat and been denied the gun, his resentment toward Chindi must have been immense. The entire team was under Scarface's command now. The subordinates would surely back him. If the two ever clashed, Scarface would undoubtedly emerge victorious. Chindi's reign as a powerful figure wouldn't last long. If she could lend Scarface a hand now, her own risks would diminish significantly. With this in mind, Lu Rumling quickly said, "Only the incompetent make excuses, boss. Don't mind him." Chindi chuckled. My little darling really understands me." They cuddled for a while longer before Lu Rumling said, "It's getting late. They'll go home to sleep tonight." She occasionally went home to sleep, so Chindi harbored no suspicion. "Go ahead." With that, Lu Rumling dressed and left. Once outside, she hurried to Scarface's quarters. After checking left and right to ensure no one was watching, she knocked on the door. Soon the door opened from inside. Scarface looked at her with a startled expression. "What are you doing here?" he asked harshly. Lu Rumling smiled seductively. "Aren't you going to invite me in?" After a pause, Scarface said gruffly, "Come in." Lu Rumling stepped inside. Scarface closed the door and turned. "Spit it out. What did he send you here for? Heck, can't I come to see you on my own?" Lu Rumling swayed her hips and gently placed a hand on Scarface's shoulder. He frowned, glancing at her hand, but saying nothing. After a moment of awkward silence, Lu Rumling broke it. "I can't stay long, so we'll make it brief. Are you planning to move against him?" Hearing this, Scarface's brow furrowed and a murderous glint flashed in his eyes. He grabbed her by the throat, snarling, "You're trying to test me." Lu Rumling panicked. She hadn't expected such a violent reaction. Her throat constricted and she couldn't speak. In desperation, she flailed her arms, trying to make him stop. After a long moment, Scarface seemed to realize something and slowly loosened his grip. Lu Rumling gasped for air, collapsing onto the bed, taking deep breaths. In that instant, she had felt a hatred from Scarface unlike anything before. She was terrified, her mind racing with regrets. Why had she come to him, knowing his resentment toward Chindi? Scarface stood up, walked to the door, and picked up a cleaver, toying with it. "Tell me, what do you really want?" Lu Rumling trembled, tears welling in her eyes. She had gravely underestimated Scarface's brutality. From the look of it, he intended to silence her for good. She knew that if she couldn't convince him tonight, she would die here. With that thought, her expression turned serious. Soon he stood before her, staring intently. Lu Rumling gritted her teeth. "I can help you get the pistol." Upon hearing this, Scar's expression shifted slightly, a flicker of interest emerging. "How can I trust you? How do I know you won't betray me once you leave? I can see that Chindi is nothing but a fool. Without you, he could never have rallied this group. He's a coward, hoarding crucial weapons for his own safety. Someone like him is bound to be eliminated sooner or later. Only you can lead us to survive." Lu Ruming's words were sincere, neither exaggerated nor belittling. Having dealt with Chindi for so long, she knew he did nothing all day but hide in his room, indulging in pleasure. After speaking, she watched Scar nervously. If she couldn't convince him, she knew she would die here today. At that moment, Scar picked up his long blade and strode toward her. Lu Rumling bit her lip, her heart racing. Suddenly, Scar raised his hand and swung it down toward her neck. Her heart jolted, and she quickly closed her eyes. But after a long moment, the blade never fell. She slowly opened her eyes. Seeing Scar's sinister grin directed at her, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. "Could I trust you? They'll go again tomorrow, and you'll hand over the gun." Lu Rumling nodded eagerly, like a chick pecking at rice. Then she left Scar's room. Only then did her legs begin to tremble. She leaned against the wall, slowly crouching down, and finally let out all her pent-up grievances. She had done all this to prove to Lin Yi that she could thrive without him. She wanted him to regret abandoning her. After a while, she slowly stood up and walked out. At the safe house around 9 in the evening, Wang Zihan woke up. "You're awake. Come eat something." Lin Yi's tone had softened considerably. After today's events, Lin Yi's view of her had changed. The fact that she had warned him even in such a dire situation showed she genuinely cared about his safety. Lin Yi valued those he trusted. Wang Zihan rubbed her reddened eyes, without speaking crawled out from under the covers and nestled into Lin Yi's arms. Tears still stained her cheeks, and she looked utterly haggard. Even with food set before her, she didn't glance at it. After experiencing something like this, it takes time to heal, especially having witnessed her parents' death. Lin Yi comforted her for a while until she fell asleep, then quietly left the room. Checking the time, it was around 10. Lin Yi thought of Gu Xiaoman bound in the next room and decided to check on her. He glanced at the monitor to ensure the door was safe before stepping out. He arrived at room 1002. The temperature inside was a bit low, but thanks to the coal he had prepared, it wasn't unbearable. Entering the room where Gu Xiaoman was held, she shuddered at the sound. Seeing it was Lin Yi, she gritted her teeth. "Lin Yi, let me go." Why would I let you go after finally catching you?" Lin Yi chuckled. "I'm telling you, I will never yield to you. Even if you take my body, you'll never have my heart." Gu Xiaoman's eyes blazed with resentment. "Taking your body is enough, the rest doesn't matter." Lin Yi smirked wickedly. "You..." Gu Xiaoman was so furious her teeth chattered. She took a deep breath and continued, "What exactly do you want?" "What do I want?" Lin Yi laughed. "You were the one who opposed me first, and now you ask me what I want. Don't you think that's a foolish question?" "You..." Gu Xiaoman was at a loss for words. She turned her head away, refusing to look at him. "Do you think you're in any position to bargain with me? I suggest you be smarter, or I can't guarantee what it'll do." Lin Yi's voice suddenly turned cold. Gu Xiaoman had repeatedly targeted him before, and he hadn't settled the score yet. Now she dared to put on airs for him. Gu Xiaoman's expression hardened. She hated being threatened. Lifting her proud head, she said to Lin Yi, "I'm telling you, I will never bow to you. Even if you kill me, I won't become your plaything." Lin Yi knew she was proud, but he hadn't expected such a defiant spirit. This, he had to admit, earned some admiration. "Fine, then I'll grant your wish." Lin Yi took out various torture instruments from his space and laid them out before Gu Xiaoman. Seeing these items, a wave of humiliation washed over her. "Lin Yi, if you have any guts, kill me. I went through a lot to catch you. Why would I let you die so easily?" Lin Yi leaned close to her ear and continued, "I want you to know the price of crossing me." Gu Xiaoman frowned, her stunning face etched with grievance. Seeing this, Lin Yi pressed on, "I can give you a chance. From today, submit to me, and well, wipe the slate clean. What do you say?" Lin Yi stopped dreaming. "Even if I die, I will never submit to you." Hearing this, Lin Yi frowned slightly. He had tried both sweet talk and threats, yet she still showed no sign of surrender. Was she truly such an unyielding character? But Lin Yi quickly dismissed that thought. In his past life, she had been fiercely loyal to He Zhendong, and He Zhendong in his 30s had neither physique nor looks. How could he compare to Lin Yi? What was it about He Zhendong that inspired such loyalty in Gu Xiaoman? Lin Yi couldn't figure it out. Could it be because of his ruthlessness? But Lin Yi's own actions in this life should have seemed equally ruthless in her eyes. Just then, Gu Xiaoman noticed Lin Yi lost in thought. Seeing the torture instruments he had laid out, a sly idea crept into her mind. She lunged forward instantly. Though her hands were bound, she could still grab a knife. Quickly seizing one, she threw herself at Lin Yi. Lin Yi snapped back to reality and caught her firmly. "It seems you need a lesson to behave," he said coldly. Lin Yi was slightly taken aback, thinking he had misheard. At that moment, Gu Xiaoman was lying on the bed, making soft noises. Lin Yi struck her again with the whip. With a loud crack, the whip struck Gu Xiaoman fiercely, tearing a hole in her clothing and sending the fluff inside flying everywhere. This time, he once again heard Gu Xiaoman's somewhat unique cries. He was certain he had not misheard. It felt as if she was not only enduring the whip, but was also influenced by other factors, emitting a different kind of sound. Normal screams of agony are usually hoarse and desperate. Although her screams were somewhat hoarse, they were mixed with some strange sounds. At this moment, as Lin Yi stopped, Gu Xiaoman also ceased her howling. Lin Yi struck her again with the whip. Gu Xiaoman began to howl anew. That strange sound reemerged. This time, Lin Yi observed her expression. It was one of pain, yet there was also a hint of enjoyment in her aftermath. Pain addiction. Lin Yi looked at Gu Xiaoman, who was writhing on the bed in astonishment. At that moment, he finally understood why Gu Xiaoman had been so loyal to He Zhendong in her previous life. Given He Zhendong's level of cruelty, if he knew that Gu Xiaoman had this affliction, he would undoubtedly exploit various means to stimulate her. The more brutal the torment for someone with this condition, the greater the satisfaction they derived. Thus, they would grow increasingly loyal to their tormentor. "Hurry with me," Gu Xiaoman said, her eyes becoming increasingly dazed as Lin Yi directly stored all the implements of torture into his space. Now Gu Xiaoman was disoriented, and there would be no further progress today. After returning to the safe house, Lin Yi instructed Sheng Xia and Song Zhaodi to check on Gu Xiaoman to prevent any accidents or her escape. Upon returning, Lin Yi glanced at Wang Zihan, finding her still asleep, which put him at ease. He took a quick shower. Lin Yi then went to bed. Soon Li Zuyao's petite figure crawled under the blanket beside him. Lin Yi slowly closed his eyes, feeling a wave of comfort wash over him. The next morning, Lin Yi's phone emitted an alarm sound. He hurriedly checked and discovered it was Song Zhaodi and Sheng Xia knocking at the door. After putting on his clothes and covering Li Shuiyao with the blanket, he opened the door. Before he could ask, the two began to speak anxiously. Ling Gij, you need to check on her. She seems to be in discomfort, Song Zhaodi said anxiously. Ling Gij, please see if she's ill, as she's writhing in bed and making strange sounds. As she spoke, Sheng Xia's pretty face flushed slightly. Realizing the situation, Lin Yi did not inform them about Gu Xiaoman's condition. He remembered that those with such symptoms either did not suffer episodes, or when they did, they became addicted to the sensation like drug addicts and found it difficult to regain composure. Lin Yi walked directly into room 1002. He quickly arrived at Gu Xiaoman's room, where she was bound, writhing on the bed, making soft murmuring sounds. Upon seeing Lin Yi enter, Gu Xiaoman's face immediately brightened with joy. Lin Yi, you're here. I promise you will agree to anything, just hurry and use that thing from yesterday on me. After speaking, Gu Xiaoman's face turned crimson. Lin Yi could sense that Gu Xiaoman felt tremendous shame when she said this, indicating she still had some rationality, but her body instinctively uttered those words. Lin Yi was at a loss about what to do. Given their relationship, he had no obligation to save her. He merely needed to fulfill her desires, allowing her to become dependent on him like a drug addict. However, if this were to happen and she were to be captured by someone else and treated in the same way, she would betray him without hesitation. Lin Yi valued her intellect, but he valued a person's loyalty even more. If loyalty could not be guaranteed, then even a genius like her would not be kept by Lin Yi's side. Wang Zihan was a prime example. When she had not demonstrated loyalty to him, Lin Yi merely ensured she was wealthed, and that was all. But when she reminded him that they were out to kill him, Lin Yi would risk everything to save her. That was his way of doing things. In his previous life, it was difficult for him to trust anyone, but once he did trust someone, he would do so absolutely. Lost in thought, Lin Yi decided that regardless of the outcome, he had to give it a try. Thus, he untied the ropes binding Gu Xiaoman. But as soon as he untied her, Gu Xiaoman threw herself into Lin Yi's embrace. Her eyes were already glazed over, her cheeks flushed, and she was gently exhaling warm breaths. She slowly leaned toward Lin Yi's ear and whispered, Lin Yi, hurry, I can't take it anymore. Just hold on a little longer. I know you're holding back. Trust me, once you get through this, everything will be fine. But just then, Gu Xiaoman suddenly screamed wildly. Oh, I can't take it anymore. She violently broke free from Lin Yi and dashed toward the wall. Seeing this, Lin Yi frowned slightly and quickly reacted, pulling Gu Xiaoman back. Clearly, she had lost her sanity. If she continued to act like this, it could lead to unpredictable dangers. Given the circumstances, it was better to calm her down for now and address things after she regained her senses. With that thought, Lin Yi took out the whip and gently struck Gu Xiaoman. Oh! Gu Xiaoman let out a cry of anguish, then immediately smiled in satisfaction. Seeing this, Lin Yi put away the whip. Soon Gu Xiaoman returned to her senses. Her face flushed again, clearly aware of what had just transpired. After this incident, Gu Xiaoman's gaze toward Lin Yi softened and her voice became much gentler. Lin Yi, thank you for being willing to help me. It's nothing, I just dislike taking advantage of others in their time of need. Lin Yi replied coldly. Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaoman showed a surprised expression. I always thought you were a lecher. It seems I had a bias against you before. Lin Yi chuckled. That's right, I am a lecher, but I am a lecher with principles. Hearing this, Gu Xiaoman displayed a hint of embarrassment. You should know your own situation, so you must restrain yourself as much as possible. I can try to find a doctor. Oh, perhaps there's a way to control your condition. Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaoman looked at Lin Yi gratefully and nodded gently. Mum, I thought about it. There is indeed a clinic in the community, but the doctor is controlled by the D family army. It won't be easy to bring her over. But right now there are no other options. Seeing that Gu Xiaoman's emotions gradually stabilized, Lin Yi tied her up again. This time Gu Xiaoman did not show any signs of resistance. The reason for binding her was primarily due to her low loyalty. She could very well be deceiving him, making him lower his guard and then escape. On the other hand, she had previously exhibited extreme behavior, attempting to slam her head against the wall. Thus Lin Yi chose to restrain her. After securing her, Gu Xiaoman suddenly said nervously, are you going to find Dr. Xiao? Who is Dr. Xiao? She is the doctor from the health station in this community, living in building No. 1-0 and she should currently be under the control of the D family army. Lin Yi did not know who this doctor was. In his previous life, he had only returned to stay with Lu Rumeng during the apocalypse. Gu Xiaoman, however, lived in this community, so she was more familiar with it. However, he noticed that Gu Xiaoman seemed somewhat nervous when mentioning Dr. Xiao, indicating that there was some sort of relationship between them. Please tell me more. Gu Xiaoman then said Dr. Xiao's full name is Xiao Muting. She is my close friend, and like me, she is 25 years old. She is highly accomplished in medicine and graduated from Kyoto Medical College. Upon saying this, a hint of difficulty appeared on Gu Xiaoman's face. Seeing this, Lin Yi continued, if there's anything else, just say it. Gu Xiaoman took a deep breath and said, Lin Yi, if you can rescue her from the D family army, I can assure you that I will be absolutely loyal to you. But please do not tell her about my issues, as I do not want her to know about my psychological problems. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi was slightly taken aback, but he quickly understood. After all, Gu Xiaoman and Xiao Muting were close friends, and it was only natural that she would not want the other to know. However, her condition needed to be under control, otherwise it could worsen. If it really reached that point, he wouldn't be able to keep it a secret for Gu Xiaoman. That's fine, but the premise is that you must restrain yourself. Okay, you can rest assured, I will definitely control myself. Gu Xiaoman suddenly became excited. Make sure to rest well. During this time, let Xing Xia take care of you. Moreover, you are currently under my observation. If you do anything suspicious, I won't spare you. You can rest assured. Since I said I would be loyal to you, I will not go back on my word. I hope you can do it. After saying this, Lin Yi left. Building No. 1. Lu Rumeng arrived at Chen Dis' room. As soon as she entered, Chen Dis' eyes were glued to her. Baby, come here, you look really beautiful today. This means I wasn't good looking before, right? Lu Rumeng had spent several hours doing her makeup today to confuse him and find a way to get a handgun. Of course not, my baby looks good every day. Lu Rumeng then walked up to Chen Di. After Chen Di hugged Lu Rumeng, he immediately began to nibble on her neck. Like a starving man who hadn't eaten for several days. Although Lu Rumeng felt extremely resistant internally, she had to continue enduring it. Before long, Chen Di pressed his plump body on Lu Rumeng. 3 minutes later, Chen Di lay on the bed and Lu Rumeng tossed the tissues into the trash. Then she lay down in Chen Di's arms, her fingers lightly tracing circles on his chest. Chen Gid, you were really amazing just now. I didn't expect you to be so formidable. Of course, just look at who I am. Chen Di immediately felt proud. Upon hearing this, Lu Rumeng felt a wave of nausea, but she still gently clapped. Great. Lu Rumeng continued, Chingij, when can we move into Lin Yi's house? The place we are living in now is so cold, and the food is lacking in nutrition. Chen Di's expression darkened, and he snorted, fits all because of Scar's incompetence. He hasn't been able to take him down for so long. This just means Lin Yi is really strong. Does that mean we can't kill him without your handgun? Upon hearing this, Chen Di looked at Lu Rumeng in confusion. Seeing this look, Lu Rumeng's heart tightened, and she quickly continued, I'm not saying you should give the gun to Scar. Such an important item should certainly be kept in the hands of our own people for safety. That makes sense, but these people are Scar's men, and I don't trust anyone among them. Upon hearing this, Lu Rumeng felt delighted, and quickly said, they may not trust you, but don't you trust me? Of course I trust you. Then give me the gun, and he'll go kill Lin Yi. Chen Di's brows furrowed again. Seeing this, Lu Rumeng quickly continued, don't worry, I won't let the gun fall into Scar's hands. As soon as I kill Lin Yi, I will come back immediately. Chen Gid, you wouldn't want me to continue freezing, would you? Lu Rumeng looked at Chen Di with her watery eyes. Seeing this, Chen Di had no choice but to say all right. However, for safety's sake, you must not expose that you have the gun, otherwise Scar might come after you. Lu Rumeng felt a surge of joy and quickly nodded. Afterwards, Chen Di lifted the blanket, hesitated for a moment, and took out the handgun. He placed the gun in front of Lu Rumeng. Lu Rumeng swiftly took the handgun and hid it in her clothes. Chen Gid, you are so good. To reassure Chen Di, Lu Rumeng snuggled back into his arms. Seeing this, Chen Di's last trace of doubt vanished, and he started nibbling on Lu Rumeng again. Soon the time agreed upon by Lu Rumeng and Scar arrived. Lu Rumeng seized the opportunity to go to the bathroom, leaving Chen Di's sight. At that moment, Scar stormed in with several henchmen. Chen Di was startled and panicked. Scar, what do you want? Scar revealed a sinister expression and said, hee, of course, to take your life. Did you really think that just because you saved me, I would obediently listen to you? I was just waiting for the right moment. Chen Di's heart sank at these words. Don't come over, I have a gun in my hand. Be careful, or I'll kill you. He then come on. I want to see what you can use to kill me. Not managing to scare him off, Chen Di's heart sank as he realized that Scar had chosen this moment when Lu Rumeng was in the bathroom. However, just then Lu Rumeng walked in from outside. Seeing her, Chen Di was instantly excited. He hurriedly shouted, "Kill him quickly. He is rebelling." However, Lu Rumeng did not listen to him. Instead, she stood beside Scar, causing Chen Di's heart to drop. You betrayed me." Chen Di pointed at Lu Rumeng and roared in fury. "Who told you to be both stupid and cowardly? To earn your trust, I've endured you for so long, letting this lump of fat press down on me every day. It nearly made me sick," Lu Rumeng said with disgust. Chen Di's pupils contracted as he stared at her in disbelief. He never imagined that Lu Rumeng had been deceiving him all along. Why waste words with him? He'll kill him. With that, Scarface raised his blade and charged at Chen Di. Terrified, Chen Di quickly pulled the blanket over himself. Scarface's knife slashed viciously into the blanket. A scream of agony rang out as a large crimson stain spread across the fabric. "Don't kill me. Brother Scar, please don't kill me. He'll do whatever you say from now on," Chen Di pleaded desperately. Scarface sneered coldly. "If you knew this day would come, why didn't you act differently back then? Since you've dug your own grave, I'll grant your wish." With that, Scarface struck down again with brutal force. This time the blood on the blanket gushed forth, clearly hitting a fatal spot. Chen Di fell silent. Seemingly unsatisfied, Scarface continued to hack at the blanket repeatedly. Soon the fabric was riddled with gashes. Scarface only stopped after delivering dozens of strikes. Lu Rumeng trembled uncontrollably at the sight. She was grateful she had abandoned Chen Di and sided with Scarface. Otherwise, she would surely meet the same fate one day. Just then, Scarface turned to look at Lu Rumeng. Her delicate frame shuddered as she quickly retrieved the pistol. Holding it with both hands, she walked toward him. "Brother Scar, hey, raise the gun." Lu Rumeng's voice was tense, her words stumbling. "You did well. I remember you mentioned Lin Yi before. Do you know something?" Scarface glanced at her and took the pistol. Earlier, to make Chen Di fall for her, Lu Rumeng had not revealed everything about her history with Lin Yi. She had only spoken about the time she was kidnapped by Sun Chong. Now, under pressure, she recounted the whole story. Scarface learned everything about her relationship with Lin Yi. "This makes things interesting." A sly smile curled at the corner of Scarface's mouth. "Come with me." Lu Rumeng dared not refuse and followed. Soon they arrived on the 7th floor. "Why did you bring me here?" Lu Rumeng asked warily. "Relax. If I wanted to kill you, I'd have done it already." Scarface said nothing more and walked straight into a room. Lu Rumeng had no choice but to follow. Inside, she discovered 10 beds lined up in the living room, each occupied by a person. "Is this the infirmary?" Lu Rumeng asked curiously. "You could say that. Let me introduce you to our DR. Shao." At that moment, a graceful figure in a white coat and mask emerged from another room. She moved with a brisk, confident stride, her long hair flowing gently behind her. In her hand was a white tray holding bloodstained cotton and gauze. The moment Lu Rumeng saw her, even as a woman, she felt a spark of admiration. Her figure and aura were captivating even to a woman like Lu Rumeng. Though her face was hidden behind a mask, the contours of her features and the expression in her eyes hinted at extraordinary beauty. "Dr. Shao." Scarface offered a rare smile. But Dr. Shao didn't spare him a glance, turning instead to enter another room. Scarface's expression darkened as he followed. Lu Rumeng trailed behind. Inside, Dr. Shao was cleaning the wound of a man severely injured the previous day. The room echoed with his agonized screams. After a long while, Dr. Shao finished debriding the wound. She set down her tools and approached Scarface. Before Scarface could speak, Dr. Shao cut in. "There are too many injured. We need a large supply of anesthetics, or many won't survive the surgeries." Scarface sneered. "Dr. Shao, you know the situation. Where am I supposed to get anesthetics? You should focus your limited resources on those worth saving." Dr. Shao shot him a furious glare. "To me, all these people are the same. They're patients in need of help. There's no such thing as worth or not worth." Scarface's face darkened with rage. "How dare you speak to me like that? Don't think just because you're the only doctor here I can't touch you." But Dr. Shao didn't even glance at him, turning instead to attend to another patient. Scarface clenched his fists so tightly that his bones creaked. Seeing this, Lu Rumeng quickly interjected. "Brother Scar, did you bring me here just to meet her?" Scarface shot a glance at Dr. Shao before saying, "Follow me." He led Lu Rumeng into a room furnished with 6 beds. He stopped beside one of them. Lu Rumeng approached and gasped in shock at the sight of the person lying there. "Wang Liye." Hearing her voice, Wang Liye slowly opened his eyes. The moment he saw Lu Rumeng, he grew frantic. "Cousin, please save me. I don't want to die." "What happened?" Lu Rumeng turned urgently to Scarface. "He was gravely injured during a mission. Since you mentioned he's your relative, I brought you to see him. Lu Ruming's eyes widened with realization. She pulled Scarface aside and whispered, "You're not planning to use them against Lin Yi, are you?" Scarface smirked. "Exactly. Surely Lin Yi wouldn't abandon his own family, would he?" Lu Ruming quickly countered, "It's useless. They've tried before. Lin Yi doesn't care about their lives." Scarface chuckled. "That's where you're wrong. Lin Yi is ruthless, so why did he spare this family? If he truly hated them, as you say, he would have killed them. But he didn't. Doesn't that prove he cares for them and couldn't bring himself to do it?" Lu Ruming paused, considering his logic. "You're right. After all, they raised him for so many years. There must be some bond." A hint of delight crept into her voice. Soon Scarface arranged for Wang Liye to be moved, bed and all. They quickly made their way to Lu Xiaoyi's home in Building 8. When Lu Xiaoyi saw her gravely injured son, she burst into loud wails. "Oh, my poor boy." Scarface barked, "Stop crying. If you want your son to live, convince Lin Yi. He's the only one who can save him now." Lu Xiaoyi trembled and wept even harder. "That ungrateful wretch Lin Yi won't save us.